I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Infiltration. Leylin was clear that this was a huge test for him. If his disguise did not get through the leader of the Emberwings, everything was over. He could forget gaining his trust and the entire plan would have to be revised. Hence, he had to go through with this, but it wasn't as if he was entirely unprepared. At least, the two giant Chemoian serpent dukes had stealthily entered as well and were constantly on the watch outside the residence. If the leader noticed anything, Leylin would immediately use his Chemoian serpent transformation and attack. With 3 Morning Star warlocks together, it would probably be enough to escape. After all, the 3 Chemoian elders from before had the record of fighting evenly with a rank 5 Radiant Moon Magus. Though the most powerful first elder had already fallen, Leylin believed he was no less powerful than him. With 3 giant Chemoian warlocks working together, it was enough for them to escape even if they could not win. That was what the 3 of them had counted on before daring to draw up this plan. AI. Chip. Leylin called out in a low voice. Beep. Beginning to conceal energy undulations. The AI chip intoned loyally, causing the aura on Leylin's body to become more obvious as if he was a pure Emberwing. The hidden strength of the point mass of a morning star, the secret technique to hide bloodlines as well as the support of the AI chip gave Leylin the confidence that he could get away with all this under the rank 5's nose. Taking a deep breath, Leylin followed Shikhar into the room, bowing to the figure at the middle. This was a large study room. Simple armor, oil paintings and the like filled it with a history that changed the atmosphere. What surprised Leylin was the feeling that a domain had automatically been created in the study room. This was not the domain of Morning Star, but a special space that had been formed due to the long period of time it had existed. Shikhar, you're here. The head's voice was gentle as he watched Shikhar and the rest enter. Father, Shikhar called out after he went through 1,000 different expressions. It's been hard on you, get up. Are these your 2 subordinates? Excellent. When the sound fell, Leylin felt his heart squeeze, and entire self get nervous. Immediately after, he felt something like a boiling hot gaze sweep at his body, causing him to tremble. When the gaze was on his body, his point mass shuddered, as if his soul force defenses was being forced to the surface, but Leylin firmly stopped it. Meanwhile, his fire plume, which had reached the peak of the 9th level, formed a giant energy tide that kept the point mass within. Terrifying flame energy began to revolve spontaneously, resisting the spying from outside. The head made a light sound of surprise. You must be Lei, right? Raise your head. Though the voice was gentle, it held the hint of an irrefutable command. Almost at the very moment the voice was heard, Leylin raised his head like it was a conditioned reflex. Following that, he saw a handsome young man with red hair and eyebrows, looked slightly similar to that of Shikhar. He wore a loose white robe, and his eyes seemed to hold praise within them. Pretty good strength, and a pure flame energy. The red-haired young man nodded, and turned in the other direction. Lok's body shivered, but the head said nothing. It was no surprise either, though. Just a soldier at the 7th level of the fire feather technique was not enough to attract the leader's notice. I've already looked through your achievements in detail. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future and protect our union. The handsome head encouraged them and waved his arms. Leylin and Lok immediately retreated with expressions of reverence. Thud. The door to the room closed, leaving only Shikhar and the head inside. The head's aura changed once more, and his expression while watching Shikhar turned emotional. It's been hard on you these past few years. It's service for the union. Shikhar had a taut expression while speaking, but his clenched fists displayed the dissatisfaction in his heart right now. Forget it. I know you care nothing for using my name and working, so I'll let things move according to the usual procedure. Your contributions are enough for you to be promoted to be an admiral. Make some preparations, you will work at the Tylasis garrison. The leader's voice was gentle. Understood. Shikhar answered coldly. Seeing this expression, the leader's brows furrowed slightly. One more thing. There's something off about your 2 subordinates, Lei and Lok. What's wrong? I don't need to say more about Lei's loyalty, and as for Lok, he's a descendant of the Eiffel family. The muscles on Shikhar's face tensed. He cared quite a lot for these 2 subordinates. There's not a large issue with Lei. He's long since broken through to the 9th level of the fire feather technique, but he's been concealing it and only revealing the strength of level 8. It's probably on purpose, the red-haired head commented. He must have a pretty high potential to reach this level at such a young age, and you can definitely consider roping him in. His intentions are too complex. Give him the 10th level of Fireplume later, I'm sure he'll definitely be even more loyal to you after that, so he's already reached level 9. Shikar ducked his head, slightly ashamed. From his point of view, Leylin had probably hidden his strength because Shikar had yet to advance himself. He did not want to pressure his superior. He raised his head to look at his father, the number 1 genius of the Emberwings, and could not help but let his head hang down, defeated. He did not seem to have inherited even an ounce of talent from his father, and no matter how hard he worked, he still could not measure up to those geniuses. This was why he had been discouraged and left Tylassus City. I understand. Shikar huffed out a long breath and nodded. The head's next words caused Shikar's brows to raise. Loke, however, is a very serious problem. His appearance is a pretense. I'm afraid the real Loke has already died, and the one in front of you is of another race. Another race? Shikar cried out in alarm. Yes. I can't tell if he's from the Triserpent sect or Mobius organization, but he probably has his eyes on the Holy Solar Festival. A sneer appeared about the leader's lips. I'll seize him immediately. Shikar got up, understanding the situation. His heart was filled with fury from the betrayal. Never had he expected that Loke, the man who usually worked hard, was responsible, and very much to his tastes was a spy from the enemy. The shame from not realizing this hovered in his mind. The leader stopped Shikar. There's no hurry. They're just a few bugs, what do they matter? What you need to do now is, after leaving the residence, Leylin bade Loke farewell and found an inn to stay in. Though the Special Task Force members had a station in Tylassus City with many unoccupied rooms and better facilities, Leylin was obviously not going to choose to stay there. He would perhaps go there later, but for now, it was better to find a place that would not attract attention. After sending the maid away, Leylin locked the door, and the light in. The room dimmed. How is it? Are things going well? 2 translucent figures emerged from the dark corners of the room. They were Gilbert and Emma. Is this place safe? Make sure it's secure. Leylin's brows furrowed. Emma replied, don't worry. We've long since set up a concealing spell formations and boundaries. Even the staff and guests of the inn have been hypnotized, and we've also used some spiritual force pressure. Leylin did not ask more and began to narrate the happenings of the day slowly. Things are going well on my end. I've obtained part of the map of the building, and even met the leader successfully, so he didn't suspect you. Tisk tisk. So that leader is a pretty boy. Emma giggled. Probably not, but he did notice my faked fireplume, something I intentionally revealed. Leylin laughed. He had long since gotten used to how these female warlocks jumped from subject to subject so suddenly. How powerful is he? Gilbert's focus on his power more than his appearance was only expected. They had exchanged blows with the leader before, but wanted to know Leylin's opinion. I can't tell. Leylin looked absent-minded, as if he was recalling the scene from the meeting. But I can confirm that his soul strength is very powerful. It's probably the strongest out of all the radiant moons have seen. He is the best of another world. He's trained up to the 13th level of Fireplume, so he's probably not any weaker than Radiant Moon Magi with level 5 meditation techniques in the Magus world. Not to mention he's been using Ferocor stones and supplementing his soul. Gilbert sighed, recalling the scene when he had fought with their opponent, and his body involuntarily trembled. In our operation this time, we'll try our best not to make contact with him, and all should be fine. Leylin's heart sank, but he continued and asked Emma, how's your preparation going? It's smooth sailing. Hee hee. From now, you need to call us Viscount Flower and Earl Violet. Emma giggled. It looked like she was doing well. Leylin was rather speechless. The Atlan Union had actually let outsiders do so well that they became earls. He had no idea how Emma had gotten through the nobility examination. Also, we've found traces of activity of several Jupiter's lightning morning stars in Tylassus. Gilbert's other piece of information immediately had Leylin's attention. Are they here to take revenge on us? He asked as he touched his chin. After all, Collins was slain by them. Gilbert shook his head. I'm afraid not. Their target should be the same as ours. Is that so? Then the difficulty of our operation should increase by a large amount. Of course, things might also become more convenient for us. Leylin's eyes glinted profoundly. Fire Phoenix Leylin walked out of the inn, with the hypnotized boss and attendants left behind. After he left, these people would forget his appearance and him having been there at all, and would not even doubt their memories. This was a spiritual force intent planted deep in their minds. He had learnt this technique from the Spirit Circle warlock, Paul. He returned to the station to find Shicker waiting for him, having come in secret. After a lengthy conversation with him, Leylin was left wanting to both laugh and cry as he looked at the item on the table. This was a little book with a fiery red cover. Within was the information on the 10th level of the fire feather technique. Shicker had come over just to give him this. The 10th level of fire plume that had been on Leylin's mind had landed in his possession quite easily. I don't know how to react, Leylin commanded the AI chip to destroy the book after recording the thing down. But it looks like he has gotten rid of all suspicion towards me. On top of that, the item he had been desiring had landed in his palms. Leylin was in a pretty good mood. Beep. Recording of 10th level of fire plume complete. Beginning analysis, the AI chip's voice sounded, and Leylin carefully looked through the contents in his memory bank. Compared to the 9th level, the 10th touched on the Morning Star realm, and was a path that focused on strength. Given that this had the unique characteristics of a foreign world, Leylin believed it would have very high research value. Many ancient magi were all embracing, incorporating these paths from other worlds into their own systems to advance. By making use of others' strengths to make up for their own weak points, they had been able to achieve the splendor of the ancient era. And Leylin, too, wanted to do the same. The 10th level of fire plume. Leylin's expression gradually became solemn. The more he watched on, the more he felt that the person who had created this technique had a talent that was off the charts. This was definitely a powerful technique that could contend against many other top-grade meditation techniques. As the AI chip's analysis progressed, Leylin's aura gradually changed. Within his body, the boiling hot energy from the 9th level of fire plume gradually purified and turned transparent, emanating a frightening might. Large amounts of fire elemental crystals appeared, and even seemed to turn into a whirlpool. Scree asterisk a high-pitched phoenix cry sounded by Leylin's ear. It felt as if his spiritual and soul force had made a connection with some unique existence. At the bottom of an abyssal starry river, a giant, terrifying beast with a body that spanned several worlds suddenly opened its eyes, gazing at Leylin coldly. Could this be the legendary ancient fire phoenix? With this aura, it's probably the king or even primogenitor of fire phoenixes. Leylin knew very well that even if what he saw was merely a phantom, such an ancient existence was mysterious and difficult to fathom. It could perhaps even use its phantom to display its strength. The rage in the phoenix's eyes caused Leylin to feel a biting cold. Crap, it's realized that I've been wearing a disguise. A thought flashed in Leylin's mind, and immediately after he sensed a tremendous crimson current flooding towards him. Rumble. The sound of shattering was heard in Leylin's lower abdomen, and he immediately turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression, however, was that of rejoicement. Luckily, I've already condensed my point mass. Leylin could still feel fear as he looked into his body. His point mass, which had already turned silent, had suddenly appeared when Fireplume was writhing, ready to break through to the 10th level. That had shaken the crimson energy essence that had gathered and broken the process of the advancement to the 10th level of Fireplume, the star rank. For this reason, Leylin had been pulled out of that dream-like fantasy, or else the consequences would be dire. That fire phoenix that was like a world itself, could it be the ancient lord of phoenixes? Leylin recalled that terrifying giant fire phoenix. In his mind, it could only be compared with existences such as the Snake Dowager, Trial's Eye, and a few others. It looks like Fireplume and the Fire Phoenix have a relationship, and the 10th level of Fireplume requires connecting with the Fire Phoenix, and even withstanding the corruptive power radiating from it. Of course, the Emberwings would call that power an additional boost. The true body of the tremendous Fire Phoenix was obviously not here, but with sacrificial rites, or other techniques absorbing some sort of energy, disseminating power was a method used by many existences to traverse worlds. If not for Leylin having already reached Morning Star and having his own path, forcefully interrupting the advancement of Fireplume might have immediately caused his death at its hands. So Fireplume at the Morning Star rank is a path of sacrifice. By offering sacrifices up to the ancient Fire Phoenix or even changing one's bloodline, one will ultimately become part of its family. Leylin touched his chin. These methods were similar to the belief in various gods, but was still different. Gods focused on quantity, while the path of sacrifice was passed on a large scale, but then focused only on the elites. It was more like a chosen community of its own. Leylin's expression grew grim, as he thought of something. These methods, this feeling of being suppressed, it's very similar to the rule of the Snake Dowager, AI. Chip. Begin modification of fireplume. Moderate the force of point mass and simulate fusion of the two, eliminating the possibility of being controlled via sacrifice, since he would attract attention from the fire phoenix after reaching the higher levels of fireplume. Leylin obviously would not persist. However, he was rather interested in modifying the technique and fusing it into the Magus world system. In the ancient era, these thoughts had been proven countless times to be workable. On top of that, the element he had the second most affinity with was the fire element, and in this area he had a natural advantage. This led to an even more insane thought. Since all this has to do with the bloodline, meditation techniques and controlling cultivation pathways, I can probably make use of this fireplume and find ways to deal with the snake dowager. Leylin's eyes turned darker. He was unwilling to serve beneath anyone, and while he had not gained the attention of the snake dowager yet, he could not tolerate the idea of being manipulated. He was already preparing for the day that will eventually come. Whether it was attempting to break through bloodline shackles or abandoning the bloodline restraints from meditation techniques, it was all for this cause. Where is the fun in having immortality at the peak yet being under the oppression of another? A trace of profound thought flashed in Leylin's eyes. Beep. Beginning fusion simulation, mobilizing 80% of task resources. 10th level of fireplume, meditation technique Chemoyan's pupil, estimated time, 16 days, 14 hours, 34 minutes and 56 seconds, the AI chip loyally intoned. After Leylin had entered the Morning Star realm, its calculations and simulation techniques had been reinforced, and the time limit set was now precise to the second. This was a rare occurrence while simulating techniques in the past. 16 days. It will be completed right before the Holy Solar Festival. That's not bad. Leylin touched his chin, rather satisfied with this outcome. In the residence of the leader, at the deepest part underground, boiling heatwaves of hot lava expanded and withdrew, but were unable to advance due to an isolated maroon spell formation. Within the maroon spell formation, there were many crowded buildings that formed a large number of private rooms. In one of them, the leader, with his red brows and hair and young looks, was now meeting the gaze of another black figure in a mirror on the ground. The figure in the mirror donned loose, majestic magus robes, with a moon rune on his forehead. Those eyes were now filled with fury. Xianxia's voice was low. Scarlet Eye, you obviously knew that the Mobius organization was mine, and yet you still made a move. On top of that, there's the fall of Collins as well. You need to take responsibility for it. The leader of the Atlan Union, Scarlet Eye, snorted. When we last communicated, I reiterated many times that the Atlan Union is my territory, and I won't let any outsiders spy on us, particularly magi from other worlds. You seem to have forgotten that, my friend. Xianxia, who was in the mirror, sighed lightly as if finding this a pity. He obviously knew what was taboo to the other party, but how could he have a large world right there but not do anything about it? But a morning star from our end has fallen. Do you know how much resources we would need to compensate that? Xianxia's voice became sharp. Based on the intel from my subordinates, he was already seriously injured and on the verge of perishing when we found him. Those 3 enemies of yours had attacked him. There was a hint of schadenfreude in Scarlet Eye's voice. Xianxia's voice was stilted, and he was slightly regretful. When he had used this world and set a trap, he had been absolutely confident in taking care of the 3 dukes. That was why he had not minded the leaking of this world's coordinates. However, he had grossly underestimated his opponent's abilities, and they had used quite a few bloodline treasures to break free from their trap forcefully and descended down to this world. That had made things very troublesome for him. If he could turn back time, he would probably not do the same thing. Besides, you have not kept to your word. Trading between us needs to be halted for a period of time. Scarlet Eye tossed him a heavyweight bomb. No. Xianxia immediately cried out, and instantly saw the mocking smile on the other person. He lowered his head unwillingly, but said little more. The other party did not mind losing the support of his technology, but he could not let go of the Ferocor stones. That was his only hope at having a glimpse into the breaking dawn throne. Hence, he had no choice but to duck his head and gentle his tone. Revered leader, I'm afraid we both have to take some responsibility, but this shouldn't affect our friendship. That's right, my friend. As a cost of you violating the promise between us first, you will need to have the price of the secondary element balancing spell formation you promised the last time. Alright. Xianxia was practically gritting his teeth as he agreed. When the communication was closed off, he stood up while roaring. The black throne under him continuously creaked, terrifying air waves dissipating in all directions. I'll definitely kill that Scarlet Eye someday and roast his soul above my Magus Tower for 10,000 years. Shadowing a morning star, Magus would not dare face the wrath of a radiant moon. Outside the elegant palace, a few morning star magi looked at each other and kept their distance, leaving the low-level servants hugging their heads and trembling at the side. A reckless energy wave swept across the area near the throne, and soon there was not a single living thing in the area. Rage is the natural enemy of all magi. Don't tell me, you're a bloodline warlock as well. A soothing gentle laugh sounded in the air like a clear spring, mocking at Xianxia. Shockingly, upon hearing the voice, Xianxia calmed a little. Besides slightly heavy breathing, he showed no significant difference from before the contact. You were right, but sooner or later I'm going to wipe out the bloodline of those damn Chemoian warlocks. Xianxia returned to his throne, and the moon on his forehead glowed with bright light, brightening up the entire palace. In your current state, you might not be able to deal with Scarlet Eye even if you use a large amount of Ferocor stones to increase your soul force. Unless you can lure him out of the lava world, or find a way to eliminate the resistance of the world's will, the woman said in a cold voice. You're still pestering me to use that? Xianxia replied in the same tone. Yes, I am the most experienced in the tests of secondary clones. I can reduce the percentage of error such that it's lower than 1 out of a million, and the best method for you to go to lava world. The female voice seemed to analyze the situation in a very composed manner, sounding very charming. If you want to use rank 5 strength in the lava world, this is the only way. Furthermore, you won't be detected as an enemy by the foreign world through some cleansing of the mind of the clone. Xianxia fell into complete silence upon hearing the last sentence. A foreign world's will was the biggest hindrance to any magus, and once it worked to support that world's inhabitant, even a radiant moon would not dare to defy its terrifying power. Perhaps, only those who were at the peak of the Breaking Dawn realm would have the power to destroy the world's will. Xianxia's face turned solemn and gloomy all of a sudden. Pass down my order. All magi of Jupiter's thunder are to return and assist in the preparation of a pathway to the lava world. All proposals and backups are to be effective immediately. Let's give Scarlet Eye's Holy Solar Festival a big gift. Xianxia's voice lowered gradually as his facial expression turned malevolent. In the lava world, Leylin had not noticed any of this. He had reached the head's place with Lok and Shikhar. You guys are really lucky. I was transferred to the central garrison. Since you lot were from the special task force, I recommended all of you to enter the martial officer department of the head. Shikhar was wearing the uniform of an Emberwing general as he brought the rest to the martial officer department. I am truly honored and thankful for your recommendation. Both Leylin and Lok showed gratitude towards Shikhar. With them being allocated here, they would hold high positions wherever they went in the future. It was also obvious that they would have the benefit of getting closer to the head. As for Leylin and Lok, they both had unspeakable secrets, so the main reason why they got close to Shikhar was to use him as a stepping stone towards the head. Since that dream of theirs had come true, they were both thrilled. Good. So long as you know I mean well. Shikhar patted Leylin's shoulder. He did not wish to spare a second glance at Lok, but he still gave Lok a smile as he recalled his father's words. It's different here, completely unlike being in the special task force. You have to be extra careful. Once you violate law and order, I won't be able to help you. While Shikhar was giving them reminders, he walked them into a small office. This is Bowen's, and he'll be in charge of you in the future. A blonde-haired middle-aged man in the office got off from his seat and came up to welcome them when he saw Shikhar. He seemed to be rather easygoing. Haha, Shikhar. You haven't been here in quite some time. So these are the ones. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. But Leylin and Lok dared not ignore him. Not only would Bowens be their superior in future, his aura was somewhat similar to the Duke they had encountered previously. This new superior of Leylin's was also an impressive elite, a Morning Star Magus that had already reached level 10 of Fireplume. This familiar aura, he was one of the elite Morning Star Magi I sensed earlier. The red progress bar was currently already halfway full. The AI chip had already begun to smoothly merge the essence of the 10th level of Fireplume into his Morning Star point mass, which would greatly increase his power. I'm not sure how the modified 10th level of Fireplume will be. How will it compare to these true Emberwing elites? I can't wait to find out. Leylin curled his lips in a subtle movement, showing great interest. Bowens was totally oblivious to the decision of his new subordinate, who was planning on getting rid of him after completing the new Fireplume. He instead found this Lei quite genial and amiable, instantly growing fond of him. There are specific duty rooms and bedrooms in the martial officer department. You guys cannot stay in the special task force anymore, you have to move in from now on. You do have any missions yet? I want you two to join the night patrol team and attend trainings during the daytime for now. Any questions? After Shikhar had left, Bowens turned and looked at them. His tone was less courteous, his aura full of dignity. Yes, sir. Leylin and Locke bowed together. Night arrived. Something is just not right. Leylin straightened up his body, feeling good that everyone had their individual bedrooms despite the limited area. Shikhar has always treated us as his trusted aides. Now that he's going to the central garrison, why didn't he bring us with him? Leylin rugged his chin. Even though being in the martial officer department means to have a very promising future, it is also considered as being his father's bodyguards. It's unlikely that he put both of us in here, unless someone got exposed. Leylin had full confidence in himself, but Locke could not even fool him, much less a rank 5 elite. Now it seems that they're not as cautious about me anymore, even sending me the 10th level of Fireplume. However, I'm obviously here under observation. It seems like they don't trust me unconditionally yet. As for Locke, he's basically bait. They're ready to net the entire organization behind him. Leylin grew more assured of his assumptions as he thought it through. Suddenly, a red light glowed from the ring on his finger. Leylin was shocked for a second, but then he lifted a map written on pale yellow parchment from the top of the table. A little black dot was moving slowly on the map. I knew you couldn't wait, but I never expected you to be this impatient. Leylin smiled and laid down. A thin black string drifted swiftly out of his body and emerged from the darkness. Hidden in the shadows, Leylin made use of his fine manipulation and the perception of the AI chip, carefully avoiding numerous sentry devices and traps in the leader's area as he followed the other party. That person was holding onto a black pearl, which had helped him get through many detection formations and the like. It seemed to be recording something. Collecting information, EH. It seems like Jupiter's lightning wants to get rid of the leader of Adlan too. Leylin smiled, discovering the other figure who had also secretly followed after Locke. He shook his head and hid himself further. He was here in his real body, while inside the room was a mere shadow puppet. Still, with the AI chip's abilities, it was not a problem for the puppet to cover his absence for a short period of time. This fellow didn't even realize he was being followed. He only has himself to blame. Since Leylin already knew that this was a setup, he wanted to return to his bedroom, and hence he hid in silence. Just when he was about to leave, a horrifying ferocious energy wave fluctuation in the air caused his body to come to a violent stop. What's this fluctuation? He raised his head, gazing at the sky nearby. Morning star arcane art. No, not that. It's more like another path to power. It seems like magic, but it's actually a combination of fire elemental spell formations, not an arcane art. Together with strong fluctuations, a point of scarlet fire lit up the sky. The heavens rumbled as if they contained muffled thunder. A rain of lava dripped down, spreading over a vast range and almost covering up the entirety of the head's residence. He dares to attack this place directly. Leylin felt at a loss for words, unsure as to how he should praise that person's bravery. The ghastly lava rain had wrapped up the entire place, every single drop containing a power of over 1,000 degrees. If they were allowed to hit the ground, all the officers except the head and a few elite star ranks would die, and the whole place would be razed to the ground. The leader would turn into a huge laughingstock. Stop. How dare you? A few ferocious and reckless voices sounded around the whole place, and dazzling energy light pillars shot up, forming into a light shield that covered the whole place within. Kekaki. How many can you save? A quirky voice sounded in the midst of sky, followed by a huge amount of lava rain. It extended fiercely, covering the entire city of Tylassus. A drop of the lava rain could kill all the normal citizens easily. Were this to happen before the Holy Solar Festival, the head of the Union would land in deep trouble. Thus, Leylin judged that that person would surely take action. Scree. Just then, a ferocious bird, huge scarlet body complemented with a stunning tail that was covered by flames, flew out of the residence, the high-pitched whistle of a phoenix sounding out, Gaia's disc asterisk scree. The gigantic bird of fire dashed out of the building. It opened up its wings in a flash of light, and glorious flames shot out from its body as it enlarged in the blink of an eye. Its humongous wings closed, wrapping up the entire city of Tylassus. The drops of lava with over 1,000 degrees of power fell onto its wings, being absorbed by the flames. When the lava storm passed, the city had emerged unscathed. A bright light flashed across Leylin's eyes as he looked at the scene. Such a transformation is very similar to that of an ancient warlock. It looks like the body of this emberwing morning star has the bloodline of the fire phoenix. Warlocks were always fond of high-level bloodlines. As for the fire phoenix, Leylin had already seen its incredible power when he'd been trapped in the illusion previously. It was likely at least as strong as the snake dowager. This bloodline posed an irresistible attraction to warlocks even if it was diluted through sacrifices and projections. Before we launch our plan, I should try to get some of the bloodline of a morning star emberwing. It would be even better if I managed to get it from their leader, Scarlet Eye. Just as Leylin's eyes brightened, the phoenix soared down from the clouds in the sky, revealing several gigantic, 100-meter-long silhouettes made of flames. The fire elementals were the most powerful living beings in the lava world, and the most populous. They did not have blood or flesh, and instead had bodies covered in fuming flames and rocks. Their eyes were like deathly white flames that arose from the very soul. Divina Flame Empire. It seems like you lot didn't learn your lesson at Death Grand Canyon. Scarlet Eye's voice boomed across the sky, and the humongous wings wrapped up the giant fire elementals, flinging them away. Its body rumbled as explosions erupted all over it, but it did not seem bothered at all. By the time the phoenix vanished, half the flames in the sky had subsided. Leylin widened his eyes. They even have such a method. Are there still people undercover in the leader's residence? And does that mean this was a ploy to lure the tiger out of its den? Hidden in front of him was Loke. He sighed in relief and pulled out a circular disc as he saw the phoenix leave. On the surface of this disc were weird runes with countless interconnected crimson lines that formed a vertical pupil. Haven't I seen something like this before? Puzzlement crossed his eyes as he immediately checked with the AI. Chip's database. The answer showed up within a second. A copy of Gaia's disc. Such a technique actually exists. Loke stopped at an empty ground in the building. He placed the replica on the ground as he showed a tinge of excitement. SSSHH. The very moment the disc touched the ground, a large amount of sand split apart like it was a stream, revealing a pitch-dark tunnel that led underground. Here it is. Now I'm at the weakest part of the entire building. Together with the power of Gaia's disc, Loke's eyes grew impassioned. He had endured a lot of humiliation during this mission, and now he could finally succeed in his task. That was good cooperation, but I'm afraid it won't be of help. Leylin saw the agitated Loke enter the underground tunnel, soon to be followed by a gloomy Bowens. This was the superior they had just met that day. It seemed like Loke's luck was at an end. However, Leylin had one more doubt. Since they wanted to coordinate between the inside and outside, why don't they just send a morning star magus in? Isn't that much simpler? They already sent so many just to attract attention. One more wouldn't be too hard. He did not think much of it since that was a question that wouldn't see an answer soon. Instead, he followed the two and entered just as the tunnel closed up. Boom. Shikar entered Leylin's room. Instructor. Leylin got up from the bed, bowing even with blurry sight. Shikar first looked around with a cautious gaze, and he looked relieved that Leylin was still around. Soon, he reprimanded the boy, "You're still asleep under such circumstances. Master Bowens and so many of his colleagues are around right now. If they can't solve the problem, what can I do? I might as well just continue sleeping." Leylin threw his hands up, seemingly helpless. With the support of the AI chip, every action of this puppet was a perfect copy of Leylin's behavior, even its character was flawless. Forget Shikar, even Gilbert was unlikely to be able to notice the difference. Shikar was dumbfounded, but the waves in his heart secretly calmed down. Inside the underground tunnel, Leylin followed closely after Bowens. He had weakened his breath to the maximum, and not a single energy wave fluctuation broke out. Additionally, Bowens seemed to have put his full focus on Loke, and he did not realize he was being shadowed. Gaia's disc was used by the hero Moncordal of the Emberwings legend to lift open the stratum. It is also the powerful weapon which slew the demon king Falsace. This can easily crack open a huge underground tunnel even if it's just a replica. Loke's voice trembled in agitation. The organization possessed such a precious weapon that let me avoid triggering numerous traps. Truly, this is, as he reached the bottom, blood vessels popped out from under Loke's skin, his aura growing berserk. The final layer of defense. Loke was frantic in excitement as he saw a crimson defensive membrane. He suddenly attacked, and a huge amount of fire exploded forth from his hands, rushing into the spell formation. Crackling sounds rang out as the spell formation shook. A terrifying wave of energy was returned in counter, and surged through Loke's body. His skin peeled off, revealing the flames burning within. Loke's body had been completely shredded by the formation's counterattack, revealing a 2-meter-tall fire elemental, composed of flames and rocks. The flame surged in all directions, and Loke's aura rose to the pinnacle of the sky rank, the equivalent of a peak rank 3 in the Magus world. Loke is a fire elemental. Leylin was rather surprised. He had always thought that Loke was an undercover agent of the Mobius organization, Jupiter's lightning's operations here, but now it seemed like he did not know the length of it. Jupiter's lightning had also approached the Divinaflame Empire, and had signed some terms of agreement with each other. After recovering his original appearance, Loke marched up to the Scarlet Spell formation. A dot of a golden flame shot out of his body, burning a round opening in the spell formation's light shield. Loke turned into a ball of flames, entering from that tiny opening in the spell formation and soon returning to his normal form. Ha 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 ha, all of Scarlet Eye's treasures and secrets are mine for the taking. As Loke laughed, he explored the chamber. His flaming legs left a black burn mark with every step he took. He seemed rather familiar with this area, running straight towards the chamber in the center. The gigantic chamber was spacious, with nothing around except a large spell formation. Strings of runes interlocked with the energy circuit. It was so refined that a magus would go dizzy simply by staring at it for a length of time. In the middle of the formation was a weak red light, its energy as it flickered causing Leylin's heart to palpitate. This aura is so familiar. Yes, the Ferocor stones. Wait, it's a living creature. The AI chip had made a judgment that threw Leylin into confusion. Found it. Loke celebrated in his excitement. He took out a big black key, walking towards the spell formation. Just then, a membrane of light blocked his path of return, the surging wave of energy sweeping him onto the ground in an instant. The gigantic fire elemental fell flat to the ground with a thud, causing the chamber to shake a little. What happened? Doesn't this place just have a single defensive layer? Loke touched his head, puzzled. Obviously it is used to guard against people like you. Bowen sneered, exiting stealth and walking out from the dark. Be Master Bowens. Loke was totally taken aback. The leader knew long ago that there was something wrong with you. It seems you hid quite a lot from us. The fuming lava hand dropped onto the ground, and the black key was snatched from his hands. You are a very important captive. The leader and Shicker will take great interest in you. Bowen spoke coldly as the flame on his hands turned into ropes which tied Loke up. Loke could not fight back against the power of a star rank. Rather, he was so flabbergasted that he did not even struggle or otherwise resist. While both of them were unaware of their surroundings, Leylin snuck close to the membrane of light. The AI chip scanned the formation, revealing the entry condition, aura of level 10 fireplume required for access. Watching Loke being taken away by Bowens, Leylin followed them out of the basement. He recalled the shadow puppet after returning to his bedroom. He had lots of questions. What was that red orb in the middle of the spell formation? Bowens settled Loke so quickly, and obviously he wasn't used as bait. Was it merely for Gaia's disc and that black bronze key? Holy Solar Day, Gilbert, Emma, the tides have turned. The Mobius organization might be colluding with the Divinaflame Empire. Be very careful. Unable to come up with anything even after a long time, Leylin specially informed Gilbert and Emma about the situation. He then returned immediately to the leader's residence. His actions were not in the least bit unusual. Yesterday, Scarlet Eye had returned to the mansion right after Leylin followed Bowens out, making Leylin secretly heave a sigh of relief. If he had chosen to take action then, it was likely that even after he tackled Bowens, he would have bumped into Scarlet Eye who was rushing back. That would have spelled trouble. Furthermore, he didn't want to make a move before understanding the situation. Officer Shicker, where's Loke? Why haven't I seen him around recently? Leylin questioned, curiously. Upon the mention of this name, Shicker's facial muscles twitched, and he was silent for a long while before he spoke. He has been assigned to a top-secret mission, and will be away for some time. I see. Leylin seemed to have gained some understanding. He moved closer to Shicker and asked, Instructor, about that night, what happened in the end? What else? The leader emerged victorious, of course. He struck 2 of the masters from the other party who were at the star rank. He took one of them prisoner, and the Foreign Affairs Department will negotiate with the Divinaflame Empire. A look of admiration flashed across Shicker's eyes, but Leylin's heart sank. They paid such a high price, yet ended up with nothing. Those people from the Divinaflame Empire definitely will not take things lying down. Furthermore, the trap they set previously that caused the loss of the combat abilities of the Morning Stars was not very wise. What is the truth behind all of this? Combining that line of thought with the intelligence given by Emma and Gilbert in the past 2 days, Leylin suddenly felt as though the future was shrouded in a dense fog. I'm afraid I'll have to modify my previous plan. This holy solar day will not pass in peace. Divinaflame Empire, Jupiter's Thunder, and even the Ouroboros clan will take action. When that time comes, this place will be plunged into chaos. Well, at least there's this to look forward to. Leylin saw that the progress bar on the AI chip was quickly filling up, and couldn't help but smile. The 10th level of Fireplume was the gateway to the star rank. Leylin's energy had already been condensed to form a point mass, and if these two systems could be fused successfully, the formidable power produced would definitely not just be additive. There would be a horrifying qualitative change in him, amplifying his powers to a great extent. Additionally, Leylin had long since used up all the Ferocor stones he had earned from Collins, something that caused his soul force to improve by leaps and bounds. His strength after all this would surely give many enemies a surprise. His eyes glowed crimson as the corners of his lips rose to form a wicked smile. The bloodline of the apex predator, the giant Chemoian serpent, was pressing him to slaughter. He wanted to destroy everything, to bring it all to flaming ruin. The emotional instability that was common to bloodline warlocks had begun to act up. After he advanced to the Morning Star realm, the giant Chemoian serpent's soul had fused with Leylin's own, causing him to inherit these violent moods. These were no longer an external thing, but instead part of his own nature. Once such an illness acted up, it would have a far-reaching effect on the warlock's personality. Previously, Leylin had always made a conscious effort to restrain himself, preventing his feelings from eroding his character away. Now that war was upon them, he was facing unprecedented pressure, and some strange emotions managed to worm their way out. No matter what others thought, time was still ticking by. Finally, the day of the Emberwings festival, the Holy Solar Day, had arrived. During his recent trips, Leylin saw the streets and markets starting to bustle with activity. Many teenage Emberwings now went against the taboo, playing on the road. The atmosphere was filled with clamor. The various district representatives from the Atlan Union and the other tourists who came on their own accord arrived at Tylassus City one by one. The place was packed to the brim, even overcrowded, resulting in multiple cases of breaches in public security. Even Leylin, a martial officer from the military office, had to step in at times, something more than evident of how thin the security had been stretched. According to the information given by Gilbert and Emma in private, many of the elites from the Mobius organization and Trizerpent sect had also snuck into Tylassus City. They were the ones who stirred up trouble here, making the place chaotic. Additionally, the arch-enemy of the Atlan Union, the Divinaflame Empire, had also sent a large team of ambassadors, causing more trouble. It just seems like things will get relatively more troublesome. Leylin lamented. He donned the dashing uniform of a military official, and stood tall and straight. He and his colleagues lined along both sides, while Scarlet Eye stood in front of a huge fitting room mirror, adjusting the butterfly-shaped necktie on his collar. Your Highness, your schedule for today is as follows. First up will be the Parliament lecture, followed by welcoming the envoy from the Divinaflame Empire. The banquet in the afternoon. Standing next to Scarlet Eye were a few secretaries with pen and paper in hand, chattering away. There were also a few maids who were tidying up the creases on the coattails of his dinner suit. Schicker, Bowens and the others were also dressed neatly and stood at the side. Outside the window, lots of fireworks and gun salutes could be seen. Colorful confetti filled the sky, and the place was filled with a festive atmosphere. All right, I have my own plans for today's matters. Scarlet Eye furrowed his brows and waved his hand, sending away the secretaries who were still chattering endlessly. Schicker, you shall accompany me today. These words seemed to move the leader's son to tears. Seeing his odd mix of being both moved and apprehensive, Leylin felt at a loss for words. The private life of this state leader is quite confusing. His previous marriage did not produce an heir, and now that he only has Schicker, his illegitimate child, does he hope for him to inherit his political legacy and even become the next leader of the Union? If the other officials knew that Leylin was silently cursing their almighty leader, they might have come together to tear him apart, and the outcome wouldn't be pleasant. Let's go. After quite some time, Scarlet Eye finished his preparations and took the lead as he mounted a chariot that was drawn by numerous scarlet birds. Shikar followed closely behind. Bowens walked behind everyone. He suddenly glanced at Leylin and commanded, "Lay, you come too." But, the duty of a humble servant is to stay behind and guard the residence. Leylin appeared to be hesitating, but he was secretly cursing in his heart. His duty for today was to stand guard at the residence. This was perfectly normal as he lacked the proper qualifications, and thus could not show his face at the parliament. However, this was what he wanted. After all, the places that Scarlet Eye would go to today would not be tranquil, and there would not be any advantages from following him out. How would that be more enjoyable than being able to hide in the residence and unearth treasures the minute he discovered that something was off? What did he stand to gain from going out with Scarlet Eye anyway? That one casual sentence from Bowens disrupted his plans for the day. Leylin felt a little gloomy as he looked at Bowens. Maybe Bowens sensed that something was amiss, or maybe he just found Leylin an eyesore, but he had been causing a lot of trouble for Leylin on the sly. Yes, sir. To the others, it seemed that Leylin only hesitated for a while before agreeing immediately in a loud voice, ecstasy spreading across his face. This made many of the officials who were staying behind envy him, yet they did not know that Leylin was secretly rolling his eyes. Bowens was his superior after all, and Leylin could not do much even if he disagreed. Leylin stood at the back of the fleet and reflected, might as well. When the moment comes, I'll join Gilbert and Emma directly. Once something is amiss, we will immediately activate the coordinates and return. I don't believe that Scarlet Eye will give chase and follow us back to the Magus world. Gilbert and Emma had first found their way into the ranks of feudal nobility through a small noble family by disguise and strength. They then wantonly betrayed the secrets of the Triserpent sect against their interests, and attained the positions of Earl and Viscount, allowing them to attend today's celebration. If the three giant Chemoian warlocks were together, even Scarlet Eye would find it hard to capture them successfully, so there was at least some form of assurance in terms of safety. Bowens, however, has to be killed. He better not run into me today, or else. Leylin lowered his head slightly, hiding the brutal crimson radiance in his pupils. Leylin kept Scarlet Eye company at the parliament while listening to an illogical and boring speech. Afterwards, he tagged along with the leader of the state and the other major ministers as they proceeded to the plaza where people pledged oaths and celebrated their victories. They were preparing to welcome the emissary from the Divinaflame Empire. Positioned behind Scarlet Eye were the delegates from several major districts, as well as a large number of high-ranking officials and influential ministers. Boom, boom. It was as though there was an earthquake. Fire flashed in the distance, and Leylin noticed the arrival of copious amounts of fire elementals. These fire elementals existed in various sizes, and some were not even humanoid. There were quite a number of beasts, bodies constituted of flames and lava, burning at temperatures that could scorch anything. Although they moved as a delegation, they left 2 long burn tracks on the ground. The temperature of the entire plaza started to rise steadily. It was fortunate that most of the Emberwings practiced fireplume. The high-ranking officials and nobility present in the plaza had all mastered at least 3 levels of the technique, and thus didn't find it hard to bear. Creatures that were able to survive in the lava world had a powerful resistance towards high temperatures. The officials who were specially put in charge of diplomacy appeared, and engaged in a series of complicated rites and etiquette, something so boring that Leylin yawned multiple times in succession. Regardless of as a scientist in his previous life or a magus now, he did not have an ounce of interest in such rituals. In contrast, he was more willing to perform a few more experiments in his laboratory, or expound upon a few hypotheses, or even meditate. This was a common understanding between an overwhelming majority of magi in the magus world. In the lava world, the circumstances were evidently different. As compared to magi who were much like researchers, the Emberwings who studied fireplume were more similar to knights. They had a great thirst for the secular benefits of various territories. The magi of the magus world often withdrew to the second line of duty, and manipulated the countries from behind the scenes. Those who held authority in the lava world, however, were different. They liked to handle things personally, and preferred to take control of the entire system in the foreground. The opening Leylin obviously did not think that everything done in the magus world was right, but he did not approve of the methods in lava world because they were too time-consuming. Of course, that might have to do with him being a magus, since he consciously wanted to protect his own interests. Greetings to the Atlan Union leader. I am Sokka, the envoy of the Divinaflame Empire. Walking ahead of the diplomatic mission was a flaming giant who was over 10 meters tall, looking like a fire demon from myths. Him bowing down to a tiny emberwing seemed rather laughable, but nobody would actually dare to do so. Scarlet Eye merely stood there like an eternal mountain, a sky which people could only look up to. Also, our empire seriously condemns the leader, Scarlet Eye, for killing one of our personnel without reason. Sokka's next words caused the atmosphere to turn chilly. Condemn. Scarlet Eye chuckled lightly. Anything else? The leader has to take responsibility for this matter, apologize and resign. If not, the Holy Solar Festival that is a celebration for the Emberwings will mark the beginning of a war between us. What? There was a clamor amongst the audience, and even Leylin's pupils shrunk. Never had he imagined that the Divinaflame Empire's purpose in coming here was to declare war. Scarlet Eye's personality was quite open. Was it possible to get him to apologize and resign? When those words exited the envoy's mouth, Leylin felt a chill down his spine, as if a vicious ancient beast was staring him down. This was the imposing aura that the strong unwittingly gave off, filled with a sense of danger. Is that so? Scarlet Eye narrowed his eyes, and the fire elemental giant opposite him took quite a few steps back. The terrifying energy emitting from his body reached the Morning Star realm. This member of the diplomatic mission was actually a star rank, and that was not all. A few of the other fire elementals behind him had an abrupt change in their physiques, their bodies emanating powerful energy undulations. With just a few star ranks. That's hardly enough. Scarlet Eye's half-closed eyes opened slightly, as if he was stating a fact. However, all the Emberwings knew that their leader was already at the brink of fury. How could we inconvenience the leader to make a move against them? Uncle Bowen's. Shikar was so frustrated that he had flushed red, suddenly standing up. The military office does not permit anyone humiliating our leader. Bowen stood up, crimson energy covering his entire body. With a wave of his hand, military officials charged out and surrounded the diplomatic mission. Seeing Bowens taking the initiative, Scarlet Eye's brows lifted. Bowens, you should first. At this moment, he suddenly turned his gaze northwest. Rumble. An immense blast sounded from that area. The earth swished along like a metal plank that floated on water, drifting up and down. Giant waves rippled, and a large number of cracks appeared, spewing crimson lava and scorching flames. It was as if there was a large flame demon underground. The cracks that formed were like a spiderweb that extended in the direction of Tylassus city. The moment these cracks closed in, the tremendous mountain that the city stood on would completely sink, and the city itself would not be spared. Haha, Scarlet Eye, do you feel touched that this emperor came to congratulate you personally? The earth split open, and a large arm that could cover the sky emerged from within, filled with flames and red lava. Scarlet Eye's expression was the most stern it had ever been. Archibald, accompanying the large hand was the frightening suppression of power at rank 5, causing the many Emberwings to feel suffocated. A rank 5. Could this be the Divinaflame Empire's emperor? Leylin took a few steps backwards, making use of the shadows from a few buildings to hide. Amidst the terror caused by rank 5 might, his little actions remained undiscovered. Scarlet Eye's expression was somewhat dark. He knew that if the other party's attack was successful, the entirety of Tylassus city would suffer great losses, and many high-ranked officials and nobles would die. Hence, he had no choice but to make a move. A high-pitched cry appeared as a phoenix abruptly appeared in the sky. Brilliant flames surrounding its body as its scarlet wings collided with the arm. Boom! The earth and sky seemed to disappear in that instant, and everyone fell into a daze. When their eyes could finally see again, they saw the giant fire phoenix that Scarlet Eye had turned into circling a flame giant that seemed able to support the skies. The two battled further into the distance, but the residual energy undulations still inspired fear. Go! Bowen's expression was grim as he cried out. Flames with energy at the star rank blazed on his body. Swish! The military officials seemed to act on a conditioned reflex as they headed straight for the diplomatic mission from the Divinaflame Empire, with some soldiers and nobles following behind. Among the Emberwings of the Atlan Union, true nobles trained up to at least the 8th level of Fireplume, the Sky rank. None of them was weak. There were even a few star rank experts keeping watch, but not revealing their strength. However, the diplomatic mission of the Divinaflame Empire was not a pushover either. There were a few fire elementals who had already broken through the star rank, and in that instant the two sides had reached a deadlock. Flames and lava flew everywhere, destroying the square where pledges of peace and victory were to be made beyond recognition. Leylin hid under a gigantic sculpture of the founder of the country. The people nearby had yet to realize there was a military official breaking away from the formation and escaping. At this moment, the sound of Gilbert's questioning voice sounded in his ear. What should we do? Leylin transmitted back calmly. Watch the changes in the situation, but don't make a move. Only the fire elementals of the Divinaflame Empire have appeared, but there isn't news of the Mobius organization which Jupiter's lightning controls. He had a feeling that this situation probably had more to it than met the eye. Scarlet Eye was not someone so shallow, and wouldn't have made no preparations. Hence, there could very well be a dramatic change in this situation later on. In this spectacle, 3 Morning Star warlocks like them were not considered top strengths, and definitely needed to conceal themselves and wait for a chance to go in for the kill. Besides, Leylin looked at the screen that showed the AI chip's status. The bar that signified the progress of fusing Fireplume's concepts with his point mass had reached 99.9%. Only a tiny bit was left. A large amount of energy from Fireplume condensed within his body, but this time it was being contaminated by great amounts of darkness elemental energy particles. The energy turned darker than its original scarlet red, now tending towards black. His point mass, as well as the nebula surrounding it, had appeared as well, beginning to take in large amounts of the dark red energy from the modified Fireplume, constantly condensing and assimilating it. With the point mass purification, the energy of Emberwing had become richer. At the same time, its color grew increasingly darker, giving it a sinister feeling. Lay, what are you doing? All of a sudden, a stern yell and a piercing gaze swept towards Leylin's location. Bowen's gaze now could practically kill Leylin. What are you doing? Trying to desert the army. Damn it, why did he set his sights on me? Leylin walked out, speechless. Seeing the quick changes in Shikker's eyes, he knew he could not explain this half-heartedly, or he would be attacked. Bowen's is getting increasingly annoying. Leylin took in a deep breath, Fireplume at the peak of the 9th level exploding from his body, like a dazzling meteor streaking through the skies. Our people have already acted according to plan. All that's left depends on you. A distance away from the square, in a residential building. The original owner had long since disappeared. The walls were filled with red runes, revealing a maroon luster. Some of the blood had yet to dry, and droplets of it were still dripping down, causing long blood-red lines to form on them. Within this building, a few people dressed in black robes were watching the scene in the square from afar through the window. The fire elemental delegation acted immediately and began to fight many military officials and nobles. Such an act caused chaos among the spectating commoners. The attacks from the fire elementals were ruthless. If lava brushed across a commoner's body, it would reduce them to ashes in an instant. On top of that, the military officials and the nobles of the Union didn't really bother themselves with protecting them. As a result, a huge number of the people watching died, resulting in great casualties. The mix of piercing screams and feeble cries for help were filled with the taste of horror. Many commoners of the Union were wailing, pushing everyone else as they tried to leave the blazing hell that was the square. This resulted in the chaos intensifying, leading to more innocent deaths. Hee, resent us, cry out. These souls filled with hatred and fresh blood are the best nourishment for our spell formation, an aged voice sounded from within the mantle of a black robe. Don't worry, my friend. As of the Mobius organization always trade fairly. The old man's voice was as piercing as an owl's screech, and would cause goosebumps on anyone who listened to him. Yet, the fire elemental opposite him did not seem to mind. The chaos we're creating can only last for a while longer. You'll need to make a move quickly. Alright, the old man cackled, touching a dark green metal bracelet. How's the setup on your end? White noise sounded from the bracelet, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. Enough flesh and blood have been gathered. It's just difficult to obtain vengeful spirits full of resentment. Only 80% of the charging process has been completed. That's enough. The old man laughed coldly. On my command, begin. Chaotic battle. Number 1, order received. Number 2, order received. Number 3, order received. Along with the old man's command, 3 different voices sounded from the dark green metal bracelet. Begin extraction of aggrieved souls. Start the sacrifice. The old man's voice was calm, yet held within it a bone-piercing chilliness. At the same time, all the star ranks in Tylassus City felt a chill in their hearts. This feeling, a spell formation from the Magus world, an undead element spell formation aimed at aggrieved souls. Leylin, Gilbert and Emma immediately recognized this unique energy. Seeing the flesh and blood flying everywhere in the square, Emma laughed bitterly. Such an environment will do wonders for an undead spell formation. Even if the morning stars restrained themselves, they would still cause major damage to the surroundings. On top of that, it was currently the holy solar day, and those gathered here were not just the residents of Tylassus city. Tourists, followers from different regions, and many others had packed the city to the brim, and the square especially held a large crowd. Now, they had all been turned into minced meat. Even if they were high-ranking officials or nobles, many had died. Obviously, nobody would bother with the commoners. I'm afraid the Magi of Jupiter's lightning have made their move. Leylin tangled with a two-headed fire elemental hound as he transmitted to Gilbert and the others. In front of Leylin was a giant flaming hound about 2 stories high and with inverted steel spikes on its body. Its savage gaze settled on Leylin through its skull, similar to the Cerberus of the underworld in myths. This was also one of the members of the delegation, and the energy on its body had already reached the limits of rank 3. Hence, Leylin found some trouble when dealing with it, and even needed to depend on support from other team members to somewhat handle it. Making use of the chaos in the square, Gilbert and Emma secretly came to Leylin's side. The 3 morning stars made a team that might seem to have been formed by chance, and surrounded the double-headed flame hound. There were many temporary team-ups like this in the square already. Besides, at this point not many would pay attention to Leylin. Of course, Bowen's was an exception. Shikhar, do you see that? Despite the chaotic situation, Shikhar was devoted to his duty and was guarding at the center, with Bowen's at his side. There's definitely something off about that lay. One of the nobles near him is an earl, and the other a viscount. Both are people on the list for thorough investigation. Furthermore, Locke has pointed out that their existence itself is suspicious. Let me think about it. Let me think. Shikhar clutched at his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. At this moment, he was more concerned for his father. As for Lay, that was just a trivial matter. As long as his father was still around, there was nothing that could not be solved. Just when Shikhar had made up his mind, the undead spell formation set up by Jupiter's lightning was activated. What's that? Dark green rays flashed out of the ground, forming a mysterious round symbol in the air. Phosphorescent green lights shone gloriously. It's the symbol of the Mobius organization. They're here too. Many loud cries sounded, and caused the square to descend even further into a state of chaos. This was especially so after many Emberwings found that the green ring of light was absorbing the energy in their bodies, and even their flesh and blood. Streams of black gas were emitted from the body of a noble. Before he could sense anything was wrong, he had already collapsed to the ground, a strange expression on his face as his body dried up. The weaker nobles all lost their lives instantly under the mysterious spell formation deployed by the Mobius organization. Even experts at the 8th level of Fireplume and above could feel the strength being sapped out of their bodies. We can't wait any longer. A few Emberwings at the peak of level 9 exchanged glances and charged into the air, blazing flames behind them forming the phantoms of large phoenixes. Boom! The flames and the dark green light collided, but that only resulted in a few of them being sent flying, spraying blood everywhere. You guys can't do it. I'll take care of this. Without waiting for these Emberwings to reach the ground, a pair of large powerful arms stopped them from flying. The streams of black gas being emitted from their bodies were burnt to nothingness by the flames. The head of the garrison. These few Emberwings recognized him. This was the head of the garrison of Tylassus city, and they immediately saluted him. He was a man of few words. He had a head of long, soft silver hair, his handsome face currently filled with annoyance. The Mobius organization, those little mice that only know to hide in the gutters and shadows, looks like teaching them a lesson by destroying their headquarters wasn't enough. He snorted, and the force field of a powerful star-rank fighter exploded forth. He soared into the air, a red fiery streak shooting towards the distorted dark green circle of light. Boom, boom, boom. The streak of fire was obstructed midway, and multiple human figures appeared. A total of 7 magi dressed in black robes floated in midair, unique undulations from their point mass, causing this Emberwing to have a huge change in expression. So many star ranks. Shock instantly filled his mind. According to his intel, the Mobius organization was quite small. Though their sacrifices were bloody and insane, they didn't even have as many as the 3 patriarchs of the Triserpent sect. Now, however, they had deployed 7 star ranks to fight him. How could it not be appalling? There were likely less than 7-star rank Emberwings in the entire capital. The addition of such a powerful force instantly reversed the situation. There was one more thing to consider. If the Mobius organization had been concealing their strength in the past, what were they planning now? There wasn't any time left for him to ponder on these things, and ferocious energy was emitted as the 7-star ranks cast their spells. Their morning star domains appeared, overlapping with each other to form a starry sky. This caused the star rank Emberwing to turn deathly pale. His body had been suppressed. Using spells in other worlds is much too troublesome, but thankfully our organization has prepared and analyzed countless spell models. Though our morning star arcane arts don't suit the rules of this world well, rank 4 spells are enough for now. Prepare the combination spell. The morning star magus standing in the middle spoke coldly. A ferocious tide of elemental particles surged towards his palm like a tsunami, forming a terrifying energy spheroid. More condensed into it, and it strengthened continuously. Rank 4 spell binding force field. A female on the right pointed at the leader of the garrison. In that instant, the leader felt like he was stuck inside a rock. The air around him became incomparably heavy, and even just moving was becoming difficult. Rank 4 spell 5 sense severance. Another magus spoke up, their voice sounding strange. It was like a continuous shriek, piercing to the ear. Rank 4 spell. Rank 4 spell after rank 4 spell was cast by these morning star magi, binding the Emberwing tightly and draining all his strength. The overlay of 7 morning star domains had practically created an independent space. With the strength of their combination spell, they had even sealed off this region. It left the Emberwings outside with no choice but to watch on furiously, with no way to send help. In the name of the flesh of Mobius, I bestow unto you your death, as if chanting, the morning star magus in the middle passed his judgment. Boom. The Emberwing's silver hair drifted in the wind. This garrison head's body now completely lacked any form of an aura, and even his soul had been destroyed, giving him no chance at revival. Though this was another world and executing spells was slightly troublesome, 7 morning star magi had joined hands and even used a combination of rank 4 spells. This strength did not lose out to some morning star arcane arts. Indeed, a star rank had fallen with a single move. The morning star magi from another world showed their sharp teeth in front of the other races once more. Even as the corpse of the garrison head fell to the ground, many Emberwings stood there in disbelief. Though there had been a large battle from earlier, this was the first time a star rank had died. On top of that, this was the Holy Solar Festival, a celebration for all Emberwings. This was the first time a star rank clansman had died at the celebration, and that was the ultimate ridicule. In that moment, the Emberwings felt like they were dreaming. Haha, friends of the Mobius organization, you've appeared just in time. The fire elementals, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly roared and quickly transformed into tremendous lava giants, beginning to wreak havoc in Tylassus City. With the addition of 7 morning star magi, the Emberwings were put at an immediate disadvantage. Though they won in terms of their numbers, they were at a disadvantage in terms of their morning star strength. In front of morning stars, tactics of victory with numbers were a joke, especially with these 7 magi of Jupiter's lightning specializing in water and ice elemental spells. This caused the many Emberwings who had never encountered such a situation to fall into trouble. With the retreat of military officials and high-ranking bodyguards, the entirety of Tylassus City collapsed into a mess of blood and fire. The whole city seemed to be crying and yelling. The flying flesh and blood broke off and burnt many of the banners that had been put up in celebration, mocking them. Seeing this scene, Shikar's fingernails dug deeper into his flesh, and blood even began to flow. However, he was told by many bodyguards to retreat. Father, end the battle quickly and save your people. Shikar could not help but silently pray in his heart. Life extraction, don't mind these people. Our priority is to break into the residence. The leader of the Morning Star Magi glanced at the many nobles and commoners trying to escape and shook his head. Leaving them to the fire elementals, he darted straight for Scarlet Eye's residence. You seem to have other intentions in this joint operation. Is it convenient for you to tell me more? As allies, we hope to provide some support. At some point, Sokka had arrived beside this magus, and he smiled gently as he spoke. However, when coupled with his huge stature and fierce face, this smile just seemed horrifying. It's nothing much. We just have a few old enemies hidden amongst the Emberwings and need to take care of them, the Morning Star Magus replied politely. Oh, are they magi from the other world like you? Sokka asked. This topic had him interested. It had mostly been thanks to them that he was able to break into the capital and cause such huge damage. For this reason, he had a huge interest in these mysterious spells and this rumored other world. Yes. However, they're just a bunch of vile creatures that live off bloodlines, interested in the bloodlines of all living things. They don't mind committing murder for this, they're the source of all sin. The Morning Star Magus' criticism sounded righteous, as if he hadn't been killing without restraint just a moment ago. I didn't expect the situation to turn out this way already. Quick. Back to the leader's residence. Shikar's hand subconsciously touched the pendant hung at his neck as he issued the command. Bowen's body was brimming with energy as he flew with Shikar, the flames in the air leaving behind a long blazing tail. The speed of a star rank far surpassed that of a chariot. In less than a minute, Bowen's had brought Shikar back into the residence. Shikar looked distracted. Just this morning, he had been in a good mood as he dressed formally to go out and celebrate with his father. Never could he have expected that he would return in such a pitiful state. Even with his many years of military experience, he could not adapt to these changes instantly. A few military officials that had been left behind as guards immediately rushed forward in salute as they noticed him, "My lord." When they'd heard the explosions in the square and seen the flames, their sense of responsibility as soldiers had told them that they should continue guarding this place. Notify everyone that war has arrived. Activate all defenses in the residence. Bowens exclaimed, and the command was quickly sent down. A golden layer of energy that looked like an overturned bowl covered the entire residence. Father, Shikar touched the pendant on his neck, his eyes glinting with a decisive light. So you got here first. 7 terrifying figures flew in his direction. Even before they arrived, the powerful pressure caused everyone in the residence to feel suffocated. Dessa's flying palm. With the incantations sounding out, a giant palm with countless runes twining around it appeared in the air, slapping the golden shield. The golden shield shook, but still stubbornly held on. Yet, cracks had already appeared on its surface. It was as if an earthquake had occurred the moment the flying palm hit the shield. Multiple buildings cracked, and the sound of glass shattering rang out as cups constantly fell to the ground. Uncle Bowens, can you take care of them? Shikar had turned deathly pale. There are 7-star ranks who hold the power of water and ice. Even one-on-one I wouldn't be confident, let alone against 7. The rest of the commanders either died in battle or are stuck outside. Bowens laughed bitterly and then patted Shikar on the head, his eyes full of love, but don't worry, I'll protect you. Uncle Bowens. Shikar's voice trembled, his eyes turning red. The defense in the leader's residence is rather weak. Just a morning star is enough to deal with it. Outside the gigantic golden lair, Leylin and 2 other morning star warlocks had long since snuck in. Seeing this scene, Emma rolled her eyes at Leylin. From the map you showed me, the defensive spell formation should not be that simple, yes. Usually, this spell formation can take on 1 attack from a morning star, but can also be recharged and have its strength increased by several times. The key is in Shikar's hands, of course, I made a copy as well. Leylin laughed, retrieving a golden gem from his sleeves. Within it, one could see the image of a flaming phoenix. Shikar had already trusted him too much, and was not powerful on top of that. With the AI, chip scans and some psychological hints, obtaining information from him was much too easy. Leylin had even found out about this last resort, and made a copy of it. You're really quite something. Gilbert's eyes brightened. With this, we can sneak into the residence without being discovered. It would be even better if we could take control of the central administration of the spell formation. Don't even think about controlling the spell formation. Besides, since Scarlet Eye left it behind for Shikar, he probably hasn't shown all his cards yet. We need to wait longer. Leylin saw these 2 Chemoyan dukes whose eyes were beginning to flare red, and his voice turned cold. His tone seemed to have some unique power, causing the red in Gilbert and Emma's eyes to dissipate. The 2 of them began to laugh wryly. Seeing the situation, I got a little affected. My apologies. Immediately after, Emma's eyes were full of astonishment when looking at Leylin. The emotional instability from your bloodline has such a small effect, and you can even indirectly affect us. With such a concentrated bloodline, it probably surpasses that of all Chemoyan warlocks in history. Perhaps, the hope of overcoming our bloodline shackles lies with you. Gilbert was beaming. My willpower is just slightly stronger than most others. Leylin laughed wryly, ruthlessly pushing down the destructive desires inside him. Even after reaching Morning Star, a warlock could curb the emotional instability from their bloodline fusing with their soul. It was just that it was much more troublesome. Matters that had to do with the soul could not be resolved with just regular potions or other methods. For now, he could only rely on his own willpower. Scree. At this moment, the replica phoenix phantom in his hands began to call out. Shikar is about to use this. We'd better sneak in quickly. Leylin chanted a few syllables, and the scarlet energy from Fireplume poured into a gemstone. It produced a golden yellow layer of energy that encompassed the three of them. The moment the golden energy layer made contact with the residents, the two began to blend, causing Leylin and the other two's figures to disappear. At the same time, an even more glorious layer of gold appeared outside the residence. The cries of a phoenix rang out, blocking the attacks of all the Morning Star Magi. This level of defense, the leader of the Morning Star Magi immediately turned grim. Without being discovered by the Morning Star Magi and officials, Leylin and the two dukes successfully snuck into the residence. While Leylin was leading the way, he seemed to be very familiar with the area. Strange. Did you feel that? Leylin looked absent-minded as he judged the second activation, deep in thought. A life extraction spell formation. The second level of this formation is evidently a method to steal life force. It can even defend against the combined attacks of multiple morning stars by stealing life force, and even soul force, from a gigantic living creature, Gilbert nodded. On top of that, from the course of the energy that is being extracted comes not from the energy pool of the residents, but from underground. Emma touched the surface of the ground and confirmed. Those of the Magus world were much more advanced than those from the rest of the worlds, mostly because of their foresight and minds that were suited for research. After acquiring vast inheritances from ancient magi, there were few races in other worlds that could surpass these people of the Magus world when it came to knowledge or capabilities at identification. In that case, there might be a powerful ancient creature confined underground, and it's the type with a long life. Gilbert gave a hollow laugh, his face changing. The Ferocor stones can't be connected to this, can they? That's very possible. Leylin's expression was serious as he nodded, recalling the time he had followed Loke underground and the red rays that had formed from the heart of the large spell formation. For some reason, a sense of sadness surged inside as he thought back to that time. These feelings, with the instability from his bloodline, Leylin paid a lot of attention to his emotions. He immediately discovered the source of the sorrow he was feeling. Fireplume. If I hadn't changed the nature of its energy, the effects would be even more prominent, this feeling. Bowens touched his chest, looking gloomy. What's going on? I don't know. Shikar seemed to sense something as well, and began to sound flustered. Father gave me this key in the morning, telling me that if there came a danger that could not be handled, I was to escape back into the residence and activate the second layer of defense. Is that so? Bowens' eyes glinted with mixed emotions. Since the Lord has made preparations for this, then that's great. Sneak attack. This is the Northern Duke. I hereby command all residents of Tylassus City to return to their homes. You are not allowed to leave. Anyone outside will be killed without discretion. While the defensive formation was being reinforced at the leader's residence, a tremendous sound was transmitted to the city. I am Keel, commander of the Southern Military. Nobody is allowed outside from henceforth. I am the commander of the Eastern Military. Nobody is. This is an order from the Western Duke. Loud sounds echoed continuously throughout the city, and an expression of glee surfaced on Shikar's face. It's my uncle the Northern Duke, Turin, and the others, the dukes and military commanders were the pillars of the Atlan Union. Every single one of them was a star rank. This sudden aid had excited him immediately. Along with the voices of the star ranks, orders were passed down and the city was sealed. A layer of fiery red isolation layer kept Tylassus within. Scarlet Eye really did have something planned. Is he trying to deal with all of us at once? The leader of the Magi sized up the spell formation from a distance away as he floated in midair. A fire-type isolation spell formation and the reckless assault of elite troops truly can stall us. With the attacks from others of the same rank, Scarlet Eye really has a huge appetite. Sokka seemed rather confident. On the other hand, don't worry, our Emperor will come and bring us back. I hope so. The leader of the Magi laughed. Watching the many troops entering the city in an orderly manner, suppressing the chaos, and taking over the defense, he couldn't help but sneer. Rumble. Large amounts of fire energy were emitted from the bodies of the Northern Duke and the rest, fighting against the few morning stars. Fire sparked in the sky above the capital, space itself crumbling as silver storms wreaked havoc on the land. The leader knew you were going to do this, and had set a trap in advance. All of you shall die here today. The Northern Duke's expression was firm. With the addition of the many legions and the participation of the star ranks, the Emberwings' impending doom was reversed, and the scales had now tipped in their favor. Do you think you can stop us just like this? How naive. The leader of the Morning Stars produced multiple mechanical arms, protecting himself with the mass of steel. Seeing the Northern Duke and the others charging over, his eyes shone with pity. In this war, what determines victory can only be a strength above the Morning Star realm. Above, Morning Star, do you mean? The Northern Duke and the others glanced towards the outside of the city in disbelief. A flame giant that towered into the very heavens was contending against a similarly large, terrifying phoenix. Every attack of theirs seemed to shake heaven and earth, destroying their surroundings. It seemed like the end of the world. This was the battlefield between Scarlet Eye and his opponent, the Divinaflame Emperor. In a battle between rank 5s, Morning Star Magi could not even attempt at interfering unless there were enough of them. Scree. And at this moment, the winner seemed to have been decided. The giant phoenix's call sounded out as gigantic sharp claws ripped apart the elemental's breastplate to a shower of lava and fire. You've lost, Archibald. Scarlet Eye's voice sounded from the phoenix's mouth. As they heard this sound, glee appeared on the faces of the Northern Duke's party. The leader that they had placed their hopes on hadn't betrayed their trust. Yes, I've lost, the fire elemental giant clutched at his chest, rocks falling out from the huge injury, causing earthquakes as they hit the ground. You really are a genius, Scarlet Eye, you've already reached the peak of rank 5, I made the right decision today. If not, you could have been the key to changing the status quo between the Divinaflame Empire and the Atlan Union. The Divinaflame Emperor's voice boomed like a thunder that rumbled throughout the heavens. Decision. Scarlet Eye seemed to be confused, but immediately after the giant phoenix retreated. However, it was too late. Large amounts of thunder clouds formed in the sky, and terrifying bolts of black lightning struck down. The dark clouds covered the skies, blocking the brilliant sun. The lightning came together to form a lance, and a magus suddenly appeared, gripping it. This magus' forehead was marked with a rune in the shape of a moon. Goodbye. He called out in a low voice as he tossed the lance. Swish. As if it was a deity from the world of gods that had been enraged. A world-extinguishing bolt of lightning shot down from the skies. This horrifying black lance seemed to transcend the limits of time and space, and even the void was subdued under the tip of the lance, carrying the might of an apocalypse. This terrifying instrument of destruction appeared before the phoenix. Scree. The phoenix called out, the sound this time filled with sorrow and suffering. Ka-cha. As the dazzling white light formed by the collision dissipated, the star ranks noticed that the phoenix Scarlet Eye had transformed into had suffered a gigantic injury. Feather after flaming feather fell to the ground before bursting into intense flame. Within this fire, the feathers somehow seemed even more magnificent. Leylin's pupils shrank as he saw this scene. Even if this was just a transformation, the parts that left the body still managed to retain their shape. This showed just what level his Fire Phoenix transformation had reached. Leader. While the Northern Duke and the rest clamored over this sneak attack, Leylin and the others who were hiding in the residence watched on grimly. That magus is Xianxia from Jupiter's lightning. How did he get here? Leylin obviously knew the magus in the black robe. This Xianxia had come to stop him when he had traveled here from the magus world. However, he'd pitifully been stalled by Wade. The rank 5 energy undulations, as well as that face that left a deep impression, were both things he could never forget. The Xianxia now is different from the one we met before. It's probably just a clone, but why does it have the undulations of a rank 5 magus? Even if it's much weaker than before, it's still a radiant moon. Gilbert looked to be distressed, evidently unable to make sense of this. It should be some sort of ancient secret technique. A rank 5 clone is an exceptionally powerful trump card. I'm more curious about how he deceived the Lava World's world will and was able to sneak in successfully. Leylin stroked his chin. Xianxia, even you betrayed me. Scarlet Eye's voice was produced from the body of the giant phoenix, the injuries on its wings quickly regenerating. Esteemed leader. Xianxia, who was in midair, first bowed slightly to him. Our relationship only extended to a cooperation between us. Rather, it was but a transaction that consisted of mutual benefits. So then, how could there be a betrayal? All right, Scarlet Eye, that was the first round. The second round is about to start now. The towering fire elemental giant roared, and Xianxia sprung into action as well. Black lightning and powerful lava encircled Scarlet Eye, leader. The Northern Duke, the supporting troops, and the others immediately had a change in expression. Though Scarlet Eye was at the peak of Radiant Moon, his opponent was not weak. This longtime enemy of the Atlan Union, the Divinaflame Emperor, had teamed up with a terrifying rank 5 magus from another world. Even the most stupid person could tell that their leader was in trouble. Everyone, this is the day to dedicate yourselves to our country. The Northern Duke sighed, a rare solemnness appearing on his face. It was evident that he was already expecting his death. Ha, Vape, Sulu, we're heading off first. A few star-ranked elders erupted into an insane laughter, their expressions showing their readiness for death. Seeing such a solemn expression, the leader of the Morning Star Magi began to hesitate. While the star ranks of this world had fewer secret methods than Magi, if they really went all out, his side could suffer a large number of casualties. Morning stars like them, who had been nurtured by Jupiter's lightning through and through, were few in number. Most of their morning stars joined from other races, and only Xianxia could keep them suppressed. In the face of great casualties to this core team, he was beginning to hesitate. The dukes and commanders, who were all veterans in battle, exchanged glances, all having noticed the strange look in their opponent's eyes. All right, it's been revealed that the Morning Star Magi are afraid of casualties. This battle is going to be fun. Xianxia is probably going to cough up blood, Emma exclaimed, taking joy in his misfortune. This was reality. Even if the Morning Star Magus leader could harden his resolve, the other Morning Star Magi might not be willing to. After all, they had merely signed a contract and joined Jupiter's lightning, and there were no rules that stated they had to give up their lives for the organization. When the opponent made use of this fact and displayed they were not afraid to sacrifice themselves, and that they would take their opponents down at any cost, then they would be involving themselves in a pointless fight. I'm afraid Xianxia's already foreseen this. He won't be that enraged. Leylin shook his head, stating his opinion. The Divinaflame Emperor's plan should be to kill as many star ranks and weaken the Atlan Union as much as possible. However, killing these people won't do Xianxia any good, and it could even have the opposite effect, hurting his own forces. Thus, he won't grow mad. His main objective is likely the Ferocor stones. We need to monitor the residents. I believe Xianxia is about to make a move. You're right. Gilbert nodded to acknowledge Leylin's prediction after a momentary silence. The battle pushed on and things turned out just like Leylin expected. The Morning Stars immediately yielded to the Emberwings, who were going all out. Their inefficiency drove Sokka insane, but there was nothing he could do about it. Identity revealed. Uncle Bowen's, how's the situation? Shikar's gaze was set outside the city, at the battle between the star ranks. He had not advanced to the star rank yet, and naturally lacked Leylin's vision. All he could see was space continually being torn apart, the stray energy destroying the architecture. The defensive layer shook continually, and he couldn't help but look to Bowens in his worry. Don't worry, they're fine. Morning Star Magi will not act without benefits, and Sokka and the other star rank fire elementals can't match up to you Emberwings. Bowens' expression was slightly strange as he spoke. I guess I can relax now. Shikar patted his chest, but his expression quickly changed. He had sensed something off about Bowens' tone. Bowens was much too knowledgeable about that black-robed person. On top of that, what did he mean by, you Emberwings? As he turned around and saw the strange expression on Bowens' face, his heart sank. You Uncle Bowens, you, heart sunk. Uncle Bowens, you, schlick. Before the words left his mouth, a black scorpion had crawled onto his neck as a black stinger piercing into an artery. The defense of 8th level Fireplume turned out to be useless. Shikar's eyes rolled up into their sockets, his consciousness lost. What's going on? Officer Bowens has attacked Lord Shikar. The few remaining military officials' mental strength crumbled at this sight. If this was a nightmare, all they wanted was to wake up from it as soon as possible. This Shikar is a spy who I've discovered long ago. Seize him. Do your duties. Bowens' large hand quickly sought out the gem at Shikar's neck, retrieving the key with the phantom image of a phoenix within it. His words caused the minds of the military officials present to short-circuit. The illegitimate son that their leader thought so highly of, their Lord Shikar, was a spy. Many of them felt like they had just heard the joke of the year, but seeing the flame ring Bowens, they could not bring themselves to laugh. Officer, please let Lord Shikar go. Bowens was not completely in charge here. While the remaining star-ranked commanders were either trapped outside or dead, their subordinates were still around. Even if Bowens' own subordinates approved of his actions, these people would not. What? You want to attack me? Energy at the 10th level of Fireplume exploded forth, and a large amount of flames formed the terrifying phantom of a phoenix. The energy was similar to a domain of flames, and put the entire area under Bowen's control. The official who had spoken of his suspicions was merely at the 9th level of Fireplume. Even though he was considered powerful among sky ranks, he was nothing in front of Bowen's. He took several steps back, face flushing red as he stood straight. You have restrained Lord Shicker for no reason. Please provide proof that he is a spy, or else. Crimson rays flashed, and the official who had just been speaking disappeared. All that was left on the ground was a pile of ashes. Did you really think I wouldn't kill anyone? Bowen sneered, carrying the unconscious Shicker and heading towards the back of the residence. Many officials looked around at each other, but none followed. Leylin looked at the other two dukes from their hiding spot in the shadows. What do you think? Gilbert spoke slowly. Bowen's is probably Jupiter's Lightning's real spy. Loke was most likely just a bait. And what's more interesting, he's practiced Fireplume to the 10th level. Leylin's eyes glowed with curiosity. He had needed the AI chip to modify Fireplume to harmonize with his point mass. How had this person done it? Furthermore, he couldn't have survived for so long as a spy without even Scarlet Eye finding out if he didn't have an arcane art that dealt in bloodlines. That was intriguing as well. Whatever it is, Bowen's picked a good time. Scarlet Eye is engaged, and the other star ranks are fighting hard outside the residence. As long as Bowen's has the fight outside under control, he had no need to fear for anything. Emma did not mention the rest of the military officials within the residence. In a Morning Star's eyes, anyone weaker than rank 4 was an ant. She didn't think that they could stop him. As expected, once Bowen showed that he was not to be trifled with, many of the officials retreated, unwilling to go forth. Bowen snorted and went deeper into the residence. Those who dared to hinder him were burnt to ashes under his flames. What should we do next? Emma glanced at Leylin. She could not make much sense of this young man at all. He was good at tolerating things, for one. Were she here alone, she would have struck out long ago. How could she have restrained herself until now, when the best benefits were available? Furthermore, the techniques he'd used to conceal himself had duped even Bowen's, which was amazing. We're obviously going to follow him. Leylin chuckled, pointing at Bowen's who was ahead. He's definitely a spy from Jupiter's Lightning. He can be the scapegoat, taking all the damage from traps and conspiracies. We just need to follow him and get those Ferocor stones, haha, as expected of a student of mine. Leylin, you're definitely very sly. I like it. Gilbert burst out into laughter, looking delighted. Emma rolled her eyes at his response. Bowen's speed was very fast as he carried Shicker to a place that Leylin was familiar with. This was the area where Loke had used Gaia's disc that day. Could it be? Leylin watched Bowen's actions, realization dawning upon him. Soon enough, he saw Bowen's take out a round plate, eyes on its surface formed from countless veins. He shook his head at Loke's previous actions. This is probably something used specifically to send equipment and confuse others. The earth split apart like an ocean, revealing a deep tunnel. Bowen smirked and darted in. Leylin and the two dukes glanced at each other and followed. Very soon, the scarlet spell formation previously had appeared before Bowen's, fragmented and drifting through the air like butterflies. Bowen's was very familiar with this place as he walked up to the huge secret room in the center. A crimson spell formation in the middle of the room lit the place up, the light flickering at its edges. A humming sound was produced as the formation let loose a layer of flames to block Bowen's advance. Bowen's eyes only grew brighter at this. It's here. The barrier that Scarlet Eye set up himself. Blue light gathered at his hands, flickering. At the same time, Shicker woke up from this period of unconsciousness. His eyes were blurred for a moment, but he still immediately raised his guard. The underground safe room. Uncle Bowen's, you actually betrayed us. Look closely, kid. Who's your Uncle Bowen's? Bowen's sneered, his muscles and bones shifting. The red feathers that marked an Emberwing disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a completely different person. The energy of a Morning Star domain burst forth. So Uncle Bowen's is already dead. With this sight, Shicker heaved a sigh of relief. If it really was Bowen's who had betrayed him and his father, he had no idea what to do. Hee, do you still not understand? I am Bowen's, but Bowen's isn't me. Whatever, the people of this land won't understand even if I explain it. Bowen snickered, and that caused Shicker's heart to sink further. If not for needing the 10th and higher levels of Fireplume as well as the blood aura of the leader to break through this barrier, do you think I'd have brought you here? Bowens laughed coldly, preparing to make his move. Xicker shook his head and closed his eyes. It's better to wait. However, a familiar voice sounded by his ear, giving him the illusion that something was wrong with his ears. Lei, didn't he die in the square? Opening his eyes, he found Lei in front of him, and somehow, there were traces of fear on Bowen's face. I knew something was off about you. Bowens watched Lei, his hands still trembling. Leylin had easily taken care of his attack, which that this person was at the same rank as him. Must have been a wild guess. That bait loke can't have given you that much information. Leylin answered indifferently. As he was speaking, the characteristics of an Emberwing faded away. By the time he was done, he had morphed back into a black-haired, dreaded warlock. As expected, it's one of the remaining devil spawn of the Ouroboros clan. Bowens gritted his teeth. In the meanwhile, Shicker's jaw had dropped. He was dazed at the sight of this unfamiliar morning star magus. So you've been lying to me too. Ha. You, Loke, you're all liars. Have you been treating me like a fool? Xicker roared, large droplets of tears falling from his cheeks. The cold-faced instructor from before had all but disappeared. Did his mental wall crumble? Leylin shook his head, but had no plans of explaining himself. Whatever the case may be, he'd made use of Xicker and now he'd repaid that by saving the Emberwing's life. In his mind, this act cancelled out with all the help and guidance Xicker had given him. He couldn't care less about Schicker's thoughts. If the man was so dumb as to attack or obstruct him, he would not hold back. Open, how about you? Who exactly are you? How could you progress to the 10th level of Fireplume? Watching Bowens in front of him, Leylin was filled with curiosity. Take a guess, Bowens sneered, but know this. If I hadn't come and hidden myself here in the lava world for such a long time, Collins would definitely not be the strongest morning star in Jupiter's lightning. A vicious, berserk aura burst forth from Bowens' body. Starlight twinkled behind him, forming a unique morning star domain. 2 orbs of golden flames appeared in his hands, emitting the powerful energy of Fireplume. Congratulations, you get to see this new spell I came up with after combining the path of a magus with Fireplume. Fire Phoenix Slice. Berserk energy from Fireplume was amplified by magic, resulting in a barrage of powerful blades of fire that sliced towards Leylin. Indeed, there are no fools among magi. It's only to be expected that someone would try to fuse the 2 different systems of power. What a pity, though. Leylin shook his head, sympathy in his gaze. A pity that you met me. Leylin's knowledge of Fireplume far surpassed that of Bowens. On top of that, he was a morning star warlock whose soul had been strengthened with Ferocor stones. His current might was incomparable to that in the past. Bloodline shield. Leylin snapped his fingers, and countless large crimson shields came into existence. The Chemoian serpent carvings on the shield looked vivid, lifelike, their eyes shooting out vicious glares. Clang, clang. The blades of fire slammed into the shields, and the result was a piercing noise that sounded like a torrential rain. You still don't have enough of an understanding about the 2 paths. What a disappointment, Leylin sighed, and a large phantom of the giant Chemoian serpent appeared behind him. The 2 pupils were like giant stars, the ancient, ominous aura causing Bowens' expression to warp, rumble. 2 orbs of dark red fire emerged in Leylin's hands, beating back the energy from Bowens' Fireplume. Leylin darted in front of the man. No, how's that possible? The move that he was most proud of had been defeated so easily by his opponent, and it seemed to have no value at all. Bowens frowned. Nothing is impossible. Leylin extended his right arm, the hand passing through the opponent's defenses and grabbing onto his throat. The AI chip began a scan. Beep. Scanning opponent's energy pathways. Discovered areas that can be optimized. Recording into database, adding into simulation fusion experiment. Details on Bowens' point mass and the operation of his Fireplume appeared in Leylin's mind, and the information gathered allowed the AI chip's simulations of fusing Fireplume into his path grew more complicated. Though the progress was still stuck at the final bit, the originally dark red energy from Fireplume seemed to have undergone a secret transformation, advancing to form a higher power. Fireplume energy with darkness elemental particles fused in can easily break through the defense of the 10th level of the original, even restraining the opponent. What'll happen if I take this a step further? A look of anticipation flashed in Leylin's eyes. His practice of Fireplume was undergoing a wondrous transformation. Even without advancing himself, He could use it to beat others at the 10th stage of the original, something that caused his expectations to increase. Here you are. Shadow arms emerged, taking all of Bowen's items from his spatial storage as well as Gaia's disk. When he caught sight of the black copper key, his eyes sparkled. He had personally seen Locke use this thing to break through the final spell formation, and Bowens had kept it safely himself. It definitely had a special function. Let me go. Lord Xania will offer a good ransom for me, or we can even sign a contract. After my contract with Jupiter's lightning ends, I'll side with the Ouroboros clan. Bowens had been trounced thoroughly, and had lost all methods to resist. He quietened down, the viciousness in his expression disappearing as he began to bargain calmly. He did not want to die. As a Morning Star Magus, he believed he could still be of some value to Leylin, and began to look for ways to save himself rationally. That isn't a bad deal. The loyalty of a Morning Star is worth letting you off. Leylin stroked his chin. What do you think? It'd be more convenient to kill him. We don't have the time to set up any powerful restriction formations on him, and he can probably destroy any regular contract. Ice-cold bloodlust filled the room as Emma's voice sounded out. Space distorted, and she appeared out of hiding along with Gilbert. So, all three of you are here. Bowens resigned himself to his fate. He hadn't even been able to win against Leylin alone, so what could he do when the three of them joined hands? Hearing Emma's unhesitating words, Bowens began to panic. Wait. I have a crystal contract in my spatial belt. Even breaking Dawn Monarchs won't be able to subvert or break it. This way, you can be at ease about me. On top of that, I know a lot of inside information which will definitely be useful. Even though he knew Emma had likely said it to frighten him, he didn't want to take the risk. Good. Tell us all that you know, and we'll discuss how to deal with you. Gilbert nodded while grinning. Leylin agreed tacitly. He was now certain that Bowens was but a vile character. If one could defeat him thoroughly based on what he had been relying on, he would completely be crushed. Not only would his initial arrogance disappear, he would even betray Jupiter's lightning to survive. What do you plan to do? Are you going to kill me? Seeing Leylin take care of the star-rank Bowens so easily, Shikhar seemed defeated. He had not taken the chance to flee during the battle, instead just standing at the side. Seeing Leylin's gaze turning to him, he laughed wryly. I don't like wanton killing. Leylin shook his head. Red rays flashing in his eyes, and Shikhar crumpled to the ground. At this time, Bowens spoke from Leylin's side like a follower. Scarlet Eye's bloodline is needed to break through this flame defense. Along with the 10th level of Fireplume, our leader acquired an arcane art that will allow Shikhar to be sacrificed to simulate his aura. This was the very reason he had even dragged Shikhar here. Leylin shook his head in response to his suggestion. We have our own methods to replicate Scarlet Eye's aura from Shikhar's bloodline. His nail scratched out a bloody line on Shikhar's neck, and fresh pearls of blood spurted out, floating in the air. Bloodline trace. Leylin's eyes flashed and he began to chant a strange, bleak runic incantation. With his incantations, Shikhar's fresh blood began to boil, even forming a phantom image of Scarlet Eye with red eyebrows and hair. My lord's techniques are indeed superior. I am impressed. You can even do something as awesome mimicking Scarlet Eye's aura without using Shikhar as a sacrifice. Bowens took the opportunity immediately, trying to flatter him. Leylin rolled his eyes on the inside, having no expectations towards the integrity of this Morning Star Magus. 10th level of Fireplume. Leylin's hand filled with dark red flames, and he pressed it to the layer. Buzz. The defensive layer began to tremble. Go. With Leylin's indication, the pearls of Shikhar's blood flew to the defensive membrane, a blood-red color spreading across it. The dark red flames on Leylin's hands fused with this layer, and the defenses gradually fell apart. At this moment, something odd happened. Scarlet Eye's enraged voice resounded in the basement. Despicable robbers, die. Blood-red light converged in one spot, forming an image of Scarlet Eye. Crap, it's a trap. There's a full power attack from him hidden in the defenses. Leylin's pupils shrank. Scree. The cries from the tremendous phoenix were unceasing as it fought against the towering giant and the black-robed magus. The fight had taken them to the boundaries of the lava world, black spatial rifts opening up all around them as they warred. Just at that point, Scarlet Eye received some information. Someone is breaking into my secret room. Shikhar and Bowens. How useless. Scarlet Eye, what's going on? Is there trouble in your nest? Xania burst out into laughter, black lightning flashing in his hands. The Divinaflame Emperor, Archibald roared as he heard the words, blocking Scarlet Eye's retreat. You're the ones who forced me. The phoenix that Scarlet Eye had transformed into shouted with rage. With his words, terrifying flames spread throughout the phoenix's body, causing the flying beast to turn into a horrifying bird of flame. At the boundary of the world, space itself was set on fire, distorting under this power. Flaming undead avs. This arcane art burns life force for power. He's putting his life on the line. Xianxia and Archibald quickly retreated. However, it was too late. How could Scarlet Eye let them off? The flaming bird spread its wings and terrifying flames swept through the area, swallowing Xianxia and Archibald within. Boom. The fierce firestorm wreaked havoc, even eliminating the spatial turbulence and leaving behind an exceptionally ugly black scar at the border of the world. Breakthrough infusion flames flashed, and Scarlet Eye's figure appeared once more. Now, however, his face was filled with fury and his aura was unstable. He glared at the storm of fire that had burst forth and immediately turned back, his palms opening up a spatial passageway like drawing apart a curtain. He immediately re-entered the lava world. Rumble. Tens of seconds later, black lightning and a large rock smashed into the firestorm, revealing the miserable figures of Xianxia and Archibald. Whoosh. Cracks spread across the rock like spiderwebs, and large fragments began to fall off. At the end of it all, Archibald's body was much smaller than before, and could even be called pocket-sized. Xianxia was in an even more pitiful state. Not only were there traces of burn wounds all over his body, even a great portion of his hair had been burned off. Haha. After this, the injuries on Scarlet Eye's body will probably take at least 100 years to recover. Archibald was unusually carefree as he burst into laughter. He then glanced at Xianxia. So, should we chase after him? Forgive me, Your Highness. This body of mine probably won't be able to take the intensity of the next battle. Xianxia laughed wryly. Then forget it. The losses the Atlan Union suffered this time should be enough to give them a headache for a long while. Archibald laughed. My Divinaflame Empire should have been the victor in the power struggles, but with Scarlet Eye being an Emberwing, we can't let our guards down. I believe that with your guidance, the fire elementals will remain the leaders of the lava world. Xianxia had a smile on his face. Reputation and nice words meant nothing to him. As long as there were enough benefits, calling the other party the leader of the lava world was not an issue. Haha. Even so, that was enough for Archibald to laugh heartily. Alright, based on our previous agreement, Xianxia wanted to continue on, but his expression immediately changed. Damn it. Bowens and the rest are such trash. He cursed, turning into a streak of black lightning and disappearing in that instant. Hee hee. Interesting. Large flames appeared under Archibald's feet, lifting and moving him forward as he followed. Though he had joined hands with Xianxia, he had never let down his guard against this guest. From another world, underground, next to the giant spell formation, Leylin had met with a crisis as well. The barrier that Scarlet Eye had set up had actually been a trap. The moment it made contact with an external force, it had immediately shown the image of the Emberwing himself, and unleashed an attack. This was the terrifying attack of a radiant moon. It could seriously injure if not kill even the current Leylin. Shikar's bloodline can't be fake, and my fireplume shouldn't be a problem either. Is it Bowens? Leylin quickly shot Bowens a glance, but found him equally panicked, evidently not expecting this situation. Despicable thieves, die. Scarlet Eye's figure roared, hair and eyebrows seemingly beginning to burn up. Tremendous, fierce flames formed a blazing phoenix that charged towards Leylin's groups. As if this phantom had a will of its own, its first target was the traitor, Bowens. In the face of the suppression from a rank 5, Bowens' fireplume energy was destroyed quickly despite his desperate attempts at saving himself. He cried out miserably as he burst into flames. In one move, Bowens of Jupiter's lightning had died at the phantom's hands. After taking care of the traitor, the phantom looked straight at Leylin and the other two. Leylin seemed to have become the primary target. Goosebumps appeared on Leylin's body. Is there no other way but to undergo Chemoyan serpent transformation with the other two? If we do that, the entirety of this underground room will be destroyed. In a short period, a variety of thoughts passed in Leylin's mind, and he gave up on this plan. I can only use Fireplume to fight it out. A glint appeared in Leylin's eyes as he made up his mind. Beep. Simulation of Fireplume at 100%. Mission complete. The AI chip's prompt sounded out. The AI chip's progress in fusing Fireplume's energy with his point mass had already reached 99.9% completion before. Scanning Bowen's version of Fireplume was enough for it to take that last step. Oh, Leylin's expression changed, Fireplume energy turning black as it was absorbed by his point mass. His point mass buzzed as it shook vigorously, rotating at a high speed. Powerful energy undulations were emitted from it. The nebula surrounding the point mass had increased in area by half a fold before it slowed down and stopped. The 10th level of Fireplume had been modified to fuse with his point mass. This result was not just an addition of 1 plus 1. Furthermore, this was a perfect fusion, not the bastardized version that Bowens had created. The amplification of power was even greater than Leylin had expected. Beep. Fireplume modification complete, point mass is being upgraded. Host body, the AI. Chip's voice was intermittent, but Leylin had no plans of listening carefully. He felt power overflowing in his body, and facing the incoming rank 5 attack he made his move without hesitation. After the modification, the energy of Fireplume was driven by the force of a morning star's point mass. The resulting power was terrifying. Crackle. Devilish black flames appeared around Leylin, forming a phoenix wreathed in black fire. The phoenix cried out, and this screech brought with an aura of devilish power. Modified obscure 10th level of Fireplume soaring demonic phoenix. Leylin spread his arms like a soaring phoenix, slashing towards the phantom scarlet eye with grace. Chirp. Melodic phoenix cries were heard, and the blackfire phoenix streaked across the horizon to welcome the phantom. Confronting this blackfire phoenix, Scarlet Eye's face was tinted with confusion, even fear. The earth rumbled as black and gold flames intertwined, creating a shockwave that spread throughout the area. Following that, the black flames actually began to devour the other side, becoming even more exuberant as time passed. Soon enough, it had exterminated the other party's phoenix and even drowned out Scarlet Eye's figure. This modified Fireplume is this good at absorbing other Fireplume energy as fuel and fusing with it. Seeing Scarlet Eye's phantom struggling amidst the black flames and gradually disappearing, even Leylin himself was shocked, and he was the creator. He felt that with the AI chip balancing and fusing the essence of Fireplume into his point mass, the power of this already formidable technique had been furthered and reached a horrifying degree of power. It was a pity that the AI chip was unique to him, and only he could train in this dark Fireplume version. What just happened? Gilbert and Emma were dazed. What had they just seen? Leylin had wiped out the phantom of a rank 5 magus in just one move. That was a full-out attack from a rank 5. In that moment, Gilbert and Emma felt as if they were dreaming. It took a while before Gilbert spoke. Leylin, did you break through to rank 5? No, I just made some progress in Fireplume, Leylin answered truthfully. Though the fusion of Fireplume energy with his point mass had immense benefits, it had not allowed him to cross over into the Radiant Moon realm. If this had been an attack by a phantom of Xania instead, it wouldn't have been nearly as easy. His easy dispatchment of the Scarlet Eye Phantom was most likely to do with the modified Fireplume. I have an intensified feeling, Leylin raised his arms and watched the demonic black flames, that these mutated black flames are the bane of all traditional Fireplume energy. Whatever it is, we need to leave after getting the Ferocor stones. It's a pity we lost Bowens. Gilbert watched the flames piteously. A bright point mass was received by starlight and floated into the astral plane. Not caring about Bowens, Leylin pointed his hands at the flame shield. Open. The membrane began to be burned down by black demonic flames. No, it was not burning. It was being corroded. The top-grade flames from Scarlet Eye's Fireplume were corroded by the modified flames from Dark Fireplume, gradually revealing a giant hole. Let's go. Leylin and the other two arrived before a complicated spell formation. Emma touched the runes on the ground, looking solemn. Spatial binding runes. Dormant sacrificial runes and life absorption runes as well. This spell formation is probably used to extract the life force of some being. Could that life form be at the center? Leylin immediately focused his gaze on the red light at the heart of the spell formation. It was weak, flickering like a candle in the wind. And yet, it somehow survived with all tenacity. The energy undulations are similar to those of Ferocor stones. I can somewhat guess what it is. Recalling the sorrow he had felt before, Leylin sighed and produced the black copper key he had obtained from Bowens. The large black copper key rose into the air and projected a large number of complex data and light rays. The spell formation on the ground began to activate, and the sound of a key clicking was heard continuously. At the same time, the runes on the ground were unsealed one by one, revealing a giant cage. Rumble. Scalding red light filled the entire room, and the cage in the middle opened up to reveal a scarlet egg. Blackfire Phoenix, could this egg be the legendary Phoenix egg? Leylin guessed absent-mindedly. Only a creature as ancient as that would be able to automatically push Scarlet Eye's progress in Fireplume to an unprecedented 13th level. On top of that, it could create amazing soul treasures such as Ferocious stones. The reason he thought that way was because the moment this egg that was bathed in scarlet radiance appeared, his own Fireplume began to operate more quickly. A large, demonic version of the Blackfire Phoenix appeared behind him, and extreme desire filled his heart. The Blackfire Phoenix chirped for a long while, extending its wings. The scarlet energy emanated by the egg was continually being absorbed by it. Beep. Change detected in host's Fireplume. Energy levels increasing rapidly, currently at peak of level 10. Beep. Qualitative change has been detected in host's Fireplume. Entering level 11. Beep. Unknown essence being absorbed by host. Scans show atomic configuration is similar to that of Ferocious stones. Soul force is being enhanced. Beep. Density of host's point mass increasing. Affinity with fire elemental particles increasing. The AI chip's constant prompts left Leylin stunned for a moment. The egg's great amounts of energy had constantly been absorbed by Dark Fireplume, and with the assistance of the AI chip's simulations he had broken through to the 11th level. The 8th and 9th levels of Fireplume mark the Sky rank, while the 10th and 11th mark those at the Star rank, the Morning Stars. The 12th and 13th belong to rank 5, the Radiant Moon realm. Scarlet Eye, being at the 13th level himself, was at the peak of Radiant Moon. Now, Leylin's Dark Fireplume had been pushed to the peak of the Morning Star realm at the 11th level. This is definitely a Phoenix egg. What other than a real Phoenix could propel the progress of Fireplume and enhance one's soul? Leylin immediately became incomparably excited. I've only just taken in a part of its energy. If I use all, he scanned his stats. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Chemoyan Serpent complete form. Strength, 50, Agility, 45, Vitality, 65, Spiritual Force, 956.8, Magic Power, 956 Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force, what a terrifying enhancement to the soul. Though I don't know how much exactly it was, just the difference in spiritual force is frightening. As he was mumbling, Leylin took a look at his innate elemental affinities. The red line that was in second place, the one that marked his fire affinity, had risen by a large amount. Although it still couldn't compare to his darkness affinity, it left the third place far in the dust. This isn't bad either. If my darkness affinity was too high, I could easily have been forced under the control of the Snake Dowager, walking the full path of the Chemoyan Serpent. With this fire elemental affinity, I might be able to change my direction. Leylin's eyes were glistening, the benefits he'd gained from this Phoenix egg were immense. This egg is definitely the source of all the Ferocious stones. Let's take it and go. Gilbert and Emma saw the egg emanating a scarlet radiance, and their voices began to tremble in excitement. With their knowledge, they could obviously tell that this was the egg of some ancient being, and one that was very strong at that. Such powerful ancient creatures had been lost to the Magus world for tens of thousands of years. If the Ouroboros clan could hatch one, Gilbert and Emma couldn't help but immerse themselves in this beautiful fantasy. But, through the black flames, Leylin could see the energy in the egg falling rapidly, so sad, a piteous look flashed in his eyes. It's had its life force extracted by Scarlet Eye multiple times. I took some just now myself, and its life energy has become far too weak for it to be hatched. We can only use it as an extremely precious fire elemental treasure. Leylin sighed, moving to stow the egg away. You dare, an enraged voice sounded, the earth cracking apart and rumbling as it spoke. High-pitched phoenix cries sounded, and a whole layer of earth was ripped off, even the rocks and soil burnt to void by the flames. A rare light illuminated the area, and the trio looked up to see the earth above them being dug up. Scarlet Eye charged down, looking like a sun with the flames he emitted. He came this quick. Xania and that Divinaflame Emperor are useless. Leylin shook his head, but he didn't stop the motion of his hands. Withdraw immediately, I'll hold him off for a while. Normally, Gilbert and Emma would have thought Leylin a fool for such a thing. He was, after all, a morning star trying to stop an enraged radiant moon. However, the series of miraculous breakthroughs in his strength had them thinking it was the opposite way around. They actually believed in him, and even subconsciously listened to his instructions. They took out necklaces that were emanating starlight, preparing to leave. Return it to me. Large flaming claws motioned to grab the egg at the center, fighting the black flames over it. Leader Scarlet Eye, it's been a long time. The energy of the black flames increased rapidly as they attempted to devour flames at the 13th level of Fireplume. They exploded forth with power. Leylin grinned as he soared up, the demonic black flames that began fill the area actually rivaling Scarlet Eye's own. Lay. Scarlet Eye's pupils shrank. Wretched magus from another world, how dare you deceive me? Swish. Leylin made a grabbing motion with his palm, and Shikar's unconscious body flew into his hands. Let's make a deal, shall we? Let us go, and your son won't come to any harm. Leylin felt no guilt in using Shikar to blackmail the Atlan Union leader. Rumble. The tremendous flames immediately wreaked havoc on the area, but Scarlet Eye flushed red. Leylin's words obviously had a huge effect on him. A long while later, he spoke through gritted teeth, all right, but the Phoenix egg stays. With the AI chips scanning and the opponent's own behavior, Leylin immediately made a discovery. He's injured. This conjecture delighted him. With the suppression of the 11th level Dark Fireplume alone, he wasn't too confident in his chances. But now, no. As the words left Leylin's mouth, he and Scarlet Eye transformed into huge phoenixes. Two birds, one red and the other black, pounced towards the scarlet egg. The one Scarlet Eye had transformed into was huge, and had an overwhelming aura. And yet, although Leylin's black phoenix was smaller, it burned with devilish black flames that could devour all matter. Scree. Two different phoenix calls sounded as they slammed into each other. Flames of black and gold surrounded the phoenix egg as the two began a bloody battle. Don't you care for your child anymore? Even in the midst of the fierce battle, Leylin did not miss the opportunity to disturb his opponent. Every sliver of fear he caused was an advantage. I won't give it up, not even for Shikar. Besides, do you think you qualify to threaten me? Scarlet Eye's cold expression contrasted heavily with the fire energy he emanated, the flames burning even the air as it formed a giant phantom map of the lava world. This image trapped Leylin. He was ambitious and ruthless. He did indeed love Shikar, but it was not to the extent that he could be threatened by Leylin. However, even that slight bit of reservation was more than enough for Leylin himself. Damn it! Is this really Fireplume? Why are the flames black? Scarlet Eye's expression grew dark. This opposing magus was also using the Emberwing's Fireplume, and had progressed to the 11th level in it. However, what was shocking was that his black flames were capable of controlling his own, and if not for him being at a higher level his flames would already have been completely eaten through. This magus cannot remain, his technique is forbidden. Malice flashed in Scarlet Eye's eyes, and golden flames wrapped around the true body of the phoenix. Flaming undead avs. The terrifying attack that had seriously injured two rank 5s appeared once more, its ferocious flames causing the clouds in the sky to be burnt to nothingness. The gigantic flaming undead avs streaked through the sky, causing all the battles to cease. The Emberwings began to revere the undead avs as if they had seen their god. This attack would have forced me into retreat at your peak power, but what a pity. Leylin laughed madly, black flames engulfing everything as his entire person turned into a terrifying blackfire phoenix. Mutated obscure fireplume soaring demonic phoenix. The Emberwings in the capital of the Union saw a unique scene in the sky that day. A demonic black flaming phoenix rammed into their leader's own phoenix form. Even the sparks from that battle would cause most star ranks to quiver in fear. The leader's entire residence was burnt to ashes by the flames, and besides a few star ranks who coughed up blood and retreated quickly, everything was incinerated. Haha. Scarlet Eye, the Atlan Union leader, doesn't amount to anything much. Arrogant, hearty laughter sounded as a figure covered in black flames withdrew, his face filled with an insane smile. The leader was defeated. The Northern Duke who had met Leylin once flew backwards as he mumbled in disbelief. Terrifying battle. The Northern Duke had never expected that the kid Ley, who he had once met and had a good impression of, was actually of another race. Furthermore, the dark fireplume that Leylin used gave him a sense of fear. Perhaps if not for his dignity and resolution as a soldier and someone with power, he might have fled. This was especially true since he did not seem to be losing against his most revered leader. Instead, he was winning. Great Mother Phoenix, could I be dreaming? Please help me wake up as soon as possible. While the Northern Duke's will was strong, even he was beginning to find this situation absurd. Phoenix Egg. At this moment, two other powerful auras descended. Xenia observed the giant red egg at the middle of the battlefield, unable to conceal his desire. Archibald could not stand it either. This was the peak of all fire elemental beings. It's mine. The phoenix can only exist in our Divinaflame Empire for all eternity. He roared in rage, and the earth began to shake. He charged forward, large hands grabbing towards the large scarlet egg. Swish. Xenia was even faster than him as he turned into a streak of black lightning, heading right for it. So this is the source of the Ferocor stones. This phoenix egg must be mine. With it, I'll be able to advance to rank 6, go away. A black wall of flames obstructed Xenia's path, the boiling temperature causing him to subconsciously slow his steps. Warlock Leylin, a mere morning star dares stop me. Aren't you afraid I'll eliminate your Ouroboros clan? Give me the phoenix egg right now, and I guarantee your Ouroboros clan shall be greatly rewarded. Xenia's expression was sinister. What answered him, however, was a wave of fire that covered the skies. Soaring demonic phoenix. A large phantom of a blackfire phoenix sent Xenia flying. Black flames constantly devoured the radiation energy from their opponent, causing him even more serious harm. HMPH. A gravely injured clone still dares say such things to me. Do you have a screw loose? Leylin snorted, noticing Scarlet Eye and Archibald fighting. He could not help but turn back. With him shielding them, the undulations from the battle did not spread to this side, and the arrangements of Gilbert and Emma weren't interrupted. A door came into existence, one wreathed in starlight. There's not much time left, I need to finish this quickly. The black flames on Leylin's body gradually weakened, and substituting them were 4 horrifying rings of blood-colored light. The energy rings that signified his innate spells flashed one after another and gradually fused, forming a terrifying spell: the Morning Star Arcane Art, Chemoyan Serpent Transformation. Rumble. An ancient vicious beast appeared in Tylassa City, one that was thousands of meters long. Just its descent alone caused the destruction of a great amount of architecture. Even if Scarlet Eye could hold onto his position today, he would have to relocate his capital. The giant Chemoyan serpent hissed, a terrifying aura emanating from its body. Regular star ranks could not help but tremble in fear. These low-ranked beings all shared the common fear that came from being placed in front of a top-level predator. Compared to his previous times, Leylin's current giant Chemoyan serpent transformation at the peak of Morning Star was vastly different. Not only was it much larger in size, there were now more red patterns on the scales, with darkness and fire elemental particles surrounding the body and forming a mist around it. A giant Chemoyan serpent of this size, even as Morning Star Chemoyan warlocks themselves, Gilbert and Emma were stunned by Leylin's Morning Star arcane art. How did this kid get so large? It's about 3 times the size of my transformation. Gilbert sized up the body of Leylin's transformation that spanned hundreds and thousands of meters, absolutely astonished. It was obvious that he was envious as well. Even amongst the bodies of real ancient Chemoyan serpents, Leylin was definitely the king. I'm afraid, Leylin can be considered the strongest Chemoyan warlock in history. Emma sighed. Eye of petrification, 2 amber pupils that were like stars stared hard at Xenia, who was flying backwards. Crap. Before Xenia could react, his magic equipment had already exploded, and a layer of petrified skin appeared on his face as his movements ground to a halt. A petrification cast by an ancient giant Chemoyan serpent would affect even radiant moon magi. Boom. With a flick of its tail, the giant Chemoyan serpent struck the petrified Xenia. The earth shook wildly, and many buildings collapsed. Cracks spread in the shape of a web. Boom. The petrified Xenia exploded, being obliterated into dust that flew around in the air. A huge pit was formed in the ground. In front of the enhanced giant Chemoyan serpent, the clone of a radiant moon magus had died just like that. Let's take care of him first, or it'll do us no good. Scarlet Eye roared as he stopped his fight with Archibald upon witnessing this scene. Archibald halted his movements as well, fear evident on his face. HS's. Leylin obviously would not let 2 rank 5 magi attack him together. He took the initiative and spewed out a few large black flame blades. Boom. The giant flame blades did not move in Scarlet Eye's direction, but instead, headed towards the phoenix egg in the middle of the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of immensely powerful explosions, the giant scarlet egg had cracked apart into countless fragments. Under the disbelieving gases of everyone else, a boiling heat spread in all directions. How dare he? How could he do that? Scarlet Eye almost vomited blood in his fury. Never had he expected Leylin to destroy such a precious treasure. However, He unconsciously headed towards the remains. Archibald did the same, and really, all the other star ranks had the same thought. This way, the recently formed forces against Leylin was dispersed. Leylin was obviously unwilling to damage such a treasure, but he saw the big picture and knew that it was very difficult to leave safely with all their enemies watching. It was even more impossible to get the phoenix egg. Though this treasure was precious, Leylin could still make the decision when met with issues of his own safety. Besides, he could take advantage of such a chaotic situation. HSSs. The giant Chemoian serpent charged around violently, and the star ranks were forced away. They could only stare wide-eyed at its defensive scales. Leylin did not hesitate as he swallowed the remaining third of the egg into his belly, pulling back until he was in front of Gilbert and Emma. He had returned to his human form. Let's go. Leylin shouted. Let's go. Gilbert and Emma knew they had to leave no matter how unwilling they were. After all this chaos and contest was over, they would immediately be sieged by the entirety of the lava world, and while they were reluctant they immediately made their decision. The gigantic door of light expanded and swallowed the three of them, dissipating with grace. Boom. The moment after that door disappeared, a streaking flame turned that region into a sea of fire. Atop this sea of fire was Scarlet Eye's body, but now his eyes were bloodshot. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He looked at the sparkling, beautiful red gemstone in his hands that was emanating warmth. After the phoenix's egg had been smashed apart, it had turned into this state. He had not obtained even a quarter of the gains. Everything had been taken by Archibald and the other star ranks. Even if they were star rank Emberwings, it was impossible to make them return something they had taken. Ah! Scarlet Eye, who had suffered massive losses, began to cry out hysterically, Jupiter's lightning headquarters, Magus World. At the same time, Xianxia was shouting as well. Black lightning flashed and wrecked the palace, turning it to ash. Leylin, I won't let you off. Xianxia could feel his heart bleeding. That was a phoenix egg. If he'd obtained that, he could have immediately advanced to become a Breaking Dawn monarch. Now, however, all his dreams were ruined. First, his secondary clone had been killed, Leylin. I won't let you off. His secondary clone had been killed by Leylin, so he had no chance to contest for the fragments of the egg. In that sense, he'd gotten no returns for all the work he'd put in. Even the surviving morning stars of Jupiter's lightning had been fortunate enough to get part of the fragments, and they would definitely not give it to him unless there was a trade of equivalent value. However, where would he go to find something comparable to a treasure like the phoenix's egg? If he used violence, he would force all the morning stars away. Ah! After thinking for a long while, Xianxia's face contorted as he roared, Leylin, Leylin, Leylin. I won't let you get away with this, I swear. Impulse is the devil's emissary. The mysterious female voice sounded once more. It's all your fault. If my main body had gone over, how would my secondary clone have been killed? Xianxia thundered. Hee, can your true body go over? The female voice asked, and Xianxia immediately became quiet. I taught you the method of making a secondary clone without any compensation, and even told you about my experiences. This is how you repay me. The female's voice turned cold. All right, forgive me for that. The kid made me lose my calm. Returned Xianxia was a radiant moon magus after all. Even if he was enraged, it would only be for a short period of time. The key now is to deal with this Leylin Farlier. I have a feeling that he'll hinder my advancement to Breaking Dawn. Xianxia looked fierce as he muttered softly. Oh, has he risen to rank 5? Bloodline shackles aren't so easily broken. The woman's voice now held a trace of curiosity, her interest in Leylin having been piqued. He didn't break through, but he's reached the peak of Morning Star. With some strange techniques from the lava world and other methods, I'm afraid, Xianxia wore a sour look. He had to acknowledge that Leylin really was a genius seen once in thousands of years. He had gained such strength even with the low-leveled bloodline of the giant Chemoian serpent and its inheritance. Now, even if his main body were to act, defeating him wouldn't be a problem, but it was just a dream if he wanted to kill him. That was, unless he could find his opponent's weak point. He would then have to wage a life and death battle. But was that possible? Xianxia recalled the intel on Leylin and gave up on that. He knew that, to some level, they were the same type of person, and would not risk their lives for anyone or anything. Enemies who were powerful and lacked any weaknesses that could be exploited were the most frightening. Xianxia rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming. After being silent for a while, the female spoke again. In that case, let's engage our previous plan. How about it? Do you mean? Xania's eyes brightened. Finally home. At Phosphorescent Swamp, Gilbert and Emma stood behind Leylin, watching the familiar surroundings with eyes full of an indescribable fondness and emotion. What should we do next? Gilbert asked. Emma glanced at Leylin. They were now treating Leylin as their main pillar of strength. After witnessing Leylin's strength, the two warlocks would not protest even if Leylin used them as mere figureheads. With the yielding of these two Morning Star warlocks, the real power of the Ouroboros clan now completely lay in Leylin's hands, and his authority was even more solid than before he had left. Such a result would cause anyone to be astonished. We don't have to do anything, just maintain our current stance. Leylin shook his head. Leylin, have you risen to rank 5? Fervent hope could be seen in Emma's expression. In her eyes, if Leylin could break through to rank 5 and had a method of circumventing the issue of bloodline shackles, that would be the best. How's that possible? Leylin smiled wryly. I'm only at the peak of Morning Star and only have a few cards up my sleeves. This was the truth. Leylin was quite exact when it came to evaluation of his strength, and while he'd seemed invincible in the lava world as he defeated Scarlet Eye and even obliterated Xania's clone, he was aware of his own situation. Scarlet Eye's main body had been gravely injured in the battle before, and had also been constrained by his technique. That was he had been unlucky enough to be defeated. And when it came to Xania, not only was it just a clone but it had also been seriously injured in his fight with Scarlet Eye. Faced up against Leylin's all-out Morning Star arcane art, his Chemoyan serpent transformation, it could do nothing. When Scarlet Eye and Archibald looked like they were about to cooperate, Leylin rushed to escape, because he knew he would meet his death if he did not leave at that moment. However, Leylin would not belittle himself either. With his current strength, he might not win against a rank 5 Radiant Moon, but he had a large chance of survival. Just a few cards up your sleeve. Hearing his words, Gilbert and Emma rolled their eyes inwardly. Those frightening black flames and the strange Chemoyan serpent transformation were, a few cards up his sleeve. What did that make them? From the beginning, they had only stood at the side like cheerleaders, unable to make any moves. But our Ouroboros clan is now unafraid of external threats, and can start a new journey. Leylin beamed as he gazed at the sun, the golden rays wrapped around him in radiance. There were few in the central continent who were unafraid of radiant moons. Those rank 5 magi would not want to provoke an enemy that could contend against them. Hence, with the Ouroboros clan in Leylin's hands, they were definitely going to expand well. Emma and Gilbert were aware of this fact, and their gazes towards Leylin were full of hope. Your Graces, Gilbert and Emma, it is the fortune of our warlock union that the two of you could return safely. Within the headquarters, Leylin and the other giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks were in discussion with Paul, Philip and the helpers they had called over. The Crystal Phase warlock, Freya, stood respectfully behind these few Morning Star warlocks, her eyes full of indescribable emotion. Though even the First Elder's side had smiles on their faces, they could not conceal the sorrow in their hearts. Leylin's abrupt rise to power, as well as the return of the other two Chemoyan dukes meant that they would lose a large portion of their benefits. There was no Morning Star who would support them anymore. Of course, there were few warlocks with this mindset. The students and clansmen of Gilbert and Emma were now full of glee, and extremely grateful to Leylin. Due to her relationship with Leylin, Freya was wedged between Leylin and Emma. Her eyes glanced past Leylin, Emma and Gilbert occasionally, and she came to a conclusion that made her gasp. Mentor Emma and Duke Gilbert are now letting Leylin call the shots. Though Leylin was a newly advanced Morning Star, he was the one taking charge of receiving all these Morning Star warlocks, and he was even seated right in the middle in the master's seat. Freya, who had astutely discovered this, was astonished. This meant that even Emma and Gilbert acknowledged Leylin's rule. For some reason, Freya sighed with relief as she found this out, even though her seniors and juniors were unwilling and perplexed. She was Emma's student and they were on very good terms, but that still lost out to her relationship with Leylin. If the two began to vie for strength, she really had no clue about where she would stand. Now, however, all was solved. Freya sneaked a peek at her husband, the reverence in her eyes unable to be hidden. Seeing his wife adopting a childlike behavior, Leylin laughed inwardly. If Gilbert and Emma did not know how to act even after he displayed his strength that was comparable to rank 5s, he would probably have to employ certain other techniques. However, Morning Stars were no fools. Gilbert and Emma especially understood the situation, which made things easier for him. Yes, when we first found out the two of you were lost in another world, we were extremely shocked. Next was the battle with the allied forces, but thanks to Leylin, regardless of the crystal phase Magi's thoughts, the Morning Star warlocks discussed amongst themselves. Philip was observing Leylin, but could not make sense of his sitting at the master's seat. He glanced at Gilbert and Emma, and could not help but sigh. The magnitude of the events in the past few years had exceeded that in the past few centuries. Under crisis after crisis, many Morning Star powers in the continent had gone through a round of reshuffling. Spirit Circle and Wind Wolf Lair had lost most of their Morning Star forces in the Scarlet Ruins, and now only had one Morning Star maintaining their organization each. Their losses were massive. The Ouroboros clan had been on the brink of destruction, but a terrifying genius had suddenly appeared and successfully saved two of the dukes. Now, their strength had not diminished, and was instead increased. I'm afraid the situation of our three organizations in the alliance with equal power will be broken. In the next hundreds of years, Duke Leylin of the Ouroboros clan will be calling the shots. Philip watched Leylin, whose aura was even more profound than that of the previous first Chemoian elder, and a thought rose in his mind. Whatever it is, our Wind Wolf Lair had been on good terms with the Ouroboros clan, and my personal relationship with Leylin is more solid than his with Paul. As long as I stay cautious, nothing will happen. With Leylin as an external support, I'll be able to protect my Wind Wolf Lair until the next generation grows up. Philip might be hot-headed, but he was no fool. Having understood this, he treated Leylin with more respect, and this attitude left Paul rather annoyed. All right, based on the contract in the Morning Star area, here are your rewards. With a wave of his arms, 3 streaks of light shot towards Paul and the other Morning Star warlocks, black light shining on a spatial item. After Paul and the others used their soul force and checked, looks of satisfaction appeared on their faces. The Ouroboros clan being safe is all thanks to all of you, and you've chased away a few people. Hence, I'm giving you 30% more on top of the promised rewards. Leylin's smile was very gentle. It was like a breath of fresh air for Paul and the others. This was obviously feigned, but when feigned by Leylin, who had a rather unique status, he seemed more amiable and mysterious. Paul and the rest were solemn, but their facial expressions displayed their thanks, and seemed touched. Leylin shook his head inwardly, though the smile on his face remained. Also, our Ouroboros clan is planning to launch a war campaign and retrieve our lost territory. Please bear witness to it. Upon hearing Leylin's words, the Morning Star warlocks all carried different expressions. Content if not for Leylin's appearance, the Ouroboros clan would probably have been annihilated in the attack by the allied forces. Even if Leylin showed off his terrifying battle might and talent, and used various methods to get the other side to withdraw their troops, all the land and resources that had been occupied would not be taken back easily. Leylin had merely been a newly advanced Morning Star then. How could he request a territory as large as that of the other 3 Morning Star warlocks? If they were to be attacked again, he would not be able to suppress it alone. The amount of strength he possessed dictated the treatment he could command. Leylin was very clear on this fact. Now, with the return of the 2 dukes and the rise of his battle power, Leylin felt that he had enough under his belt to request this. As for whether this would offend Jupiter's lightning, hadn't Leylin already done so in the past? Since he had completely offended them, doing anything more wasn't a huge issue. The Black River domain used to be one of the territories of the Ouroboros clan, and it being occupied by some other organization is an insult to us bloodline warlocks. Philip stood up, looking indignant. I'll definitely tell the Union. Seeing him acting this way, Paul and the other warlock rolled their eyes inwardly but did not retort against him. Rather, they were in favor of that decision. Those territories had initially belonged to the Ouroboros clan, and they were merely recovering them. In addition, they would at most show their support verbally and not actually act, unless the Ouroboros clan was willing to make more compromises for their benefits. However, Leylin was only requesting that they be witnesses, and was not planning on having them act. Not considering his current strength, just Gilbert and Emma working together would be enough to handle this. Hearing that Leylin had intentions of reclaiming their old land, the Crystal Phase warlocks around did not speak, but they were very emotional. The Allied forces still occupied their lands and ruled their people. That was the ultimate humiliation. The fact that the battle had come all the way to the headquarters and they had almost completely been uprooted was still fresh, and was deeply carved into the minds of these warlocks. With these seeds of hatred planted, they were stirred up on hearing that Leylin was going to lead them to enact their vengeance. Seeing this, Leylin nodded. The reason for this expansion was to increase the size of the pie so as to avert dissent. With 3 morning stars now in the Ouroboros clan, the resources of the area they controlled were not enough to divide amongst all of them, leave alone the rest of the people under them. Furthermore, by leading them to take revenge, Leylin's reputation would reach an unprecedented level, which would make it more convenient for him to take control of the organization. This was an open conspiracy. Even if Gilbert and Emma could tell, they would not be able to say much. Having agreed on the time, Philip and the others took their leaves, and even Freya and other high-ranked warlocks left automatically. Only Leylin and the other 2 were left. Are you going to declare war on Jupiter's lightning now? Didn't you say to maintain the current state? Emma asked worriedly. When I said to maintain the current state, I meant our current state of preparing for battle. Leylin laughed grimly, a tyrannical aura emanating from his body. Besides, Jupiter's lightning is probably too busy with their own matters. Oh. How is that? Gilbert was interested. He was always elated when there were methods to trim Jupiter lightning's strength. From Leylin's perspective, this was a deeply embedded enmity. When I went to the lava world, I asked the rank 5 feet golden lion, warlock, Lord Wade, to help hold up Xianxia. He accidentally let a rank 5 clone go, but the main body did not descend. For that reason, I'm going to hold to our agreement. What agreement? Gilbert and Emma exchanged a glance. Ever since they had known Leylin, they had never seen this kid at a disadvantage before. There must definitely be some deep meaning for him to do this. He helped me hold Xianxia back, so in return, I will give them the coordinates to the lava world. Leylin laughed. Just now, Wade received my message. What? Gilbert and Emma stood up abruptly. That's a world. Do you know what you've done? A large alternative world meant unprecedented benefits. Just the strength systems and paths to power they had were extremely helpful for Magi, and could help them progress rapidly. Not considering other matters, those Breaking Dawn monarchs had taken over entire large worlds before advancing. The fact that Leylin had obtained such benefits was also proof of the value of a world. Hence, organizations would guard these coordinates with the highest security. If not for Xianxia being absolutely confident and having been bewitched by somebody else, he would not use these coordinates to trap the 3 Chemoian dukes. A world that had not been exploited yet was very attractive. It was not as if the 3 Chemoian dukes didn't have their suspicions, but they still fell into the trap. The fact was that the benefits were immense, to the point that it affected their rationality. Of course, it was Xianxia who had lost everything. Not only had he gained nothing, he had also suffered greatly. Now, Leylin was giving such a huge secret away. Emma and Gilbert could not comprehend this. After all, in their eyes, only they and Jupiter's lightning knew of the lava world's coordinates. At this point, it was best to keep this secret to their death, and when the time was right, they could destroy Jupiter's lightning and completely take over the lava world. You guys, Leylin shook his head helplessly. How could another world be so easy to take control of? Besides, there are numerous rank 5s there, as well as Jupiter's lightning eyeing this strength. What we need the most now is not another world, but enough time to rest and regain our strength. Wade is part of our warlock union. By luring him there, Jupiter's lightning will definitely launch an intense battle for control of the lava world. That will give us ample time for developments. Leylin spoke frankly and assuredly, tone full of confidence and eyes emanating an incomparable vigor. There are rank 5s on both ends. How could the lava world be so easily taken over? In this period of time, it's enough for us to take advantage of the chaos and gain benefits. On top of that, once we obtain more strength, it's not like we can't forcefully retrieve the lava world from the other party's hands. Not only did Leylin make the final decision, he even presented a pretty picture for Emma and Gilbert. If you say that, Gilbert and Emma looked each other in the eye begrudgingly. Seeing them acting this way, Leylin was laughing inside. He obviously didn't care much for the lava world, because he'd already gotten the most benefits from there. Not only had he obtained the mutated fireplume and caused his morning star point mass to grow to the limits, he'd even gotten a third of the essence from the phoenix egg. These were basically the greatest treasures of the lava world, and Leylin was obviously satisfied with his gains. After the matter with the Holy Solar Festival, he had offended the heads of the 2 largest organizations in the lava world, Scarlet Eye and Archibald, and it could only be resolved by the death of a party. Just the knowledge that he had obtained fragments of the phoenix's egg would be enough to cause the strong ones within the lava world to hunger after his gains. The reason Leylin had handed over the coordinates to the lava world was because he had considered this as well. With weight and control, he could still hold onto what he had. Besides, he'd already handed the coordinates over already. If Wade or others wanted some, it was simple, they could go to the lava world themselves and contend with each other for it. That Xania from Jupiter's lightning is probably coughing up blood right now, given that I threw these coordinates away. Leylin stroked his chin, a malicious grin about his lips. He sent the two dukes away after their discussion. Following that was a conversation with Freya over dinner before Leylin finally returned to his Morning Star Magus Tower. The place was as towering as always, full of archaism and grandeur. As he entered the tower, the intelligent tower genie flew out, "Master. Show me all the recent records, as well as the current state of operation of the Magus Tower," Leylin commanded. In the time that Master has been away, the Astral Gate has been operating at the lowest energy level. Astral Stone storage has been completely used up. Magus Tower is now running on minimal energy required. 3.78% of the host's health is injured. Supplies-wise, the tower genie was expressionless and began to send in the reports methodically. It was extremely meticulous, as if he was the most thorough of butlers. "Kiki, I've practically used up all the astral stones I've accumulated as well as the power source of the Magus Tower." Leylin sighed, feeling his heart ache. But in comparison to such a huge harvest, this investment is very worth it. The profits were immense. Of course, that's because I have the AI chip and can unearth the resources of foreign worlds to the highest degree. Back in his study room, eternal flames emitted heated light. Seated behind the study table, he began to compare his gains. "I've successfully met my goal and brought the two Chemoian dukes back. The Ouroboros clan's strength has risen rapidly, and just this alone means that I've gotten more than I invested." Leylin's eyes were twinkling as he spread out a black notebook on the table and began to scribble on it. "In terms of resources, there's the essence of the phoenix egg. That is definitely a world-class treasure. Not only can it accelerate progress in Fireplume, it's remarkably useful for a magus soul and point mass. The resources that I especially collected from the Emberwings can also be considered to be abundant. Vitality bottleneck. In terms of techniques, the mutated Fireplume is probably comparable to a top-grade meditation technique." Leylin checked on the point mass in his sea of consciousness. After devouring the essence of Fireplume, the point mass had not only become more concentrated, with the nebula outside expanding by half, it now emanated a trace of fiery red amongst the darkness. After obtaining Fireplume, his aptitude had changed. Previously, his darkness elemental affinity was the main element. Now, his fire elemental affinity had been raised, and while it was still not up to par with the darkness element, it was catching up. My Chemoian's pupil is no longer a meditation technique solely for giant Chemoian serpent warlocks, but a top grade one infused with Fireplume. Leylin obviously would not start training in Fireplume all over again. He was, at his roots, a magus, and a bloodline warlock at that. Hence, while running its simulations, the AI chip had fused the essence of Fireplume into his point mass. Fireplume fused with Chemoian's pupil. The two had been made compatible with previous simulations, and they now fused together to form a slightly mutated meditation technique. The effects of the technique far surpassed that of the fourth level of the original Chemoian's pupil, and even allowed Leylin to see hope of simulating the fifth level. Once simulation of the meditation technique was complete, Leylin only needed to solve the bloodline issues and he would be able to rid himself of the bloodline shackles of rank 4, and pry open the realm of the Radiant Moon. Chemoian's pupil doesn't have a fifth level anyway. I'll just continue calling this upgraded fused meditation technique the same thing. Leylin very continued to use the already given name with no intention to think of a new one. Whether it was the 12th and 13th levels of Fireplume or the 5th level of a meditation technique, they all enabled one to enter the Radiant Moon realm. Even if Leylin had some rough ideas about that, it would require a large period of time for him to comprehend them all. Even so, it was still much better than having no hope at all. Besides Fireplume, I've recorded a lot of information regarding the culture, technology and geography of the lava world. The AI chip's database is much more complete, and I've benefited quite a lot. Leylin stroked his chin. The advantage of having the AI chip meant that he could leave Magi far behind in the dust in terms of his learning speed. In other words, he was basically like a fish in water, recording even the most complicated information with just a sweeping scan by the AI chip. He could analyze and understand everything quickly, and was much faster than Magi who had to study one book after another. For this reason, He could rapidly gain clarity on the path of strength in other worlds and fuse it into his own body, a unique advantage for himself. In general, the harvests were so immense during this trip to the lava world, that my absorption is bursting at the seams. Leylin glanced at his stats. Leylin Farlier. Rank 4 Warlock. Bloodline. Giant Chemoian Serpent, matured body. Strength. 50, Agility. 45, Vitality. 65, Spiritual Force. 956.8, Magic Power. 956 Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force. The lowest numbers for Spiritual Force among Morning Star is 500 and above, and I've almost reached 1000. However, Soul Force has yet to be enumerated. Looking at the numbers, a wry smile appeared on his face. He had obtained much in the lava world, especially with a few advancements in his soul that allowed his soul force to rise sharply in power. While the AI chip could not show the numbers, just the difference in spiritual force implied that there was a large change. Soul force was a higher grade version of spiritual force. Hence, advancements in the soul could be seen through advancements in spiritual force. However, an increase of around 400 is already beginning to exceed the limits of what my body can handle. The wry smile at the corner of Leylin's lips grew even more obvious. Fireplume and the phoenix egg were treasures that put emphasis on the elements, but did not do much for strength. While he had a large increase in spiritual force at one go, his body had already begun to show signs of an inability to endure. This was because there was too much water in the cup, and the cup was too small. Though there weren't any obvious residual effects yet, Leylin could only turn into a spirit and walk the path of a spirit magus if he did not treat this in time. To solve this, the essence is to strengthen my vitality and allow the body, as well as the spiritual force that suddenly increased, to grow harmonious once more, and get everything done once and for all. Leylin commanded, AI, chip, with my current control, how much vitality do I need to sustain my spiritual force? Beep. Mission established. Scanning of stats of host body. Beginning construction of model. Beginning deduction. The AI chip's robotic voice was heard as it formed a blue human figure in Leylin's mind. Terrifying spiritual force undulations were emanated from the model. Deduction completed. To completely match with spiritual force, host must have a vitality of 100 or above. The AI chip intoned loyally. A vitality at 100 or above. Leylin touched his chin. As the body was a vessel for spiritual force, Magi took vitality rather seriously. They even had some techniques and body tempering spell formations just for this. With Leylin's current state, with a vitality as high as 65, 90% of the techniques for increasing vitality were useless to him. However, with his knowledge and the accumulations from his explorations in the past, he immediately had an idea. Not considering those remote techniques, multilime strength is very suitable for me right now. Even in the worst situation, I can control my current condition and prevent it from getting worse. Leylin stood up with a flash of understanding and headed to another training room. Ka-cha! His body suddenly contorted in a strange manner, arranging himself such that he looked like a strange rune. Bizarre joints and muscles could be heard vibrating within him. These vibrations combined and gradually formed a slightly hoarse voice. The voice seemed to be chanting some sacrificial text, full of a great, ancient feeling that also held within a barbaric air. Multilime strength. Au! A shrunken six-armed figure appeared behind Leylin, and with his chanting, more runes appeared from the multi-armed race figure and disappeared into Leylin's back. When the ceremony was over, the rays of light from the multi-armed race member disappeared into Leylin's back and formed a strange golden image of the multi-armed race, looking like a vivid tattoo. Multiple golden threads scattered on Leylin's skin and muscles, and everything quickly quietened down. Leylin got up, looking at his palms. The skin was pale, bones slender, and there didn't seem to be much of a difference. Occasionally, though, faint flashes of gold would be seen flashing within. There seemed to be a layer of dense armor on his body, which made it heavy. This was nothing to Leylin. More importantly, the instant the tattoo was completed, the pressure from having his spiritual force straining his body at all times, while not completely dissipating, had reduced. Seeing this result, Leylin heaved a long sigh of relief. Though multilime strength can't increase my vitality, it has an effect of sealing and reinforcing the body, which can maintain my current state. When I find more body tempering spell formations, now, I need to quickly take care of the allied forces who are still occupying the territories that belong to the Ouroboros clan. I'll then make use of the Ouroboros clan's forces and get them to help me find treasures, potions, or spell formations and the like that can increase my vitality. Leylin made plans for himself, feet continuing to move until he reached another secret room. On the door, there were many seals that formed a chain, locking the door tightly. However, a boiling heat could still be felt. Buzz. A black flame automatically appeared from Leylin's body, and it absorbed all the heat. Pretty good level of heat. It's like another form of the Phoenix's flames. AI. Chip. Leylin commanded inwardly. Beep. Limits to authority opened. Past scanning. Along with the AI. Chip's voice, two blue streams of data flashed from Leylin's eyes, millions of ant-like golden words flickering and entering the seal. Ka-cha. Ka-cha. The runic chain broke open, and terrifying golden flames surged out from behind the door. Scree. As if provoked or challenged, the black flames on Leylin's body grew more exuberant, forming a black layer of isolation that kept the door tightly shut. Large amounts of golden flames were eaten into and devoured by the black flames as they strengthened themselves. Such a devilish process left Leylin in shock. After entering the secret room, one could see a giant world of ice and snow. At the heart, however, a golden sun was emanating rays of light. Numerous ice runes formed chains that restrained the sun, but it still produced a boiling heat. In that moment, there was a deadlock between the icy blue and fiery gold. The bloodline of the rank 6 sun's child. Leylin's eyes were unfocused, the black flames automatically forming the figure of a devilish black bird. Crimson eyes were glued onto the little sun in the middle, looking fearful. It's a pity, Leylin sighed once again. This was the highest ranked bloodline he had gained thus far. After the phoenix egg had broken, it automatically formed a dense crystal and there were no traces of its bloodline remaining, leading Leylin to start wondering if the phoenix was a bloodline creature at all. There was no way to refine any ancient bloodline in this case. I have a feeling that the bloodline of the sun's child is very compatible with Fireplume, but it's a pity, I already have another bloodline, Leylin sighed. If he had the bloodline of the phoenix, he would change his bloodline no matter how difficult it would be. However, the bloodline of the sun's child, that was only rank 6, and wasn't powerful enough to motivate him to take this risk. Commencing counterattack, it's too wasteful to use the sun's child's bloodline for an ancient bloodline ignition experiment. Besides, the Ouroboros clan is about to wage a war against the allied forces of Jupiter's lightning. After that, I still need to look for body tempering spell formations and explore the icy world. I need exceedingly powerful methods that can inspire terror. Leylin stroked his chin. With his current strength, he could escape from a radiant moon, but he had nothing that would be able to threaten them. Hence, he needed powerful, intimidating trump cards. Chemoyan Serpent Transformation, being a morning star arcane art, was indeed one, but people would learn to counter it if he used it too often. Leylin was looking to prepare a few other killing techniques. Using a rank 6 bloodline to create a one-time bloodline imprint should be enough to threaten the life of a radiant moon, right? Leylin predicted, though it's a pity, there's no other choice. A bloodline imprint could be able to display the strength of certain ancient beings when they were at their peak. Even one attack at such strengths was frightening. In the past, Leylin could do nothing with the bloodline of the sun's child even if he had these thoughts. Now, however, not only had he risen to the peak of Morning Star and gotten a huge boost in strength, he had also gained control over the Phoenix Flames, which could rival this sun's flames. For that reason, creating a bloodline imprint was a real possibility. Let's begin. Leylin watched the golden flaming sun at the heart of the secret room and took a deep breath. Dense, demonic black flames were emitted from his palms, and burst forth in the form of a thin thread. The creation of the bloodline imprint took a few days. When Gilbert and the rest in the Magus Tower outside were beginning to get impatient, Leylin appeared before them. They could feel something was different about him, but Gilbert and the others could not pinpoint it. I've made my decision. Gather the army, and we shall begin reclaiming our lost territory. Leylin wore a platinum Magus robe and had on white gloves. His temperament was full of dignity, and upon hearing his declaration, multiple Ouroboros clan warlocks began to cheer. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. After showing himself and setting the hearts of everyone at ease, Leylin sent Gilbert and the rest away and took off his gloves. Observing the back of his hands, his face could not hide the ecstasy he was feeling. Complicated runes in the form of a sun occupied the backs of both his hands. The outermost layer was a ring of black flames, as if a seal to store the power of the sun in his hands. With the support from the AI, chip and the suppression from the phoenix flames, I finally molded the bloodline of the sun's child into a bloodline imprint. Leylin paid close attention to the bloodline imprints. After a long while, he sighed deeply and wore the gloves once again. I didn't expect for the blood to be sufficient to form 2 imprints. And I can even feel that Fireplume is nourishing these imprints on my hands, altering them in some way. They seem to have been upgraded. If I were to activate this suddenly, even a rank 5 wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. Leylin's Fireplume and the bloodline of the sun's child had some mysterious response to each other, and the bloodline imprint's power was being nourished and amplified. The AI chip estimated that each of these 2 bloodline imprints was as strong as 2 all-out attacks from the ancient rank 6 sun's child. With such a great killing technique with him, Leylin now had something to count on, and was utterly confident in waging this war. Green Flame City. This stronghold, which acted as the bridge between the allied forces and Phosphorescent Swamp, was also a key strategic region for the Ouroboros clan. Since the Sky Legion had taken over this place, this stronghold had been in the hands of the allied forces. Even the commoners there had accepted this fact. Gradually, after a few years, they had recovered from the fires of war before, and were now showing signs of prospering. No matter which Magus organization governs them, none would attack regular humans for no reason. Hence, their loyalty is not guaranteed. Practically all leaders will be easily accepted, or should I say, this is the survival instinct of people with low social status. Above Greenflame City, Leylin and a few other Morning Star warlocks stood in the air. Seeing the prosperous city, there was little they could say. The Ouroboros clan had occupied this area for thousands of years, but they never expected the people to react this way. We've never had much of an interest in this area. It's fine as long as they can provide a certain amount of provisions and materials, as well as an annual influx of fresh blood. Gilbert stood aside, slightly red in the face. Oh well, at least, we won't have to feel bad about dragging them back into war once more. Emma sneered, eyes completely red. The news that the Allied forces had attacked the Ouroboros clan brazenly after she had disappeared had completely riled her up. The fury of a morning star could only be eased with fresh blood. If you don't make a move, I'm going to do it. Emma watched Leylin and the others who had been invited, such as Paul, who were unmoving. Laughing coldly, her robes began to sway and make sounds with the breeze. The flame elf of the immemorial times, please listen to my decree and descend, turning into a rain of flames. Emma chanted loudly as terrifying elemental particle emanated from her body like a black hole. Endless elemental tides formed a surging tsunami. A bit of red appeared in the sky, and it accumulated to form a layer of dense flaming clouds. Rank 4 spell Descent of the Heavenly Flames. Large amounts of flames streaked down like meteors, leaving splendid long tails as they descended upon Greenflame City. Soon enough, successive sounds of an explosion could be heard, and a large amount of black flames formed that spread everywhere. Enemy attack. These energy undulations, Morning Star. Within the residence of the city's mayor, a sentry yelled in disbelief at the data they had seen on the screen. At the same time, he hung his head, closed his eyes and prayed, "Great Lord." Has the war between Morning Stars begun once again? He knew how terrifying wars between Morning Stars were. If Greenflame City was going to be the battlefield, none of the low-ranked magi like him would be able to escape. Just the stray spells and large amounts of horrifying radiation could easily take their measly lives. Crap. The base of the airship forces. After praying, this alarm watcher suddenly recalled something, and his expression changed as he activated a secret imprint in his hands. Hello. Is this the base of the airships? This is the mayor's residence. This is a rank 4 warning. I repeat, this is a rank 4 warning. A morning star is attacking. No matter how much he shouted, there was no reaction from the imprint. Knowing things were bad, he darted out of the surveillance room and immediately saw the shower of flames. The violent sounds of explosions that accompanied them meant that the airship base stationed beside Greenflame City was now caught in the blazing flames. It's too late. He laughed bitterly, about to leave the battlefield. Rumble. Boiling hot meteoric flames fell and wrapped around him, the fierce flames burning violently. Warning, warning. Energy from the barrier has been consumed. Unable to maintain energy defense. The piercing sounds of alerts could be heard everywhere in the base. There were panicked magi and technological staff everywhere, and the interior of the airship base was in chaos. Occasionally, a few airships would take flight, and would then be ruthlessly smacked to the ground by a few gigantic black arms, causing large sparks in the base. These airships aren't half bad, but it's a pity they're useless to me. Leylin sighed, but his hands did not stop moving. Large black giant Chemoian serpent figures streaked through the skies, absorbing life force without care. All enemies in the vicinity of these figures had their life force sucked up and turned into dry corpses, with not even a bit of moisture left within. The Ouroboros clan was unable to handle so many airships, and besides, arrangements after the war were going to be very troublesome. Leylin could not be bothered to wrangle with the Morning Stars over this, and found it simpler to just obliterate the fleet. Stop. Such unbridled actions immediately gave rise to the fury of other magi. A streak of blue light shot out and appeared before Leylin and the others, revealing the figure of a young magus. The undulations of a morning star were also being emanated from this young magus body. From his bright eyes that had seen through the ways of the world, there was now merely rage. However, after seeing Leylin, Paul and the others, which came up to 6 morning stars working together, his pupils shrank slightly, and fear appeared on his face. Duke Farlier, are you planning on destroying the peace treaty from before? Leylin knew this magus. He was one of the morning stars that had besieged Ouroboros' clan, and was one of the leaders of the organizations that depended on Jupiter's lightning. Of course, to the current Leylin, he was as weak as an ant. Peace treaty, HMPH. That was just a temporary armistice. Emma took a step forward, a snake-shaped spore landed in Greenflame City below. Bang! The spore clung onto the body of a magus, and fear was apparent on his face as many warts appeared on his body. Bang! 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 Seconds later, the warts broke open, and even more spores flew out. In a short period of time, the entire Greenflame City had sunk into an abyss of suffering. The Morning Star magus was anxious but did not raise his hand. With 6 Morning Star warlocks here, he would be the one in trouble the moment he made a move. Hence, he could only glare at Emma with hatred. His Highness from Jupiter's lightning will not let you off. I'll wait. Leylin chuckled and stepped forward while he continued the conversation. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, he had gone completely insane. Even with 3 Chemoian dukes joining hands, as well as support from the Warlock Union, it was naive to think they'd be able to challenge a radiant moon. This morning star began to snicker but immediately realized something was odd. Only Leylin out of all the warlocks here has recently advanced. It's understandable if he doesn't understand the gap between them, but how can Gilbert and the others not know the power of a real radiant moon? Why do they look so relaxed? Retrieving land, every magus possessed knowledge and wisdom that far surpassed that of ordinary men. How could any such person knowingly provoke a rank 5? There were only 2 ways that such a thing would happen. They were either absolutely confident in victory, or had a trump card that guaranteed them their lives. Though this morning star couldn't guess what trump card Leylin and the rest had, he could tell that the situation today was not in his favor. Alright, give me 5 minutes, and I'll order all my magi to withdraw. I'll leave Greenflame City to you, he relented, albeit grudgingly. The city and territory were all small matters to him. His magi were what truly mattered, and he did not hesitate to make this choice even if he was unwilling. There's no need for that. Whatever the Ouroboros clan lost, we will retrieve it with our own strength. Gilbert shook his head and rejected the other party's suggestion. Also, even if it's you, whoever dares offend our Ouroboros clan will need to pay the price, Leylin added from the core of the group of warlocks. What? The enemy Morning Star magus was enraged. The nerve. You dare threaten me. He had been infuriated. Morning Star magi lorded over the central continent. With their Morning Star arcane arts, they had trump cards capable of taking their opponents down with them, and they'd thus developed a pride rooted in the belief that they were unrivaled. He acknowledged that he had been defeated, and taking the initiative and withdrawing was already giving his opponent face. However, the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan wanted him to pay a price. Lunatics. You bunch of Chemoian warlocks are all lunatics. The Morning Star's expression turned frosty. If he knew of Leylin's previous battle achievements, he wouldn't dare say things like this. Now, however, the magus was determined to teach Leylin a lesson, and terrifying elemental energy gathered on his body as rings of light formed one after the other. Morning Star arcane art. Paul and the others exclaimed in shock. That's right, since you don't know what's good for you, then let this area be completely destroyed. The Morning Star magus yelled maniacally. If a Morning Star were to disregard everything, the Ouroboros clan's territory would be ruined. Stand down. Let me do this. Unexpectedly, the warlocks opposing him had not withdrawn from his threats. Instead, Leylin had stepped out. A mere newly advanced morning star is going to stop me. This morning star suddenly had the urge to laugh. Soon enough, though, this smile turned stiff. HSSSSs. Along with large amounts of demonic black flames, the giant phantom of a serpent appeared behind Leylin's back. This large serpent was quite similar to the giant Chemoian serpent of the Ouroboros clan, but there were red patterns on the scales and large amounts of black flames twining around its body. It was as if it was wreathed in a layer of flaming armor. A force field even more terrifying than those of ancient rank 4 being spread out, covering him. Crack. The rings of light broke, and the energy of this morning star Magus point mass began to seep out and enter the black flames. Whoa, what monster is this? The morning star Magus expression changed, regret filling his mind. He now knew that this newly advanced morning star was the most terrifying of this group of warlocks. HSSSs. The huge serpent snarled and devoured the morning star. Rumble. Air shook and created shockwaves. Gilbert, Emma and the rest shot glances at each other and began to stabilize the space around them. Whoosh. A moment later, a blue figure escaped from the giant phantom serpent, making a strange sound as he fled pitifully. Leylin stood quietly where he was, not even a wrinkle in his clothes or a strand of stray hair jutting out. He did not proceed to give chase. Why did you let him go? Gilbert and Emma asked. They knew it was intentional on Leylin's part, after all they had personally seen his prowess. Our goal right now is to regain our territory. Now isn't the time to start wars with others. Battles between morning stars would attract the attention of Breaking Dawn monarchs. Leylin shook his head. Besides, the injuries to his body will take a few hundred years to heal. There's no need to take notice of him in the future. It had to be said that Leylin was very meticulous in some matters. Gilbert and Emma looked to give him their approval. Leylin, you're so amazing. Goodness. That was a morning star. Philip was gaping. He had to admit that what he had seen today was just too amazing, and something rarely seen even in his long life. Leylin could actually forcefully suppress a magus by interrupting them while they were performing their morning star arcane art. He had even gravely injured his opponent, and was confident in killing them. This was not a strength that belonged to rank 4s. It was the might that only great rank 5 magi possessed. Leylin, your grace, have you advanced to rank 5 already? Paul asked a question that Gilbert and Emma wanted to inquire about as well. Of course not. Leylin shook his head, but that only gave Paul the feeling that he was enigmatic and unmeasurable. Alright, since the morning star has already been chased off, Green Flame City shall return to the arms of our Ouroboros clan. Gilbert said a few words to a secret imprint, and soon enough troops formed of multiple high-ranked warlocks arrived at the place. Having already been attacked by a rank 4 spell and seeing their morning star flee in defeat, the high-ranked magi of the enemy had no plans of fighting on. Teleportation portals flashed and people flew away as they fled. Green Flame City returned to the warlocks, control in less than an hour. I remember that this place once belonged to the Mare family, right? Emma spoke, implying something. Yes. As the Mare family did not guard their territory properly, I suggest we reduce their land and take Green Flame City, giving it to other bloodline nobility. Gilbert immediately spoke. This was a reshuffling of power. With Leylin's powerful, abrupt rise, as well as the fall of the original First Elder, there were definitely conflicts of interest when it came to the allocation of benefits. The war was a perfect excuse to make changes to this. Leylin stood silently at the side, not seeming to have any intentions of seizing power. However, even outsiders like Paul and Philip could tell that most of the territories that were being reclaimed would definitely be placed under Leylin's Farlier family and Freya's Blood Serpent family. After the war, the Blood Serpent and Farlier families would immediately rise in power. There was no doubt about that. Alright, let's get to the next area. Once all affairs at Green Flame City were taken care of, a few warlocks immediately continued on a new journey. With Leylin along with Gilbert and Emma as support, the organizations that relied on Jupiter's lightning and had merely 1 or 2 morning star magi were swept through. While Philip and Paul did not do anything, just their presence represented the stance of the Warlock Union. Even rank 5 magi had to reconsider the consequences. Hence, the front lines were pushed forward smoothly. In less than a month, all the land that had been occupied had returned to the high-ranked warlocks of the Ouroboros clan. Of course, there were naturally changes when it came to allocation, but no warlock dared complain. Ha! Onyx Castle. I'm back. Leylin stood above Onyx Castle in his territory, and was speechless. The Magus Tower not far away had long since been overturned by the Oakheart family. Of course, they had immediately compensated Leylin with a brand new Morning Star Magus Tower. The Onyx Castle below had obviously been destroyed and reconstructed. That must have been the Oakheart family trying to curry favor with him since they were already here. Are you very familiar with the Azure Mountain King? The moment you arrived, he immediately withdrew his troops, and even looked impatient in doing it. I just have something on him, so we're temporary allies. Leylin shook his head and chuckled. Temporary? Emma observed Leylin's profound smile, suddenly feeling like the breeze in the skies was slightly chilly. She began to mourn for the Oakheart family. News has come in that the Green Snake Marshes have been taken back. Our Ouroboros clan has now regained all its past territory. Gilbert's figure appeared by Leylin's side, a sigh in his tone. What should we do next? Nothing. Just work on consolidating our original territories. Leylin knew when to stop. Though he did not know if it was his existence or the intimidation of the Warlock Union, Jupiter's lightning had displayed a high degree of tolerance towards the Ouroboros clan's recent activities, and practically did not interfere at all. This was also why Leylin and the rest had been able to reclaim their territories so quickly. Of course, Leylin did not believe that they were afraid of him or the Union. Xianxia probably had something more important to focus on, which was why he was temporarily enduring his activities. As long as he killed Leylin, the Ouroboros clan would quickly fall apart even if they took up half of the central continent. Leylin always had his guard up against this radiant moon. The Ouroboros clan has completely expelled our organizations and restored their territories. In the lava world, Wade has brought a group of high-ranked warlocks and is going around annihilating the Mobius organization. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Leylin, Wade, one day, I'll bury your skulls under my palace's steps, and have your souls wailing within the flames of my lights. Xianxia's eyes were bloodshot as he sent the reporting Morning Star Magus away. Recently, all that was being delivered to him was bad news. Wade had actually gotten the coordinates to the lava world, bringing a whole group and vying for territory with him. His previous actions had lost him his friendship with Scarlet Eye, and Archibald had become hostile with him after this matter as well. While Xianxia was in terrible shape worrying over these, Leylin had meanwhile reclaimed all the territory that had once belonged to the Ouroboros clan. Pond of Lamentation, it's all your fault, Narisha. Didn't you say that as long as we make use of the lava world's coordinates as a trap, we can get rid of them and make them disappear into a spatial rift? You said nobody would know. The moon rune on Xianxia's forehead dimmed as he narrowed his eyes. How would I know that 3 Morning Star warlocks, when teamed up, were as powerful as a radiant moon magus? The mysterious female voice sounded like that of a spoiled little girl. Are you calling me useless? Veins surfaced on Xianxia's forehead. What? How could I do such a thing? You're my student, after all. The little girl's voice was suddenly replaced by a mature one. All we have is a trade, an exchange of benefits. Xianxia was breathing heavily as he stated this fact. All right, I know what you want. Wade is fighting you over the lava world, and Leylin is challenging your might in the central continent, but all this does not matter. As long as we succeed in our plan, you can advance to Breaking Dawn and become a king. Even wiping out the entire Warlock Union would be a piece of cake, let alone just them. Her voice was very gentle and extremely easy to be caught into it. With the comforting words from the female voice, Xianxia gathered his composure and returned to a dark secret chamber in his Magus Tower. Passing through layers of restrictions, one would find nothing in the room except a circular fountain in the center. A large amount of turbulent black air was boiling within it, and a few expressionless, pale human faces were floating on the surface. Woo woo. A little white stream of air rose up, before forming into a few tall human figures that moved slowly around Xianxia. How is it? I spent all my treasures for this, and even, Xianxia's voice lowered. It's looking good. The Pond of Lamentation configuration is almost complete, all that's left is a few last steps. The female voice turned a little cold. Beep. Reserves of the Sun's Child bloodline imprint strengthened. Beep. Host's fire elemental resistance has increased. Along with the timely prompts from the AI chip, Leylin's mind wandered off for a bit as he stared at the sun-shaped runes on the back of his hands. I prepared this specially for Xianxia, but he didn't even show up. Leylin had to admit that he hadn't predicted the opponent's reaction. Xianxia was a narrow-minded villain, but he had remained composed under such provocation. This was out of Leylin's expectations. Or maybe someone else persuaded him not to act. Leylin stroked his chin, If that's the case, it must be someone holding a prestigious status in Jupiter's lightning. Which one is it? It's better like this anyway. We got back all our territory, and I didn't even have to use one of my bloodline imprints. These bloodline imprints were almost as strong as rank 6 spells. They were definitely a trump card of Leylin's, and it was best that he continued to hide them. Also, Leylin could feel that the bloodline imprint in his skin resonated with the modified fireplume, and they complemented each other. With the passage of time, this resonance became more and more obvious. Could it be that the ancient sun's child was related to the phoenix? Leylin dismissed his own thought with a laugh. Mentor. These are all the documents related to the body tempering in the Ouroboros clan. The door to the study opened, and Snoopy entered with tons of black documents and crystal ball recordings. All the documents had been piled up on Leylin's desk, forming a small hill. Great job. Leylin nodded his head in encouragement to this handy student of this. He sent him off as he started on the documents. There were many different types of recording apparatus in the Magus world, and they came in different shapes, sizes, and materials. Books made of real paper were very scarce. In fact, Leylin had even seen a book made entirely out of bronze before, as well as books made of bone. After all, the Ouroboros clan was one of the top organizations in the central continent, and the very first thing Leylin had thought of after browsing through the documents was to find a way to improve his vitality. The side effects of the massive increase in his soul force had yet to be resolved. Moreover, judging from his current health, there were very few spells and refining methods that would be of use to him. Leylin casually flipped open a thick dictionary-like book. On the pale yellowish page was a brightly colored rose, the leaves and petals seeming to tremble a bit. Ah, dearest Trivish, I adore you, adore your eyes which are so pearl-like, and, as he flipped through a huge amount of mixed content, he found what seemed to be like short lines left behind by a bored bard. The phrasing was poor and the text somewhat incoherent. Yet, Leylin browsed through the thing without much thought. He placed his fingers on a piece of paper with raised markings on it, gently sliding across every letter. It was then that something bizarre happened. A line of fire appeared at the part Leylin touched, and the rest of the letters started to twitch. There were even little black feet growing on them as they started to rearrange themselves. The following text contains information on the initial stages of the reformation of Hodo worms. Only official magi and above can attempt to. Another instructional line appeared, and the AI chip sounded at the same time. Beep. Object letting out inductive radiation detected. Based on the activity rate of the detected radiation, it can be transferred into the host's vitality. Probability 0.0000000001%. Leylin closed the book, feeling rather speechless. Such hidden techniques and methods of induction could only be created by those at rank 3 and above. Rank 1 or 2 magi who practiced this would have their vitality stimulated, and would begin to improve. However, such a thing was way too weak for Leylin. Reformed through Hodo worms, there's a maximum increase of 3 vitality, and added resistance against poison. Leylin's eyes glowed blue as he stroked his chin, but the new look would be simply too ugly, and it's useless for me currently anyway. He shook his head and moved on to the next source. With his position in the Ouroboros clan, he could use any resources he wanted. He'd finished browsing through all the documents in a few days. No other magus would have been able to accomplish much after one quick browse through. They would have to spend time to understand and memorize the information. Unlike them, however, all the information was now in Leylin's memory, never to be forgotten. AI chip, scan through the new data and look for methods that can improve my current vitality, Leylin ordered. Not only had he looked through all the documents about body refinement spell formations, he had also organized all the rumors and legends that related to improvements in vitality, giving it all to the AI chip to analyze. Even though he did not have much faith in the Ouroboros clan's library, just a few clues were good enough for him. Beep. Search complete. Found 3 methods that suit the host. Along with its report, the AI chip projected some information into Leylin's mind. 1. Conversion into Adafork will result in a one-time increase of 40 vitality. 2. Acquire the title of Virtuous Sky Sage and come in contact with the Endowing Scepter. Will assist in advancement of host's physical strength by 2 ranks at once. 3. Consume the giant dragon potion together with Hades, blood sacrifice. Will result in an approximate increase of 10 vitality. These were the 3 methods the AI chip had found, the methods most suited to Leylin himself. Of course, They were deduced from rumors and scientific content. Leylin would have to do his own work to get all the resources required to proceed with them. Even so, it was much better for him than for those magi who were clueless when they encountered problems, having to try all methods one by one. Conversion of Adafork. Where on earth am I going to find such an ancient spell formation for the conversion of vitality? Leylin smiled bitterly. Let's leave that aside for now. As for becoming a virtuous sky sage, he muttered as he touched his chin, sinking deep into thought. The Sky Castle was under the control of the monarch of the skies, but it was open to all scholars. The title of virtuous sky sage was an honorary title in that place. For strictness of the magi, those were able to get the titles, were all the masters of the scholars. Coming into contact with the endowing scepter would be the benefit of the entitlements. Rumors had it that it could increase Magus's physique without any side effects. Of course, with the help of the AI chip, Leylin was quite confident in passing the tests. However, the Sky Castle was located in a monarch's territory, and he was not sure of the attitude of the monarch of the skies held towards bloodline warlocks. Hence, he wasn't confident in that plan. As for the last thing, the giant dragon potion and Hades, blood sacrifice are quite simple to get. I can use a bunch of kobolds to refine some dragon blood, and I also have a spell formation for Hades, blood sacrifice. Leylin's eyes flickered with light. The increase is a little on the low end, but it's good enough. He had finally realized how hard it was for magi to advance. His vitality was already great as a warlock, and he still faced so many difficulties in advancement. Imagine how hard it would be for Morning Star magi. There were probably many magi stuck in the Morning Star realm due to a stagnation in their soul force and vitality. Let's do this for now. I'll prepare the giant dragon potion, use it to increase my vitality, then proceed to the Sky Castle. Leylin had made up his mind. Giant dragon potion, Leylin. Gilbert and Emma had come over while Leylin was deep in thought. Their eyes were twinkling with joy. What's this? You've acquired an interest in body tempering. Emma had immediately made the connection after glancing at the mess of materials on the table. My soul has strengthened too much recently, and my physical body hasn't been able to keep up. Leylin nodded. This wasn't any information worth hiding after all. Seriously, Gilbert sat down speechlessly. Us bloodline warlocks have the advantage of increased vitality due to our inheritance of ancient genes. We're ahead of magi in this field, and normally we only have to worry about how to increase our soul force. There are practically no other people in your situation. Leylin's monstrous growth rate was something Gilbert found difficult to digest. Leylin laughed, and asked the two dukes some other questions about body tempering. However, both of them knew even less than he did, and could hardly give him any useful information. In the end, Leylin could only ask, how much do you know about Sky City? What? Don't tell me you're going there. Both warlocks stood up in shock. Why? What's the matter? Leylin asked with a smile. The endowing scepter kept in Sky City was a treasure that only virtuous sky sages could come in contact with, and it had the ability to increase his physique by 2 levels without any side effects. To the present Leylin, that was a huge temptation. 2 levels was roughly 20 points of vitality. With the additional 10 points from the giant dragon potion, his vitality would grow very close to 100 points. The remainder could be increased slowly through Fireplume or Multilime strength. Therefore, if he couldn't find other methods to substitute for it, he had to go through with this. After a moment of silence, Emma spoke. Leylin, even though the monarch of the skies hasn't targeted warlocks before, you know the situation with our warlock union. Due to unknown reasons, bloodline warlocks had been rejected and were treated as enemies by the regular magi of the central continent. They had even reached the verge of extinction. Despite the tremendous efforts of the few Radiant Moon warlocks, most warlocks still felt quite unsafe. This was why the Morning Star area had come up. If the monarchs hadn't given the suppression of warlocks their tacit approval, this would have been impossible. In Emma's eyes, Leylin was an up-and-coming talent who she had high expectations for, even someone who she considered a son-in-law. She naturally wouldn't want Leylin to leave and expose himself to danger. Mentor Gilbert, what do you think? Leylin could only laugh wryly inside, his eyes focusing on Gilbert. Let's not talk about the monarch of the skies. Sky City is a holy land for magi in the central continent, and is considered the palace of truth. Countless top-grade masters, artisans and scholars gather there, calling it the cradle of knowledge. In terms of innovations and advancements in spells, rapid progress is made every single day. Gilbert scratched his bald head, recalling some fond memories from the past as his eyes shimmered. If you hadn't already become a Morning Star warlock and the pillar that's propping up our Ouroboros clan, my very first recommendation would be to go to Sky City if you intend to travel across the continent. If this is the case, I'm even more interested in going there. Leylin stroked his chin, yearning evident in his expression. All right then, but you have to be extra careful. It's best to hide your true identity. Gilbert and Emma smiled wryly at each other. They knew Leylin well enough. He was the stubborn type, and now that he had already made his own decision, he would not change his mind easily. He just wanted to listen to their suggestions. I know. Leylin crossed his arms, leaning slightly forward. Well then, is there any reason for you to come all the way here now? Oh yes, of course. We'd even forgotten about that. Gilbert slapped his forehead. He passed Leylin a recording crystal. After a month of hard fighting, we have finally regained all our territory. This is the new map we've drawn out. Leylin sent his soul force into the crystal, and immediately perceived a giant map. Different colors were used to divide the regions that belong to the different bloodline nobles. Compared to the previous map, there was not much of a change on the whole, but much of the nobles' territories had been greatly modified. Primarily, the territory that belonged to the nobles under the previous First Elder's wings had been greatly reduced, reallocated instead to the Blood Serpent family and more significantly the Farlier family. On the whole, both the dukes' rights and benefits remain the same as before, while I get a hold of the territory and resources that originally belonged to the First Elder. Leylin pondered over this in his mind, though on the surface, just nodded. I think this is fine. Let's go with this redistributed map. Only after Leylin agreed to this redistribution did Gilbert and Emma feel as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. After all, Leylin was far too crucial to the Ouroboros clan, and if he was dissatisfied with the distribution and left the clan they would be in deep trouble. Leylin laughed and shook his head as he saw both of these senior Morning Star warlocks in fear and trepidation before him. Master, I've captured a third batch of kobold warlocks, and placed them in the binding room. Tanasha bowed to Leylin as she reported. This magus who was currently wearing a black dress had afforded him even more respect since his advancement. She had become very cautious with her work as well. At Leylin's command, she had captured large numbers of kobold warlocks in the blink of an eye. Good job. Leylin knew exactly what she wanted. He laid lazily on the couch, waving his right hand slightly. A demonic dark flame formed on her forehead, leaving behind a distinct brand in the shape of a black snake. HSs. Surrounding the snake were hazy flames. The snake looked as if it was alive, about to break through the thin membrane of skin at any moment. Master. Tanasha knelt down in trepidation. She could feel terrifying power from the mark, enough to crush her into powder. This is my secret imprint, and is representative of me. I've also stored within a one-time attack from my own hands. Normal morning stars won't be able to withstand it. Leylin closed his eyes slightly as he spoke slowly. In the meanwhile, Tanasha was thrilled by his words. I'd once promised you at Quicksand Castle that once I was strong enough, and not afraid of retaliation, I would grant you your vengeance. Indeed, this was the reason that Tanasha had chosen to serve under him. Yes, Master. It's just that I never thought this time would come so soon. Tanasha sounded a little unsteady. Leylin's rate of advancement was far beyond her expectations. The family that you are going to take revenge on has no morning star. I have also talked to their backing organization, and they won't get in your way. You should be able to handle everything. The secret imprint I've left on you is your last resort. Thank you, Master. Tanasha's choked as she sobbed, her eyes red as the memories of her being harmed and chased after came up. It was still extremely vivid in her mind, how she'd even have to hide in the wilderness to survive. Go. Leylin waved his hand, and Tanasha exited respectfully. After exiting the Magus Tower, Tanasha felt the secret imprint on her forehead, especially the immense power within it, and her eyes glinted with strength. How have you been, Dove? I will be back soon. Most would think Tanasha and this Dove were very good friends from her words, but they would be frightened upon looking at the terrifying expression on her face. Deeply buried hatred that hasn't dissipated over time. It's instead fermented and grown. After Tanasha left, Leylin stood up slowly, and announced something that sounded like a prophecy. He had a feeling that Tanasha's trip back would be accompanied by a great amount of bloodshed and pain. The misery of being forced to leave home and the experience of hiding for survival was enough to turn Tanasha into a terrifying goddess of vengeance. But the history between them didn't matter to him. No matter what had happened, Leylin would surely side with Tanasha, and for a very simple reason. He had no relationship with the other party, whereas Tanasha was his subordinate. Leylin had always favored people of his own. He followed his own set of rules, and would definitely side with his own people if they were engaged in conflict with outsiders. Were Freya to fight his subordinates, for example, he would support her. But in case the two of them fell out, he would choose to protect his own benefits. His personal benefits was in the core of his set of rules. The closer an external circle of benefits was to the center, the more priority it received. As for fairness, justice, to things like that, haha. Tower Genie. Begin the modulation of kobold warlocks based on the bloodline operation sequence I had entered earlier on. Take now for instance. Leylin's interests were in conflict with those of the kobolds, so he would not hesitate to sacrifice them. Beep. First stage of modulation beginning, increase in activity of bloodline, the Tower Genie's voice sounded. Meanwhile, sounds of mournful cries could be heard from the multiple cages under the Magus Tower. After days of experiments, Leylin held a purplish-red bloodline potion in a test tube, his face filled with satisfaction. Even though there were some failures in between, the giant dragon potion is finally ready. Vitality and formation. Leylin had tremendous achievements in potioneering, to the extent that he'd even surpassed the realm of grandmasters, reaching a higher level. Even though the giant dragon potion was rare and difficult to make even during ancient times, it was only a matter of trial and error for Leylin. Even these few failures were not due to his technique, but because experiments were prone to failure themselves. Since the giant dragon potion is done, I can begin now. Leylin took a glance at the surroundings. It was a huge public square located in the Morning Star Magus Tower, created with the help of the Tower Genie. On the ground were complex designs and magic runes, and even vicious totem images. Surrounding the entire spell formation were 4 gigantic pillars, every single stone pillar the thickness of 3 men combined. Above them was something like a huge hollow tunnel. It seemed to be split open by sharp weapons, full of a wild ancient aura. Hades, blood sacrifice spell formation, progress 99.9999%. The AI chip responded after scanning through. Hades spell formation, what an affinity between us. Leylin laughed. Hades was one of the most terrifying dark magi of ancient myth. His level of dark magic was said to be unreachable, and rumor had it that he had even completely grasped the rules of death. He possessed eternal youth, and was full of desire for flesh and souls. But of course, Hades was nothing more than a super powerful dark magus in the eyes of Leylin and other magi, and some even looked up to Hades as a motivational target and tried to surpass him. When Leylin was trying to advance to rank 2, he had made use of the opponent's spell formation to harvest spirits. Of course, the current blood spell formation was a few levels higher than the one back then. It could even absorb the sacrificial offerings, bloodlines by force in order to increase the Morning Star Magus's vitality. Leylin took a look at his current status. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 bloodline warlock, giant Chemoyan serpent complete form, strength 50, agility 45, vitality 65, spiritual force 956.8, magic power 956, magic power in synchronization with spiritual force, soul force. I have more than enough spiritual force, but vitality is so hard to increase. Leylin smiled wryly. This was the side effect for his sudden, huge advancements recently. Moreover, if his vitality still could not reach 100, it would be a huge problem once the multilime seal was broken. Begin. Leylin's eyes shimmered with crimson light. Crack, crack. Under the manipulation of the Tower Genie, the entire square started shaking, and grieved howls could be heard from a near distance. That was the morning of the strengthened kobold warlocks. After the bloodline extraction, these creatures were being treated as waste material and processed by Leylin. Waves of a terrifying aura rose continuously within the spell formation. Once the morning of the kobolds weakened, the whole spell formation started to change. The 4 gigantic stone pillars surrounding the square began to shake. From the tunnel up above, a huge amount of sticky liquid that was blood red in color dripped down. Mixed in were white objects that looked like crushed bones. The red liquid first filled the pillars to the brink, before it slowly spilled out like blood flowing in veins, causing the pillars to turn crimson. The liquid flowed all the way down, finally reaching the runes of the spell formation. The concentrated blood red liquid filled the runes in order. The entire process was full of a certain solemnity, and the stagnant atmosphere was stifling. The spell formation kicked into action, and an enormous layer of crimson light shot up from the runes. Under the attraction of the crimson light rays, the vacant void above the spell formation was broken. Light took on the form of symbols seen in sacrificial rites, as it began to radiate waves of summoning. Awu, the phantom of a monstrous two-headed wolf hovered in the sky above the spell formation, howling ferociously. Greed filled its green eyes as saliva dripped down its jaws. I've never seen such a summoning technique before. Is it a summoning from a foreign world or from a different time and space? Leylin's eyes flashed blue. He had ordered the AI chip to record the scene down into his database for future use. Awu, the two-headed wolf did not start to feast on the pulp of flesh, bones and blood immediately. Instead, it turned to Leylin, a ferocious look in its eyes as it glared at him as if he was one of the offerings. It has a certain level of intelligence. Could it be a clone of Hades? Leylin stroked his chin, started as he sized up this two-headed wolf. This carefree behavior of Leylin greatly irritated the phantom as it howled and aimed to pounce onto Leylin. SSSSSII*, a malevolent phantom of the giant Chemoian serpent, this one with crimson scales, appeared behind Leylin and bared its jaws at the wolf. A magnificent aura emanated from the Chemoian serpent, causing the wolf to waver. The summoning of a creature from another world is indeed troublesome. Leylin snorted, started to activate a spell. Rumble. Eye-piercing white flashes of lightning struck the phantom, causing it to howl as it lost some of its dark form. After the lightning passed, each of the two wolf heads now had a collar on, with spikes that faced the neck. The two-headed wolf was threatened by the spikes, and dared not rebel. It then dashed into the crimson light before starting to feast on the flesh hungrily. The formation grew silent except for the bone-chilling munching noises. After a few minutes, the flesh and light inside the spell formation were both devoured by the two-headed wolf. It then roared to the sky, the sound waves traveling far and wide as it howled loudly. The spell formation started to warp once more under these terrifying howls. Starlight shone down through the Magus Tower, revealing the image of a bright moon. Under the howls of the wolf, the moon gradually turned red before it stretched into the sides and formed the shape of a human eye. An icy gaze swept across, causing Leylin to shudder in fear. He felt as if he had called upon a disaster and his body tensed up. This pressuring aura must surely belong to a high-leveled magus. Leylin inhaled deeply. Fortunately, the crimson eye did not fix its gaze on him. Instead, it only spared him a short glance and focused on the two-headed wolf. An eerie scene formed as the two-headed wolf howled continuously under the gaze of the crimson moon eye. Pop! The sound of a bubble bursting was followed by a crisp explosive sound, and the phenomenal sights in the area disappeared without a trace. The two-headed wolf, the full moon and the starlight suddenly seemed to be an illusion, and a tinge of purple light twirled around the spell formation. Conscient of greed from a foreign world has been attracted, summoning of ancient Hades phantom is complete. A notification from the AI chip sounded, reminding Leylin that what he had seen just now was not a hallucination. Phew, what a weird spell formation. Hades, the king of the ancient dark magi, is truly a powerful elite. Leylin let out a long breath and stepped into the spell formation. Boom! The rumbling of the formation acted like a signal, and a huge amount of purple olight converged on Leylin as it entered his body. Arg! Leylin let out a stuffy groan and started to spasm. After the purple light rays entered his body, they started wriggling like earthworms. This feeling was indescribable. If not for his superb vitality and great endurance, he would have passed out or even died due to the pain. The giant dragon potion. Leylin kept himself composed, using the purplish-red medicine which he had long since prepared in his hand. Pow! There seemed to be a chemical reaction when the potion entered his stomach, and the amount of pain increased tenfold. Leylin's vision turned pitch black, but he managed to persevere through it with his strong will. Beep. Host is undergoing Hades, sacrificial rites. Muscle fiber strengthening in process. Beep. Host is absorbing quintessential materials, vitality increased. Beep. Giant dragon potion has taken effect. Radiation is creating the best environment for absorption. The notifications from the AI chip sounded continuously. After the last wave of pain had passed, Leylin felt a stream of boiling heat gushing all over his body. Beep. Host vitality increasing, currently at 66.7, 67.5, 68.3, 69.9. The value showing Leylin's vitality kept on increasing in the AI chip's database, and surpassed 70 within a split second before continuing on. 71, 72, 73, 74, 74.5. In almost an instant, the number had rocketed up by 10. It only stopped upon reaching 74.9. Leylin straightened his body after the effects of the potion passed, and crackling sounds rang throughout it. Host data changed, readjusting. Leylin took a look at his stats and discovered a huge change in them. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 Bloodline Warlock, Chemoyan Serpent Complete Form, Strength, 50 Agility, 45 Vitality, 74.9 Spiritual Force, 956.8 Magic Power, 956 Magic Power in synchronization with Spiritual Force, Soul Force. Vitality had increased by 9.9 units. Pretty close to the estimated data from the AI chip. Leylin nodded in satisfaction. Right now, he had reached a monstrous value in terms of his vitality. Setting off an apprehension based on Leylin's understanding, vitality represented defense as well as regenerative abilities. His value of 74.9 was very close to the terrifying numbers that ancient creatures possessed. With his current body, regular rank 1 and 2 spells could not break through his defenses. Even rank 3 spells would only give him tiny injuries, and he would recover instantly. His frightening vitality gave him an equally terrifying healing ability. After checking everything once over, Leylin nodded in satisfaction. With the strength of my body, even if the seal of Multilime strength suddenly gives way, I can still hold on for a period of time. Next, if I can gain the title of a virtuous Sky Sage and receive the blessing from the endowing scepter, I'll be able to solve the issue of the repercussions from having my soul force rise too rapidly. Leylin had to go to Sky City no matter what. Though that was the territory of the Monarch of the Skies, and a warlock like him going alone could be troublesome, it was already the simplest method that the AI chip could come up with. Techniques in body tempering spell formations that could increase the vitality of morning stars was very rare in the central continent. On top of that, Leylin's strong foundation as a warlock made things more difficult. The AI chip had summed up all of Leylin's knowledge and used the Ouroboros clan's large database to find these 3 methods. They were already the best out there. However, Leylin had yet to find any clues on the transformation spell formation in Adafork, and only knew it was in some ruins in the central continent from a legend. To him, taking the risk to explore ruins was too troublesome and dangerous. He had already used the 3rd method, and could not repeat it within a short period. If he tried, leave alone getting results, he would only face possible side effects. Hence, the most reasonable choice to make was the second. He would head for Sky City and the endowing scepter. Of course, Leylin was rather confident in his travels. He was a peak morning star and could escape with his life even if he met with a radiant moon magus. The 2 bloodline imprints from the bloodline of the sun's child gave him more than enough confidence. Sky City was the home to the monarch of the skies. He did not wish for there to be a rank 6 battle at that place. Besides, I haven't provoked the monarch of the skies at all. I just have to be careful of Jupiter's lightning. Leylin stroked his chin and sank into deep thought. A few days later, in the area surrounding Phosphorescent Swamp, a completely black private airship that looked like a water droplet soared into the skies. In just a few minutes, it disappeared into the horizon. Atop high towers, countless figures stared at the floating airship in a daze until it disappeared. Relax, Freya. Emma patted the back of Freya's hands, looking at her lovingly. Leylin is now comparable to a rank 5 warlock. He'll be fine. Indeed. Leylin is very powerful. We just have to do our duty here at the Ouroboros clan, Gilbert consoled her. Your graces are right. Freya bowed slightly, the concern in her eyes still not completely gone. After all, Leylin was going to the territory of a monarch. What if something happened? Freya did not dare think further. Haha. Ever since little Freya got married, she doesn't listen to her mentor. Emma grabbed Freya's hands and began to repeat, you don't have to care about other things right now. What's most important is to spread the bloodline of the Farlier family. Leylin has a lot of secrets on him, and his giant Chemoyan serpent bloodline is the best I've seen. No. It's the best Chemoyan bloodline. If you don't spread it, it'll be a true waste. Mentor, what are you saying? Freya protested coquettishly, 2 attractive flushes of red rising in her cheeks. Yet, that had eased her worry. Bang! The colossal serpent parted the clouds and shook off the winds, breaking through the troposphere and reaching a higher part of the sky. One could see intense sunlight shining down through the glass windows. Below was a seemingly boundless white sea of clouds, the scenery incomparably beautiful. The private airship was very quick, but it was not obvious from the scenery which seemed to be still. After he finished setting up the automatic navigation system, Leylin sat alone on the sofa with red wine in his hands as he watched the scenery on both sides through the windows. He looked on absent-mindedly. A long while later, he sighed. I'm not treating Freya well. Ever since Leylin had returned from the lava world, he had extremely busy with reclaiming territory and contacting other bloodline organizations. He had basically given Freya the cold shoulder. Now, he was going on a solo journey to Sky City. Though Freya had been strong and not displayed it, Leylin could feel her worry as she sent him off. Whatever it was, Leylin would definitely not bring her along. He was going to take a risk here, and this was no holiday. If he were alone, it would be easier to escape, but if he had someone else around, things would get difficult. I'll make it up to her in the future. Thinking this through, Leylin focused on other things. AI. Chip. How much longer till I reach Sky City? Beep. Based on the speed of Giant Serpent, estimated time of arrival, 45 days, 13 hours, 46 minutes, 19 seconds. The AI. Chip loyally intoned. That's really quite far. If not for me having my personal airship, it might have been even more troublesome. Leylin was speechless. If it required such a long time with the speed of his personal airship, it was quite obvious how vast the central continent was. This is a great time to meditate. Besides, there are still some more improvements to be made to the fusion of the Fireplume and Chemoyan's pupil. Leylin sunk deep into thought, eyes glowing a blue that was indicative of the workings of the AI. Chip. Numbers, letters and runes from different worlds were processed by the AI. Chip. The AI. Chip operated continuously, calculating and deducing information, forming a wondrous cycle of numbers, within a hidden Magus tower. This was a Magus tower constructed by a radiant moon, filled with black thunder and lightning. It gave off a dark atmosphere that would cause one's heart to palpitate. These flashes of lightning constantly flickered around, causing the Magi walking along the passageway to break out in cold sweat. The feeling of this area really gives me the chills. The morning star who spoke was one of Jupiter's lightning. After the incident during the Holy Solar Festival, Wade had brought along a group of high-ranked warlocks to attack them. The Mobius organization lost time and time again in the lava world, and quite a few morning stars were either killed or heavily injured. This led to a lack of manpower in Jupiter's lightning. At such a critical time, the leader of Jupiter's lightning, the great radiant moon Magus Xianxia, had suddenly announced he was going to seclude himself in meditation, which had given rise to protests and confusion. Of course, that was only in the hearts of his subordinates. Those that would dare oppose Xianxia overtly had been turned to ashes hundreds of years ago. Passing through the alley, the morning star Magus arrived at a bronze door. The uneasiness he felt had reached its peak. Your Highness, this is Loki seeking an audience, he transmitted after a momentary silence. Come in. Xianxia's voice was heard. It was the same old voice, but there was something oddly jarring about it. While wondering about it on the inside, Loki showed the utmost respect as he bowed and entered. Behind the large brass door was a giant secret room. The walls were full of binding and summoning runes, as well energy isolation spell patterns. At the heart of the room was a large pool where streams of black gas surged, producing bubbling sounds. Xianxia stood by the pool, clad in black and gold. His eyes were fixed on the current of the black gas. Your Highness. Loki bowed, watching the pool with some curiosity. This was what had caused his uneasiness. Yet, he would not dare to ask Xianxia about it. He did not even have the guts to probe it with his soul force. What is it? You even used the emergency communicator to contact me. Xianxia's hands were behind his back, but Loki knew that this meant His Highness was beginning to be enraged. If his next words were unsatisfactory, he would be in trouble. Your Highness had put me in charge of information about the Ouroboros clan, and in particular the warlock named Farlier. I've acquired some intelligence. Xianxia was paying close attention to Leylin, and hence he turned back to stare at Loki. Speak. Leylin of the Ouroboros clan left Phosphorescence Swamp yesterday. His destination is most likely Sky City. Loki hastily reported, but strangely enough, Xianxia merely listened quietly and did not do anything special. Your Highness. Loki raised his head and saw the dazed look on Xianxia's face. There were a few distorted spirit bodies hovering around him, pale, crooked palms grabbing at his collar. Loki felt his heart lurch, but after sneaking another glance at Xianxia, everything seemed like it had been an illusion. This discovery had him sink deeper into fear. Your Highness, do you need me? Loki asked as he tried to sound out. I'm conducting an exceptionally important spirit-body experiment. I'll take care of Leylin myself. Don't bother with it anymore. Xianxia answered coldly. Yes, sir. Loki bowed once more and left. Only after leaving the Magus Tower did he let out a long sigh. He felt like his entire top half was drenched in sweat. His Highness, who had always been very enthusiastic about destroying the Ouroboros clan, had been reduced to this state. The scene just then even had Loki in shock. Could that just now have been, conjectures an arrival within the Magus Tower's secret room, at the side of the Pond of Lamentation? The silent Xianxia was in a daze, only turning back after he left and lifting up the sleeve on his right arm. On his right arm, crests and troughs formed on what should have been smooth skin, taking on the shape of a mysterious female face. What should we do about the Ouroboros clan? Xianxia asked. Two cracks opened in the skin, rolling apart to form a vivid pair of eyes. You are now at the advanced stage of the transformation. Your main body will probably not be able to, the mysterious woman's voice sounded. You mean we should let go of this opportunity? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. No. The woman's voice grew softer and was quickly concealed by the waves of water in the black pool. Above the troposphere, the large amounts of white clouds gathered to form a boundless white sea. A black streaking was soaring through this sea, a private airship with a smooth structure. Currently on its surface was a faint layer of defense, allowing the interior to be silent. Leylin sat cross-legged on a platform in the bedroom, a phantom chemoian serpent slowly taking form behind him. Light flickered on the phantom causing it to seem illusory, and it looked more regal as fine red stripes appeared on it. Meditation was something Leylin did every day. Even though he'd already reached the peak of Morning Star, he would not set this task aside. After he absorbed a large amount of darkness and fire elemental particles, the phantom behind him shrunk down and entered his body. Whoosh! Leylin's eyes opened, and it seemed like large amounts of lightning streaked past the room. With the AI chip's optimization, the fusion between Fireplume and Chemoian's pupil is now half a fold more effective than before. This was the most precise number he could come up with through his own personal experiments. Having a top-grade meditation technique such as the Wing of the Sun for reference, Leylin knew fully well that other than not having enough levels, Chemoian's pupil was rather similar to a top-grade meditation technique. At this thought, Leylin could not help but focus on the AI chip. How is the progress on the 5th level of Chemoian's pupil? Beep. 76.5% completed. The remaining path is being optimized. The AI chip's robotic voice intoned loyally. It seems like the 5th level will be completed soon. A hint of glee appeared on Leylin's expression. The bloodline shackles had ensured that no Chemoian warlock had ever broken past the Morning Star realm. Hence, Chemoian's pupil, which was specialized for his bloodline, only had 4 levels to it. This was a type of bloodline shackle. The meditation technique itself would hinder a Chemoian warlock from breaking through. Now, Leylin could hope to destroy these shackles. The meditation technique may be just one part of them, but it had a hole in the bloodline shackles. Now, all he had to do was pry it open. Leylin believed that, one day, he would manage to break through these shackles as long as he persevered. Meditation techniques are only one tiny aspect of the warlock's bloodline shackles. The fundamental issue is still the bloodline, as well as restrictions on the spirit. At this thought, Leylin turned gloomy. Though he was confident in his future, that did not mean he thought the troubles ahead of him were easy to deal with. The limit of a giant Chemoian serpent is rank 4. I, who have fused with its blood and soul, am now bound to rank 4 as well. The limits imposed by a bloodline would extend to the soul once one reached the Morning Star realm. This was the true issue of the bloodline shackles. The soul was just too complicated. Even morning stars could only graze the surface in researching it. How do I break through the restrictions on the soul? Leylin touched his chin. Do I have to begin experimentation on synthesizing and altering bloodlines? Leylin, equipped with large amounts of information from the ancient quicksand organization, was no stranger to all this. He also had much experience under his belt. Leylin was perhaps the only one in the central continent in altering giant Chemoian serpent bloodline or form a new one. However, artificially constructed bloodlines always have defects. They are less lively in comparison to those that have gone through the order of survival of the fittest, shaped by nature and history. This was the disadvantage of artificially made products. The only other option was if Leylin was willing to expend much time and weight, allowing the formed bloodline to grow in nature for up to several tens of generations and slowly ripen. However, the amount of time required far exceeded Leylin's lifespan. Besides, though altering bloodlines could result in the creation of more powerful types of bloodlines, the chances of failure were equally high. Leylin was not going to gamble on his future. Hence, this very attractive train of thought lingered in Leylin's mind but was eventually abandoned. If this doesn't work, I can only rely on the plan the ancient wisdom tree came up with. It's a pity, at my level, I can't use it yet. A deep wrinkle appeared on Leylin's forehead. In terms of just intelligence and knowledge, it was impossible for him to measure up to the wisdom tree which had lived since time immemorial. He knew that its suggestion was definitely viable. The AI chip had also performed many simulations and verified its feasibility. It was a pity that these plans were still far away for Leylin. His current strength was insufficient for him to carry them out. Besides, the method it gave me can take care of this issue once and for all. If I use it now, the effects definitely won't be as good as me employing it in the future. I must use it as a trump card, because this might be the only thing I can count on when I meet the Snake Dowager. Leylin's eyes glinted. Perhaps, my ideas were wrong from the start. Rather than finding other forces to contaminate the bloodline, I should focus on developing my own bloodline. I might even get some results from that. Leylin made up his mind. Beep. Reached vicinity of Sky City. Arrival in 1H, 24 minutes, 13s, the AI chip prompted. A month has already passed. Leylin was puzzled, but then looked through the time records the AI chip had created and could not help but burst out in laughter as he shook his head. I've long since heard that high-ranked magi have experiments that go on for years or even decades. When they come out, nothing will seem to have changed, but that would be untrue. I never expected to find myself in this situation. Just meditating a few times and going through a few conjectures and proofs on experiments had time passing so quickly. To outsiders, magi possessed great strength as well as an enviably long life. Even rank 1 and 2 magi could live for hundreds of years, which seemed endless. However, Leylin knew that their time was short, much too short. Besides meditating, they had to conduct experiments and embark on explorations. Each incident of these could take up decades, even centuries. Hence, even after reaching rank 4 and acquiring a lifespan of over 1,000 years, he still felt that there wasn't enough time. This is why so many magi transform into undeads or become spirit bodies. However, that's merely struggling at death's door. The body cannot do anything about the death of its soul, and there will be huge side effects, even going so far as the degeneration of their intelligence. Leylin could not help but shiver at that thought. Even if he was at the end of his lifespan anyway, he would not choose to use this method. While he could live for a longer period of time, the price to pay for that would be becoming slow-witted, a fool or lunatic. He would rather return to the astral plane with a clear mind. Buzz. At this moment, the colossal serpent began to tilt upwards. Am I finally there? Sky City, the holy land of the Magi of the central continent, said to be the cradle of truth and knowledge. Anticipation glinted in Leylin's eyes as he walked to the deck of the airship. The great wind and atmospheric pressure did not affect the defense of the colossal serpent at all. Leylin, who was inside, felt nothing. At this moment, the head of the airship tilted further, climbing upwards rapidly. From the troposphere where the weather was peaceful, he had broken through the stratosphere, arriving even higher than that. Beep. Air pressure around host has dropped, oxygen supply dwindling. The AI chip prompted. Hee, not yet. Leylin shook his head, and the colossal serpent became a flaming arrow as it began to shoot up almost vertically. 80 kilometers altitude, 200 kilometers, 500 kilometers. The AI chip rapidly refreshed its prompts. If I was in another world, I'd probably have broken through the warm layer and arrived above the ionosphere, right? Leylin looked at the AI chip curiously. He noticed that besides the strange reduction in temperature and a change in the behavior of ions, there were no other changes. No. Leylin looked up. He did not see a universe, but just the sky from before. However, the sunlight seemed more vast and dazzling. The Magus world is just a world amongst many others. It naturally can't be the same as in my previous world. Leylin seemed to mock himself as he laughed. At this moment, dark clouds appeared above the colossal serpent, as if shrouding the whole sky. When he got closer, he realized that these gigantic dark clouds even had lightning snakes within, thunder booming constantly inside. The thunder layer of Akev. Sky City's first line of defense. Leylin chuckled, piloting the colossal serpent and charging straight in. Whoosh! The lightning seemed to be enraged and struck downward suddenly. Floating city, the multiple bolts of lightning twined together, converging into a giant lightning serpent. There even seemed to be a hologram behind it, as it faced the unwanted guest that had just entered its lightning zone. Bzzz. Sparks flew madly on the surface of the colossal serpent, and the original defensive layer began to deform, seemingly unable to endure further. Emergency alert. The strength of each lightning bolt is above 300 degrees. Leylin touched his chin. An attack strength of 300 degrees was rare even amongst rank 3 magi. Even crystal phase magi would find it difficult to take on the combination of the lightning storm and the atmosphere. Other than Morning Star magi, perhaps only a fleet of tens of rank 3 magi could gain entry using the airship's defenses augmented by a continuous supply of magic crystals and potions. This had caused tickets into Sky City to become immensely expensive, enough to make official magi go broke. If not for caring little for this meager source of income, Morning Star magi could earn quite a lot of money if they took charge of these airships. Leylin thought indifferently. Of course, Morning Star magi were exceedingly rich and cared little for such a meager profit. In addition, their arrogance would not allow them to do something like this. Leylin was not staying idle right now. A terrifying soul force emanated from this body, wrapping the colossal serpent within it. Buzz. With the support of soul force, the colossal serpent's defensive membrane immediately stabilized and was now reinforced with another thick layer. It was now like a solid black crystal. The deck of the colossal serpent, that had been shuddering all this while, was now as solid as a mountain. That was not all. Tiny black flames clung to the energy defense. The lightning could not even reach the colossal serpent itself and was instead absorbed by these flames. In fact, the colossal serpent's energy reserves grew rapidly. The black flames seemed to form a pathway in the air, not allowing any lightning to strike in its path. The colossal serpent was then free to move as it liked, the lightning no longer daring to attack. Oh, Leylin scanned an area and chuckled. The colossal serpent turned into a black streak as he quickly left. Ha! A long while after the colossal serpent disappeared, the clouds dissipated to reveal an elemental sprite whose lower body was covered by a spiral of unlimited lightning elemental particles. What a terrifying human! Only now did it dare mutter to itself, a tremble in its voice, he'd long since found me. Just. His gaze alone was paralyzing. Even the earlier morning stars haven't given me this feeling. Could he be a great radiant moon magus? This lightning elemental sprite with a body of lightning energy particles shuddered as it looked in the direction Leylin had departed, eyes full of fear. Boom. The black clouds parted as a similarly black streak flew across the skies, with black flames trailing behind as it left a magnificent path in the air. Ha! So this is Sky City, the airborne holy land of the Magi. Leylin observed a large floating city from the deck in amazement. This city was constructed on a hemispherical island. The city itself was massive, glowing with light from all types of spells. Once in a while, a few ant-like black dots would move in the distant horizon. With Leylin's sight, he could tell that they were no ants, but magic airships that were bigger than even the most gigantic cruises in his previous world. In comparison to the floating city, these large airships appeared to be tiny. And to think I still knew that Sky City was afloat. Pictures and words can't describe the mind-blowing nature of this view. As the colossal serpent approached it, the city seemed to grow even larger. A faint golden light rose from the heart of the city, seeming to create a holy radiance in the sky. Peace and harmony. What a beautiful city. Even Leylin could not help but sing its praises right now. Beep. The colossal serpent has received a communication request. The AI chip sounded. The floating city had obviously discovered the communication devices on Leylin's personal airship. As expected of something from the Fowler family, they'd tampered with the airship. Leylin's eyes flashed coldly. While he had known of this, he had allowed it because it made communications easier, which did not go past his bottom line. Leylin had intentionally used the colossal serpent to come here. If he were to sneak in alone, who would discover him? Through the communications channel, a polite and humble voice was heard. Airship number DKGW 1394. Distinguished Duke Farlier, welcome to Sky City. Please follow our guiding airship and park at the private port we've allocated. Leylin agreed, and the colossal serpent began to slow down while following the mentioned route before it stopped. Meanwhile, in the command room somewhere in Sky City, things were in chaos. Morning star undulations detected, determined to be at 4 stars. No issues with the colossal serpent. Chemoyan Duke Farlier is confirmed to be inside. Information was flashed through red warning lights and many staff members gaped at the gigantic airship. The figures working the deck felt faint. A morning star has come to visit us. Why were we not notified earlier? A burly middle-aged man shouted as he barged in after bursting through the door. He looked panicked as he snarled, "Do you know who he is? He's the most powerful Chemoyan warlock in history, the one who killed demon hunter Cyril. It's Duke Leylin Farlier. If this kind of person flares up at us for how we receive him, we're finished." Immediately after, he looked at the red warning alarm and couldn't help but hold his head in his hands, feeling the desire to end his life there and then. 4-star undulations. The upper tier of Morning Star. Gods, just let me die. Morning Star Magi were a rarity in the central continent, and there were naturally no clear methods of classifying them. They were normally classified based on their reputation and battle achievements among others. As the Holy Land of Magi, Sky City was the most advanced research center in the central continent. It had independently come up with a standard to measure the strength of a morning star. They had divided morning stars into 5 levels represented by 5 stars, with a 1-star Magus being the weakest. A grade of 4 stars was already at the upper tier of morning stars, while 5 stars was the peak. Of course, since Leylin had intentionally hidden some of his strength, their detection was not accurate. However, even 4 stars was already terrifying. Most of the morning stars were around 1 to 3 stars. Morning stars at 4 stars or above were absolutely powerful, and even radiant moons would be apprehensive when up against them. Sky City might be called the Holy Land of Magi, but there were few morning stars of this caliber among their ranks. People like them in charge of the ports could not afford to offend him. Even if they were exposed to the radiations on his body, there would be massive casualties here. We've already sent out the signal and requested that he stop at the personal dock. He's accepted our guidance airship, and is probably here with kind intentions. A golden-haired young man produced a handkerchief and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. What we need to do now is to report this news to the Sage Committee, and then all of us should welcome him. Oh, yes, you're right. Quick, report it in. While the Sage Committee which controlled Sky City had their own methods of detection, as their subordinates, they had to do their utmost as well. The burly man from before looked like he had just woken up as he snarled, "What are you standing there like that for? Report it in, and follow me to welcome him." No need for that. A white gold flash appeared in the control room. Lord Boffle. The staff of the control room immediately bowed to the man. He comes with good intentions and doesn't want to act ostentatiously. I'll see to him myself. Go back to your posts and forget about this. The white gold light spoke and diverged into many rays of light. Good. With our morning star taking over, anything that happens next isn't our problem. The burly man sighed, hands behind his back as he left the control room. The other members in the control room looked relieved as they sat back down. The young man who had reported this earlier continued to work diligently, concealing the envy and feverish look in his eyes. Boom. The colossal serpent steadily descended atop a lawn with a large rune on it, not flipping up any dust. Is it Lord Leylin? Welcome. Due to the urgent message just now, there was no staff member around. A young man with platinum hair and wings of light similar to the wings of angels stood under the elevating platform of the airship. I am Leylin Farlier. You are. The door opened and Leylin walked out, looking friendly. Though Gilbert had suggested that he sneak in and conceal his identity, Leylin wanted the title of a virtuous sky sage in Sky City, and he would need to make contact with the endowing scepter. He would definitely be interrogated thoroughly and would even attract the attention of the monarch of the skies. How could he conceal himself? Hence, Leylin had chosen to step forward without any tricks. The title of a virtuous sky sage from Sky City was an honor open to all magi of the central continent, and large numbers of scholars would be attracted here. It was not shameful in any way that he wanted to obtain this. Lightwing, the title of virtuous sky sage, was an honor given by Sky City to top scholars. As long as magi had achievements in academics and were acknowledged by the Sage Committee, they could be awarded this title. Not only was it an honor to become a sage, there were benefits to it as well. Not only could they gain a bonus of 2 levels to their vitality from the endowing scepter, they also had the opportunity to join Sky City themselves. Even if they did not enter, the monarch of the skies would still protect them, and they would be able to move around the central continent without obstruction. Hence, Whether it was for the fame, the benefits, or just to make up for their weaknesses in academics, large numbers of scholarly magi came here every year, which allowed Sky City to gain the good reputation of being the cradle of truth. Even if he couldn't pass, just gaining the favor of the monarch of the skies and being baptized by the endowing scepter once was no big issue. Leylin was now feeling very confident. The gift he had prepared would surely move rank 6 breaking dawn magi. How could the coordinates of another world not be enough? He'd never promised Wade not to give away the coordinates of the lava world to a third party anyway. It was attractive enough that the monarch of the skies could make an exception. He was just unsure if Wade and Xania would cough up blood after finding out about this. Which magus would not take the secret of a world's coordinates to their grave? Only a freak like Leylin would actively go around, using it as a gift and giving it to others. Boffle, the person who had arrived, announced his name. As he began to judge the magus opposite him, the first word that came to Boffle's mind was, young. Whether it was his handsome face or the surging life force, everything gave him a sense of youth. Based on the rumors, Lord Leylin should be less than 300, yes. You've already become a morning star and gained such a huge reputation. Boffle observed this genius warlock. He wore gilded robes and gloves. His eyes were full of warmth and his smile was like the sunshine. With the crescent dangling from his earlobe, his handsome face was the type that young, teenage girls or even female magi would go crazy over. So it's Lord Boffle. Leylin looked at this person who seemed very similar to an angel, and had no idea how to react. However, the morning star radiation from his body was something that could not be imitated. The monarch of the skies held control of various organizations across the continent, and had quite a few radiant moons under his wing. Obviously, the morning stars subordinate to him were much larger in number. Boffle here was one of them. Official magi could make modifications to their own bodies. By the time a magus reached morning star, they were almost guaranteed to have something strange on their bodies. Presently, Leylin could not tell if the other party's shining wings were due to his bloodline or some sort of spell. The only way to confirm would be to run tests on him. Are you here as a representative of the Ouroboros clan, my lord? What is it that you require? Boffle asked after the greetings. This was a question that had been weighing on his mind for a while. He had heard of the Ouroboros clan's recent activities, as well as of their conflict with Jupiter's lightning. It was unlikely that Leylin would come out at such a crucial time for a holiday. I heard that the appraisal for virtuous sky sages is about to begin. I've come bearing the truth. Leylin did not conceal his motives. Appraisal. Boffle was dumbstruck. Never could he have expected that Leylin would actually be interested in this. The title of virtuous sky sage was only something that made it more convenient for scholars to travel across the continent. However, Leylin was already at Morning Star. Which organization would not give him face, benefits, honor and the like were as fleeting as cobwebs to Morning Star magi. Perhaps the only thing they would regard with importance would be the baptism of the endowing scepter for them. The only thing that they regarded as important would be the baptizing through the adept scepter. An increase of almost 20 points in vitality was very attractive even to Morning Stars. The Sage Appraisal is a public selection of magi throughout the central continent. Am I not qualified? Leylin asked with a smile. Of course you are. Lord Leylin's presence is sure to make the appraisal more exciting than usual. Boffle answered without any hesitation. The Sage Appraisal had long since gained a reputation for its independence of factions and status. It held the unanimous approval of all of the central continent's magi, which was how it had become a holy land in the first place. It took in fresh blood all the time, and Boffle would be a fool to refuse Leylin. In that case, please follow me to the temporary villa we've prepared for you. You can organize the thesis that you wish to present as well as your experiments, and wait for the appraisal to begin. Boffle's invitation was enthusiastic. Though they were few in number, Morning Stars were known to attend the Sage Appraisal, and Sky City had its own policy on dealing with this. In general, as long as the Magi who came forward did not break laws and had no restrictions placed on themselves, they could do as they wished and would need to be received warmly. Many thanks. Leylin did not reject Boffle's invitation. No matter where he went, he would be monitored anyway. He could just move into the place that had been specified, and he would be treated well too. My lord, a maid wearing a pure white silk gown was respectfully holding a towel and other items, waiting for Leylin's summon. This is a pretty good place. Leylin had on a loose white robe and was half reclining on a chair made of jade and stone. Within arm's reach were fine food and good liquor. He was now inside a gigantic white villa. The whole place seemed to be made entirely out of white marble, resulting in an aura of refined elegance. 3 fountains were placed next to Leylin, spurting out fragrant spring water. Outside was a flowering garden with a lawn. The lands of the villa were very expansive, and in Sky City where every inch of land was extremely valuable, this was practically unbelievable. Of course, special privileges and preferential treatment were inevitable and only rightful when it came to Morning Stars. After bringing him to this area and instructing the staff inside to take care of him, Boffel left in a hurry, probably to report to his superiors. Hierarchy was etched deep into the minds of the people in the Magus world. Even if Leylin displayed his incredible battle might and terrifying talent, the one receiving him was merely a morning star. The real ruler of Sky City, His Majesty, the monarch of the skies, was still acting behind the scenes alongside with the other radiant moon. You are a Lightwing, Leylin couldn't help but ask after seeing the white feathers behind this maid's back. Yes, my lord. This maid was rather tall and slender. Her legs and body were perfectly proportionate, resulting in a smooth curve. The Lightwings were one of the winged races. They had an exceptional sensitivity to light elemental energy particles, and usually had very good results when training in light-type high-grade meditation techniques. She seemed to be using a 3-level meditation technique. Of course, if she were of Boffel's level of strength, Leylin would be unable to identify her bloodline and specific meditation technique, as they were both at the Morning Star realm. What's your name? Leylin took a towel from the other party and wiped his hands as he asked in curiosity. Uro, my lord. The Lightwing maid spoke as if in a hurry. Leylin's presence just put too much pressure on her, even if he intentionally withheld his energy undulations. Accompany me outside. Since he had come to the place called the Cradle of Truth, how could Leylin miss a chance to go out? Besides, he had come as a guest. Boffel would be stupid to dare restrict his freedom. However, he was currently in someone else's territory. With Boffel being backed by the monarch of the skies, Leylin had to give him some face and bring the maid along. All right. Uro lowered her head deeply. As a maid of this villa, she obviously knew her duties. Let's go. Leylin stretched before taking the lead. Do you know where the Great Library is? Leylin was most interested in this place. The information in his AI chip only came from the Ouroboros clan and what he'd gathered himself during his travels. Compared to the entirety of the central continent, that was like a drop in the ocean. The Sky City, however, was different. Not only was it the territory of the monarch of the skies, it was also the holy land of knowledge, the academic center of the entire central continent. The knowledge they had accumulated was bound to be at a terrifying level. How much would the AI chip grow after he acquired all of it? Knowledge was power among magi. This was no longer just a maxim, and had instead become a fundamental truth. The Great Library is beside the Sky Plaza. Would you like to go there, my lord? Uro asked in a low voice. As she raised her head, Leylin's near-devilish handsomeness warmed her face. Of course. I've long since been interested in the largest library in the entire central continent. There was a hint of worship in Leylin's tone. There was a thirst and worship of knowledge specific only to those who were keen to learn the truth. Understood, my lord. Please come with me. Uro began to lead the way. Her long, soft hair came loose, occasionally floating above the feathered wings on her back, as it were sitting on a gentle breeze. Leylin rubbed his nose and followed with a laugh. After heading out of the residential area, the shadows of conical buildings were seen as the buildings covered the glaring sun in the sky. There were plants growing beside the spotless streets. The bustling streams of people traveled back and forth, making Leylin feel like he had returned to his previous world. Genius. Seeing some of these structures, Leylin suddenly understood a fact. Sky City occupies a small region of land, but it has a burgeoning population. It's obvious that every bit of land here is expensive. The villa that I was allotted to was probably in the wealthiest region. In this place, nobody below the Morning Star realm can have such a luxury. There were streams of people on the streets, and practically all the different races in the central continent could be seen here. The Magi here possessed scholarly auras and were dressed in luxurious clothing, treating the others with respect. Through the influence of civilization, the behaviors of the residents of the city have evolved. Leylin exhaled deeply. Only a place like Sky City, which was under the protection of a monarch, could display such a moving scene. As Leylin had withdrawn his aura, he now seemed like the most ordinary of low-ranked magi bringing his maid out as he took a stroll. He did not attract any attention. As he was walking, he saw many lightwings like Uro. Quite a few were dressed like servants, following behind Magi. This made him observe Uro herself, and he found her to be lacking. Lights flashed in Leylin's mind. Uro's talent was nothing in Sky City, and if she truly wanted to stay here she would need to rely on the Magi. Her best option was to become a servant. Of course, those who were already considered excellent amongst the Lightwings obtained a higher status. However, no matter how much status they had, they could only remain as subordinates in front of their owners. This was rather uncomfortable, and feeling sorrow for their own kind living this way was understandable. Boom. There was a sudden explosion in the streets, and the place immediately turned chaotic. Leylin moved several steps backwards without leaving behind any marks, and Uro grew nervous as she looked around them. This intense energy wasn't targeting me, it seems to be a coincidence. Leylin thought. He had stepped backwards in order to avoid trouble and waved his hands to get the nervous Uro to back down. He then turned his attention to the scene. A group of white-robed magi with jeweled crowns on their foreheads and curved blades in hand were in a fight with another group of magi. These energy undulations, they are at rank 3, but they possess a frightening vitality. Not bad. Leylin easily saw through the veil that the magi had cast upon themselves. The white-robed magi had astoundingly high vitality. This was especially true of their leader, his curved blade launching terrifying glints of light as it forced the dark magi opposite them to withdraw. Leylin was rather interested in gaining information about tempering the body. Do conflicts like this happen often here? Leylin shot a glance at Uro. Uro shook her head. No. I've been here for decades, and this is only the 4th time such a thing is happening. The Sage Committee will react soon enough. They're already there. Leylin looked towards the sky, a smile on his face. Rumble. Platinum flames flickered, forming a clump of light from which a magus in platinum robes stepped forth. He looked extremely young, even childlike. However, the moment he arrived, a frightening energy swept across the area. Thud. The two groups of magi who were in a tussle were immediately blown backwards. The leader fell to his knees as his bones exploded under a suppressive force. Finally, he collapsed to the ground like a giant toad. Morning Star Domain. This little imp was actually a Morning Star Magus. And what's more, Sky City's first reaction to such an issue was to send a Morning Star to suppress it. Swish. In the meanwhile, even more magi dressed in Sky City's uniform had rushed to the scene. None of them was below the Hydro phase in terms of power, and all of them had a hardened, bloody aura and indifferent expression. With the suppression from a Morning Star as well as the arrival of a large group of elites, the two groups were immediately restrained. Even their seas of consciousness were bound as they were escorted away. Their heads hung low. Hee. As expected of Sky City. Their strength is so great that they can send out such elite forces quite casually. Leylin envied them. Uro misunderstood his gaze. Seeing this lord watching the direction in which these magi were taken, she thought he might be wondering how they would be taken care of. They're done for. Since they dared create trouble in Sky City, people from both ends will be punished. At the very least they'll be expelled, and they might even be forced into labor, she explained to Leylin in a low voice. Who are they? Leylin was not really interested in the state they would end up in. What he was more concerned about was the body tempering spells that the magi had used. Though it was merely a quick glance, Leylin could tell that their body tempering methods were complete. If there was information for Morning Stars, then it would definitely be able to affect him to a certain extent. I don't know, but based on their attire, they should be people from the northern desert. Uro answered. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her body and looked around, realizing something had changed. Under the domain of a Morning Star, be it the Magi or the residents, they were all lying on the ground, too afraid to move. Actually, they couldn't move at all, and yet she was standing as if nothing had happened. She and Leylin seemed extremely out of place in this scene. Is this my lord's strength? After all, he's a Morning Star as well. The magus floating in midair discovered this strange situation quickly. With a flash of platinum flames, the childish Morning Star appeared in front of Leylin. I never expected to see a lord here. Upon seeing Leylin, the arrogance on his expression was moderated. When the young man turned and saw Uro, recognition dawned in his eyes. I remember you. You're a maid in Baffel's villa. Yes, Lord Weyers. Uro knelt respectfully, making introductions. This is an important guest of Lord Baffel's Lord Leylin Farlier of the Ouroboros clan. So it's you. The strongest Chemoian warlock, someone who killed demon hunter Cyril right after advancing to Morning Star. Leylin could do little about this. As there was no obvious method of classifying Morning Stars, their reputation and achievements in battle had become their distinguishing characteristics. And what he was currently famous for was killing demon hunter Cyril. As for the title of strongest Chemoian warlock in history, he had no idea how that had come about. It left him speechless. Lord Werebeasts became a Morning Star even before reaching 100 years of age. Even in the entire history of the continent, he's among the top hundreds. Before reaching 100, Leylin nodded in understanding. When someone advanced to become a magus, they would permanently keep their original appearance. This fellow must have become an official magus extremely early, and the following advances had helped him retain his looks. This was why he appeared this juvenile. It looks like he probably became an official magus at 8 to 9 years old. What a demonic genius. Leylin's pupils shrank. When he was 8 to 9 years old, he probably didn't even know what a magus was. To reach that level, one needs an astonishing aptitude, but that is not enough. There also need to be top-grade meditation techniques and expansive resources, as well as the mentorship of famous teachers. It looks like this Werebeasts has a great backing. Even as he wondered about such things inside, Leylin feigned shock. Lord Werebeasts is a rare genius in the continent. Morning Stars like us can only blush with shame. Words of flattery were free of charge, and he specifically picked out the nicest words. As expected, a look of pride rose on Werebeasts' face. Face was something he had long since thrown into the drain. With this magus strength, talent and backing, one could not show distaste on their face unless it was possible to kill him in one move and eliminate his backers. Leylin had nothing against him, and he began to assess his own strength. It was probably difficult to destroy Sky City, which was why his words of flattery were boundless. Even if they were merely pleasantries, it also depended on who was saying them. Werebeasts had been treated as a genius since he was young, and he had probably heard many compliments like this before. However, praises from Morning Star like Leylin evidently put him in a good mood. Of course not. If I, as I am now, were to be matched against Cyril, things might be slightly difficult. I quite admire Lord Leylin. Geniuses were perhaps the loneliest of people. Werebeasts had never had someone at a similar age to his who could speak to him as an equal. While Leylin was slightly older than he was, they were somewhat around the same age. Apart from being a warlock, Leylin had some reputation in potioneering too. Hence, Werebeasts felt like he had found a companion at the same age and began to converse with Leylin. Haha, once this matter is over, I'll definitely drop by for a visit, Leylin. By the end of their conversation, Werebeasts had automatically dropped the formality of the Lord title, calling Leylin by name. It showed that they had gotten closer. Werebeasts and Leylin conversed for a long while as if nobody else was present. Whether it was the magi on the ground or the other guards, nobody dared disturb them, and they could only wait pitifully. Of course, due to the power of the Morning Star domains, they could not hear the contents of the conversation between the two. All they knew was that this lord of theirs, who had always looked cold, seemed to be in a good mood. There were very few magi who the lord found to be pleasant company. The guard team was astonished as they all snuck peeks at Leylin before departing with Werebeasts. Great library, let's go. Leylin watched Werebeasts as he left and brought Uro with him. He had yet to arrive at his intended destination, which was the Great Library. To him, whatever just happened was like a circus act and nothing more. When Leylin's figure had disappeared as well, the remaining magi present immediately got up, their faces full of grime. Being affected by the battle out of nowhere and being suppressed by a Morning Star domain for a long time had now left them in a pitiful state. Afterwards, the officials who had arrived slowly began to tidy up the roads and calculated the losses. Everything was methodical and thorough. Gil. Back in the office, Werebeasts' voice was low. The arrogance from before had completely vanished. Master. A black shadow silently surfaced from the floor. Investigate this. Who's responsible for the incident at the Floating Feather Avenue? Who was it that did this on my watch? Werebeasts' voice was frigid as he spoke in a discerning manner. Understood. The black figure answered and withdrew noiselessly. Once Werebeasts was alone in the room, he frowned. He began to sift through the memories of the day's events, and a cold smirk appeared on his lips. Trying to use me as cannon fodder, Good. Very good. How many among those who had reached the Morning Star realm were fools? No matter how young he looked, even if he seemed like a child, Werebeasts had lived for almost 100 years. It was clear to him what had happened. Provoking a morning star magus just for some false reputation? He would not do anything so stupid. Even if his backing could take on the backlash, pointless actions should be avoided if possible. That warlock Leylin from today was quite interesting. Like me, he's being bound by some pointless reputation. Through the events that had occurred that day, Weyers had formed a favorable impression of Leylin. He was currently enraged at the person who had set up this situation. Perhaps I've been keeping a low profile for too long, and some people have begun to think I'm an easy target, he muttered to himself after a long period of silence. The temperature dropped as his voice sounded, and the place turned into an icy wonderland. Of course, Leylin was not aware of any of this. After Weyers had left, he had arrived at the great library under Euro's guidance. Truth is my calling. The pursuit of knowledge is the foundation of all strength. Leylin was currently observing a large number of statues in a seemingly boundless palace. They were proportionate, and so detailed one could differentiate the strands of hair on their bodies. It made them seem lifelike. The pedestals under these statues held information like their time periods, maxims, achievements and the like. Leylin turned his attention to the time period of the central statue after reading its maxim. Ilsmi. Year 1327, just a birth date, and no death date. Could he have lived for over 5,000 years? Leylin stared at this statue in astonishment. He saw a kindly old man there, a spotless white beard floating in front of his chest. A pair of wise eyes hid behind circular, rimmed glasses. This is the great sage, Lord Ilsmi. He was the first-generation ruler of Sky City and is a Breaking Dawn magus. While his whereabouts are currently unknown, many still believe that he is alive, and is perhaps risking his life exploring foreign worlds. Euro was full of admiration as she made the introduction. Leylin had seen some information regarding this great sage, but those were all mixed in with legends and rumors. None had been as specific as the base of the statue. He circled the forest of statues with interest, finding that only Morning Star Magi and above were allowed here. They were scholars who had made significant contributions to Sky City or the Magus world. There was a small number of Magi who were like Ilsmi, with only a birth but no death date. This meant there was a good possibility of them still being alive, perhaps stuck in foreign worlds or ancient spell formations. However, if they were to appear as a group, the strength they possessed was enough for the entire central continent to tremble. Without the contributions of the past sages, there would not be the Magi of today. Leylin looked solemn as he bowed to the many statues. I, Leylin Farlier, shall complete all your unfinished work, and resolve all regrets. Of course, he could only say this inside his mind. If Euro heard it, things would be slightly troublesome. Though the continent was full of ambitious Magi, there were few as egotistical as Leylin. After they paid their respects, Euro brought Leylin to the entrance of what seemed like a Greek temple. My lord, here is the entrance to the great library. The collection here in the Sky City is open to all Magi with no restrictions. What surprised Leylin was that the entrance to the library had no doors, nor were there any guards. Everyone could move about freely. A comfortable warm glow from eternal light spells filled the area. Magi would pass by Leylin every once in a while, but while there were quite a few of them, they were generally very quiet. Euro spoke in a low voice by Leylin's ear. The great library is set up above a gigantic spell formation and is being managed by a sentient spirit genie. It's in charge of all management, and while there aren't any guards stationed here, there has never been an incident thus far. There's never been an incident here. Leylin nodded. This meant that on top of the basic effects of repelling dust, moisture and flames, the gigantic spell formation also possessed an exceedingly more powerful defensive ability. Yes, rumor has it that the defensive spell formation of the Great Library can even confine a morning star. She was apprehensive while she spoke, peeking at Leylin while afraid he would grow angry. However, Leylin remained calm, and Euro could not tell if he was happy or annoyed. Not bad. My expectation on the information here has risen further now. With the spirit genie managing the area, every single corner of the library was probably being monitored. With the Abili Embert Wingy to suppress even morning stars and the Magi of Sky City being ready to provide support very quickly if anything were to happen, there seemed to be an impenetrable defense. There was obviously a vast amount of information. There was a large bright hall past the entrance that could hold over 1,000 people without becoming crowded. At the middle were hundreds of tables, and what looked like terminals. The Great Library is separated into 7 levels. The first 3 are open to all Magi, and you can browse through once you pay a certain number of magic crystals. The information and documents at the 4th level and above are kept very confidential, and one can only browse through them using information points. Leylin stood aside, watching Amagus operating the system. After inserting pure magic crystals into the terminal and using spiritual force to interface with it, he took out a blank crystal ball at the opening of another device. Large amounts of information was transmitted, instantly filling the crystal ball up with information. Transmission of data, as well as a backup. Leylin shouted in surprise. Thankfully, the terminal could not directly send information to the Magus memory, or Leylin would be worried that something like the AI chip existed in this world. Yes, as long as it's information that the spirit genie has a backup of, it can be duplicated using the terminal. Of course, there is a required fee. Some information was stored in certain special materials, and it could only be presented in that specific format. For example, there were some books that the spirit genie was unable to make a duplicate of, and required that one read using the physical copy. Leylin now had so many magic crystals that he cared little for them. He asked Uro, "How do I obtain information points?" There are two methods. One is to complete missions by the Sage Committee. The second is to furnish the Spirit Genie's inner library with information it still does not possess. One will be awarded information points based on the value of the added information. Uro laughed wryly, but I don't recommend the second method. This could have been possible in the early days, but with the addition by generations of magi, there's very little information that the Great Library has yet to obtain. After hearing how the library operated, Leylin was quiet for a long while and took a deep breath. How bold! He exclaimed. Even the first 3 levels being made public showed how bold they were. The system of information points conversion also allowed the library to become more abundant in information, and by this point, it had accumulated a vast trove of knowledge. Such a huge amassment of information had allowed Sky City to withstand the test of time. Considering it one of the strongest organizations in the central continent was not even a stretch. Uro brought Leylin to a terminal. After paying the magic crystals, she passed a white crystal card to Leylin. This is a blank crystal card. Every newcomer here will obtain one. You may choose to seal it with your spiritual force, or you can leave it open. However, you will then need to keep your crystal card properly, or else anyone can choose to use it. With a sweep of Leylin's soul force, the library card began to emit a black luster. He placed the card in a small depression, and the terminal screen instantly brightened. A few lines in a familiar script appeared on it and gave him a few choices. Leylin did not try to skim through the table of contents, but instead chose to obtain information points through providing data. Though Uro mentioned that the database was already quite complete, Leylin was confident. His AI chip had a lot of information regarding the lava world. The Great Library couldn't have information from foreign worlds, could it? Shocking accumulation beep. Spiritual force data connection detected, proceed with transmission. The AI chip intoned. Although Leylin had placed a crystal ball on the transmission port of the terminal, he was actually mobilizing his AI chip for it instead. Try this first. Leylin selected a piece of information regarding the one-horned clan of the lava world and uploaded it. Serial number ZXC678 has chosen to contribute information. Processing. A progress bar suddenly appeared on the terminal screen. As the progress bar reached completion, it was replaced with new content. Helix tree composite image. 89% complete. Initial inventory. 40% complete. Effectiveness. 51%. Initializing fusion of data. Helix tree composite image. 91% complete. Your contribution has been evaluated and you will be awarded 26 information points. Whoosh. A golden light flashed, and the number 26 appeared in a new row on Leylin's library card. He drew a sharp breath. It even contains knowledge from such a remote place as the lava world, even if it's flawed. After a moment of thought, though, he came to a realization: the ancient Magus world was in control of a great number of other worlds. Sky City obtained a portion of the ancient world's database, so it's no strange matter that it contains some pieces of flawed content. After that one attempt, Leylin had to restrain his excitement. I'll be living here from now, so don't disturb me unnecessarily, he instructed Uro. Soon after, he left the dumbfounded maid alone and buried his head into the sea of knowledge. The huge library in Sky City could be said to have everything. Its information was not limited to that about the central continent, there was data about other worlds as well. Further in from the data terminals and the hall was the gigantic library that resembled a palace. Some sort of technique had been employed to expand the space within. At a glimpse, One would see bookshelves as massive as mountains, all so densely packed and numerous that there seemed to be no end. Leylin was now standing at the foot of a bookshelf that was tens of meters tall. The giant wooden ladder brought him in front of a row of little black catalogs as per his wish. Raphael's Poetic Saga. Leylin nodded, his eyes glistening. The many ancient myths and legends actually contain a large amount of intelligence, it's just that those who recorded these accounts have beautified and romanticized them. Thus, we have to separate the wheat from the chaff in order to obtain the most accurate information. Raphael was a famous poet in ancient times, yet he also had a hidden identity as a magus. Therefore, all the accounts that he recorded have high research value, Leylin muttered to himself as his eyes glistened. He fingered through the numerous volume numbers of a series of books and stopped when he reached volume 239. When he tried to pull out the book, the robotic voice of the spirit genie rang in his mind, beep. You were requesting to read Raphael's Poetic Saga, volume 239. Fee is 2 information points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. With a motion of Leylin's soul force, 2 information points were automatically deducted from his library card. The energy that had been protecting Raphael's Poetic Saga also disappeared suddenly, allowing Leylin to remove the book easily from the shelf. He clicked his tongue. Although I know that library books of grade 3 and above are very expensive, even these mere historical records have such exorbitant costs, Leylin shook his head. The wooden ladder, as though a living creature, automatically transported him onto the ground. Leylin was now in the 5th story of the library, which was much quieter than the previous levels he had been to. There was practically no one there, and beside the tens of bookshelves, there would always be a small area where magi could peruse the books. Leylin found a random chair and sat down as he began to flip open the jet black cover of Raphael's Poetic Saga. I have come, I can see, the pages of the book were a dazzling flame like red. The words, especially, were like fire sprites, jumping around the pages. AI, Chip, record this. Leylin commanded inwardly. Assignment established, beginning scan. Beep. Raphael's Poetic Saga, volume 239 discovered. Supplementing Raphael's Poetic Saga in the history folder. The robotic voice of the AI, Chip sounded. Seconds later, the entirety of Raphael's Poetic Saga had been recorded. I've been searching high and low for this portion of Raphael's Poetic Saga, and was lacking just these few volumes. Who would have thought that this huge library would actually contain the full set? Now that it has been supplemented, an expression of satisfaction surfaced across Leylin's face. As a bonus, he had discovered the shortcomings of the Spirit Genie and the data terminal. Through data transmission, the Spirit Genie could only fully engrave low-grade data records into crystals. However, Magi would still have to obtain the knowledge within them through studying them, unlike the AI Chip, which was able to directly transmit information to one's memory. Comparing the time consumed by the two methods, the disparity was rather frightening. This further proved that the AI Chip's operational and analytical abilities were far better than that of the Spirit Genie. Moreover, content that was at grade 3 and above were mostly engraved using the Magus' own energy. The materials the books were made of were also very special. The Spirit Genie was unable to duplicate such information, and thus Magi had to come down personally to study the content from the physical book itself. Even so, this huge library is still rather overwhelming. As compared to his previous database, the amount of information in the entire library was seemingly like a vast ocean boundless. It was incomparably enriching. Leylin felt like a person who was nearly dying from thirst being thrown into a freshwater lake all of a sudden. He absorbed all the content as though his life depended on it, and never stepped a foot out of the place. The same went for the AI Chip. As its database grew with even more detailed and complex subjects, its technical ability was supplemented unceasingly. The copious amount of information in here formed a foundation for all disciplines of magic scholarship. Leylin had a premonition that the numerous resources he had amassed this time would result in a relatively drastic upgrade for the AI Chip. After this upgrade, he would definitely reap harvests that he would not have even dreamed of before. Beep. Supplementation of foundational information complete. Refreshing and restarting system, estimated time, 2 hours, 34 minutes and 13 seconds. The AI Chip prompted, startling Leylin. It actually grew to such an extent. What surprises will be the renewed database bring me? This was a happy occasion, and Leylin's face almost lit up with delight. Indeed, I made the right choice to come to Sky City. Even if not for the endowing scepter, I just had to make this trip. Although there was loads of information in the huge library, Leylin felt that content that was grade 3 and below were the most important. This was because he possessed a near unlimited amount of magic crystals, and coupled with the data terminal, the convenience of information transmission was unparalleled. In just a short span of time, the foundational information that could be duplicated by the spirit genie had all been backed up into the AI chip. As for more advanced content that was above grade 3, Leylin had tossed out all his information to the spirit genie as long as it was eligible for conversion and would not attract any trouble, of course. This allowed him to exchange his data for a monumental amount of information points. He then specifically searched for topics that warlocks and the AI chip lacked information on before commanding the AI chip to scan and record it. With the AI chip, a large amount of academic content could be derived from just the foundational information alone. No matter how high the grade, the content could still be deduced. After all, now that he already had a great foundation, all that was left was to perform derivations that would consume copious amounts of operational energy. Leylin used his information points to directly access the content that the AI chip did not have the ability to derive, thus completing his database. In this manner, within the short span of a month or so, he had already recorded roughly all of the content in the huge library. One must know that even Radiant Moons, Breaking Dawns and other magi or scholars who grew up in Sky City wouldn't be able to remember so much. The excessive accumulated information would have conflicting information, causing the magus to forget some things. They would have to constantly refresh their memory. With their standards, being able to remember all the grade 1 and 2 information would mean that one was an absolute genius. Leylin, however, had exceeded them by leaps and bounds. He'd accumulated a lifetime of information. If others knew about his terrifying rate of progress, Leylin would definitely attract a lot of trouble. Thus, he could only be secretly satisfied with himself, not revealing anything. When the AI chip is done refreshing, I'm afraid that I will be worthy of being called the most learned person throughout the entire central continent, and will be knowledgeable about even the research done in other worlds. Leylin had now thoroughly understood the meaning of the phrase, knowledge is power. While his further studies did not increase his strength by a single bit, the underlying effect on his foundation was truly terrifying. This is just right. The information points are mostly spent, so I might as well use up all of the remaining ones as well. Leylin fished out his library card, the thin lines of golden numbers immensely glaring. They couldn't be compared to the single long line of numbers on his card previously. The astronomical number of information points had only lasted him a month or so. Crash. Opposite Leylin's desk, a female magus raised her head and peered over her book curiously, gazing at Leylin's back. A pair of spectacles with thick lenses was perched on the bridge of her nose, and her hair was tied in 2 braids. She had been paying attention to this strange magus in front of her for a long time now. He didn't seem to lack information points, which could be seen from how he often referred to thick stacks of resources. Even if she worked all day and night for a month without rest, she wouldn't be able to earn the amount of information points required for such information. After selecting his resources, he didn't read the information carefully, but instead flipped through it briefly before casually casting it aside. This made her heart ache. Library resources that were grade 3 and above were only for private browsing in the reading room. They couldn't be brought out of the library or exchanged with others. Under the supervision of the spirit genie, there were no loopholes. Thus, this female magus could only drool with envy at the mountains of resources Leylin had acquired with his information points, and couldn't do a single thing about it. Without the scanning abilities of the AI chip, Leylin could only depend on reading the resources himself to obtain knowledge. Thus, he chose a book on how to optimize one's vitality, and laid back in his chair as he slowly started to read. The eternal light spell was adjusted by the spirit genie, gently tuning the light rays for a better reading experience. Time ticked by along with the rustling sound of the pages turning. This odd magus is finally acting normal. The female magus secretly nodded, then continued to immerse herself in her books. Time was precious, and she could not afford to waste any of it. Soul profiling beep. Database has been refreshed. Update completed. After Leylin had flipped through about half of the book in his hands, the AI chip, which had gone silent for a while, suddenly sounded out. Good. Let's see if there are any differences in the upgraded AI chip. His attention immediately wandered from the book, and he focused on his AI chip. Beep. Database on Soul Force is complete. Beginning collection of host's data, recalculating. The first prompt that the AI chip gave had Leylin elated. So soul force has finally been enumerated. He had been at a loss due to the AI chip's inability to enumerate soul force for a very long time. All this while, he had collected a lot of information on the soul, and performed many experiments and thought of numerous conjectures. However, all that had not been able to complete the database on the soul. Now, the AI chip had completely deduced this information. Show me my current stats. Leylin immediately commanded. Leylin Farlier. Rank 4 Warlock. Bloodline. Giant Chemoian Serpent complete form. Strength. 50. Agility. 45. Vitality. 74.9. Spiritual force. 956.8. Magic power. 956. Magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Soul force. 96. 5-star, the AI chip intoned. 96 soul force. What does 5-star mean? Leylin asked. Soon after, a passage of information was shown by the AI chip. The star rating is a method that the Sky City has come up with to evaluate morning stars, based on organisms in the astral plane. Newly advanced morning stars are at 1 star, while the peak is at 5 stars, I see. What beings are used as the standard? Leylin wasn't that interested in this star system. Instead, he was rather tempted to perform research on the organisms that had been set to be the standards for morning star magi. The organisms that have been set as the standard are the beings of the astral plane, the heavenly astral race. At birth, they possess strength at the morning star realm, and it's unknown how powerful they can become. The race was wiped out during ancient times. The Magi of Sky City obtained some of the data from ancient times, which is how it became the standard when it came to evaluating strength. Heavenly astral race. Beings from the astral plane. Morning stars at birth. This piece of information had Leylin completely stunned. Never did he expect there to be dwellers in a place like the astral plane, and they were even so powerful that they had morning star strength right from birth. If compared to the heavenly astral race, giant Chemoian serpents could only cry. Their end point was this race's beginning. There was no way to begin to compare them since they weren't even on the same level. Even such gifted creatures went extinct. Looks like the events during the ancient times were unfathomable, Leylin sighed deeply. Acquired information on a standard individual of the heavenly astral race. Change standards. Leylin's current system of measurement used the standards from his previous world, which was why the numbers in each attribute seemed to be so phenomenally high, especially since they were calculated with regular humans in mind. If he used the standard criteria of the heavenly astral race, his stats would immediately drop sharply. Compared to before, with the standard strength of a regular person at 1, this was now compared with the terrifying strength of a heavenly astral race at 1. There would obviously be a marked difference in quantity. Changing the measurement units. Let's try. Leylin touched his chin. Display it. Beep. A blue light flashed, and the numbers immediately changed before Leylin. Leylin Farlier. Rank 4 Warlock. Bloodline. Giant Chemoian Serpent complete form. Strength. 1.5. Agility. 1.2. Vitality. 2.7. Spiritual force. 4.3. Soul force. 4.3. 5-star. Seeing the numbers that had decreased drastically, Leylin was rendered speechless. In other words, my strength and agility are only slightly higher than a heavenly astral race at Morning Star. My vitality is twice that of theirs, while my spiritual and soul force are more than 4 times greater. All in all, I can take on 2 or 3 of them at once. This comparison had stunned Leylin. He was now considered to be at the apex amongst morning stars in the central continent. He could even rival a radiant moon, and yet he was only slightly stronger than a child of the heavenly astral race. This was quite a blow to his ego. Forget it. Show the numbers according to the units from before. At the very least, the smaller the base numbers, the higher the precision. Leylin stroked his chin. When the numbers in all aspects increase by a large amount, I'll then begin using the units of the heavenly astral race. That's better. With a flicker from the AI chip, all his data reverted to the original. Display host soul diagram. At this moment, the AI chip showed another prompt. Of course, Leylin did not hesitate at all. After the soul force database was completed, his grasp on soul force was even greater, and he could do things that would have been very difficult before. One of these included the structural diagram of his soul. BZZ. A diagram that had been magnified countless times was projected in front of Leylin's eyes. His soul which was also the true soul of a morning star, was protected within the point mass. The point mass terrifying density and strength was the last defensive layer protecting a morning star's true soul. There were few magi who could clearly observe their own true souls within their point mass, and make appropriate changes to train the soul. In fact, there were practically none. With the help of the AI chip, he could finally pass through this barrier. In the diagram, Leylin's true soul was like a tiny star, emanating bright rays of light, with a tinge of crimson within. It was as if a crimson giant Chemoian serpent was cruising inside the thing. Beep. Host soul composition is loose and not dense enough. Suggestion. Through the diagram and the AI chip's analysis, Leylin's issues when training the soul were made apparent, and the AI chip gave concrete suggestions. If other morning star magi were to know of this, they'd want to commit suicide out of envy. When had the mysteries of the soul ever been displayed before magi? It was probably because of the hasty infusion of fireplume. Leylin stroked his chin. Luckily, I can still salvage the situation through the improved meditation technique. Every 3 ranks in training as a magus was a major hurdle. The first to third focused on training spiritual force, and the 4th to 6th on the soul. If problems with the soul were not resolved now, there would be huge issues during his future advancements. However, this was not the end of the surprises that the AI chip had to offer. Beep. To generate a conjecture of radiant moon soul and compare it to a diagram. The AI chip asked robotically. Yes. Leylin obviously chose that option. Afterwards, beside his soul diagram, a few other similar ones appeared, marking out the initial, middle, and late stages of radiant moon. In the diagram, the difference between morning stars and radiant moons was made obvious. The soul of a morning star was similar to a star, dazzling and condensed, but a radiant moon who had just advanced had a soul that was tens of times larger than that of a morning star, forming a large and full sphere. In other words, it resembled the moon. As for the radiant moon stages, those who had just advanced had souls which only emanated bright rays from a small portion of its full area. The rest of the moon was dim, forming a crescent. It was like a new moon being blocked by the sun. Magi at the middle stage of radiant moon had half their soul emanating clear rays, like a half moon. Peak radiant moon magi had light that was dazzling and transparent, like a full moon. Name these stages new moon, half moon and full moon. Leylin did not hesitate to label these radiant moon stages. Of course, his soul was now merely a star and was a large distance away from reaching radiant moon. There were mistakes in my previous conjectures. Xenia was probably merely a new moon, while Scarlet Eye was at most a half moon. He had yet to achieve the peak, full moon. Leylin's eyes suddenly flashed with understanding. He had not obtained the 12th and 13th levels of Fireplume, so it was plausible that the 14th level could still be at the radiant moon realm, and was representative of the soul reaching full moon. In that case, the road from rank 4 to rank 5 has completely unraveled in front of me. Leylin looked ecstatic. The 3rd and 4th ranks had a very large disparity between them, with spiritual force upgrading to soul force. There was another huge gap between ranks 6 and 7, with soul force upgrading to the manifestation and wielding of laws. Hence, all these gaps were immense and usually caused tremendous changes. Advancing from rank 3 to 6, one's training was mostly on the soul, because it was the level of one's soul that signified one's strength. First is Morning Star, where the soul becomes a tiny star, with power from 1 star up to 5. Next are the new moon, half moon and full moon phases at the radiant moon realm. The path through Morning Star and Radiant Moon were completely presented before Leylin. That's basically it. Of course, there might be some odd geniuses at the apex who break through these boundaries, but in general, that's how this is divided. This upgrade was definitely worth it. Even just the completion of the Soul Force database alone would have been enough, not to mention the rest. An expression of elation rose on Leylin's face as he could not hold himself back and burst into laughter. My lord. At this moment, Euro's voice traveled over. It was very low, and she was obviously afraid of disturbing the other scholars. Leylin turned back and saw Boffle behind her. Ha, so your grace has been staying in the library all this while. Such a thirst for knowledge is definitely admirable, but the sage appraisal is about to begin. Besides, the monarch of skies would like to meet your grace. Boffle had on an amiable smile, while the female magus beside him looked rather flabbergasted. Stuart, Boffle, could it be the divine luminescent wing? And calling him, your grace. Isn't that a title used in ancient times for morning stars? And the monarch of the skies. Oh, goodness. Could this magus be a morning star as well? The female magus who had a pair of thick glasses on peeked at Leylin, feeling like he was as unfathomable as the mountains and the seas. She could not help but lower her head, feeling ashamed at her previous conjectures. Boffle did not spare her a glance. Since violence could not be employed in the library, the usage of morning star domains was restricted. She could hear some of what they were saying, but since this was an honest conversation, there was nothing to be hidden anyway. Oh, my apologies. The information here is just so abundant that I forgot about the time. Leylin stood up, looking apologetic. Anyone who disturbs a magus immersed in the ocean of knowledge should have their souls scorched in the flames of the ninth hell. Why would I mind? Boffle had a very witty way of speech, and Leylin immediately formed a better impression of him. Boffle was not at all surprised about Leylin staying in the library all day. Many scholarly magi would treat the great library as their home. Upon reaching Sky City for the first time, there were people who stayed within from a few months to even decades, and if not for having too little information points, they would even stay there for their whole lives. Compared to these people, Leylin had only been there for a month, which was very normal. Boffle felt that he seemed to have too many information points, but then again, considering he had just returned from a foreign world, he must have gained large amounts of knowledge from it, so this was understandable. All right, I shall head there now. Leylin placed the book back in its original position. He had reaped a great harvest this time, and the great library currently did not have anything especially useful to him. Besides, the monarch of the skies had summoned him, and it was best that he tidy himself up. This was a necessary part of etiquette. And you, earnest young lady. Leylin shot a glance at the female magus who only wished she could hide behind her book. Your Grace, Boffle, and this, Your Grace. Please forgive me for my offensive behavior. Cold sweat was already dripping from the female magus' forehead. Though Sky City was a peaceful area that paid attention to the law, morning stars always had privileges. The moment Leylin or Boffle found her an eyesore, she would wind up in a pitiful state even if they didn't act themselves. Haha, don't be afraid. I want to thank you for accompanying me while I studied for this past month. Treat this as a gift. Leylin laughed, and the library card in his hands flew out. Scanning the female magus library card, he transferred his remaining information points to her. The great library now held little meaning for Leylin, which was why there was no point in having these information points with him. This, though Leylin felt that the number of information points left was pitifully low, to the point that it had almost hit zero, this was still a gigantic amount for the female magus. She immediately cried out in surprise. By the time she had recovered from her shock and wanted to thank Leylin, she found that they had long since left. Your Grace's act of providing financial aid to other magi is truly admirable. Boffle could not understand Leylin's actions, since the information on him showed that Leylin was not someone so charitable. Hee, I'm just in a good mood. Leylin chuckled. This explanation rendered Boffle completely at ease. Warlocks were truly a group of magi who were very emotional. In such good moods from the benefits from the library, they could indeed reward any low-ranking magi as they wished. This unusual situation lost all strangeness when warlocks were involved. Boffle did not pay much attention to Leylin's momentary act of kindness, and instead brought to attention some things to take note of when meeting the monarch of the skies. I don't get it, Leylin immediately asked Boffle. I'm merely a morning star. Why would the monarch of the skies want to see me? The other party was a breaking dawn magus with influence all over the central continent. He had complete control of the airship networks, and possessed a foreign world of his own that had been completely taken over. The morning stars and radiant moons under him were innumerable. This sort of person should, by right, be far superior to him. Why was there the sudden desire to meet Leylin? Leylin had once had the idea of making a trade with the coordinates of the lava world, but he'd never once expressed these thoughts. Something suspicious. Leylin stroked his chin and immediately, Jupiter's lightning came to mind. It could not be helped. He had few enemies in the central continent, and Xania was the only one of them could influence the organization behind Sky City. I was just worried you wouldn't. Come. A smirk appeared about Leylin's lips. The heart of Sky City was a large-scale floating garden, forming the floating landscape that gave the title of the floating city. This garden, the drifting garden, was the heart of Sky City's power. It was also the temporary imperial residence of His Majesty, the monarch of the skies. This is Boffle. Step aside. Boffle flew all the way to the drifting garden with Leylin in tow. The warlock had tidied up and was now dressed in formal attire. The deeper into Sky City one went, the more the instances of probing and detection, to the point that Leylin's expression changed slightly. If not for Boffle guiding him, it would have been inconvenient for him to sneak into the drifting garden without being detected. Looking down from the edges of the drifting garden, one could see all the sights of Sky City. It left one's heart free and unfettered. Further in was a cobbled lane. On both sides of the path were devil fungi taro, heavenly intoxicating nectar, and large amounts of other precious plants that Leylin did not even know the names of. They were numerous, and all in full bloom. If not for the AI chip detecting powerful shackling runes there, Leylin would have had plans of taking a bunch. After walking through this area, we will arrive at His Majesty's residing quarters. I can only accompany you up to this point. Boffle laughed as he spoke. His Majesty is a very amiable person, and he'll definitely. Boffle, you seem to have brought someone new here. That's against the rules. Another voice sounded, and Leylin especially went stiff, feeling like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. You. He raised his head, seeing what looked to be a kindly old magus approaching them. Lord Stuart, this is Duke Leylin Farlier of the Ouroboros clan, here to meet His Majesty. Boffle bowed. At the same time, he introduced the person to Leylin in a quiet voice. This is Lord Stuart, a radiant moon magus. Since His Majesty is often absent, he is usually in charge of managing Sky City, so it's Lord Stuart. Leylin bowed, neither too enthusiastic nor too cold. His sensitive soul immediately found a trace of ill intent directed at him. In that case, he wouldn't bother being too cordial. Such an attitude rapidly increased the distaste that Stuart already had. He did not hold back and began to criticize Leylin. As expected, it's a little chap with no manners. Is it really alright for this kind of person to meet with His Majesty? Lord Stuart, Leylin is a treasured guest of our Sky City. Boffle coughed and answered with a warning. Stuart's attitude was obviously biased, and he could not watch further. Your Highness, Stuart, you are in no position to judge whether I have any manners. Leylin retorted without restraint. This immediately left Boffle dumbfounded. This was a radiant moon, a great rank 5 magus. In Sky City, he had tens of thousands of subordinates under him, and yet, Leylin was not giving him any face. In actuality, if the other party was merely a little arrogant, Leylin did not mind humbling himself and treating him the way he did Weyers. However, Stuart was obviously here to create trouble, finding Leylin an eyesore before even meeting him. No matter how much Leylin tried to endure this, he would only be humiliated, and all for nothing. There was therefore no reason to be courteous. Good. I'll teach you some manners right now. Hearing Leylin's tone, Stuart was evidently exasperated. Never did he expect a morning star like Leylin to speak to him in such a manner. Rumble. Formless soul force was like a raging sea as it gushed towards Leylin. He had intentionally controlled the might of the spell, such that it affected only this small area. With Stuart's control, he was confident that he could keep the battlefield within the area and not alarm anyone else. Boffle could only laugh wryly. While he did agree that Stuart had gone too far, he only stood aside. HMPH. Is a rank 5 so fantastic? Leylin sneered, his soul force that had reached 5 stars surging forth. The gigantic phantom of a giant Chemoian serpent with scarlet lines on it appeared behind him, hissing at Stuart. HS's. The ferocious soul tide formed a gigantic black snake, colliding fiercely with Stuart's soul force. Stuart's eyes widened, not expecting to have difficulties in dealing with Leylin. 5-star soul force. Didn't the intel say 4 stars? Crackling sounds rang out as the two bouts of soul force cancelled each other after the collision. The forces that went astray caused an explosion. Pock, pock, pock. The sounds of countless runic chains breaking could be heard. The concealing spell formations that Stuart had previously set up were completely broken through. Leylin staggered backwards, face completely red. Stuart, on the other hand, stood completely still as he stared at Leylin expressionlessly, not intending to pursue this fight. The strength of this morning star before him had exceeded his expectations, and he was a 5-star warlock. It would take a large amount of time and energy to take him down. What was even worse was that this would not be hidden from His Majesty, and Stuart's expression turned dark. An audience, HMPH. Count yourself lucky. Stuart glared at Leylin with resentment and dissipated into wisps of soot. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Leylin neatened the creases in his shirt with an indecipherable straight face. Why you? You managed to withstand an attack from Lord Stuart. But he's a radiant moon magus. Hold up, what did he say just now? 5 stars? You've reached 5 stars. Bothell stammered and pointed a trembling finger at Leylin. Uncertainty brewed inside of him. Leylin reaching 5 stars carried a great amount of significance. There were less than 35-star morning stars in the entire central continent, and Leylin was one of them. He was someone at the peak. Furthermore, being able to withstand a strike from a radiant moon. The more Bothell looked at Leylin, the more he thought that this fellow was a monstrous genius like Weyers. You've found a rival, little Weyers. Bothell laughed bitterly in his mind before he walked forth. As he looked at Leylin, he felt helpless and lost. Let's move quickly, we shouldn't have His Majesty wait, Leylin said considerately. He already realized the intention behind Stuart's behavior. The man was obviously trying to catch him unprepared. The ideal situation was to be able to capture him directly, but if that failed he could always sow the seeds of mistrust between Leylin and the monarch of the skies. If those seeds were to sprout, Leylin would be done for. Of course, Leylin was still patient about it all. Even though Stuart was already a dead man in his eyes, none of his thoughts surfaced on his expression. Oh, indeed, we can't let His Majesty wait. Bothell seemed to have woken up from his daze. After passing through the garden, they came upon a chain of fragile and complicated buildings that seamlessly formed a sort of circuit. Green vines coiled snugly around the spotless marble pillars decoratively, but a thorough scan by the AI chip showed that there were actually a huge number of spell circuits here. Circuit structure. Leylin was slightly taken aback. Could it be that of a perpetual motion disk? He remembered coming across such a thing in the library. Right. This is it, rumored to be able to move indefinitely without an energy source. The sages of the Sky City will join hands with the addition of you, my lord, to perfect this hypothesis and create an energy source for the whole drifting garden. Bothell continued. Sadly, this system is still quite a distance away from actual perpetual motion. As it is right now, it consumes 9,826 magic crystals a month, and it's also impossible to expand the system to use it for the entire city. Still, it's impressive enough that it can support the whole of the drifting garden for an entire month with just that amount of energy. Admiration was painted all over Leylin's face. As for it being used for the entire city, if such a thing had succeeded, the entire continent would be filled with floating cities, and Sky City would definitely not be the only one. Leylin held back his admiration and sauntered into the palace alone, leaving Bothell behind. He had actually wanted to bring Bothell along, but the person himself refused outrightly. This left him at a loss for words, but he was also astonished at the imposing presence of the monarch of the skies. In front of him was a jade-built snow-white door, at least 10 meters tall. It exuded a sense of divinity and dignity, and instantly led Leylin, who was standing in front of it, to think that he had arrived in a land of giants. No traces of spells or restrictive measures. Leylin's eyes flashed blue as he scanned past the gargantuan door and the enormous statue in front. Can I not detect something set up by a breaking dawn yet? Or are such things no longer of any significance to the monarch of the skies? Leylin believed in it being the latter assumption, but he secretly hoped for it to be the former. But, he stroked the white gloves in his hands, seemingly gaining strength from that action. He then took a deep breath before arriving in front of the door. The door rumbled open upon sensing Leylin's arrival and revealed the spacious sight within, closing once more with a thud as he stepped in. Despite being stunned for a bit, Leylin observed his surroundings, realizing he was in a big hall. The two side walls were littered with countless paintings mostly depicting scenes of war between magi and other races, but also demons on occasion. The deeper in the hall one went, the more abstract the paintings, slowly turning into mere meaningless lines and streaks at the end. Directly opposite Leylin was a huge statue, a human with 6 pairs of wings walking out of an enormous shell accompanied by horn-blowing angels and petal-throwing maidens. The entirety of the statue was carved with such realism that it had an aura of life about it. This was especially true for its eyes that were made of black pearls. They seemed to move, focusing upon Leylin. Leylin Farlier. A voice resonated within the hall. Huh. Leylin turned his head to the statue. Its eyes were pinned on Leylin, and it seemed to be smiling. Snap. The statue moved all of a sudden, and walked out of the shell, ripping off the plaster on the wall. The whole hall seemed to have come to life in tandem with the male statue's descent, differentiating itself from the outside world and forming 2 distinct domains. Greetings, Your Majesty. Leylin knew the identity of this person by now. The difference in their statuses was clear. Even if this was only an embodiment of the monarch of the skies, he still had to show the utmost respect. Not only was his etiquette perfect, even his expression shouted out humility. Leylin did not mind bowing down in front of someone he could not oppose at the moment. Furthermore, the monarch of the skies was a pioneer in the pursuit of truth, a good role model who deserved Leylin's salutations. Leylin, you're a fine lad. I apologize for Stuart's rude actions. A gentle voice sounded from the statue. At the same time, Leylin was slightly taken aback by its sharp observation as he felt its gaze on his earrings and the two gloves. Is the purpose of your visit to enhance your vitality with the endowing scepter? If so, I can grant your wish directly, the winged statue said unhurriedly. Yet, Leylin had other plans in mind. No, your majesty. Only a virtuous sky sage can come into contact with the endowing scepter, that is a tradition of Sky City. I don't wish to break this balance, I'll obtain it through the proper channels, honorably. His reply was clearly unexpected. He felt a dignified yet hidden force scanning across his body. He didn't show anything in his expression, but the AI chip had already begun working its magic. In the past, Leylin would have been worried about his secrets being revealed. But now, with the advancement of the AI chip, if he could not manage to hoodwink the mere embodiment of a monarch, he might as well give up on life. The only things the statue found out were the things he wanted it to. The force circulating on his body was retracted, and it was apparent that the monarch of the skies did not detect anything out of the ordinary. You're good. Very good. A voice sounded from the statue after a good while. Your Majesty, I am willing to offer you the coordinates of the lava world. Leylin took action immediately upon sensing the imminent departure of the statue and presented his long-awaited gift. A ring of shining coordinates flew to the side of the statue. The 12-winged statue did not accept it readily, but rather stared at Leylin. Leylin, I believe you recognize the value of foreign worlds. The fact that you offered such a treasure means that you want something. Your Majesty, I only wish for Sky City to remain neutral when conflict breaks out between the Ouroboros clan and Jupiter's lightning, Leylin replied humbly. To remain neutral. Leylin felt the statue's gaze pause at his hands before it replied, all right. My lord, there is a Mr. Leylin who wishes to see you. A phantom reported in Weir's room. Leylin. Weir's raised his petulant face, shock evident in his eyes. Didn't he go see his majesty? Is he done already? And why did he come to me first? Even if he was taken aback, Weir still managed to pass an order. Invite H. No, I'll go pick him up myself. Leylin did not beat around the bush when he entered the room, dropping the bomb directly. Weirs, do you want to go up against Stuart? What? Weirs, smile hardened, are you nuts? Why would I go against a radiant moon magus of my own organization? Is that so? Then why do I feel like you're someone who bears grudges? Moreover, Leylin smiled and pointed a finger, causing a blue light screen to appear. It showed two people in the midst of a conversation, one of them that sinister-looking old man, Stuart. His eyes were burning with hatred. You lied to me. That Leylin was obviously a 5-star warlock. I'll have to sacrifice a lot more in order to go up against him. Xianxia had better give me a remuneration I'll be satisfied with. In front of him was a morning star engulfed in darkness, bowing his body and looking extremely humble. Lord Xianxia said Lord Stuart has been a close friend of his for many years, and would definitely help him out. Also, our plan to pin the blame on Weirs almost succeeded, didn't it? Weirs was appalled enough by Leylin's 5-star status, but his expression turned even darker as he listened to the conversation. Sudden attack. So what if our previous plan failed and Leylin managed to pass the monarch's test? We still have a chance. This morning star from Jupiter's lightning was still trying his hardest to persuade Stuart. Leylin is about to participate in the appraisal for virtuous sky sages. As long as we get Weirs to participate as well, they're likely to come into conflict eventually. After all, they're both geniuses, and those kinds of people love glory and solitude. Your plans are just too troublesome. Stuart shook his head. I can tell you from experience, the more complicated a plan is, the more slip-ups there are. The simpler plans usually have a higher rate of success. Leylin is merely a 5-star morning star, and no matter how crafty he is, he can't break through the bloodline shackles and reach rank 5. I'll just have to deal with him personally the moment he leaves the vicinity of Sky City. Of course, the price will double. Were's not falling into the trap had instilled a sense of crisis in Stuart. If your highness can do this for us, we will be grateful. The Morning Star Magus in the black mist immediately bowed in thanks. Actually, the rewards can still be the same as before, but you'll need to help me eliminate someone. Stuart's voice turned low. Who is it? This Morning Star suddenly had a bad premonition. Were's. Stuart looked vicious all of a sudden. Enough. Were's announced coldly, black lightning breaking the screen apart. What do you want? He was beginning to trust Leylin. Though images like these could be forged, the screen from before had displayed even the soul undulations belonging to the other party, and Were's had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, he was now beginning to feel terror towards this Leylin who had the ability to spy on even Radiant Moon Magi. This was a rank 5 Magus. On top of that, from what Were's knew, the other party had something similar to a world's protective sphere that could isolate his residents from everything. Yet, Leylin had been able to snoop on him. This is just too terrifying. Were's glanced at Leylin. The warlock's smile suddenly sent a chill down his spine. Simple. I'll go and take care of them. You just have to stop the powers of Sky City from interfering. Leylin straightforwardly explained his plan. As for how he had found out about the other party's scheme, of course, that was due to the Stardust bugs. This formidable, incomparably minute being of the Oakheart clan could not be detected by even the most advanced spell formations. It was the best way to spy on someone, and he'd planted them on Stuart's body in secret during their clash. Leylin's previous methods only allowed him to discover when he was being spied upon by Stardust bugs. However, after reaching the Morning Star realm and extorting the Oakheart clan, he had obviously gotten a hold of some young Stardust bugs by force, using the AI chip to form his own way of manipulating them. He'd wanted to learn of Stuart's plans, but he'd never expected to see such a scene which had much more potential to be exploited. Were's is an absolute talent, and there are definitely people in Sky City who oppose him. Leylin was confident in this assumption. Were's was an arrogant person, and someone trying to make use of him or take his life was not something he could take lying down. He was sure Were's would act on this. Leylin merely wanted him to stop the interference of external parties and took on the more dangerous job himself. Thus, there would not be any issues. However, Were's had one last question: what if the Monarch of the Skies finds out? Haha. Leylin burst into laughter. I just returned from meeting him, and he agreed that Sky City would remain neutral in a conflict between the Ouroboros clan and Jupiter's lightning. You can go ask him if you want. That's not possible. Were's cried out in alarm, and began to say a few words into a secret imprint. His expression immediately changed, and his voice even turned hoarse. What did you use to move His Majesty? Coordinates to a foreign world. Is that enough? Enough. You're insane, but I like it. Let me accompany you in your insanity. Were's pupils began to burn with what seemed to be an ambitious fire, growing gradually in intensity. Leylin and Were stood side by side in the sky, watching a building in the distance that had a large number of runes flickering on it. Stuart's villa is over there. He's a radiant moon though, can you handle him? Were's voice was low. That's my problem to deal with. You just have to focus on holding down the fort. Besides, even if we can't handle Stuart, we just need to get that morning star from Jupiter's lightning. That'll be enough to discourage him from further action. The higher-ups in Sky City will also be disappointed in him, which will lead more Magi to side with you. Were's didn't refute Leylin's calm analysis. Since the two of them were already working together, all attempts at concealing anything would merely be a joke. In the future, I will definitely take on any of the pressure that Sky City might exert on you, as well as suppress Jupiter's lightning's forces. Were's voice was icy cold. He'd already discussed these terms with Leylin, and they'd even inked a contract. That's enough. Leylin chuckled, turning into a streak of black light and piercing into the dense spell formations like a sword. A large amount of runic chains flickered into existence, but they were quickly shredded apart. He actually dares to barge into the nest of a radiant moon. Where does he get his confidence from? Were's muttered to himself in the distance. Stuart, prepare to meet your maker. A booming voice was transmitted into the entire area, causing many Magi to gape in shock. Since when did someone dare to barge into the residence of a radiant moon magus in Sky City without an invitation, even acting so unbridled? Was something changing? A large number of conscients gathered at the place, watching the alarming scene nearby. Soaring demonic phoenix. Chirp. The phantom of a terrifying phoenix wreathed in black fire emerged along with high-pitched cries, its gigantic wings breaking apart the spell formations in Stuart's residence. Black flames spilled in all directions. The remaining spell light was devoured by the black flames, and the formations completely lost their might. Yet, the giant blackfire phoenix was still unsatisfied, and it pushed at a building underneath. Rumble. Like a natural calamity, the black flames swirled through the area and all that was left behind was merely a huge pit, as well as two stunned figures. All other life energy was gone. With Leylin attacking at full power, besides Stuart and that morning star who could somewhat take it, the region had been completely leveled. The many maids, servants, and the like were completely obliterated. The might of just one attack had reached this extent. The onlookers grew crazed at this scene, thinking they were still dreaming. That is Lord Leylin. Euro's hand clamped on her mouth. Ah, it's that morning star who gifted me information points. In her shock, the spectacled female magus dropped the books she was holding. What's going on? Stuart was still in a daze. He had obviously reacted, but long years of a pampered life had resulted in his disbelief when someone dared to attack his residence. What's worse was that they succeeded. The stupefaction was soon replaced by rage. You dare, Stuart snarled, terrifying energy undulations sweeping through the area. Weyers, who was already a distance away, immediately moved much further backwards, now more fearful as he watched Leylin's back at the center of all of it. I am Duke Leylin Farlier of the Ouroboros clan, here to kill the morning star of an opposing organization, Jupiter's Lightning. All unrelated. Personnel are to leave. Leylin did not wait for Stuart to speak, an immense voice traveling everywhere instantly. What? He's that Leylin, the most powerful Chemoian warlock in history. Yes. The Ouroboros clan and Jupiter's Lightning are now at war. The clamor from around the female magus with thick glasses allowed her to get Leylin's name. Watching Leylin's back, traces of concern and admiration flashed across her face. Die. After proclaiming this, Leylin did not give Stuart any opportunities to speak. A gigantic Chemoian serpent phantom with scarlet stripes on it appeared behind his back. As it thundered forth, two vertical pupils like stars gazed at the morning star wrapped in black mist. My lord, save me. Though similarly a morning star, he knew that there was too large a disparity between him and Leylin, and only Stuart would be able to save his life. You're going too far. Terrifying flames began to burn around Stuart, all a result of his anger. He even vowed, deep in his heart, that no matter the cost he had to kill Leylin right here on this day. It's you that I want to bully. Leylin laughed manically, the gigantic phantom serpent swallowing both Stuart and the morning star whom he did not know the name of. Frightful energy undulations were immediately dispelled, and if not for the two of them controlling the situation, these undulations would have spread to the outside. Even so, Weyer's expression changed as he activated quite a few layers of defense, ensuring that the battlefield was only above Stuart's residence. A red signal alarm sounded in the control room of Sky City along with a voice, beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Warning. Dangerous energy detected. Warning. Dangerous energy detected. Discovered intense energy undulations. Location. Above Lord Stuart's residence. The phantom images of two magi fighting appeared on the screen, showing another morning star that could only hide in a corner. The screen locked onto Leylin. Determined target to be a morning star magus. What? The person who's fighting at the same level as Lord Stuart is actually a morning star. Have you gone stupid? The person in charge smashed a file on the supervising staffer's head. Hot on the heels, rescanning. Confirmed to be a morning star magus. As the spirit genie's voice rang out, the person in charge was silenced. One instance could be considered a glitch, but what if it happened a second or third time? He watched the figure on the screen in disbelief. What level is he at? Display his star grade. The screen quickly changed. Target is Leylin Farlier. Saved data. 4 stars. What a joke. Rescan him. He was practically yelling at this point. Swish. An energy bar appeared, and the 4-star level was filled almost instantly. The meter arrived at 5 stars. So it's a peak morning star. It's no wonder that he can contend with Lord Stuart. But don't worry, he can't hold on for long. He sighed suddenly, but immediately after, the monitoring staff pulled him to look at the screen once more. In that moment, he practically turned to stone. On the screen, the meter filled up even the 5-star grade, and then burst through it. The screen glitched out and was restarted. The spirit genie then gave another evaluation. A morning star at the 6-star grade. It's a monster, a monster. He collapsed feebly onto his chair. My lord, what do we do? The staff watched the man in charge, hesitating to speak. What else can we do? Activate the most powerful defenses and ensure that their battle won't affect any other regions. We can't handle the other matters. The man's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. Weyers was on the battlefield, and he slowly gained more clarity on Leylin's strength. This level of strength, Weyers watched the giant phantom of a serpent soaring through the sky as it let loose terrifying sounds. He had become slightly dazed. This is definitely stronger than a 5-star. Is he a legendary 6-star Morning Star? There were only 5 normal ranks for Morning Stars. However, history always produced frightening geniuses that defied common sense. This was the 6-star grade. A Morning Star who could match up to a radiant moon. He's actually reached this level. Weyers clutched his fists tightly, thinking about his pride at breaking through to 4 stars, and he suddenly flushed red. He wanted to find a place to hide in. Swish, swish. Large numbers of elites rushed over, looking solemn and preparing for death. Platinum flames flashed, and Weyers stood in their way. I'll take over here. Step back for now. Though he was envious, he still had to abide by their agreement. Weyers watched these guards and the Morning Star that arrived behind them in a lofty manner, and offered his greetings. Boom. A tremendous energy tornado split open, and a blackened steward was ruthlessly sent flying as he arrived beside Weyers. Leylin threw the Morning Star Magus to the ground, the black gas already completely removed from him. It's a Magus from Jupiter's lightning. The spirit undulations are correct as well. I've seen him once before, and those can't be hidden. Many Morning Stars looked at each other. Everyone can see that Lord Leylin was merely attacking the Magus from the opposing organization, Jupiter's lightning. Based on the decree of the monarch of the skies, our sky city is to maintain a neutral stance. Weyers stood up and spoke righteously. Many Morning Star Magi exchanged glances, and watched Leylin, who did not back down despite his injuries. In the distance, Stewart looked exasperated as he maintained his silence. Leylin and Weyers glanced at each other, grinning. The outcome had been decided. Information about this huge battle in Sky City spread like a storm. The warlock Leylin took on a radiant moon Magus by himself, only suffering light injuries to capture a Morning Star Magus from the other party. His name spread far and wide, and Stewart had been delegated to a supporting role. The commotion grew further and further, dwarfing that over the sage appraisal. Now, Weyers watched on as a black airship left Sky City from a private port. A strange expression was on his face. The person leaving was naturally Leylin. Though he had successfully taken care of the Magus from Jupiter's lightning and humiliated Stewart, he had completely ruffled the feathers of Sky City. After all, he had ruthlessly attacked on of their esteemed elders in their own territory. If not for Weyers helping him control the situation, the Magi of Sky City might have just declared war against him. Weyers obviously did not go uncompensated for his help. They had discussed that part beforehand, which was the only reason Leylin was cocky enough to rush to the front lines. Even then, knowing that he was garnering too much attention, Leylin did not dare stay in Sky City much longer. He accepted Weyers' proposal and went through unofficial channels to be baptized by the endowing scepter, keeping a low profile along the way. With his vitality increased by about 20 points, he secretly left the area, not participating in the appraisal. As long as he obtained the profits, Leylin did not particularly care for such a title, and he tossed the conversation he'd had with the monarch of the skies to the back of his mind. Leylin looked at his stats. Leylin Farlier. Rank 4 Warlock. Bloodline. Giant Chemoian Serpent, complete form. Strength. 50. Agility. 45. Vitality. 94.9. Spiritual Force. 956.8. Magic Power. 956. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force. 96. 5 stars. My vitality increased by 20 points, which means my body is pretty much adapted to the increased soul force now. The endowing scepter was truly essential. Leylin couldn't help but mumble to himself as he recalled the scepter. He had realized during the baptism that the endowing scepter was the energy core of Sky City. If it was attacked, the entire city would fall to the ground, leading to a horrifying disaster. The endowing scepter was not an actual scepter, but instead a gigantic energy reaction furnace. Its refined loop structure was something Leylin admired, and he had the impulse to steal it and study it. Leylin suddenly came back to himself, a slight smile about his lips. It's about time they caught up to me. Rumble. Immense energy undulations swept through the area, and the colossal serpent vanished in a puff of smoke. Leylin, who had been prepared, merely stood in midair while staring at Stuart, who had suddenly appeared ahead of him. Within Sky City, Weyers watched the direction Leylin had left in, and muttered to himself, "Though I agreed to help you take on the pressure from Sky City, you'll need to deal with Stuart's retaliation yourself." His gaze was full of complicated feelings. "Leylin, I admit that you're the biggest genius I've seen, to the point that you can tussle with a rank 5. However, the disparity between ranks is not something one can step across so easily. In the battle before, Leylin had successfully captured the Morning Star Magus alive, but he had also paid the price of getting injured. Meanwhile, Stuart had been covered in dirt, but he had no real injuries. Now that he was away from Sky City, it was hard to tell the outcome if he was caught. The most likely outcome was that, after an intense battle, Stuart would end up with serious injuries and Leylin would wind up dead. Insanity flashed in Weyer's eyes. "There needs only be one true genius, and that will be me. Is he gone?" Flames flickered, and a magus stood beside Weyers that looked similar to him. The radiant moon energy he gave off was even more terrifying than Stuart's. He glanced at Weyers with a look of encouragement. "You did well this time." With Stuart dejected, "Our organization can now make ourselves known in Sky City. Leylin's already gone. I've also received news that Stuart has followed him." Weyers' voice held a trace of laughter. Weyers daring to oppose Stuart was not because he was a fool, but because someone else was backing him. "Weyers, do you know why His Majesty, the monarch of the skies, promised not to interfere in the battle between the Ouroboros clan and Jupiter's lightning? A radiant moon isn't nearly enough for His Majesty to do this." The radiant moon looked serious as he spoke. "Could it be?" Weyers' expression changed. "Leylin, you can't run this time. I will return the humiliation you gave me today tenfold. No, 100-fold. Stuart's voice was distorted, and his expression vicious. Though Leylin was powerful, his total strength could still not match up to his own. This was what he had depended on when he chased after Leylin. Besides, he had help today, and could absolutely kill Leylin here. Meanwhile, Jupiter's lightning headquarters, in a Magus tower. "Is it all prepared? It's about to begin." Observing the bubbling pond of lamentation, Xania's expression fluctuated as a female voice was heard. "This will consume 21% of the Pond of Lamentation's energy reserves, and might even affect your transformation. Have you thought it through properly?" "I've thought it through enough." "Do it." Xania's voice was low. "All right. Give me a portion of the control rights." Mysterious, complicated incantations sounded in the secret room, and multiple black masks arose, disappearing into the void. Leylin, who was facing Stuart, had a change in expression. Large numbers of black masks suddenly surrounded his body, sticking onto his face. "Beep. Host has been inflicted with a curse. Vitality and soul force have weakened." The AI chip's voice transmitted. "A curse? And it's a long-distance ancient curse." Leylin's pupils shrank. "Haha. You're fated to die here. I will extract your soul and torture you for 1,000 years." Stuart laughed madly before he charged forth. A terrifying rank 5 spell formed a snarling black monster that opened its large, ferocious mouth in Leylin's direction. Scarlet earring. Red light flashed from Leylin's ears, and a crescent-shaped blade of scarlet light slashed out. Usage: the scarlet crescent of light slashed through the sky. The humongous black monster howled in grief as it disintegrated into black vapor and dispersed. From the black vapor came Stuart's voice, full of fear. "A piece of high-grade magic equipment. You actually have a piece of high-grade magic equipment." He looked at the crimson earring hanging on Leylin's ear, his eyes filled with restraining fear and insatiable greed. "I'll kill you. All of this will be mine." AI chip, begin resisting the radiation from the curse, and find the source. Leylin looked solemn as he secretly gave the command. If it was in the past, such an ancient curse would be highly troublesome to deal with, but with the vast amount of information from the Great Library as his trump card, and the AI chip's ability to successfully quantify soul force, he had formed a decent database, allowing him to resist. The same went for the scarlet earring. Before he thoroughly understood its origin and functions, he didn't dare to use it much. However, he had managed to find the history of a detailed introduction to the scarlet earring in the Great Library, including operational instructions. This naturally allowed this piece of high-grade magic equipment to be put to full use. Most of the magic equipment circulating around the central continent was low-grade. Middle-grade magic equipment was rare, and high-grade magic equipment would make even radiant moons green with envy. His ability to use the Scarlet Earring had boosted Leylin's strength tremendously in one go, especially against things such as suppressive curses like now. Beep. Task established. Begin projection of soul interference. Searching for source of curse. The AI chip immediately intoned. A layer of light yellow light was emitted from Leylin's body, while the numerous black masks rushed up like moths to the flame. A curse way beyond my expectations. And with such horrifying crippling abilities. It must have been cast by a radiant moon. I'm 90% sure xianxia is behind this. Who would have thought that he had talent in the field of curses? An icy glare flashed in Leylin's eyes. Even he could not deploy such an ancient curse, especially if it was a technique that involved crossing space. This even exceeded the boundaries of what a rank 5 could do. Or maybe, someone is helping him. An even stronger magus at that. This idea had Leylin face turning darker. Not only did he have to fight against 2 rank 5 magi who had joined forces, he had to pay even more attention to his mysterious high-ranking magus who was spying on him. I really underestimated you previously. Seeing that the black masks attacking Leylin from all sides were decreasing in number, Stuart unexpectedly did not continue attacking him, but instead started to gasp. He actually has a method to resist the ancient curse. He may be at the peak of a morning star formally, but his strength is comparable to that of a radiant moon magus. And he even possesses a piece of high-grade magic equipment. If I had known all this earlier, I wouldn't have taken action even if xianxia multiplied his remuneration by tenfold. No matter how he felt, Stuart was a magus after all. After his rage had subsided, he regained his senses and grew rational. However, Leylin had a rather bad feeling about Stuart's calm and straightforward manner of speaking. What a pity, since the seeds of hatred have already been planted, I will not allow them to take root and germinate. Stuart looked at Leylin with a profound look in his eyes. If I cannot make you fall today, the day you advance to rank 5 will be judgment day for me. Even the monarch of the skies will not be able to save me. Leylin was silent, and didn't say much. Indeed, his enemy understood him best. Once he had sufficient strength in the future, he would definitely return for revenge and even eliminate him completely. He was not the only one who thought of this, as Stuart had as well. Neither of them tried to conceal it. So you must die here today, lest I be destroyed and return to the astral plane. Stuart was resolute. Bizarre undulations appeared on his body, and the rings of light representing his 5 innate spells flickered into existence behind him. Even spacetime seemed to have been frozen at that moment. A radiant moon arcane art. Leylin's expression was extremely solemn. Morning stars, powered by their point masses, could combine their 4 innate spells to produce the morning star arcane art, and radiant moons could do the same with their 5. This terrifying fusion of powers was strong enough to cause massive destruction even at rank 4. How strong, then, would it be at rank 5? Leylin had never seen a radiant moon arcane art before, but it was evident that the entirety of Sky City would be hard-pressed to survive Stuart's attack. If not, he would have long used his radiant moon arcane art when he was humiliated then. He wouldn't have been so afraid of the monarch of the skies and forced himself to endure for so long before finally taking action now. This place was rather far from Sky City. Even if the undulations spread to the Sky City, its defense mechanisms and the magi inside would be able to handle it. Thus, Stuart could go all out without any qualms. At this moment, Leylin seemed to have seen Stuart's true soul through his point mass. His soul was sparkling with the frigid, dazzling radiance of a crescent moon. The superposition of innate spells to form a morning star arcane art does not result in a simple additive effect. With the introduction of a 5th, rank 5 innate spell, the formidability of a radiant moon arcane art is definitely exponentially greater. It should be at least 10 times as strong, if not more. Leylin stared at the fused rings of light behind Stuart, fear rising within him. They were rippling with a bright radiance that seemed like it could destroy the world in one sweep. Stuart has really firmed his resolve. He actually dared to show his radiant moon arcane art in the main world. Leylin sighed deeply and didn't go on the offensive directly. While Stuart was casting the arcane art, a frightening protective mechanism had automatically formed around him. If he attacked now, he might have to face the dreadful wrath of the radiant moon arcane art directly. The disparity between our powers is too large. Such a formidable strength is enough to cause my fall. Leylin's face flushed red. The only way now is to. He slowly took off the white glove on his left hand, revealing an imprint in the form of a sun that was surrounded by black flames. Beep. Curse procedure found. Initializing tracking mode. Source confirmed. At this instant, the AI chip brought him a piece of good news. Might as well settle them together then. Leylin's eyes glistened as he rushed towards Stuart. Sky City. What does that mean? Didn't Leylin obtain an agreement of neutrality from the monarch of the skies in exchange for the coordinates of the lava world and his outstanding strength that could match a radiant moon's? Weyers gazed at his elder, puzzled. The radiant moon Magus, however, shook his head. Weyers could even detect a bitter smile at the corners of his lips, much to his astonishment. This elder of his was relatively strong among the radiant moon magi, so why would he have such an expression? Could it be that Leylin's strength had already grown to the extent that even he felt helpless? Weyers shook his head firmly, as though trying to expel this thought from his brain. He didn't consider that the more he did this, the deeper this conjecture took root in his mind. Rumble. Horrifying vibrations were transmitted over, accompanied by dazzling white light. This is a morning star arcane art. No, an energy undulation more terrifying than a morning star art. Could it be Leylin? Weyers lifted his head, gazing at the bright flames in the distance with a glint in his eyes. Stuart could not control himself in the end. The radiant moon Magus sighed deeply, then said to Weyers, "You're lucky to be able to witness a radiant moon arcane art in the main world, and even other, greater things." Greater things? Weyers was rather confused, but soon after his mouth dropped agape in shock. What did he see? A sun. An existence from ancient times, a boundless sun that was incomparably vast. It suddenly eclipsed the radiance of the radiant moon arcane art. The degree of heat and undulations of heat waves emitted by it struck terror in his heart. Weyers knew that even a thread of those flames was sufficient to seriously injure or even kill him. Under the rays coming from this sun, the white radiance of the radiant moon arcane art popped like a bubble. The corona had grown enormous and still continued to expand, quickly spreading to the outskirts of Sky City. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous defensive spell formations shattered one by one. Terrifying golden red heat rays intruded into the place, and it was as though the sky had disintegrated and the sun had fallen. Many buildings collapsed as the entirety of Sky City descended into chaos. Ah! Weyers' jaw hung open. He had never imagined that Sky City, which had always been incomparably stable and never experienced a single tremor, would waver like a small sailboat in the stormy seas under such a horrifying attack, facing destruction and death at any moment. Under the dreadful might of a rank 6 spell, even Sky City, the most academic progress in the entire central continent, was on the verge of collapse. The humongous floating city wobbled violently in the storm of pure gold flames, seemingly about to fall apart any moment. This cannot do. We must escape as quickly as possible, and be far away from the range of this spell. This is utterly terrible, Weyers murmured to himself. Just as his defense mechanism could hold no longer, a hand landed on Weyers' back, stabilizing him instantly. Don't panic. We still have our lord. The monarch of the skies will not sit still and allow the fall of Sky City. The words of the radiant moon Magus seemed to have a strong reassuring effect, allowing Weyers to recover from his previous state. Still, the shock in his pupils did not fade for a long time. That spell, is it? No. That's no longer a spell. It's the law of fire. Weyers had never acted like this before. Never had he felt that he was so immensely insignificant and powerless. The disparity between him and Leylin was huge. Chirp. Spotless white feathers floated down like snowflakes, accompanied by pleasing chirps. They firmly wrapped around the entire city, blocking out the flames. With the assistance of this strange force, Sky City started to regain its stability. It's the monarch of the skies. He has made a move. The radiant moon Magus gasped. The numerous magi in the Sky City kowtowed devoutly in the direction of the drifting garden, expressing their gratitude to the monarch for saving their lives. Surging waves through the continent, the monarch of the skies wrapped his city up in a strange energy barrier, and the tremors grew less violent. After the energy storm outside passed, Weyers looked at the sight not too far away from him, and suddenly cried out involuntarily, "The thunder layer of Akev. Where has the thunder layer of Akev gone to?" Below Sky City was originally a gigantic sea made of black thunderclouds. This was a natural skyscape that acted as the first defense of Sky City. Even crystal phase magi would find it so difficult to pass through it was practically impossible. Now, however, the gigantic sea of black thunder clouds had disappeared, leaving only a fog formed of condensation. Obviously, everything has been destroyed. Even the city itself has been reduced to this state, the radiant moon Magus laughed wryly. Weyers recovered from his surprise and glanced at Sky City, which was now in ruins, and lowered his head as if in disappointment. Even if they had been protected by the monarch of the skies, which prevented the city from being destroyed completely, most of the buildings had been devastated by the firestorm. Even if the core hadn't been destroyed, the losses were still hard to estimate. Even most of the gigantic floating island had been burned to a crisp, and it seemed incomparably ugly. What's going on? Could Leylin have done this? How's that possible? Weyers' eyes looked lost. The peak of rank 6, a power that's already beginning to touch on the might of laws. That should be the ancient sun's child's, sun-scorching nirvana. The radiant moon magus voice was solemn. Leylin was somehow able to obtain the bloodline of the sun's child, and he's probably unrivaled in his knowledge on bloodline spells. To be able to recreate ancient attacks like this using a bloodline imprint, Leylin. Weyers grew bitter. Then Stuart, with Sky City in this state, how do you think he ended up? The radiant moon sighed slightly. We were still colleagues. Seeing his colleague fall just like that, he wasn't feeling that good. Stuart went against my decree and took part in the battle between the Ouroboros clan and Jupiter's lightning. I hereby declare his expulsion from Sky City. An odd voice rang in Sky City. It's the monarch of the skies, voice. Weyers cried out involuntarily. Even his majesty isn't willing to provoke Leylin. Only now did he realize the disparity between Leylin and him, to the point that he felt utter despair. Rumble. The void was shattered, and large amounts of golden red flames surged into the area. What is that? Xianxia had this one thought before he was swallowed up by the golden red flames in an instant as he cried out sharply. The golden red flames did not let anything slip by and began to wreak havoc on the surroundings. Even the Magus Tower of a rank 5 Radiant Moon Magus could do nothing against it. The faint sound of a woman's piercing scream was sent out from Xianxia's arm. Damn it, it's the ancient sun's child. Curse of ancient times, heed my command. Show me the wrath of time and space, the woman's voice quickly chanted. TSS. Accompanying the strange and terrifying incantations, the black gases in the pond of lamentation surged outside, tangling with the sun's flames. Multiple distorted souls appeared in the air, forming a durable layer of light that disallowed the roasting flames entry. Once the storm passed, the black streams of gas from the pond of lamentation had decreased by a large amount, and all that was left of Xianxia was a charred arm on the ground. Whoosh! The charred arm exploded, and flesh and blood began to grow at a rapid rate, forming Xianxia once more. Now, however, his expression was terrible, and he had frightful burn marks on his body. The ancient flames of the sun thankfully exploded a fair distance away from us, and through the and a great part of its might was reduced through the space-time channel. If not, it wouldn't be just you losing your life, the mysterious woman's voice sounded. Damn it, damn it. How did it come to this? Everything should have been smooth sailing. Xianxia roared in his fury, but suddenly, he stopped, as if his throat was being clutched. Little flames were beginning to burn on his body once more. The sun's child was at the peak of rank 6 magi, and a being beginning to comprehend laws. Its flames hold within some of the power of law, and cannot be so easily taken care of. A hint of helplessness could be heard in her voice. Large amounts of water from the pond of lamentation flew into the air, forming a black robe and draping over Xianxia. Xianxia sighed in satisfaction. After he wore the black robe, the terrifying golden red flames finally went out. Sun's child, how did he do that? Xianxia was puzzled, and even afraid. He had to admit that Leylin was full of miracles, and seemed to be his nemesis. I don't know. Narish's voice turned cold. What you need to worry about is the pond of lamentation. To save a fool like you, I consumed more than half of its energy. You need to begin amassing resources more. What? When Xianxia saw that there was only a thin layer of black gas left, his face fell. That's not possible. I put in all of my accumulated wealth to construct this, then you'll need to launch the next plan, she spoke slowly. The secret room descended into silence, and only after a very long while could a low sound of acknowledgement be heard. The incident in Sky City ended with the fall of a radiant moon magus. The fall of someone of such status immediately swept through the continent like a hurricane. This was a great rank 5 magus. There were few of them even in the entire central continent, and they were truly among the top strata of the magus world society. They were the goals of all young magi, and each one held an immense reputation for their battle strength. Even if they weren't in control of the large organizations, their statuses were second only to monarchs. Their experiences could be written down as legend, forming an enriching story. Someone like that had actually fallen. And at the hands of a morning star magus. The first reaction most magi had after hearing this was disbelief, but when conclusive evidence was shown, and especially with the announcement of Stuart's subsequent expulsion by the monarch of the skies, the central continent sank into a strange silence. The magi collectively lost their voices. This was killing a radiant moon at the morning star realm. It was no longer the purview of a genius. Leylin was a demon. If he could even kill radiant moons, what were morning stars worth? How many organizations had Breaking Dawn monarchs in their midst in the central continent? Hence, many magi organizations added Leylin to the list of people they absolutely could not provoke. The Ouroboros clan even received regular expressions of goodwill and discreet inquiries, both out in the open and in the shadows. It kept the two dukes extremely busy. The main character in this story, the most powerful Chemoyan warlock, and the most powerful morning star in history, went missing. Duke Leylin Farlier had mysteriously disappeared from the public eye. Torrential rain fell down from the skies. There was lightning everywhere, and one could see meteorites every once in a while. The heart of the fight between the Radiant Moon Arcane Art and Rank 6 Bloodline Imprint had been in Sky City, but close to 10% of the central continent had been affected. Abnormality in the climate was only a small part of it. Spatial rifts had opened up everywhere, and would likely have to be closed up by monarchs. A secret room had been opened in the middle of a desolate mountain. There were no channels for external communication, and countless concealing runes filled the surroundings, sealing this place up. A figure dressed in tattered platinum robes was half leaning on the rock walls, observing the back of his hands and looking deep in thought. My battle might right now is comparable to radiant moons. On top of that, the bloodline imprint of the rank 6 sun's child has an immensely terrifying radiation. Even if all the prophets in the central continent work together, they still won't be able to track me down. Leylin was very confident in his hiding abilities. It would require a Breaking Dawn prophet to act, and even they would only be able to find slight traces of him. However, there were few such magi across all of history, and there were likely none in the present. Hence, he was rather at ease when it came to his safety. I never thought that the backlash from the sun's flames would be so immense. Recalling the scene from that day, a wry smile appeared about his lips. Under the threat of Stuart's Radiant Moon Arcane Art, Leylin had brazenly used the bloodline imprint on his left hand and launched a terrifying attack. It was as if the ancient sun's child had been revived. The moment sun-scorching Nirvana was launched, the Radiant Moon Arcane Art was torn apart, and even Stuart had fallen there and then. That was not all. Leylin had even followed the path of the curse and sent a portion of the might of the spell to the caster. Even if Xania wasn't dead, he would at least have some injuries at this point. Such a terrifying rank 6 spell had been launched through a bloodline imprint, and had still almost extracted everything from Leylin. As Leylin was not rank 6 and definitely not the sun's child, he had also been hit with a backlash from the sun's flames. If not for him having another of the bloodline imprint to protect him and the black flames of the Emberflame technique having the unique effect of controlling those flames, he would not only be gravely injured but even die. There were definitely more than one or two in history who had died from the backlash of employing a spell that far surpassed their ability, and Leylin had almost followed in their footsteps. Thankfully, I'm fine. It would have been way too sad if I'd been killed by my own spell. Leylin's heart was still palpitating in fear. Whatever it is, I've finally healed all of my injuries today. What should I do next? I need to think it over properly. Evasion, AI, chip, show me my condition. Leylin commanded in his mind. Leylin Farlier, rank 4 warlock. Bloodline, giant Chemoyan serpent, matured body. Strength, 50, agility, 45, vitality, 100.2, spiritual force, 956.8, magic power, 956. Magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force. Soul force, 96, 5 stars. His vitality had finally broken past 100, solving the issue arising from the rapid advancement of his soul force. Seeing this, Leylin could finally heave a sigh of relief. After all, his main goal in coming to Sky City was to solve this issue completely. The endowing scepter had initially increased his vitality by 2 levels, the equivalent of 20 points. Afterwards, the disaster that was the sun's flames had actually resulted in a profit for him. His fireplume had managed to take in quite a bit of the energy from it, and it resulted in a surprising transformation that pushed his vitality past the mark. Now, he had completely reached his target, and all that was left to deal with were the repercussions, which were slightly troublesome. At this thought, a wry smile appeared about Leylin's lips as he grew gloomy. After all was said and done, Stuart was still a radiant moon from Sky City. There were few even amongst the subordinates of the monarch of the skies who were ranked as highly as he was. And now, such an important person had fallen at Leylin's hands. Even if the monarch of the skies expelled Stuart from Sky City afterwards, it was likely just to avoid provoking him for now. Leylin would not believe that the monarch had no thoughts on this matter. Leylin could very well raise his hands and leave just like this, but the monarch of the skies could not. He had to pay the cost of Leylin and Stuart's battles, which included things like mending the spatial rifts and the like. However, it wasn't his fault that this occurred in his domain. Leylin had been left without a choice. He was sure that, at this point, the monarch hated him to the core. In fact, he had probably provoked the entire organization of Sky City. After all, Leylin had used the coordinates to a foreign world and the help of some other Sky City magi to put pressure on Stuart. This had already depressed the monarch of the skies, but it was still acceptable. However, even Weyers and his backers would feel sympathy for his killing of the man. By the looks of it, the entirety of Sky City harbored no favorable impression of Leylin, and could even act against him. This is getting troublesome, Leylin laughed wryly, and the cold glint in his eyes became increasingly obvious. Since others were going to plot against him, he would prepare his vengeance. Besides, the other party was just a Breaking Dawn Magus. How amazing could he be? With the AI chip, the advice of the ancient wisdom tree, and the Chemoyan bloodline, Leylin was confident that he would reach that realm in due time, even surpass it. However, I still have to face the real problems. As I am now, I can somewhat deal with New Moon Radiant Moon Magi. If I activate the bloodline imprint, I can even threaten Full Moon Magi. Leylin had an accurate estimation of his battle might. However, there's only one chance left to activate the bloodline imprint of the Sun's Child. After this, there's nothing left, even if it's the attack from the ancient Sun's Child, a Full Moon Magus still has a chance of survival. A Breaking Dawn Monarch can definitely take it on, obviously, and it's just a matter of the price to be paid in exchange. If I appear now, there might be Full Moon Magi, even Breaking Dawn Magi trying to kill me in fear of my potential. I won't be able to defend myself against them at all. That was why Leylin had been in hiding all this while, and the reason he had not returned to the Ouroboros clan headquarters. Though such a scenario wasn't likely, he was still prepared for the worst case. If he really was caught by a Breaking Dawn, there was no chance of survival even if he used his trump card. One only lived once, and Leylin didn't believe he'd get one more opportunity to travel to another time after death. I'm afraid that, before I reach Radiant Moon, I'll need to hide in the shadows. Leylin sighed. The moment he reached rank 5, Radiant Moon, the strength of his warlock bloodline, in addition to his methods as well as trump cards would give him a chance to flee with his life even when faced with a rank 6 Magus. If that was possible, he would be a Magus at the peak in the central continent, and he would no longer need to fear any attacks, whether in the open or in the shadows. Rank 5, Radiant Moon. Leylin sighed. How could the bloodline shackles of Chemoyan warlocks be solved so easily? It doesn't matter, I have to break through them no matter what, else I'll have to remain in hiding for the rest of my life. If that were the case, it'd be better to start anew in another world. At this thought, Leylin flipped through the book of imprints in his hands and tapped the image of a giant Chemoyan serpent. After a static sound, Gilbert's agitated voice was heard. Leylin, is it you? It's me. Leylin answered concisely. Though there were restrictions when it came to secret imprints, both users were Morning Star, and with the amplification of Soul Force the distance across which information could be transmitted was increased by a large amount. It's great that you're alright, hee, you've done something incredible. Emma and Freya are very worried about you. It was no surprise to hear Gilbert's wry laughter from the other side of the secret imprint. My apologies for making you two dukes worry. Also, please help me apologize to Freya. I probably won't be able to return for a period of time. Leylin's voice was low. What? Are you in trouble? Do you need us to come over? Gilbert began to get worried. Leylin was currently not just the pillar of support of Ouroboros clan, but also their hope. I'm fine. I'll just need to go on a journey for a period of time. I shall leave matters of the Ouroboros clan to both of you in the meanwhile. Leylin concealed his imminent attempts at breaking through to Radiant Moon, and gave Gilbert the impression that he was going to wait until the fuss died down. It was enough for the two Morning Star Dukes to be in charge of the Ouroboros clan. Leylin, who had disappeared, would act as a huge deterrent anyway. Before he popped up again, any magi who wanted to attack the Ouroboros clan would have to consider the consequences of offending a magus with the might of a radiant moon. Alright, that works. Gilbert was old and wise, and quickly thought of this matter in a short period of time. After a brief silence, Gilbert presented another piece of news. Actually, someone from the Warlock Union looked for me. He hoped that you'd go to the Morning Star area, and they'd definitely ensure your safety. Morning Star area, Warlock Union. Leylin pondered over it. With a few Radiant Moon Warlocks in charge, safety should not be an issue, but throwing this idea out at this time, are they trying to rope me in, or is this a conspiracy? Thoughts churning at lightning speed, Leylin quickly answered, it's alright. Thank them for their goodwill on my behalf. Even if they were protecting him without any ulterior motives, Leylin would not go to the Morning Star area. He would never place his own safety in the hands of another person. In other words, even a Radiant Moon Warlock was not qualified to guarantee his safety. Even rank 7, 8 or 9 existences can't be relied on. The most steady method is to count on oneself. Leylin's eyes were full of mirth as they shot out his resolution. Alright, oh, you. Gilbert on the other end could only laugh wryly. Well then, take care. Take care. After they bade their farewells, Leylin closed off the channel and left the area. It was still possible to monitor communication via secret imprints. This was merely a temporary place used to recuperate, and he had long since planned to leave it. If not, he would not take the initiative and communicate with the external world. After Leylin left, blazing black flames immediately began to burn, turning the desolate mountain into ashes. Bzzz. Not long after Leylin's departure, space began to ripple as it twisted on itself, forming a door flickering with light. A few human figures walked out, their bodies emanating terrifying energy. Undulations. Seeing the mountain that had turned to ashes, they sighed, we've come too late. A figure stood above the ashes and tightened his fist, but could only shake his head helplessly. He was very cautious and did it cleanly, not leaving behind any trace of his scent. It's impossible to chase him down. Prophetic spells are useless against him. Are we really going to let him go? The few black figures began to discuss amongst themselves. This warlock has the highest potential out of every one I've seen. At rank 4, he can kill a rank 5, and once he reaches Radiant Moon, how much more powerful can he get? You seem to have forgotten something. He's a giant Chemoian warlock, and he has the problem of bloodline shackles. The limits of his own strength are rank 4. This is a restriction on his soul. Since ancient times, there have been so many bloodline warlocks, and yet none have broken through it. Do you think he can? There was a trace of pity in this new speaker's voice, but I must admit that Leylin is definitely a genius. He's among the best in all history, but it's a pity that he's chosen the path of a Chemoian warlock. If he walked the path of a magus, we might have seen the rise of another monarch. It's not a pity, it's fortunate instead, fortunate that he chose the path of a warlock. The black figure right in the middle suddenly spoke, his tone icy. Yes, it's fortunate that he's chosen to be a warlock. The other black figures agreed with each other, turning into great amounts of black gas and dissipating. Leylin knew nothing of what happened after his departure. He had not even left stardust bugs behind. Though this method was very discreet, Radiant Moon Magi had terrifying soul force, and there was a chance of being discovered. Leylin was not going to allow people to track him by making use of the bugs. He quickly switched locations, his methods of destroying his scent all because of his cautiousness. Thankfully, he had dodged this bullet. How should I begin to tread the path of rank 5, Radiant Moon? Leylin had now used an altering spell to change his outer appearance and arrived at another area in the central continent. What was in front of him was a sea of fire. Returned to Twilight Zone, a tremendous volcano thundered and bellowed, as if a giant from the legends launching a flaming iron fist into the skies. Lava fell like rain, forming rivulets that flowed together to become a network of rivers. The black volcano towered high into the sky, looming over the region just like the clouds and causing the skies and the ground to turn dark. The lava glowed red, flickering between dark and bright. The scene was magnificent, a rose amidst the thorns. Mount Asura, it's been such a long time. I've never come back since I arrived at the central continent. Leylin's eyes were filled with a certain profoundness. The events that brought him to the central continent and the people in his history with Twilight Zone became incomparably vivid once more. Indeed, Leylin was preparing to leave the central continent for a while and return to Twilight Zone. Even though that place was barren and inadequate compared to the central continent, it held a treasure trove that only he knew of. The body of the Scorpion Man, as well as the blood of the protector of the icy world. Leylin's thoughts drifted to the contents of the icy jade Scorpion Emperor's memories that he had acquired from its bloodline when he explored the icy cave. That terrifying ancient battle still brought shivers to his spine to this day, even Morning Stars barely met the requirements to participate in it. The remains of a Morning Star-level bloodline creature were only a small treasure to Leylin, and didn't mean much, but the bloodline of that bronze female giant wasn't so simple. That was a bloodline that crossed rank 7, one that had already begun to touch upon laws. In front of that, the current Leylin was like a moth drawn to the flame. Whether it be refining the ancient bloodline into an imprint or trying to assimilate it, either one of these actions would be extremely helpful to him. Parts of his hopes for advancing to the Radiant Moon realm were placed on this. Furthermore, the protector of such a world would definitely have information about the world's coordinates in its bloodline and genetics. That was the powerful ancient icy world that even the Snake Dowager coveted and yet was unable to occupy. It was an unknown number of levels more important than the lava world, and Leylin would be the sole benefactor of it. It was because he had this that he was confident enough to give away the coordinates to the lava world as a gift. Leylin had other plans for the icy world and the female giant's bloodline. When she had been killed by the Snake Dowager, would her body retain any scent or aura from the purgatory world, which would allow him to deduce the coordinates of that world? Even if it wasn't on her body, the icy world had been invaded by the Snake Dowager who had come from the purgatory world, so how could there not be any traces left behind? With the icy world as a springboard, the difficulty in locating the purgatory world would be reduced by a large amount. Once at the purgatory world, finding the bloodline primogenitor, the Snake Dowager, would make breaking through the bloodline shackles a simple task. Of course, the whole process wouldn't be that simple, but the general idea wasn't bad, and it was the best way to break through the bloodly shackles. Of course, Leylin did not dare confront the Snake Dowager just like that. That was basically sending a lamb into a tiger's den. He didn't believe that he had any way of resisting strength that had surpassed that of breaking dawn and controlled laws. Therefore, ample preparation was necessary, and this method could only be used as a last resort. Unless all his other options were exhausted, Leylin didn't even want to consider this option. He would lie low in the Twilight Zone, and find a way to break through to Radiant Moon. That was Leylin's basic plan. Mount Asura will be dormant for a period of time every 100 years, which makes it the best time to go underground right now. Leylin recalled the time he had come up from the subterranean world. While he had grasped the right timing and prepared well, it had still been very dangerous. He could not help but smile slightly at that. He came to the crater of the volcano, and observed the terrifying lava channel. The volcano is filled with boiling hot lava all year round, and only when it's dormant will a channel show itself. It's still not time yet. Even if a crystallized phase Magus were to charge down there, they would be burnt to smithereens. Of course, that was for rank 3 magi. After he reached the Morning Star realm, what should have been horrifying and dangerous was as safe and stable as the garden in his backyard. Rumble. A layer of black flames appeared on the surface of Leylin's body, forming an oval layer that wrapped him within. A black bubble parted the lava, quickly disappearing into the depths. The terrifying heat from the lava was absorbed by the black flames, blocking all from Leylin who was contained within. As time passed, the black bubble endured the spurts of lava to head straight down. He was withstanding a natural disaster on his own and going through the lava against the current. Even Mount Asura erupting could do little against him. This was the power of a morning star. Boom. In the subterranean world, large amounts of magma flew out of a pool, accompanied by tremors. A bubble of black flame burst through the thick, durable rocks at the top and fell to the ground. Leylin's figure appeared once more as he withdrew the flames. Compared to before when he had to rack his brains and look for opportunities, the current Leylin could travel anywhere as and when he wished. It was extremely convenient. Seeing the dark sky and the stifling rock ceiling, Leylin sighed, "Twilight Zone, I'm back." Feeling the large difference in the concentration between the central continent and this place, Leylin shook his head. It's no wonder that morning stars pay no attention to this, the elemental particle concentration is so low here. Compared to the central continent, this place was like the barren countryside, if even that. The restriction of a low particle concentration would reduce the might of any spells used here by a large amount. Morning stars cared little for this place, and regular magi had no way to pass through the lava channel. Hence, Twilight Zone still retained its own path, and the influence from the external world was minimal up till Leylin's arrival. One sweep of his soul force and the surroundings were displayed in his mind. He had been the master of Twilight Zone in the past, and was somewhat familiar with the general area. He knew where he was instantly. When I left, there wasn't even a rank 3 magus in Twilight Zone, right? Leylin touched his chin. Here, even rank 2 magi could be considered the rulers, while rank 3 were the emperors. Morning Star. There hadn't been one in years. Am I like a high-leveled player in a newbie village, crushing everyone here? Leylin touched his chin, a grin on his face, but I like it. It was a fool's behavior to still try to fight even when the enemy was powerful. Even if one could win for a while, a single failure would leave him with no hope of reprieve. Leylin did not like these methods. Often, he would act only when he was very confident, and all he hoped for was for the magi in the world to all be at rank 1 and 2, which made it easy for him to manipulate them. It was because he had this stable mindset that he could leave till today. I wonder how Nature's Alliance Academy is doing. Has Selene been able to take care of it? And then there's the dark elves, gnomes and other races. After he determined the direction, Leylin's body turned into a streak of light as it hurried towards the headquarters of the Northern Nature's Alliance Academy. The Northern Region, Nature's Alliance Academy. Eternal light spells brightened up the room, reflecting a black desk with innumerable documents on the surface, as well as ink, quill pens and other stationery. A female magus with a delicate face wearing luxurious upper-class clothing kneaded at her brows with slender fingers, seeming very tired. Director. The door was pushed open, and a female magus hugging a file ran in hastily. Urgent news from the front lines. Potty City has been attacked again. All of our subordinates were killed, and 2 professors were even, all right. The beautiful director nodded her head from behind the desk, giving a drawn-out sigh. Almost 100 years ago, the fall of the Northern Region also started from Potty City. I just don't know if anyone will come and turn the situation around this time. She stood up and pulled the curtains open. There was a gigantic square of the academy outside the windows. At the middle, the statue of a young magus stood proudly, still having a slight radiance. Leylin, where are you? With your strength, I'm sure you must be doing well wherever you are, right? This beautiful director was naturally Selene. When Leylin had left Twilight Zone, he had left behind a series of tricks, allowing Selene to take control of Nature's Alliance Academy for almost a century. She had also advanced to rank 2. However, the Academy was now facing the largest crisis since its establishment. The tide of darkness creatures had come forth once more. And in this wave, there were countless beast emperors that had mutated and reached rank 3. That was not all. The gnomes and elves had now joined hands in rebellion and distanced themselves from the humans. They were now attacking in the north as well. The defensive stronghold of the north, Potty City, had fallen under the cooperation of the 3 races, and 2 rank 2 professors from Nature's Alliance had fallen as well. Director, we need to react to this, or Lord Banker will use this opportunity to create issues. The exchange between academies is about to begin as well, and I'm afraid, concern was evident on this female magus face. After hearing this, the look of helplessness on Selene's face grew more obvious. The immense pressure came not only from the outer world, but also the inner departments. Banker had initially been an ordinary professor of Nature's Alliance, but he'd had a miraculous encounter and gained the inheritance of some ancient magus. His strength had shot up, and had now entered rank 3. With power, he obviously desired the corresponding status. In Banker's eyes, that would be Selene's position. Though he was fearful of Leylin, which meant Banker did not dare go too far, there were still countless magi who sided with him. After all, Leylin had already disappeared for almost a century. Changes in the north, the passing of time could erase everything. More than 100 years passed, and the number of magi who could still remember the mighty Leylin were few and far between. If not for the longevity of magi, the situation now would definitely be much more severe. Selene might even have been stripped of her position as director long ago. But even now, things were far from good. Among the magi in the entire Twilight Zone, Banker was the only rank 3, and thus he had a good reputation. He even tried to imitate Leylin, and wanted to crown himself as the Radiant Guardian, and even the Emperor of all of mankind. His attempts, however, were futile. Selene could distinctly see the ambition in Banker's eyes, but could not stop him. Most of the academies in the other regions were already relying on Banker's help. There was no doubt that he would exert pressure on Leylin during the exchange between the academies, as well as the establishment of the allied armies. How will I get through this one? Leylin was at a loss. The tricks that Leylin had left her could only deal with rank 2 magi at most. There were clearly limitations if used against a rank 3 magus. The mere proof of Leylin's existence would not be enough to obstruct this magus' insatiable greed and ambition. Leylin was very clear about this. Bang! At this moment, the door of the office suddenly swung open, and a youthful magus entered. He had wine-red eyes, and his long blue hair was not tied up, but instead cascaded down to his shoulders. There was a frightening power surrounding him. Lord Banker. Another female magus from before hurriedly rushed to salute him. Director, I bring good news. Doroi Snail Academy and Ray College have acceded to my request, and have agreed to rely mainly on us, Nature's Alliance. They will elect the allied armies as the ruling party. Banker eyed Leylin's silhouette greedily. Leylin furrowed her brows. Banker, don't you know that you have to knock before entering my office? Or do you no longer have the most basic of manners? This place will soon undergo a change of hands anyway. Banker seemed absolutely unrestrained. Have you considered my previous suggestion? Impossible. Don't you forget that I am Leylin's wife. Leylin's face flushed red. Indeed. A woman who has been abandoned in the Twilight Zone for more than 100 years, Banker shrugged his shoulders. He looked at the obsidian statue in the plaza, especially the radiance above it. A trace of restraining fear flashed distinctly in his eyes. When I become the leader of the allied armies, this statue will be destroyed. Only a statue of me, Banker, is qualified to stand tall here. The next few days will be your last chance, think about it carefully. Banker walked out, but his voice still resounded in the room. Not only was Leylin regarded with tremendous prestige, the magus that Leylin left in her hands was controlled by the spirit. What was more crucial was that Leylin himself was still around. Although no one knew where he was still alive, somewhere. Banker was still rather afraid of his senior. If not for these apprehensions, he would have forcefully seized the position long ago. Even so, Banker's patience was rapidly wearing thin. What now, Director? There was a hint of a sob in the female magus voice. Let me think about it. Worry was written across Leylin's face as she gazed at the statue of Leylin in the plaza. It might have been an illusion, but when she turned around, she felt as though the radiance above the statue seemed to have turned brighter. As the days passed by, numerous magi rushed into the northern region unceasingly. Due to the underlying reason to deal with the other races, the exchange between the institutions was even more important. The turbulent undercurrents in the subterranean world never stopped flowing. Not only were the human magi plotting conspiracies of their own, the other races also played an extremely important role in the impending chaos. In the vast yet solemn venue, the directors of all the academies were sitting around a long round table. They couldn't help but turn their gaze towards the main seat in the center. The golden chair was adorned with many ornamental gems and appeared incomparably gorgeous. This seat was still vacant at present, but it could be inferred that only today's victor would be able to occupy that spot and cry out his commands. President of Nature's Alliance, Leylin, and House Professor, Banker, have arrived. A voice sounded abruptly, making the numerous directors turn their gazes towards the entrance. Leylin was there, dressed in a splendid ceremonial robe. She was accompanied by Banker. Banker was even walking in front of her. That's too much. He's not even the director yet. Will, who was seated amongst the spectators, secretly clenched his fist. He was brimming with rage at the thought of the director whom he had always admired being coerced into this. But as a mere official magus, he had no way to confront a rank 3. This was a lesson he had learned the hard way, through tears and blood. Director Leylin. Director Leylin. Director Leylin. A few well-acquainted magi profusely greeted her, but even more people gathered around Banker, just like stars revolving around the moon as they grouped around their revered leader. These fellows. Leylin was secretly angry. When Leylin was still around, these magi who were now kissing up to Banker, were all itching to kneel at her feet to express their loyalty. Now, they were betraying her without the slightest hesitation. Even though she knew that the Society of Magi followed the law of the jungle, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of discouragement. Just as she was walking towards the seat in the center, another magus obstructed her. Wait a minute, what's the matter, Director Barca? Leylin recognized him, of course. This magus was the president of Ray College, and had already been completely subdued by Banker. This is the main seat, only the president of Nature's Alliance institution is qualified to sit here. Don't tell me you're trying to disobey him. Celine raised her eyebrows. A greatly menacing air surrounded her. She was no longer the weak female magus from before, but a formidable magus who had undergone the trials of blood and fire, and had been promoted to rank 2. The appearance of such an aura immediately weakened Barca's imposing manner. Indeed, this conference should be hosted by the president of Nature's Alliance institution. Banker walked out and the first sentence he uttered surprised Celine. Therefore, before the conference begins, I propose to first conduct the election for the president of Nature's Alliance institution. Celine was utterly enraged. The director of Nature's Alliance had always been her, and that had never changed. Based on the traditions of Nature's Alliance, only Celine's disciples were qualified to succeed the institution. How could they choose the president based on an election? However, Banker was now making use of this crucial moment, with the support of the other directors, to make Celine step down from office. That's right. I am completely in favor of Banker's suggestion. Besides, the strength of our Lord Banker surpasses everyone else, and all of the Magi presents unanimously approve of his moral character. Thus, I recommend our Lord Banker. President Barca raised his point immediately after some thought. That's right. We stand by President Barca. Well said. Many Magi started to cause a din, especially a great many of the rank 2 professors from Nature's Alliance Academy, who all stood behind Banker. Only a handful of students and Magi who used to be controlled by Leylin stayed by Celine's side. All of you, Celine looked at the hostile Magi, and suddenly felt as though she was among a pack of wolves. The green tint of greed glistened in the eyes of these Magi, seemingly waiting to tear her to shreds before devouring her. Look at that. The majority of the professors all support me. It seems that we don't even need an election. No matter how self-restrained Banker was, he couldn't help but be pleased with himself. He walked next to the main seat, and looked at Celine. How about now? My suggestion from before still holds. I hope you won't make a choice that will anger me. Among Magi, trickery and these tactics can only assist you, but ultimately it is one's strength that is the deciding factor. Celine now understood why Leylin could abandon everything in the Twilight Zone, and resolutely go off in search of strength. But it seems that it was a little too late. All of you. Celine raised her head, her voice suddenly filled with pride. Have you forgotten the former Radiant Guardian? Once Leylin returns, he definitely will not let any of you get away with this. Celine's voice was sharp. Most of the Magi present knew how savage Leylin could be, and couldn't help but hesitate at this point. HMPH. He's just a rank 3 magus all the same. If he dares come here, I will let him know who the ruler of the Twilight Zone is. Banker snorted coldly. Powerful undulations of a rank 3 magus shook the place, and the illusion of holy light appeared behind him. A force field with such energy intensity that is infinitely close to a domain. Perhaps it can even surpass Leylin. The other Magi were all in awe. That's right. Leylin still existed, but it was not known if he would return to Twilight Zone. Banker, however, was a true blue rank 3 magus. Even more importantly, merely relying on one's reputation to make others cower in fear was not enough. Thus, many Magi started saluting profusely to Banker. Lord Banker, please assume the position of Director of Nature's Alliance, and lead the allied armies. The voices rose to a clamor, and Celine, who was sandwiched in between, seemed incomparably pale. Ha ha ha. Banker started laughing like a maniac. The dream he had had for years has finally been fulfilled, and his heart was brimming with ecstasy. He could already see himself unifying the entire Twilight Zone, and the moment where he would become the Supreme Emperor. Banker's eyes twinkled and was about to take his place on the main seat. Right at this moment, strange changes started to occur. Is that so? A black silhouette suddenly appeared, standing in Bank's way. The mere eye contact they shared was enough to fill Banker with dread, as though he was meeting his nemesis. Upon the sight of this figure, tears started to rush out of Celine's eyes involuntarily. Who is he? Why do I find his appearance so familiar? The many directors were dazed. It seemed that they knew all found him familiar, but couldn't seem to recall his name. It's the Radiant Guardian. The Radiant Guardian, Leylin Farlier. Will, who was standing next to Celine, clenched his fist and shouted, his eyes aglow. Lord Leylin. Following which, Iron, Gordius and the other elderly subordinates under Leylin's previous command immediately bowed respectfully. It really is him. The numerous Magi suddenly had a realization. Didn't this magus look exactly the same as the obsidian statue in the plaza of Nature's Alliance? Clown Leylin Farlier. This name was a legend in Twilight Zone, a myth. His stories were passed down as legends, sang of in praise by numerous bards. And now, this legend had once more appeared before their eyes. Quite a few interesting things seem to have happened in my absence. Leylin looked around as he said this, and many directors took a few steps back in order, be they rank 1 magi or rank 2. Finally, a rank 2 magus could not take it anymore. He fell to his knees with a thud, and called out, "Master Leylin, please forgive me. I never wished to betray you, and was only forced by Banker." As someone from the same generation as Leylin, this magus named Akazawa knew well about him and his ruthless ways. This was why Leylin's appearance frightened him, almost to the point of wetting his pants. And just like that, as if via a domino effect, more and more magi knelt, all their knees banging into the ground. Regardless of the effort Banker had put into establishing ties with them and threatening them, it was all a joke in front of Leylin. "Didn't you want me to come before? Well, I'm here now, what do you have to say?" Leylin glanced at Banker, almost not bothering to even talk to small fry like him. Banker realized the sarcasm in his tone immediately. Loke's shadow. Banker's face turned green for a moment, then red before his fake domain spread out. Energy at rank 3 spread out, and a low-grade magic artifact twinkled in his hands. Banker unleashed his strongest attack with confidence, and dashed straight towards Leylin. He was very clear that Leylin's appearance had ruined all his plans. He only had one hope now, he had to smash apart the myth with his own hands, to defeat Leylin. And he was confident in doing that, in his inheritance. An enormous domain opened up, pushing even many rank 2 magi to the side. The ferocious and berserk force caused a change in the expressions of many magi. What a commendable courage! Leylin squinted his eyes slightly, and the piece of low-grade magic equipment in Banker's hands shattered apart inch by inch. Following that was the fake domain, the rank 3 radiance was snuffed out, and a layer of ash-gray stone appeared on the surface of Banker's body. Within moments, he had become nothing more than a stone statue. The surface of the statue captured the frantic look on Banker's face perfectly. It was like a clown trying to run away, highly comical. "Didn't you want to be honored, for your legacy to be passed down? Very well, this statue can be placed at the Plaza of Nature's Alliance, it'll be a good contrast." Leylin nodded, and the place fell into a dead silence. Many of the magi present felt like they were dreaming. What had they just seen? The strong rank 3 Banker had attacked Leylin at full force, but his opponent simply blinked his eyes and he turned into a statue. Even his soul had been annihilated. This radiant guardian was evidently quite a bit more terrifying than in the legends. "What? Anyone else wants to interfere in the internal affairs of my Nature's Alliance Academy?" Leylin looked around. By this time, Barca and Banker's other loyal followers had already had a bad premonition, and began to retreat one after the other. The lights of teleportation burst forth as well. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. Blood sprayed like fireworks as Barca and the rest combusted into bits and pieces, filling the whole sky. A scalding rain of morselized flesh fell onto the faces and shoulders of the magi present on scene. However, not a single person dared to wipe anything off, forget stopping it. The radiant guardian didn't even move his hands, and there were no energy waves from spells at all. How did those rank 2 magi? Shocked to the extreme, the hearts of the magi at the scene were already growing sluggish. And no objections at all. Director Celine's achievements are obvious to everyone. They really did not dare to come forward again. As for these rank 1s and 2s, Leylin could indeed easily kill a whole bunch of them with just a slight puff of air. He simply could not be bothered with people of their power anymore. "Leylin." Celine stepped forward, an excitement in her voice which surprised him. Originally, he'd thought that after he left the power-hungry Celine would not be eager at all for his return. But from what it seemed, the passage of time had instead made this woman think about his good points. Leylin could not help but break into laughter. He directly sat in the host's seat while Celine stood respectfully at one side. The eyes of the other magi who had supported Celine previously, like Iron, Gordius, Will, and the others, were all brimming with ecstasy. They were mostly under Celine due to her having their spirit sources, and had no choice but to force themselves to support her. Although this was the case, with Leylin's reappearance, not only had things taken a new turn immediately, their efforts were even more than amply rewarded. Leylin did not care about Iron and the others. Instead, he directed his gaze onto a young magus. This brightly handsome magus was actually the one who was the most supportive of Leylin just now. This is Magus Will, a second-generation student of Nature's Alliance Academy. He has already advanced to become an official magus and is a professor in the institution. Leylin rushed to introduce him to Leylin. Of course I know that, Leylin smiled. As he looked at Will, he found his face familiar. Your mother, is she well? Leylin suddenly asked. My mother. In his heart, Will was extremely shocked. He did not know why Leylin suddenly asked such a question, but he still answered, my mother was just an acolyte, it's been over 50 years since she passed away. I see, Leylin sighed with a rasp in his tone, time is the great enemy of all living creatures, Lord Radiant Guardian, did you know my mother? Will became excited. Ever since he was born, he had never seen his father. He heard from his mother that his father had gone to do something very important and righteous but never returned. Could it be? Leylin's question and Will's answer had an extremely deep meaning. Not only the surrounding magi, even Leylin made a bad association. She looked at Leylin, and analyzed Will. Her eyes reflected a thoughtful expression, and nobody knew what she was thinking. If her conjecture was true, even if Will was a capable assistant, she would have to suppress him slightly in the future in secret. However, on the surface, they should appear to be more intimate. If Leylin knew about Leylin's thoughts, he would definitely roll his eyes ruthlessly. Even though time had passed, Leylin was still that power-hungry creature from before. We pay our respects to the Radiant Guardian. We hope the Lord will lead us to defeat the allied armies once again. By this time, Banker and his followers had all been annihilated. With the support of Leylin, whose strength was unfathomable, what other choices did the attending magi have? They immediately knelt down respectfully. Although Banker and Leylin had invited them as allies, in front of the fierce Leylin, how would these magi dare to act big? One after another, they began to label themselves as subordinates. Leylin's eyes scanned over them slightly, and, you all disappoint me, the very first sentence he spoke made the many kneeling magi break out in such a fierce cold sweat that it drenched their clothes. The other tribe's allied army has already reached the gate, and you're still fighting for power over such a trivial thing. Leylin shook his head, pity in his expression. Gate. Leylin covered her mouth and gasped in surprise. What? The magi below also began to clamor. This news was really too shocking. Why, you thought that those other tribes would wait quietly at Potty City? A mocking smirk flashed across the corner of Leylin's lips as he thought of an idea. The magi who were present suddenly felt an enormous force locking up their entire bodies. They were unable to use any sort of spells, and soon after they felt very dizzy, as if the whole world was spinning. When they came back to their senses, they had already left the venue as a group and were somewhere outdoors. Opposite them, a group of dark elves, gnomes in mechanical suits, and even beast emperors were staring with wide-open eyes, surprised by their sudden appearance. Leylin's eyes were filled with confusion for a moment, but she responded immediately after that. This is the mountainous region outside Nature's Alliance. You all were indeed preparing a sneak attack. Her limbs could not help but feel ice cold. In front of them were obviously the elites of the other races. Every one of them had strength at least equivalent to a rank 1 magus, and there are also quite a few rank 3 powerhouses. If they had taken the opportunity to launch an ambush while she was fighting Banker, it would certainly spell a great defeat for the humans of Twilight Zone. Forget the rest, even Nature's Alliance Academy would not be able to protect itself. And after Banker died, the entirety of Twilight Zone, Leylin didn't dare to think further. To be able to suppress all of us magi instantly, and bring us here without any resistance, that means that if the Radiant Guardian wanted to, he wouldn't need much effort to just eliminate us all. Contrary to Leylin, the other magi were instead shocked at the terrifying strength that Leylin had displayed. Not only had he just killed Banker a few moments ago, but he had also transported this entire group. This had used just a small fraction of Leylin's strength, and it left them without the slightest thought of resistance. Human magi, you could actually see past our concealment. A laughing voice spread out as the dark elves separated to expose a queen dressed in a golden robe. This queen had an exquisite face, sharp ears, and the energy waves emitted from her body had impressively reached the rank 3 level. After she came out, a sturdy dwarf as well as a gnome steering a large machine walked out as well. Beside them, a few beast emperors that let loose terrifying howls. Rank 3. All rank 3 powerhouses. Numerous magi murmured despondently. Leave aside the legendary queen of the dark elves for now, it was unexpected for the tribes such as the dwarves and gnomes to produce rank 3s after a long period of suppression. Including the beast emperors, there were a total of 6 rank 3 powerhouses gathered here. Invincible, since when has the strength of other tribes and the darkness creatures grown to such a point? Celine bit her lips, blaming herself slightly and feeling a little remorseful. Leylin's rule had forced the other races in Twilight Zone to slavery, only to be exploited by human magi. It was unexpected that in just 100 years' time, they had actually gotten powerful again. If not for Leylin's appearance today, even if the opponent hadn't launched a sneak attack, they could have won just based on this army that infiltrated their borders. It could practically wipe out all the human magi. After all, before this the humans had only one rank 3 magus, banker. Luckily, there's still him. Celine looked at Leylin's silhouette, eyes filled with an unconcealable pride. As Leylin looked at the beautiful ruler of dark elves, he could not help but let out a chuckle. Alicia. I didn't expect to see another familiar face. Not only have you advanced to rank 3, you've also become the queen of the dark elves. It's truly worth congratulating. However, as this laughter echoed in the opposing queen's ears, her entire body grew rigid. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. The many humiliations that the owner of this voice had brought to the dark elves immediately appeared in her mind, something that Alicia would never forget. Yes, this new ruler of the dark elves was impressively Leylin's old friend, the matriarch of dark elves, Alicia. Even that time, it was her who had surrendered to Leylin outside Potty City, personally offering the high-grade meditation technique of the dark elves and their piece of magic equipment. You're Leylin. Leylin Farlier. The opposing queen directed her gaze that was on Celine towards Leylin, gritting her teeth. When Leylin restrained himself, he seemed just like an ordinary person, and it made the other rank 3s overlook him. But with Leylin speaking, a sort of confidence that came from a control of the overall situation emerged from him, making him seem outstanding and superior. It's him. The human's radiant guardian. I've seen his portrait before, I'm definitely not wrong. One after another, the other races exploded with rage. The fear that Leylin instilled in them was etched deeply. Mass murderer. Butcher. Leylin Farlier, repay my father's and the other tribes' hatred with your blood. The sturdy dwarf ruler jumped out, a hammer in hand which seemed to be made of thunder. Oh, I remember now, you're that lucky survivor from the dwarf royal family, right? The little rascal who hid in the corner of the palace, not daring to move at that time, Leylin patted his head with an amiable sense of familiarity. Yet, this expression and his words had instead caused the dwarf to instantly fly into a rage. Leylin was not bothered by him. He turned his attention to the gnome steering the large robot. A mechanical colossus, you gnomes have managed to create another one. The craftsmanship has improved as well, and the problem of low battery has been solved as well. Sir Leylin's knowledge really leaves me in awe for life. Furthermore, if you hadn't seized our most precious gnome's book at that time, I believe we could still have sat down happily for a chat. The one controlling the frightening colossus was an old, senile gnome, whose hands were covered with all sorts of scars and burns. Oh, there's also rank 3 beast emperors. Leylin looked at the 3 mountainous darkness creatures at the side. This is great. What's great? Is he mad? Even if he is the former radiant guardian, for a rank 3 to think of fighting us all together is too arrogant of him. Many of the tribes began to clamor. Alicia, on the other hand, was different. People like her had seen how terrifying Leylin could be, and they had a bad premonition instead. Even if she had advanced to rank 3, the fear she held towards Leylin had once more surfaced from deep in her memories after she saw him in person. On top of that, he had such a confident expression and there was an enigmatic aura on his body. Alicia's expression changed several times, and at last, she kneeled in front of Leylin before the widened eyes of the many magi and tribes. Alicia greets the Lord, the Radiant Guardian. Please forgive my tribe's mistake this time. Grand Matriarch, how can we just let them go like that? Is the humiliation that the humans have already brought us not enough? How can we simply grovel at their feet like that? Even before Alicia's allies spoke, the matriarch under her caused an uproar. Enough. I am the Grand Matriarch of the Dark Elves. I will take responsibility for this matter alone. Alicia responded coldly. Haha. Good, Alicia. I admire your ability to have a clear view of things. Leylin clapped and laughed heartily. Roar. Seeing that something seemed amiss, a small black elephant, one of the beast emperors with large fleshy wings on its back, started howling in tandem with a 2-headed leopard. Both of them pounced towards Leylin. A terrifying power beyond the normal rank 3 level caused the earth to tremble. At the same time, a beast emperor in the form of a large blue ape secretly slipped away from behind. The movements of a few Emperor Darkness creatures seemed to trigger some sort of chain reaction. The tribes at the opposite side had joined forces to attack Leylin together. Ignoring the indecisive dark elves and Alicia, who was still kneeling, the dwarf ruler threw the large hammer in his hands with a howl, and terrifying blue thunderbolts swept across the area. The Colossus, too, created a roaring sound that caused many rank 2 magi to retreat with pale faces. These tribes were attacking with a common target in mind: Leylin. 4 rank 3 attackers led the charge. On top of that were a whole group of fighters that were as strong as rank 1 and 2 magi, many of them using treasures. Such an attack would leave even crystal phase magi seriously injured as they fled. In the face of this earth-shattering attack, Leylin's kept an unchanging expression, chuckling as he spoke. Do you know why I said this is great just now? It's because, with all of you gathered together, I don't have to go through the effort of going to your lairs to finish you off one by one. Immediately, a terrifyingly strong energy wave burst forth from his body. A starry domain expanded, engulfing the entire area within it. Many energies were snuffed out in an instant, and all of the energy attacks within the Morning Star domain had completely dissipated, exposing the silhouettes of the foreign races, all of them at a loss. All Leylin had done was release the power of his domain, and the joint attack of the many tribes had been nulled completely. Surging waves of disbelief and fear rolled in their hearts. All the magi who had been worried about Leylin just now were stunned. Seeing the tribe's combined attack, they'd thought nothing could surpass that amount of power. However, the moment Leylin made his move was the moment they realized that what they'd been looking at was like the glow of a firefly in the night. Although such a glow was visible in the dark, once the sun came up, they would disappear without a trace. The frightening aura being emitted from Leylin's body was so powerful that these magi could not help but kneel down, not daring to harbor any other thoughts at all. Such strength. Will stood behind Leylin, but he could not help but kneel either. He only felt that the Leylin now was entirely different from before. He was like the sun, moon and stars in the sky, up high and eternal. This is the domain that belongs to a morning star. Celine murmured, her tears spilling out helplessly. She finally understood the magnitude of the opportunity she had lost at that time, and that she could never get it back. Ka-cha! As if hitting emergency brakes, the elephant and the two-headed leopard suddenly stopped. They retreated with even greater speed, their bodies bursting forth with blood-red light. Their massive bodies rapidly grew emaciated, making it obvious that they had utilized some secret technique which exhausted a lot of energy. Still want to escape? Leylin shook his head. 2 gigantic, yellowish-brown palms extended from the ground with a sudden boom, grasping the 2 beast emperors within. The sound of bones shattering could be heard, and be it physical attacks or magical attacks, the 2 could not leave a scratch on the palms. The 2 beast emperors looked at Leylin, an obvious plea in their eyes. You're quite smart, even comparable to ordinary humans. Leylin gasped slightly in admiration, but the pair of gigantic hands suddenly exerted a bit of force. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! Following 2 loud sounds, the 2 rank 3 beast emperors had been pinched so hard they exploded. Raw rank 4. You've already advanced to rank 4. You're a morning star magus. A voice like that of a dead man echoed from within the throat of the gnome inside the Colossus. Morning star. The crowd was sluggish for a moment, unable to react instantly. Only after a while did they suddenly realize what that meant. Indeed, only a morning star magus would be able to withstand the attacks of the numerous tribes without changing his expression, and even slaughter 2 beast emperors with just a light touch. It was just that this happy news for the human magi was a total tragedy for the tribes. What did a morning star represent? In Twilight Zone, such a person was invincible. And with Leylin's youth, these tribes would probably have to be enslaved for thousands of years. This was still fortunate. If Leylin wanted to hold them responsible for their rebellion, their entire race would probably go extinct. A morning star's anger was exactly that terrifying. The large hammer-shaped magic artifact in the dwarven ruler's hands fell to the ground with a bang, and 2 streaks of blood flowed down from his eyes. Although many of the tribes had been stripped of all their abilities in the Morning Star field and were lying limp on the ground like dead dogs, he was still barely able to stand. Oh, fate! Why are you so unjust, even allowing that murderer to become a morning star in the sky? And for us of the other tribes, there's only suffering. Pearls of blood flowed down his eyes with each word he spoke. And just as his resentful questions ended, the radiance in the dwarven ruler's eyes dimmed. He was dead. There's still one more. Leylin stretched out his hand and grabbed the air, and it was as if a huge hand appeared out of nowhere and a large blue ape was captured. Once the large blue ape fell onto the ground with a bang, it kowtowed to Leylin repeatedly, continuously begging for forgiveness. Entering the caves again, there were a total of 3 beast emperors who had snuck in to launch a surprise attack. This giant blue ape was obviously a lot more intelligent than its 2 companions, and from the very beginning, it had planned to escape, secretly heading to the edges of the battlefield. Seeing Leylin extending his Morning Star domain, it ran even harder without regard for its life. It was a pity that little ruses like these were akin to jokes in front of a morning star. Blood extraction. Crimson light flashed in Leylin's eyes, giving the giant ape a feeling that catastrophe was coming. However, under the suppression of the Morning Star domain, it could not resist. Blood dripped from its pores, quickly taking form in Leylin's hands. With the loss of such large amounts of blood, the ape's aura grew increasingly weak, and its howls of pain gradually turned into whines. Thud. A withered corpse fell to the ground, turning into multiple pieces of dried meat with no nutrition. Beep. The weak aura of an ancient bloodline has been discovered. The source has been determined to be the water monkey. The AI chip quickly prompted. Oh, not bad. No wonder it's much smarter than the rest of the darkness creatures. Leylin glanced at the scarlet and crimson intertwined with a trace of blue, and stowed it away. The terrifying blood extraction was still kept up, but the bloodline crystals being formed weren't nearly worth Leylin taking them. He tossed them to Celine, Will, and the others, and they stowed them away like they were treasures. Boom, boom, boom. Their blood having been drawn out, the beings of the other races fell to the ground, dried out. No matter how powerful they were but ants in the face of a Morning Star domain. In just a few breaths, most of them had disappeared, and all that was left was a bunch of fragmented corpses. The essence of their bodies had already been taken away with their blood, and their bodies now held less nutrition than even the soil. They would soon crumble apart. After Leylin withdrew his Morning Star domain, the human magi had realized that besides Alicia and a few other matriarchs who were kneeling, all members of the other races, as well as the indecisive dark elves, had been eliminated. In a single move, countless rank 3 rulers and 100 years of accumulated power had gone up in a wisp. Many magi almost fainted as if they were in a nightmare. In the snow-white passageway, Leylin had his hands behind his back, surveying the surroundings with interest. Celine followed behind him, constantly giving him reports. All the academies have sworn their allegiance to us once more and are willing to listen to the commands of Nature's Alliance. The allied armies of the other races have been completely exterminated. Congratulations, the whole of Twilight Zone is now under you once again. Oh, Leylin agreed with a sound, eyes still sizing up the ice on the walls, as if all of Twilight Zone was not as important as this piece of ice. Seeing him act this way, Celine could not help but sigh inside. If this was in the past, she would have grown ecstatic due to the power she had been given. Now, however, her previous experiences had dulled her thirst for power. She simply tucked her hair behind her head and continued making the report. Our armies have already broken through the dwarves, palace and mechanical capital of the gnomes. All of them had enslaved. The terror of a Morning Star was immense. After Leylin was done showing off his power, the other races had learnt the meaning of overwhelming despair. Though conspiring together had raised their strength to a certain extent, nothing could be done about a disparity as wide as the distance between the heavens and the earth. Hence, the humans had quickly unified the area, and it was all under Leylin. The foreign races, who had lost many powerful commanders, could not resist the humans' attacks at all. Also, at the Dark Elves' side, the Grand Matriarch has already retreated to their original territory, and is willing to sign a firm contract that the Dark Elves will be the humans' vassals and servants for all eternity. This kind of agreement that affected the whole elven race was very harsh. If violated, the backlash could cause the entire race to be killed. Hence, this was just secondary to being exterminated. The last time, Leylin had merely forced them to escape to the edges of Twilight Zone, and they had to offer tributes every once in a while. There had not been any pledges like this. Now, with the deaths of the dwarves and gnomes, even this was quite a good choice for them. Alicia is quite tactful. Leylin laughed, but that only caused Celine to grow jealous as she felt an impending crisis. Walking through the icy tunnels, Leylin and Celine came before a rift where large amounts of chilling winds surged out, even having attacks from icy blades and the like. Buzz. A green defensive layer appeared on Celine's body, but could not withstand the corrosion of the ice. Her expression changed. The cold winds of the cave were something even rank 2 magi could not resist. Just as Celine felt the chill about to enter her body, Leylin finally made his move. Black flames formed a wall of fire in front of them and kept the cold outside. When did this area become like this? Leylin sized up the cave, looking grim. This was the entrance to the icy cave, but its appearance had changed drastically. Terrifyingly chilly storms surged within, so cold that even rank 2 magi could not hold on for long. Things like having acolytes practicing inside was naturally not possible anymore. 87 years ago, the storms inside the icy cave grew increasingly violent. First, the acolytes could not take it anymore, and after that, even the guard magi had no choice to leave and abandon this area. Celine watched the icy cave, feeling as if she was seeing an ancient monster opening its mouth ferociously. She could not help but hide behind Leylin. Based on the scanning by our academy, the icy cave's icy radiation has already reached dragon grade. Even rank 3s cannot enter the place anymore. Leylin nodded. He had long since found that there was an even larger world of ice under the icy cave, a world stemming from the radiation caused by the blood of the female bronze giant from the icy world. This miniature version of the icy world was vast and full of dangers, a place even he would not have entered at rank 3. And by the looks of it, this world of ice was growing larger. The blood of a being that has grasped laws is this powerful even after death. Leylin sighed ruefully, his eyes emitting blue rays as he peered through the darkness of the caves and into its depths. Leylin, you want to go down? Celine asked from the side in concern. Yes, there's something I want to retrieve from there. Leylin nodded. There was no harm in admitting this. He feared nobody in Twilight Zone. Even if all the magi here teamed up with all the members of the other races to oppose him, they could be taken care of with a single Morning Star arcane art. Be careful. Celine bit her lips. Leylin had not shown a whit of interest in anything in Twilight Zone after his return. The only thing he'd done was take care of the attack by the other races. She felt like Leylin had returned just for the icy cave, and would leave once more soon enough. Even so, what could she do? She watched as his figure disappeared into the icy cave with a complicated expression. She couldn't even handle the chilly gusts, so how was she to catch up to his footsteps? She could only sigh. Is the difference between me and Leylin already so huge? In that moment, Celine was disappointed and frustrated. With the howling of the winds from both sides, Leylin no longer bothered with Celine. He had only helped out with Twilight Zone because he'd encountered it on his way. If not, even if the entire Twilight Zone was placed in front of him, he probably wouldn't really care. Twilight Zone really was too barren for a Morning Star. It held nothing valuable other than its large lands. Leylin had only one goal in coming here, and that was the world of ice. At this moment, the AI chip's robotic voice sounded out. Beep. Ambient temperatures dropping rapidly. Activating real-time detection. Current temperature. 173 Kelvin, 123 Kelvin. The number in the field indicating temperature dropped continuously, eventually even dropping below absolute zero. Terrifying cold covered the area, and even spacetime seemed to freeze over. The place was bathed in blue light. As expected, one can't use common sense from my previous world here. Even the physical constants have changed. Leylin's body had been wrapped up in black flames, like being covered in an armor of flames. The ground he was walking on was blue, the rigid ice as glossy as a mirror and yet surpassing even many magic alloys in terms of hardness. The AI chip's prompt sounded again. Beep. Detected icy radiation. 69% similar to radiation in database from the icy jade scorpion. Strength multiplier is 178.6. The world of ice has already expanded to this point. Leylin was shocked. In the meanwhile, he looked at the topographic map that had been stored inside the AI chip's database. It was evident that the terrain of the icy cave was similar to before, but the surface now had a much firmer layer of blue ice on top, and many creatures had been affected. Chick chick. Not far away, a being called out, and the AI chip immediately sent a reading. Leylin's expression changed as he walked over. In front of him now was a creature he was very familiar with, an icy jade scorpion. Compared with the elite icy jade scorpion he had seen before, what appeared in front of Leylin was several times larger, and the strength of its energy had reached rank 2. Even the female face on its back seemed more vivid. Has the radiation from the blood of a creature that comprehended laws begun to affect even physical growth? Leylin grew serious. Arctic underground chick. The foraging icy jade scorpion saw Leylin, and immediately lifted its two giant claws. The stinger of the large beast swayed as it positioned itself, ready to attack. Good timing. Leylin laughed at the sight, and a fiery shadow appeared on the back of the icy jade scorpion. Chick. The scorpion tried to struggle, but a palm with a terrifying energy and intent covered its head. The intent in the palm immediately smashed apart all resistance, and the large icy jade scorpion crouched down. From this person's body, it seemed to feel a familiar and amiable energy that belonged to an emperor. Let's go. Leylin commanded, and the icy jade scorpion immediately stood up, carrying Leylin on its back and running ahead. In the frosty world of ice, a green figure carried a black dot on its back as it moved forward at an extreme speed. It had to be said that in this underground version of the icy world, icy jade scorpions were very useful tools for transportation. Not only did they have a high tolerance for icy radiation, their limbs were like hooks, every step digging holes in the steel-like icy ground. It did not slip at all. The large icy jade scorpion was intimidating and could avoid a lot of little inconveniences. At the very least, regular beings of the world of ice would not dare provoke it. Here. This is the limits of the map Leylin gave me before. Thud. A large green figure jumped up and fell on the ground, its pincers sweeping across and opening a hole in the wall, revealing deep pathways inside that had obviously been altered with time. Watching them, Leylin's eyes filled with pity. At that time, he had brazenly captured a bunch of icy jade scorpions to treat the emotional instability stemming from his bloodline. The icy radiation has been strengthened, and the icy jade scorpions have mutated. I wonder if there's anything now that can heal the emotional instability at Morning Star. Leylin thought as he touched his skin. Then, he had only used a peak rank 1 icy jade scorpion emperor to suppress his emotional instability until he became a Morning Star. Now, even the regular icy jade scorpions had strength equivalent to a rank 2 magus, so the icy breath of a rank 3 elite or emperor would definitely be effective at dealing with the emotional instability of giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks at the Morning Star realm. This was especially true for Leylin. The AI chip managed to deduce that the icy breath of an icy jade scorpion was very suitable for his warlock physique, and therefore he would have no more issues in that aspect. After I extract the bloodline of the female bronze giant, the world of ice underground will probably collapse due to losing the icy radiation. I should capture an icy jade scorpion emperor. Of course, things don't need to be so complicated. The bloodline of the icy jade scorpion emperor comes from the scorpion man, and as long as I obtain his remains, the effects will definitely be better than from regular emperors. Perhaps it could solve the issue permanently. Let's go. The laboratory was completely empty. When Leylin left previously, he had brought everything inside with him. Now, he was only here to determine the coordinates. After a brief moment recalling it, Leylin patted the head of the icy jade scorpion under him. Chick. The large icy jade scorpion whined as it brought Leylin into the depths of the world of ice. This place was out of the bounds of the map he possessed and had many dead ends filled with unknown mysteries. Of course, there was also danger. Whoosh! The chilly gale howled as it accompanied the icy jade scorpion deeper in, the surrounding temperatures lowering continuously. The ferocious icy radiation became even more violent. A green luster began to form on the shell of the icy jade scorpion, even it was starting to find it difficult to withstand the temperature. The tremendous darkness completely shrouded the region, and only the green light from the icy jade scorpion's body could light up the path ahead. Pairs of large eyes were filled with bloodthirst and greed as they appeared around Leylin like flames hidden in the night. Chick. The large icy jade scorpion did not really want to move forward anymore. It was merely a rank 2 creature, and while it was considered powerful in Twilight Zone, it was nothing in the world of ice that was deep within. Any of the creatures shrouded in the darkness could capture and kill it easily. Normally, the icy jade scorpion would scurry away in retreat, but right now it was quite confident. It was not alone now, and its owner possessed a terrifying power. Rank 2 and 3 creatures. Leylin, who was sitting on the icy jade scorpion's back, suddenly laughed. Though these creatures didn't seem like much to him, they would definitely be a disaster for the Twilight Zone if they ever left the icy cave. Rank 2 magi were already considered powerful in Twilight Zone, while rank 3s were rulers. If they were to see the world of ice, this miniature version of the icy world, their eyes would probably fall out of their sockets. Even Celine probably doesn't know how dangerous the interior of the icy cave is. Leylin shook his head, the void behind him distorting and exerting a terrifying pressure. The phantom of a terrifying snake that was tens of thousands of meters long came into view, producing loud snarls. Winds surged, bringing with them the might of an ancient being at the top of the food chain as they spread in all directions. The spying eyes were immediately filled with fear, and the sounds of footsteps and bumping sounded. Large numbers of eyes quickly retreated, bloody battles occurring in the darkness just for the escape route. Explosions and shrieks of horror sounded everywhere. No matter how intense these battles were, none of the icy creatures dared take another glimpse in Leylin's direction. You useless thing. Leylin was annoyed at the incompetence of the icy jade scorpion under him. It had lain on the ground the moment the giant Chemoian serpent figure appeared, and would not get up no matter how he shouted at it. HS's, the large Chemoian serpent phantom lowered its head and looked at the little green thing that could pass between the gaps in its teeth. It opened its mouth threateningly, revealing a crimson tongue and fierce teeth that were like little hills. Chick chick, chick chick. The icy jade scorpion that had been lying on the ground suddenly got up, and began to run like lightning. Strong winds constantly blew at Leylin's ears, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This scorpion is really. Explosions boomed as a large amount of icy rocks flew into the sky. A layer of ice broke from the top, and a large scorpion that was carrying a black figure jumped through the hole and landed firmly on the ground. Ha! Here. Leylin led the icy jade scorpion to higher ground, looking over the surroundings. This was a world of ice. Ice and snow covered the place, leading the ground to sparkle. Even the hills and rivers were made of ice. The vegetation that was spread around the area was covered with frost as well. Flowers bloomed and trees bore fruit, all with a terrifying chill. Things that looked like ribbons hung from large trees, with eyeballs that looked like longans on them, emitting a blue luster. This scene is so similar to the icy world in the Scorpion Man's memories. Leylin touched his chin, and a powerful soul force scanned over a large area. The beings within hundreds of kilometers seemed to have met their natural predator. Whether it was the mountainous icy monsters or the tiny snowflake bugs, everything fell to the ground, trembling. After a long moment, Leylin opened his eyes once more. Just from what I'm able to see, this place is already more than a tenth of the size of Twilight Zone. Could this be the second layer to the subterranean world? There was naturally more than just one layer underneath the Magus world. It was rumored that there were 7 layers that the ancient Magi had taken over, and the further one went the more dangerous it was. There were even existences like Matriarch of the Abyss. Of course, the resources there were more plentiful as well. They could be called places where risk met reward. Twilight Zone was merely in the first layer, and it was quite a normal place. It was only a region which was isolated from the external world. No, that's not right. The distance is far too small, it can't be the second layer. It should be in the empty space between the first 2 layers instead. Leylin stroked his chin. When the Scorpion Man fell through the spatial rifts that popped up during that ancient battle, he was transported here. The continuous radiation from the blood of the female bronze giant had transformed this area until it grew similar to the icy world. It even included the formation of a large number of creatures of the ice. Leylin's expression turned solemn. Existences like these that had stepped across the 2/3 of realms and entered rank 7 were the most troublesome, as they had grasped laws. Just a droplet of fresh blood from the original body had such a powerful effect. How powerful would the original body have been? With such a large area, I wouldn't find it strange even if I found icy beings of the Morning Star level. Leylin sighed. The Morning Star realm was a threshold, and if there were Morning Star icy beings here, the difficulty in exploring this place would increase severalfold. To be direct, if Leylin had come here when he was rank 3, he would definitely have died. Even after he'd advanced to Morning Star, he might not have been able to completely unravel the mysteries of the icy world. Of course, Leylin was no longer the same as before. He had improved through his excursions to both the lava world and Sky City. His true strength now far surpassed the Morning Star realm, and he could even rival Radiant Moons. Hence, after entering the icy world, he could use his soul force and probe the area without fear of inadvertently alerting any enemy. Power was enough to pulverize all conspiracies. From the reaction to my soul force just now, the life undulations from here are the strongest. Leylin patted the icy jade scorpion that was now seated, and it immediately budged. Jade green limbs began to move with rhythm, each step carrying them a good distance as it crawled in the direction Leylin pointed. Arctic tribe. When the formidable soul force of a peak morning star, which could even rival a radiant moon, swept across the area, the entire world of ice started to bubble with activity. The power of a rank 4 was something that a great many of the icy beasts could not resist. When Leylin's soul force swept over, they could only lower their heads to express their humility, hoping that they wouldn't anger the owner of this soul force. The energy of a morning star, however, also awakened other presences. In the depths of a castle constructed completely with ice, the frost radiation was so rich that it had hit its limit. Colorful streams of light could even be seen twinkling continuously in the air. Arwen. A cold voice resonated in thin air. Although there was no radiation of energy, it could make the surrounding space tremble faintly. Your Majesty, your most loyal servant Arwen is here. An elderly man dressed in the clothes of a butler walked out of thin air and kneeled towards the source of the voice. He looked incomparably respectful. This man's hair was combed so neatly that not a single strand was out of place, yet his eyes shone with a strange crimson radiance. His skin was eerily fair, exposing translucent green veins and red arteries. Did you sense it? The female voice asked. Yes. A foreign morning star has arrived in your territory. The old man spoke with respect. He was able to sense that Leylin's soul force was different, which had to be of morning star rank at the very least. A foreign morning star is very important to my evolution. Go, capture him and bring him to me. The female voice said. Your wish is my command. The old man accepted his orders respectfully and retreated. It was when he got up that an abnormality appeared. While the top half of his body had the appearance of a human, the bottom half strangely took the form of a scorpion. When the butler left, the entire icy castle immediately started to rouse from its slumber like a lion and went into operations. All of you, go. Immediately send out a signal once you discover an unfamiliar strong intruder. The butler, Arwen, stood on top of the tall castle, his voice spreading to every corner below. As he overlooked everything, large amounts of icy giants in armor started to roar, circular icy shields and blue spears in hand. The huge door of the icy castle creaked open, and squadrons of icy giants headed out just like human patrol teams. They disappeared into a flurry of snow as far as the eye could see in minutes. Only Arwen was left standing alone at the highest point of the castle, his thoughts a mystery. Leylin, of course, had no idea about what was happening there. However, he had already mentally prepared himself after displaying his soul force. Thus, with the icy scorpion under his control, he hurried towards the place nearby where the life aura was the most concentrated. The icy cave that Nature's Alliance controlled previously was only a passageway. It was here that the real world of ice lay. The humongous icy scorpion galloped wildly across the ice plains with Leylin on its back. Leylin sat cross-legged, dispatching a few shadow servants in his tracks from time to pick a few fruits as well as botanical stems, leaves and the such. He was now examining a fruit that looked like an apple, his eyes aglow. Beep. Unknown fruit detected. Composition has been recorded. Please give it a name. The AI chip responded faithfully. Frozen apple. Classify under icy world. Botany. Leylin ordered. Recorded. Graphic and composition have been recorded under icy world data. Subject. Botany. Leylin nodded. The apple in his hand was covered with a layer of blue ice. Using his fingernail, he swiftly sliced a piece and popped it in his mouth. It felt like a piece of ice. No, a sensation even colder than that of ice spread in his mouth. If it was any normal human, a mere touch would perhaps freeze them to death, forget consuming it. Yet, Leylin, who had a vitality of above 100, was already immune to most of the dangers in the world of ice. Hence, to him, it was as cold as ice cream was for an average person. Tastes pretty good, just that it's a little too sweet. Leylin had little interest and threw the frozen apple in his hand to the icy scorpion. Chick chick. The icy scorpion whined excitedly and swallowed the frozen apple in one bite. After arriving here, it seemed to have become more lively. Leylin watched this while lost in thought. Judging by the number of rank 3 spies and guardians at the passageway previously, the icy jade scorpion wouldn't have made it here if it came alone. Leylin raised his head and took a look at the world of ice. The icy radiation here is even more terrifyingly concentrated. Maybe if we stay for a while more, this icy jade scorpion will be able to evolve to a higher level. Since the world of ice was born from the blood of the female bronze giant, the icy radiation would grow more powerful the closer one was to the source. As long as he searched for the place on the basis of this rule, all conspiracies and methods of concealment would be rendered useless. Moreover, Leylin discovered that more icy creatures gathered at the places with more icy radiation. They seemed to serve as a form of all-around protection. The source of the radiation, there's a morning star there, but there's also an even stranger aura. Leylin furrowed his brows. Initially, though the aura was very weak, it felt exceptionally dangerous, hence he did not dare to act rashly. They should have discovered me already. I wonder how they will deal with me. The corners of Leylin's lips curled into a faint smile. At this moment, the huge icy scorpion had broken through an ice tornado, and it arrived opposite an ice canyon. Enormous icicles littered the place, layering on top of each other to form a fortified hill village. There were even a few icy creatures patrolling above. Intelligent icy beings, Leylin exclaimed, and then he urged the icy scorpion to head towards it. Stand still, intruder. If not, you will suffer from the combined attack of the Ofker Canyon. The guards on the fort had long discovered Leylin, and hence began to yell at him. With his astonishing vitality came powerful vision. It allowed Leylin to clearly spot the creatures in the canyon in a split second. They both belonged to entirely different species. One was a giant more than 3 meters tall with icy blue skin, patterned with ice elemental runes. It was covered in a layer of frost. These giants had boorish facial features, and the harsh lines across their faces emphasized their manliness, a distinctive feature of male creatures. The other type was an elegant snow fairy with translucent wings and a slim figure. Large amounts of ice energy particles condensed around them, much like a miniature tornado. Most of these fairies were very pretty, and they were likely all female. Wait, are these the two genders of the same race? The frost giant males being exceedingly strong in terms of physical strength and defensive capabilities, and the snow fairy females that specialize in ice element spells. Leylin noticed one other thing as he made his conjecture. He understood their language, and this was because it was some variant of the ancient Byron language. Seeing that their language was centered around the Byron language, it seemed like the influence that the Magus world had on the icy world was not small. I am a foreign Magus, and I wish to see your leader. Leylin made the icy scorpion stop in front of the village, and slowly started to speak. Although his voice was not very loud, it was somehow transmitted far away. There was some movement, and soon after, a few frost giants came running down. Leylin seemed to be waiting quietly, but he was actually using the AI chip to scan for information and statistics on these intelligent icy creatures. Frost giant unnamed strength, 50.9, agility, 10.1, vitality, 40.1, spiritual force, 80, innate skill, 1 frost skin. The skin of the frost giant has extremely high resistance towards frost radiation, which may even cause the natural formation of a spell rune. It is an important material in the manufacture of some frost magic weapons. 2 Freeze rebirth. Its astonishing vitality gives the frost giant terrifying recovering powers. In the icy world, if increased by 2 energy levels, such recovering powers may even achieve the effect of regrowth of broken limbs. Snow Fairy unnamed strength, 10.3, agility, 37.6, vitality, 20.5, spirit, 157.3, magic power, 157, innate skill, 1 frost attraction. Snow fairies have a natural affinity for ice energy particles, and may produce innate ice spells following advancements in rank. 2 Ice tornado. The rich ice energy particles provide extremely strong defense for snow fairies. They automatically generate an ice tornado for protection, that has a similar effect to the Magi's defiant ring of flame. He randomly drew data from 2 of them, and the AI chip immediately displayed specific statistics on the targets. The current AI chip could get information about even those in the Morning Star realm without their knowledge. These members of this race were only at rank 1 or 2, and would not be able to detect it at all. Indeed, these 2 races, which have such glaring differences in body size, are in fact just 2 forms of the same race. Leylin gasped secretly. The work of nature, and the mysterious majesty of the other worlds, all contributed to his strong thirst for knowledge. They didn't make him wait for long. In practically a few minutes, the gigantic ice doors opened with a rumble. Squadrons of frost knights riding on huge icy monsters came forth. These riders were all frost giants, and they were seated on all kinds of monsters, all with strange, unique appearances. There were wolves, bears, cheetahs and other forms, but they were all covered in blue frost. It was as though humongous ice sculptures were roaring at Leylin with deep voices. In the center of the riders, formation were many snow fairies who had rich concentrations of ice energy particles swirling around them. They stood guard around a double-headed creature. This creature examined Leylin, and although its eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment, it still spread open its arms. I am the leader here, Yamos Andre. Welcome, guest from a foreign place. Leylin sized up this leader. He was flabbergasted but instantly restrained himself. Duchess Rose, the leader of the Arctic tribe who had appeared in front of Leylin, was an impressive double-headed creature. Not only that, its body shared characteristics unique to both the frost giants and snow fairies. A blue radiance flashed in Leylin's eyes for a moment, unbeknownst to the leader opposite him. A three-dimensional hologram formed in Leylin's mind, projecting information on this creature. It was almost 3 meters tall and had a sturdy yet well-proportioned body, a pair of beautiful translucent wings on its back. What was special was that above its shoulder were 2 heads, one of a frost giant and another of a snow fairy. They both looked somewhat aged. The AI chip displayed the rest of the statistics at lightning speed. Arctic tribe, fully grown, unnamed, strength, 55.7, agility, 41.9, vitality, 40.1, spiritual force, 261.2, magic power, 261. Innate skills, 1 twins. A fully grown member of the Arctic tribe integrates the features of both the frost giant and the snow fairy. It has 2 hearts and 2 sets of body organs, and thus they 2 lives. They can recover from any attack that does not completely devastate the body, and also make up for a deficiency in vitality in their other halves. 2. Frost skin. The Arctic tribe's skin has extremely high resistance to icy radiation, and will even cause the natural formation of a spell rune, which is an important material in the manufacture of certain frost magic weapons. 3. Frost affinity. The Arctic tribe possesses an affinity for ice that surpasses that of the snow fairy, and has the ability to produce innate ice spells following advancements in rank. 4. Ice tornado. The rich ice energy particles provide extremely strong defense for the Arctic tribe. They automatically generate an ice tornado for protection, that has a similar effect to the Magi's defiant ring of flame. These stats show that the members of the Arctic tribe are an amalgamation of the snow fairy and frost giant, completely inheriting the advantages of both. It's quite strong for a rank 3. Leylin's pupils glowed. Hee, does our guest find our tribe's form very astonishing? Yamos Andre discovered Leylin's amazement and started to explain to him. During infancy, a member of our tribe has 2 different forms. Only upon reaching adulthood and finding their other half will they conduct the Arctic blessing ceremony, after which they join together as one body and become a true member of the Arctic tribe. The one who explained was the head belonging to a snow fairy. Its voice was similar to a female's. Oh, my apologies. Leylin hurriedly waved his hands. Peeking into another party's private affairs was considered disrespectful no matter which world one was in. I was just curious for a moment. Haha. Our Arctic tribe members appear somewhat odd indeed. Even the other creatures in the icy world were surprised when they first saw us, so it's understandable for a guest to feel this way. The speaker this time was the frost giant head. His voice seemed to be filled with a bold, heroic air. Since you are a visitor from far away, we would like to invite you to rest in our village. The double-headed chief of the tribe, Yamos Andre, invited him in cordially. At this moment, the low-pitched sound of a bugle horn sounded from the lookout post, following the trembling voice of a frost giant. Kai, chief, ice troops have been discovered headed our way. What? Both of Yamos' heads cried out together involuntarily. The frost horsemen on the sides even started to fall back one after another, incessant dread written across their faces. Why would they come here? Is it because of you? Doubtful gazes instantly focused on Leylin. Oh, I didn't expect that the morning star here holds a decent amount of power. Leylin stroked his chin. He didn't say it directly, but he'd already admitted it with his words, and there was no more room for doubt. We do not welcome you here. Please leave immediately. Do not bring disaster to our tribe. Yamos immediately became hostile, and the frost horsemen lifted the spears in their hands, angling the points towards Leylin. It seemed like they were ready to attack him at a moment's command. May I know who's coming? Leylin seemed as if he did not care about the Arctic tribe's attacking stance, and instead asked a question while engrossed in thought. You've already provoked the Arctic Queen, and you still pretend to be unaware. The female head of Yamos seemed furious, already about to break down. The Arctic Queen is the dictator here, and the source of all fear. She is the root cause of all calamity and suffering, and everyone who is related to her will suffer from a curse. The female head muttered a few words. Leylin was not sure if it was a prophecy or an ancient expression, but it was eminent that its dread towards the Arctic Queen was present. The Arctic Queen. Leylin stroked his chin. I'm actually interested in meeting her. Foreigner, leave at once. Do not bring disaster to our village. The female head of Yamos screeched once more, an ice element storm already formed on her hand. Thump, thump, thump. The tightly packed sounds of many footsteps sounded, and another frost giant sighed. Yamos, it's too late. As their chief sighed, the guards from the castle had already surrounded the place under the lead of someone mounted on a huge horse. The cavalry riding the Arctic horse was covered in a set of heavy blue armor from head to toe, and in their hand was a large translucent sword that was burning with ice-cold flames. Two balls of pale soul fires lit up from within their mask, first scanning coldly across Yamos and the rest of the Arctic tribe, then focusing all of the attention on Leylin. Noble Arctic Knight, Duchess Rose. You are the most dazzling star in the icy world, even the most beautiful snowflake is not comparable to your beauty. Leylin was rendered speechless as he saw the members of the Arctic tribe all crouch on the ground, loudly praising the Arctic Knight. This made him roll his eyes. They really speak without thinking. This is a creature who even revealed its soul fire. Perhaps under her mask is nothing but a human skeleton. You're seeking your own death. However, much to Leylin's surprise, the Arctic Knight appeared to enjoy their praise. All of you have committed a crime. You actually dared to interact with this criminal here. But seeing that you did not let him enter the hill village, I will spare you this time. The Arctic Knight brandished her huge sword, but did not take further action. Ah, Duchess Rose, our lord. Your benevolence is just as boundless as all the oceans in the universe. Sparkling teardrops flowed out of both of Yamos Andre's heads, forming something similar to a glass ball before falling to the ground. It made a crisp sound. Hearing their response, Leylin felt goosebumps rise all over his body. As for you, foreigner, return with me to the castle. The Arctic Queen wishes to see you. Swish. The many giant guards turned their spears towards Leylin. With their physique and their resistance towards the cold, an average rank 3 magus would be unable to handle the all-round attack of this small team. But Leylin didn't seem to mind a single bit, and even asked with interest, was it that Empress order to capture me? It was General Arwen's command. But his word is the same as that of the Empress. The Arctic Knight clearly did not wish to speak much to Leylin. She straddled her giant horse and was about to escort Leylin away. Then, did he tell you that you have to be careful and immediately send out a signal once you see me, particularly that you should not confront me alone? Leylin laughed lightly, which gave Duchess Rose a bad feeling. Be careful. Almost the moment these words left her mouth, a few black sparks appeared on the bodies of the surrounding troops. Boom! More than 10 black columns of flames burst out in human form. The guards who had an even stronger physique than frost giants were burnt to ashes without a chance to resist. You citizens are to blame. Duchess Rose roared, and the huge ice horse that she was on suddenly leapt up. The Duchess on the horse's back brandished the gigantic translucent sword in her hand. The flames on the sword rose suddenly and ruthlessly came down upon Leylin. Ting! The huge sword with terrifying strength that had advanced without fear was stopped by a single finger, unable to budge an inch. If we were to use the Magus World's classification, you're at least a crystal phase Magus, and you even cultivate pure physical strength. It's quite a rare thing to see, but it's such a pity that all that's useless. Leylin seemed to sigh as his fingers slashed out. A crescent of light hummed as it pierced through the Arctic Knight's armor, forming a humongous slit. Her body was flung backwards as fast as an incoming train, leaving a deep gutter trail in the solid ice, which extended far into the distance. Even the huge Arctic horse she'd ridden was smashed and shattered by the tremendous force, splintering apart into a heap of sparkling fragments. Silence. The entire scene had fallen into a deathly silence. Yamos Andre found it hard to even swallow his saliva. He looked at Leylin, unable to believe his eyes. Almighty Arctic Queen, what did I just see? The Duchess Rose, who had been renowned for her strength, the Arctic Knight who struck fear into the hearts of all the denizens of the world of ice, was defeated by this mysterious Magus with just a single finger. It was not just Yamos Andre. The other frost giants and snow fairies had lifeless looks on their faces as well. They felt like they were hallucinating. So, do you still welcome me now? Leylin turned and smiled at Yamos Andre. Yet, to Yamos it seemed like the smile of a demon. A few timid snow fairies were so intimidated that they hid behind the frost giants, as though Leylin was some ancient fearsome creature. Of course. The frost giant head of Yamos nodded. Please forgive my rude behavior earlier. Respected lord, you are the savior of the world of ice, our new master. Leylin rolled his eyes, dumbfounded. The Arctic tribe was completely hopeless when it came to morals. Arwen, found it. It's there. The moment Leylin defeated the Arctic knight, a hint of happiness emerged on Arwen's face. He'd been waiting in the castle at the core of this world of ice the whole time. He pulled out a few pieces of black crystal from his arms, among which one had already cracked quite obviously. It's the canyon area that Rose is in charge of. After discovering the target, Arwen's entire person blurred into a phantom as he shot towards the canyon area. Of course, he'd never hoped that his subordinates would capture a morning star. That would just be a joke. Those he'd sent out this time would serve as nothing more than a warning. Once they came into contact with that morning star, Arwen, who was in control of their spirit sources, would know immediately. Hence, that Duchess Rose from before was just cannon fodder in his eyes. Arwen, who was far away, had an indifferent and emotionless expression. In a battle between morning stars, it was in fact very extraordinary that Duchess Rose ended up being cannon fodder. At the same time, in canyon area within the hill village of the Arctic tribe, Leylin looked at Yamos speechlessly as the creature crawled and knelt at his feet, both hands clinging to his boots. My lord, the Arctic Queen is the most evil of demons. She greedily exploited our Arctic tribe's resources, and even asked our matured members to become blood sacrifices. She has brought us great suffering and tears of blood. We beg you, sire, must help us with our vengeance. Defeat the Arctic Queen. Yamos was over 2 meters tall, veritably a small giant. For such a creature to kneel before him and cry so hard left Leylin at a loss for words. The chief of the Snow Elves, Amos, was also apologizing with tears in his eyes, complaining about the Arctic Queen's evil deeds simultaneously. Actually, other than a regular tribute and having your matured members become blood sacrifices, it seems as if this Arctic Queen hasn't committed any evil. Yamos was clearly just one person, but there were different thoughts from 2 different brains buzzing beside Leylin's ears continuously, making him feel a little fed up. However, he still endured it by force of will in order to obtain the information, all the while plotting something in his heart. The situation in the world of ice also grew clearer to him. From Yamo's introduction, he learned that the place was very vast, with many tribes scattered across it. They were all being ruled by someone called the Arctic Queen. This queen seldom appeared in public, and it could be said that she had almost never shown her face before. All the affairs were handled by her butler, Arwen. The man possessed a formidable strength. The tribes that had been exploited and oppressed had allied together in several crusades but had easily been defeated by him. After a few bloodbaths, there was no one else in this miniature icy world who dared to go against the Arctic Queen's regime. Leylin felt like the tribute this Arctic Queen demanded was still quite mild. It was only her demand for blood sacrifices that was terrifyingly huge. There were almost no adults other than the chief in the Arctic tribe. Based on Yamo's accusations, they had either fled or were sent to the castle to be used as blood sacrifices. It seems like the Scorpion Man's remains and the female bronze giant's bloodline are definitely related to the Arctic Queen. They may even be right in her castle. Leylin stroked his chin, thinking of something. All these blood sacrifices, could it be? His eyes sparkled, and soon after he suddenly lifted his head and looked into the distant sky. A small black dot grew larger and larger, pressing down like a small mountain. The approaching figure was that of an icy creature who was half human, half scorpion. His upper body was dressed in a butler's suit, the bloodshot eyes leaving a deep impression. It's Arwen. Oh God, Sir Arwen has come personally. Yamos burst out at a shocking speed, and with a whoosh it arrived at the platform where Yamos had arrived and knelt down. Emotional tears flowed down from all 4 eyes. Sir Arwen, you're finally here. This criminal has committed a grave mistake, we need you to judge him. Yamos is your loyal servant. Before Yamos could finish speaking, a faint blue light enveloped it. In a moment, turning it into an ice sculpture. A web of cracks emerged on this sculpture, covering it up entirely before it shattered into pieces. It sounded like a glass cup had fallen to the ground. Yamos, along with the ice sculpture, had turned into dust. Faced with such strength, even the Arctic tribe's innate ability of symbiosis was rendered completely ineffective. Greetings, foreign morning star. After killing Yamos, Arwen pulled out a clean, white handkerchief and wiped his palms, greeting Leylin as if he was an unconcerned person. Hello, powerhouse of the world of ice. Leylin bowed. Arwen's form was slightly similar to the scorpion man he had previously seen. However, there were also major differences. His figure was smaller and did not carry the fierce aura that came with the bloodline of an ancient creature. Having the giant Chemoyan serpent bloodline himself, Leylin could easily identify it. But seeing how he had shown up here, and also his appearance, he was related to the scorpion man. I represent my master, the Arctic Queen, in inviting you to her castle. I wonder if Sir is willing to accept her invitation. Arwen bowed humbly. I've admired the Arctic Queen for a long time. But what if I refuse? A mocking smile emerged at the corners of Leylin's lips. That would be a great pity. Arwen shook his head, as if he was feeling sorry for Leylin's irrationality. A blood-red light shot out of his eyes in a flash. As if the entire earth was shaken, thunder roared and his entire body jumped into motion from his stationary state, coming before Leylin as if he had broken through the boundaries of time and space. Swoosh. A long and translucent dark green needle rushed towards Leylin, a bright, dazzling radiance at its tip. A tail was attached to the long needle. It was the tail section of a scorpion. However, Leylin already knew about the scorpion man's strong body from the icy jade scorpion emperor's memories. How would he let Arwen get his way? A small round shield emerged to block the stinger almost the same moment it rushed forth, blocking the unavoidable strike. Giant Chemoyan serpents moved around on the shield's surface, hissing on occasion. The dark green needle broke through the center of the bloodline shield with a snip, arriving in front of Leylin. Chemoyan's scales. Instantaneously, the innate defense emerged on the surface of Leylin's body. After his vitality surpassed 100, this rank 1 innate spell seemed to have undergone an intriguing change. Not only was there an additional layer of blazing stripes on the scales, they had even grown dazzling. Ka-cha! A small white dot emerged on the black scales and Leylin's figure retreated. At the same time, the red crescent of light from his earring swept across Arwen's chest. Dazzling sparks flew out as it collided with a translucent icy armor that suddenly appeared. High-grade magic artifact. Arwen looked at the huge crack on his chestplate as a trace of apprehension appeared on his face. Large amounts of white, icy fog solidified, mending the damage to the armor. There are no weaknesses to exploit in a morning star. The confrontation just now had occurred very quickly, and was very dangerous. Although the spells that Morning Star Magi took most pride in were not used, the mere confrontation in strength and vitality created a lingering fear in Leylin. Arwen's previous attack was very strange. If not for his vitality breaking past 100 and the addition of his bloodline, an attack at such close quarters would have probably injured him severely. Morning stars from a foreign place may not excel in magical abilities. Hence there's a need to pay attention to all aspects. After opening up some distance between them, Leylin directed a cold gaze at Arwen. You're the first person who was able to escape my breath of doom. Arwen looked at his own stinger, his face seeming a little regretful yet gratified. Damn you. In this world of ice, is there another morning star apart from you and your queen? Leylin secretly rolled his eyes. Because the outside world did not have any icy radiation, it was very rare for Arwen to go out even after he advanced to Morning Star. In face, because he had to protect the Arctic Queen, he probably even rarely left the castle. He used Morning Star strength to bully the aboriginals of the world of ice, yet he still had the nerve to act like an expert. Although he felt a little speechless, Leylin still looked at his opponent carefully. Arwen would rank as a 4-star Morning Star according to Sky City's rankings. If his body's special abilities were included, his strength would probably even reach 5 stars. A certain amount of effort would be needed to take down such an enemy. A splendid starry sky suddenly emerged behind Leylin, illuminating a sea of blood. Facing Arwen, Leylin emitted his own Morning Star domain. His terrifying pull on bloodlines attracted Arwen's own, making his face flush slightly red. With him being a warlock with an ancient bloodline who had also received that bloodline's legacy, Leylin's Morning Star domain was naturally connected to it. So this is the Morning Star domain of a magus. In our world of ice, we call it the power aura, or vitality's force field. A realm of ice emerged behind Arwen as he spoke, offsetting Leylin's Morning Star domain. The two huge domains collided, making even the void vibrate. The illusory walls shattered, creating the feeling as if the world being destroyed. However, Arwen's icy realm was evidently suppressed by Leylin's domain, causing his expression to change. Did you know the most terrifying thing about us magi is still our spells? Leylin's smile made Arwen's hair stand on end. Capture magi mastered the usage of laws through knowledge and comprehension. Using their spiritual force, they manipulated elemental particles to form all sorts of spells. This was their path to power. They didn't stop at that, though. Along with comprehending laws, they also integrated other power systems into their own spells. This was what led to the glory of ancient times. Leylin knew from the Scorpion Man's memories that the creatures of the icy world were famed for their strength and vitality. Arwen, who stood opposite him, had evidently inherited these traits. Although Leylin was a bloodline warlock, he still did not measure up in a contest against an actual ancient creature. Hence, as a true magus should, he tried to shift the battlefield to one in his favor. As in the words from his previous life, one had to match one's strengths to their opponent's weaknesses. After widening the distance between them and using the domain to restrict movement, the efficacy of Arwen's frightening speed and strength, as well as his powerful stinger, had been minimized. In the meanwhile, Leylin could unleash a barrage of spells, obtaining the greatest result at the lowest cost. This was what knowledge as power meant. I've experienced the morning star creatures of the icy world. Now, it's your turn to taste the terror that is a bloodline warlock. The enormous phantom of a giant Chemoian serpent emerged behind Leylin. Two starry pupils shot out petrifying rays of light as the huge snake's body coiled up, covering Arwen within. The earth rumbled as terrifying energy ripples were transmitted across the sky, completely annihilating the Arctic tribe in an instant. The frightening energy ripple destroyed the entire fortified hill village to a state beyond recognition, and it happened in a flash. It was like the apocalypse had hit the village. Arctic tribe members who had previously been sluggish due to the death of the chief were now all shrieking, running out of the fortified hill village in hopes of getting far away from this place. To put it bluntly, this place was completely destroyed. Explosions sounded one after another. The competition between the two morning stars even affected the void, causing space to splinter away. What's going on? How is this morning star infiltrator so powerful? Arwen grew more and more shocked. He had a bloodline's legacy and even the guidance of a mysterious presence, which made him think himself a powerhouse in the morning star realm. But today, the foreign morning star that the queen wanted him to capture was much more powerful than he was. Those casting of spells that emerged endlessly and the strange innate skill of the bloodline made it very troublesome for him. As the void shattered with a bang, Arwen and Leylin both fell into the crack between the worlds. I have to seize him. It's an order from Her Highness. Arwen looked at Leylin, who was in front of him, with a determined gaze. Streaks of dark green energy suddenly emerged from his body, forming strange patterns that covered it. The skin on his back exploded with a boom and a huge figure rushed out from his back. This huge mountain-like scorpion's entire body was dark green in color, and there was the extremely distinct face of a woman on its back. Arwen's previous human body was now like a piece of skin, floating in the void. Icy Jade Scorpion. Leylin cried out involuntarily. Arwen's true form was actually a large icy jade scorpion. With such a figure, it probably surpassed the existence of species like that icy jade scorpion emperor he'd fought before. Chick chick. The large scorpion yelled. The huge claws in its hands were like falling meteorites as they smashed towards Leylin with a terrifying force. This frightening strength caused even the void to shudder. Ho ho, it seems like I share a destiny with you icy jade scorpions. Moreover, the breath of an icy jade scorpion at the morning star realm will surely have an unimaginable effect on my bloodline disease. I'll have to modify my plans. Leylin's pupil sparkled. Although his battle prowess was comparable to a new moon, and he had killed a radiant moon magi before, all of that power was only acquired using the imprint of the sun's child bloodline. As for his true power, he could still take down a 5-star morning star, but it would require a great fight, and there was a chance that he'd let the enemy escape. Now that his opponent had revealed his true form as an icy jade scorpion, Leylin's desire to capture him alive grew even greater. If he used the bloodline imprint to cast sun-scorching nirvana, Arwen would undoubtedly be burnt to nothingness. But Leylin still hoped to obtain his breath to try and treat the bloodline disease at the morning star realm. I admit you are very useful, Arwen. I won't kill you that easily, as you have things that I want. Leylin spoke indifferently. 4 scarlet halos lit up behind him, and even fused together to form a terrifying spell. Rank 1 Bloodline Innate Spells, Chemoian Scales, Eyes of Petrification. Rank 2 Innate Spell, Toxic Bile. Rank 3 Innate Spell, Intimidating Gaze. Rank 4 Innate Spell, bloodline metamorphosis, combining to form the Morning Star arcane art Chemoyan serpent transformation. With Leylin's point mass and bloodline giving him 6 stars of strength, the power of the Chemoyan serpent transformation had almost reached the peak that all Chemoyan warlocks desired. The earth rumbled as a giant serpent, nearly 100,000 meters in length and with blazing stripes on its body as well as starry pupils emerged. The icy jade scorpion from before was like a tiny toy in front of this behemoth. Its huge claws slashed across the serpent's scales. They managed to cause some sparks to fly, but could not even push the giant serpent away slightly. What? You're not a bloodline creature, why can you carry out atavism? A voice full of disbelief echoed forth from the icy jade scorpion. Before the terrifying giant Chemoyan serpent, almost all of the stubbornness and pride inside Arwen disappeared. This was the technique that only Morning Star Chemoyan warlocks possessed, the Morning Star arcane art Chemoyan serpent transformation. Once again, it displayed its monstrous might in front of this foreign tribe. Although the ancient Morning Star Magi possessed a large variety of spells, they were nothing much to flaunt in front of the powerful Morning Stars of other worlds. Amongst the many Morning Star tribes, there were plenty of Magi whose abilities surpassed those of Morning Stars. However, the greatest strength of ancient Magi was that they were good at learning. By imitating their opponents, ancient Magi obtained all sorts of powerful abilities and even figured out the way to modify and stabilize innate spells through meditation techniques, creating the first of the Morning Star arcane arts. Against the terrifying Morning Star arcane arts, the powerhouses of all the other worlds retreated one after another. Even the world of gods had suffered heavy casualties. Arwen was someone who'd only been born much later. He hadn't even left this world of ice in his entire life, and thus he naturally couldn't understand such terror. It led to him receiving a great shock. Of course, Leylin would not explain anything to Arwen. The enormous giant Chemoyan serpent directly crushed the creature down, firmly binding the icy jade scorpion. At the same time, a petrifying light danced about on its body. The large icy jade scorpion wailed continuously for a short while. With the writhing of the void, a dark passageway opened up. Leylin, dressed in a black robe, walked out with one hand holding the petrified Arwen. Arwen had already regained his human form, just that his entire body was covered in a layer of stone. He was like a statue. Only, the fearful expression on this opponent's face had not disappeared. It was as if he had seen something extremely terrifying before he was petrified. Too easy, simply too easy. Leylin sighed. In fact, Morning Star Magi and strong Morning Stars of the other worlds don't have much of a difference in their nature. Their energies are almost at the same level, but once the Morning Star arcane art is used, we can steamroll over the other world's powerhouses. Take for example this instance. Both he and Arwen were Morning Stars, one at 5 stars and the other at 6 stars. Common sense dictated that, if he were facing another of the Magus world, he could defeat his opponent, but without using the Sun's Child imprint, it would be relatively difficult for him to kill them. The opponent could always use his Morning Star arcane art and flee. However, Arwen was different. When confronted with his Morning Star arcane art, he seemed to be suppressed without any resistance. No wonder the ancient Magi could crush a lot of the other worlds. Leylin could not help but admire the ancient Magi who attempted high-level meditation techniques and used point mass to activate the innate spell fusions to create a terrifying killer move. Even for him at the present, it would require a lot of time to deduct things from scratch, and it may not even be successful. However, the ancient Magi managed to do it, and from this, the strong foundation of the Magus world was established. It's not such a bad harvest this time. I can probably use his Morning Star icy breath to curb the emotional instability. That comes from the Purgatory world. Leylin analyzed Arwen's statue as he stroked his chin. The bloodline disease of giant Chemoyan serpent warlocks originated from the Purgatory world. Due to their defeat in the Shadow world, the Snake Dowager brought all her clan members with her and migrated to the Purgatory world. However, descendants of the Snake Dowager that were originally had darkness element attribute were all contaminated by the chaotic worlds while in the Purgatory world, giving rise to berserk characteristics. In order to solve this problem completely, the Snake Dowager thought of the using Icy World, and that was the battle that Leylin had witnessed. According to the AI chip's deductions, the Icy Jade Scorpion tribe here possessed excellent curbing effects for Leylin's own emotional instability. Last time, he'd managed to use just a peak rank 1 Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor's icy breath to suppress his emotional instability all the way up to Morning Star. And now, With an icy jade scorpion at the Morning Star realm, Leylin was confident in eradicating his bloodline disease. With the AI chip having completed its database on the soul recently, Leylin could now control his influence on the soul much easier, boosting his power even further. Leylin tilted his head as he pondered. Arwen's statue in hand, he transformed into a black streak that disappeared into the horizon. Only after that did the frost giants and snow fairies who did not manage to leave in time pop their heads out from various corners, eyes full of consternation as they looked towards the direction that had Leylin departed in. What had they just seen? The Arctic Queen's chief lackey mass murderer Arwen was actually defeated by a foreigner just like that. Their fear towards Arwen even exceeded that towards the Arctic Queen. After all, although this place was ruled in the name of the Arctic Queen, she basically did not appear in public at all, and all affairs were taken care of by Arwen. One could imagine the kind of shock that Arwen's defeat brought them. Extraction and elimination ***. The very moment Arwen was taken away, a piercing sound exploded in the icy castle, causing the air to quiver and the ground to tremble. Large numbers of guards knelt on the ground, shuddering as they begged the Arctic Queen to quell her anger. However, their prayers were to no avail. A dazzling blue light swept out, wrapping up the entire castle within. The icy beings in the castle, be they guards, maids, servants, or prisoners, all turned into ice sculptures. Streams of blue light gathered from their bodies, tunneling into the ground like earthworms. Whoosh! When all the blue luster disappeared from the ice sculptures, numerous cracks appeared on them as they crumbled apart to form a snow-white powder. The castle sank into a deathly silence. Meanwhile, in another place deep underground, the steel-like ice opened up automatically, showing a structure similar to a basement. An eternal light spell illuminated the entire area. Many beakers and tools were placed on a translucent tabletop, seemingly in a mess yet possessing some kind of order. Some of the beakers were full of colorful, even smelly fluids. Leylin stood at the simplified laboratory table, watching the stone statue that was once Arwen at the center of the spell formation, a teasing look on his face. This 5-star morning star, someone who was considered the leader of the world of ice, had now been turned into a mere stone statue. Even his soul had been frozen completely, leaving behind a shell that still had life force within. Based on previous experience, he would get the best results when the breath of the icy jade scorpion was used together with icy radiation. And in order to preserve the freshness of the material, Arwen was forced to suffer, becoming Leylin's captive. He would definitely not meet a good end. When I probed the area during my entry to this place, there was still a more mysterious aura than Arwen's in the icy castle. Was that the Arctic Queen? Leylin frowned, and threads of blood-red light were emitted by a spell formation with but a thought. They began to spread to the inner parts of the stone sculpture. Hand over your memories, little lamb that has lost its way. Leylin's eyes were serene as he chanted some kind of ancient incantation with a strange pitch. Runes began to disappear into the spell formation. Ooh, a woman's wail sounded out, and 3 long-haired female figures appeared within the spell formation. These 3 female youths wore blood-red dresses, not looking a day over 30 years of age. They seemed very pretty, but their expressions were varied. One was beaming, the crescent of her eyes so pronounced that they were practically closed. The other showed distress, while the one in the middle was emotionless, like a block of ice. Go. Leylin pointed towards the statue. The 3 female figures floated and circled the stone statue, occasionally extending translucent hands into the stone statue's brain. Afterwards, 3 red figures entered Arwen's mind, and the stone statue shook continuously. The spell formation had no choice but to strengthen the seal. Arg! In that moment, the ghastly wailing increased tenfold in volume, a layer of demonic blood emanating from Arwen's body. Reached critical period. Target is about to break down. The AI chip produced a timely reminder. Come back, my darlings. Leylin's eyes were filled with a strange light as he made a very attractive sound. As if some invisible force field had appeared, the 3 figures were pulled out from within the stone statue. The 3 figures' varying expressions had been enhanced further. They shrank to 1/10 of their original size, gathering on top of Leylin's palm. Boiling hot, complicated emotions flooded Leylin's mind. Chaotic emotions as well as memory fragments. AI chip. Leylin immediately commanded. Rumble. The surge of complicated emotions seemed to have hit a tall mountain. Though Morning Star warlocks had intense emotions, they were merely complicated hormone secretions to be recorded down for the unfeeling AI chip. Once the emotions were intercepted, the AI Chip began to arrange the scattered and fragmented memories. One after another, scattered images were formed in front of Leylin's eyes. They were very fragmented, and even with the AI, Chip's reorganization, Leylin could not find any information that was significant. After the extensive data was transmitted, the three spirits in Leylin's hands exploded, dissipating like a fog. Leylin's expression did not change as he sighed. Extracting the memories of a morning star is truly troublesome. The soul force of a morning star magus was extremely powerful, and memories protected by it were akin to the most stable fort. Leylin could destroy it with ease, but he would find it difficult to find the content within, even with the support of the AI. Chip, however, with its strengthened abilities and the database on the soul, the AI. Chip was able to give Leylin a nice surprise. An image that was not quite as incomplete was projected before Leylin. This was a map of the world of ice, with a red dot of light at the center. It was extremely dazzling. As he zoomed in, the red light was magnified, revealing a castle built entirely of ice. Multicolor light formed a splendid view of it. Such dense icy radiation. Leylin sucked in a cold breath. He could now confirm that the bloodline of the female bronze giant was within the palace. But where's the Arctic Queen? Leylin asked with doubt as he skimmed through the other information found by the AI. Chip. However, there were no records of this queen, which was rather interesting. Even if the Arctic Queen rarely showed herself, Arwen, who was her #1 subordinate, should have had opportunities to meet her. Memory seals. Leylin touched his chin. Some magi could choose to store or seal their important memories, and that was an even easier task for Morning Star magi. It looks like this mysterious Arctic Queen has a lot of secrets. Leylin shook his head and commanded, AI. Chip, begin the second phase. Obtain the icy breath and purify the bloodline. Arwen's memories were merely an appetizer. The full course that Leylin was waiting on was the unique icy breath that belonged to the icy jade scorpion. It was very effective for his emotional instability. On top of that, Leylin had the premonition that for giant Chemoian serpents, rank 4 should not be the limit. However, for some reason, be it because of genes restrictions or the influences from the purgatory world, giant Chemoian serpents had lost the ability to evolve further. If he could completely treat his emotional imbalance, his grasp of the Chemoian bloodline would reach unprecedented levels. Only after reaching this state would he have the confidence to attempt at tackling the giant Chemoian serpent bloodline issue. With Leylin's command, the AI chip began its precise task. Arwen's statistics in all aspects were recorded, and it formulated the most accurate plan of operation, presenting it before Leylin. Record all the information in its entirety. Leylin took out a silver surgical knife which complicated patterns on it, eyes emanating a heated radiance. Dissecting an ancient bloodline creature completely, especially one at the Morning Star realm, is not an easy opportunity to come by. Mission established. Beginning recording. The AI chip intoned loyally. Begin. Leylin was now wearing a snow-white gown, the plastic gloves on his hands having gone through rigorous sterilization. With the power of magic, while it looked primal, the level of this laboratory was rather similar with the one in Leylin's previous world, and in certain ways even surpassed it. Thud. A layer of rocky skin fell, revealing the skin and flesh on Arwen's arm. Under Leylin's surgical knife, the two were easily separated to reveal translucent blood vessels. Swish. A black ray of light streaked through the horizon, as glorious as a shooting star. Leylin's eyes were like stars, a hint of glee in his expression. I feel better than I've ever felt before. Feeling the coldness in his mind and no longer having any jittery emotions, Leylin was in a great mood. The icy breath from the Morning Star ranked Arwen was the best medicine for Leylin's emotional instability. Added to the soul treatment with help from the AI chip, the negative effects that came together with fusing with the giant Chemoian serpent's soul had been completely eliminated. In other words, the chaotic world will that had come from the snake dowager migrating the entire species to the purgatory world was now forever gone from his body. Beep. Host has removed influence from chaotic world will. Chemoian bloodline being purified, the AI chip called to his attention. When he looked with his soul force, the purplish-red bloodline in his body now ran deeper, and each time his heart pulsed a purifying force was pumped to all parts of his body. The various parts of his body reacted strangely to this purifying force, resulting in a complete transformation from head to toe. Morning Star soul force is supposed to nourish a magus body, transforming it qualitatively in order to form the perfect Morning Star body, that is supposed to be equivalent to the standard of a normal heavenly astral. Not only does my current body already surpass this so-called standard, it even has a chance of evolving further. Leylin felt that after his bloodline's transformation was complete, he would be able to peak at an even more terrifying realm. The natural rank of their bloodline was what prevented Chemoian warlocks from ever advancing to rank 5. However, there was currently a high possibility that he would be able to break past that. Arctic Queen. A black shooting star streaked across the horizon, its magnificence amplified under the translucent icy sky. Leylin was sending out a thread of soul force every once in a while, scanning the energies of the surrounding beings. It seems like Arwen's fall caused some sort of chain reaction. As far as he could see, the various regions in this world of ice had been disturbed at least on some level. Many of the intellectual icy beings, such as the Arctic tribe, and even the ice leopards and the frost dragons were beginning to rebel against the Arctic Queen's rule. It's understandable though. The other races never could stand being under her rule anyway. Since she's fallen, a frenzied rebellion is only to be expected, Leylin thought as he touched his pouch. Extracting the icy breath to treat his emotional stability was not the only thing he'd done. He hadn't wasted any part of the body, not even his bloodline. It was all currently stored in his pouch. There were still many survivors who had seen Leylin defeat Arwen, and news had spread quickly. Without the suppression of a morning star, the rebellion of these various races was not surprising. But the Arctic Queen has been in power for so many years, it doesn't make sense for everything to fall apart so bad so quickly. Leylin's eyes twinkled with a distinct light. Even with Arwen's death, the Arctic Queen's guards should not have been defeated so quickly. It was like the headquarters had been destroyed with no clear commands given. At this point, Leylin suddenly had a thought: could there be something wrong at the Arctic Queen's palace? That was all he managed to think of. The shooting star that was Leylin whizzed faster into the horizon, only leaving behind after images in the sky. Even rank 3 creatures could only crouch on the ground, unable to move after seeing Leylin hurtling past. They were terrified by his speed and prowess. The castle of ice was located at the heart of this world, and when Leylin came here he found that the vicinity of the place had gone up in smoke. The many suppressed races had formed an alliance, gathering troops at the center of the icy plains. The few remaining guards were led by Arctic knights as they used the terrain of the Great Valley at their stronghold to fight back, but it was a losing battle. It looked like this alliance would be able to enter the castle in no time at all. Kiki, with Arwen's death, the entire castle's defense is rendered useless. Watching the bustling camp of the allied forces, a smirk rose about Leylin's lips. When they breach the walls of the palace and, instead of victory, see the Arctic Queen who's even more terrifying than Arwen, what kind of expression will they have? Leylin's eyes did not stop on the battlefield, and instead switched to the castle. There were a few loyal guards and the like who wanted to stop him, but they were no match for him at all. They were not even able to hold him back for a few seconds. What Leylin found strange was that the closer he got to the castle, the weaker the resistance grew. The moment he arrived on top of the place, the guards only dared to look at him from afar, not advancing. It was as if there was some kind of terrifying danger within the castle. This is the place. There's no life force in here. At all, only some kind of absorptive force. Leylin hovered above the castle of ice and observed its magnificence, though his eyes only held solemnness. The icy radiation had peaked here, and the concentration was hundreds, even thousands of times greater than in the outer world. It was constantly changing and growing, distorting continuously. Those below Morning Star probably won't be able to survive here. The radiation was far too powerful, to the point that no ordinary beings could handle it. It had become a life-threatening poison. However, what astonished Leylin was not the concentration of the radiation, but the mysterious absorptive force coming from the ground. The area under this castle of ice was like a terrifying black hole to his senses, continuously absorbing the life force of everything on the ground. On top of that, it was expanding without end. A thick layer of white, icy powder had formed on the ground, left behind by some unlucky fighters. Blue light shot out from Leylin's eyes, and he cried out involuntarily. No, it's not their life force that's being absorbed, it's the frost energy and the icy nature of their bloodlines. Suddenly, as if having sensed Leylin's arrival, the entire surface of the castle began to quiver. That vague scent and aura Leylin had sensed began to awaken, its strength increasing. Ah! The mumble of a female voice resounded above the icy castle. Large amounts of winds and snow gathered, forming the statue of a female giant. The woman had a crown on her head, a dignified pair of freezing eyes under slender eyelashes. She extended her arms towards the distant battle. Rumble. Terrifying blue pillars of light emerged from the ground, and seemed to break through into the heavens, releasing endless ripples of energy. The eyes of those who had been embroiled in the bloody battle were suddenly filled with confusion and regret. All hail the Queen! All hail the Queen! All hail the Queen! A guard was the first to toss away his lance and shield, running towards the danger zone that he'd avoided as if it was a den of scorpions and snakes, looking extremely enthusiastic. His legs were frozen as a blue light emerged from them and traveled underground. They then cracked off. The guard did not notice at all. Even when his 2 legs were torn off, he still tried to get to the castle on his hands, the injury clotted with a layer of frost. The frost continued to expand, covering the entirety of the guard. Traces of blue light were absorbed by the ground, causing his life force to weaken continuously. He was zealous unto death, as if the Arctic Queen was his goddess to whom he was willing to sacrifice his everything. This is even more terrifying than an illusion. Even his soul isn't his own anymore. Leylin sighed from high in the sky, watching everything apathetically. It was not just the guards. Even the opposing allied forces threw their weapons away, showing the same fanaticism after one glance at the female giant. They rushed towards the castle as well. Countless icy statues formed and then broke down, forming a thick layer of white powder on the ground. Yet, even that did not prevent them from surging forth, wave upon wave. Blue light was emitted from Leylin's eyes, and great amounts of information were stored in his database. With the AI chip's collection of statistical data, everything was presented before him. The attraction of the bloodline. The icy radiation too had affected their behavior. Leylin touched his chin. This was not a temporary control from illusory spells, but a terrifying effect that was formed over a long period of time. That was why the effects were so good, such that even rank 3 beings could not escape. Looks like this is a blood sacrifice, Leylin suddenly guessed. Perhaps the Arctic Queen had herded the various races in this world like livestock. Every once in a while, they would be harvested after reaching maturity. If that's so, the Arctic Queen is probably. A flash of determination appeared in Leylin's eyes, morning star radiation engulfing the area. The void itself seemed to tremble, and the world instantly turned black and white. The scope of the radiation continuously widened, and the few that had yet to enter the range of the castle suddenly showed looks of pain and suffering as they collapsed to the ground, their faces distorting. Even their internal organs swelled and ruptured. Leylin had already reached the peak of Morning Star. He usually kept his radiation sealed, which was how he brought no harm to his surroundings wherever he went. Now, his suddenly unleashing it was difficult for the rank 3 beings to bear. The sufferance was enough for these icy beings to regain their senses. They raised their heads, eyes full of terror as they stared hard at the floating Leylin and the female giant. Making some strange sounds, they escaped without turning back. Even so, they'd come into contact with Leylin's powerful radiation. There were a few rank 2s and 3s at the side who could still use their own strength to rid themselves of the contamination, but those weaker than that would probably die if they were contaminated. It was only a matter of time. Before their lives were completely burnt through, they would still have to deal with bearing the pain from the contamination. The disturbance seemed to spread further and further as more of these tribals regained their sanity. No matter what camp they were in, these life and death enemies all escaped pitifully, only wanting to get as far away as possible. The female giant in the air suddenly turned back, her eyes focusing on Leylin. Coldness was laid bare in them, but Leylin met her gaze head-on. He hadn't interfered at first because he needed to collect information and calculate the way the energy was used. Yet, once all was said and done, he wouldn't be so stupid as to let his opponent grow in power. The giant made of ice snarled, and a large icy tornado was formed at her fist, hurtling towards Leylin. A gigantic giant Chemoian serpent appeared at Leylin's back. Compared to before, it was now even larger, and its eyes glowed with greater intelligence as it hissed at the giant. Boom! Formless sound waves clashed with the tornado, and snow filled the sky. Illusion and manipulation, a mere clone wants to attack me. Leylin sneered, the phantom giant Chemoian serpent behind him rapidly shrinking. Its body was now more substantial, and its scales reflected a dazzling luster. The giant Chemoian serpent snarled, its tremendous tail whipping at the female giant like a mace. Boom! The female giant's body blew up, and snowflakes fluttered in the sky. The aftershocks were transmitted to the castle below, and large cracks began to appear on the walls. Whoosh! As the wind and snow calmed, the entire area turned strangely silent. The white powder formed from the life energy and consumption of frost energy of the many icy races covered the ground. There were also the remains of armor and weapons, which made the area seem even more desolate. Leylin heaved a long sigh, producing a test tube from his spatial pouch that was filled with a purple liquid. The seal at the mouth of the test tube opened automatically and a liquid dripped down to the ground, spreading quickly. Large amounts of white powder were dissolved by the potion, creating a gigantic pool of water. There were countless bubbles constantly being produced on the surface, and they instantly turned the surroundings of the castle into a purple swamp. The purple swamp continued to expand, also showing signs of going deeper. I've made calculations with the AI. Chipin developed this potion from Arwen's blood and flesh using his memories. Let's hope this is effective. By this point, Leylin had guessed the origin of this Arctic Queen. Hence, he was currently feeling very serious, hoping that his conjecture was wrong. However, what he had just seen had validated his suspicion. Large amounts of purple bubbles were constantly produced, and the original castle of ice was beginning to be eaten into, the main body of the building slowly sinking down. Buzz. A pure, powerful spiritual force extended and began to fuse with the surroundings. Almost instantly, Leylin found himself in another wondrous environment. The sky was no longer filled with ice, it wasn't the crust of the earth. The moon sparkled in a starry sky, and below was a white continent that spread a vast ocean, as far as the eye could see. Ice mountain wyverns, chilly giants and other creatures were roaring out, and most had surpassed the limits of Morning Star. This is the real icy world. Leylin muttered to himself. He, who possessed some of the memories of the ancient scorpion man, was naturally somewhat familiar with this place. Yes, the real icy world, my homeland. Foreign Magus, can you fulfill my wish of returning to my homeland? The Arctic Queen spoke with a gentle tone as she appeared by his side. Looking somewhat similar to the giant from before, she had on a crown and platinum imperial robes. Arctic Queen. Leylin's pupils shrank as he scanned the surroundings. Not a bad illusion. The most beautiful of illusions is still not reality. Even the fake world of ice in reality does not measure up to a smidgen of the splendor of the real icy world. The Arctic Queen sighed, her tone so sorrowful Leylin couldn't bear it. He wanted to speak up, helping her solve the issue. As long as you're willing to help me, you shall be the sole emperor of the entire icy world. As if she had seen Leylin wavering, the Arctic Queen added a bargaining chip. Pretty good conditions. It's a pity that I don't see any sincerity in them at all. How can someone who uses illusory magic on potential allies be trusted to abide by their promises? Leylin shook his head, his words causing the expression on the Arctic Queen's face to change. Blood-red flames came into being on Leylin's hands. They crackled as they were shot to the Arctic Queen's feet without hesitation, starting to burn her. You'll regret this. The Arctic Queen, who was now covered in flames, showed a wavering energy. Yet, she was like an expressionless paper doll as she spoke. If I agree to your conditions, I might regret it even more. Leylin was still slightly fearful at this time. He believed that he had a very powerful resistance to illusory magic, and yet he had easily been pulled into the illusion that his opponent had created, and almost lost his senses. If not for the AI, Chip's timely warning, as well as the many secret techniques of spirit warlocks he'd learned from Paul, he might very well have died here. After all, who would have thought that the ruler of the icy world was proficient in illusory psychological hints? You'll regret this. You'll regret this. An icy female voice resounded in the illusion, causing his hair to stand. Paper dolls that resembled the Arctic Queen sprang up one after another, the icy world collapsing with a rumble. Whether it was the stars in the sky, the continent, or the creatures upon it, everything turned into an Arctic Queen, giving Leylin a terrifying glare. Beep. Host's brain is suffering from an unknown influence. Determined to be illusory magic, the AI. Chip's voice sounded. That's obvious, damn it, but my connection to the real world hasn't been severed. If I die here, my main body outside will probably die as well. Morning Star energy rippled as traces of soul force lingered around the surface of Leylin's body, giving him a few layers of protection. Such a high-level illusion could render a magus spiritual force useless. However, it could not restrict a Morning Star's soul force, which still had a good effect. However, this was the opponent's home ground. If he used up all of his soul force, he would be in trouble. AI. Chip. Scan the structure of the illusion and search for the point of three-dimensional construct and word space. Leylin silently sent down the order. The AI. Chip did not have a good method of dealing with such a situation before, but now with the database on the soul, its ability at analysis had improved by leaps and bounds. You can't escape. Like the many galaxies in the universe, countless three-dimensional Arctic queens were formed. These clones that looked like inverted images of the original held weapons in their hands, going on the offensive against him. Ting. Soul force condensed to form a blood-red cross blade in Leylin's hands. Leylin quickly took a step forward, the cross blade blocking large numbers of icy blades that produced dazzling rays of light. Cross slash. A cross-shaped light flashed, and tens of paper dolls turned into fragments that filled the skies. It's of no use. This is my spiritual world. No number of deaths will cause any exhaustion to me. How long do you think your soul force can last you? The doll accompanying this icy voice was torn to shreds, but it then reformed into the Arctic Queen once more. Stop resisting when it doesn't even matter. Together, we can, schlick. Before the Arctic Queen could finish her words, her head was chopped off. The flat head that was like a piece of paper fell to the ground, and continued to chatter on, your only choice is to serve me. Hand over your soul source and become my servant. This way, I might even let you off. Rumble. Red flames flashed and burnt the paper into ashes. There was a cold smirk on Leylin's face. I'd be a fool to listen to your commands. Kill him. As if the Arctic Queen had been enraged, large numbers of two-dimensional paper clones pounced on him. Cross slash. Leylin's expression was cool as he launched attack after attack, sending fragmented paper flying into the skies, filling it like butterflies. They even covered Leylin's clothes, his weapon, and his hair. I told you, you can't escape. The paper on Leylin's body became as heavy as lead, a few pieces joining to form the face of the Arctic Queen. Leylin's body grew sluggish as a blade swiped at his chest. The fine Chemoian's scales unexpectedly could not hinder the blade at all, and a wound opened up on his chest, blood spurting out. I told you this is my mental world. Even if your defenses are extremely powerful in the external world, I am the ruler here. The paper doll standing in front of Leylin spoke slowly. Is that so? Leylin's face was pale, his body in the external world evidently receiving a real injury. If it's true, wouldn't you have killed me long ago? Why would you still be here spouting so much nonsense? Nonsense. The Arctic Queen's brows lifted and raised her arms. Leylin had no idea which part of his speech had irritated her. The number of illusory figures increased greatly, and in practically an instant the area was completely filled with paper dolls of various colors. Since you wish to die, let me fulfill your wish. Countless Arctic Queens pounced forth. At this moment, however, a slight smile appeared about Leylin's lips. Found it. He suddenly moved forward, soul force undulating at his body and gathering on the cross blade, resulting in rays of flaming light that seemed endless. Cross slash. The gleaming cross blade sliced at a point in the sky. Crack, crack. It was like a mirror being shattered, and numerous shivering, spotted lights that resembled tadpoles appeared behind it. No. Impossible. How did you find out? The Arctic Queen's voice became high-pitched and piercing. Ha ha. Leylin laughed maniacally, ignoring the fury of the Arctic Queen behind him and rushed headfirst into the sea of tadpoles. AI. Chip. Begin destruction based on the previous plan. Countless black threads appeared in Leylin's hands and quickly dispersed. Even more mirrors shattered. Bang. A slight tremor was produced by Leylin's body, and his eyes instantly focused. He glanced at the icy castle and purple swamp as well as the cut on his chest and sighed, I'm finally out. Chi-chi. At this moment, a furious, high-pitched sound was emitted from under the castle. The opponent's illusory spells are too powerful. I need to leave for now. Just now, Leylin had lucked out. Depending on the AI, Chip's ability to find the gaps in the illusion, he'd managed to escape. The next time, the situation would be different. Even if he could find the gaps again, successfully breaking through them was still an issue. Leylin's eyes flashed as he moved a long distance away in an instant. Deduction and advancement. The central region of the icy plains, outside the castle. Dazzling blue pillars emitted bright light, the most radiant of landmarks. Groups of icy race clansmen and even beasts were attracted by the blue rays of light. The appeal was so strong that anyone who barred their paths was considered an enemy to be attacked. Leylin thought the pillars were like terrifying large-scale summoning spell formations. Anyone that possessed a bloodline related to ice and had grown up here could not resist the allure. Currently in front of him was a strange group. Savage icy beasts mingled with snow fairies and other intelligent beings, the only thing they had in common the desire and fervor in their eyes. They crossed land and water, heading in the direction of the palace as if on a pilgrimage. Leylin had seen this many times already. After the illusory fight at the icy castle, the Arctic Queen had not moved to chase him, evidently being limited somehow. Instead, the range of her spell formation extended further, encompassing the entire world of ice. Icy beings flooded into the area day after day, nourishing their queen. Leylin obviously would not just watch on. Looking apathetic, he pressed down with his right arm. Rumble. A gigantic palm print appeared on the surface that was formed of solid ice. The snow fairies, ice leopards, and other creatures all turned to powder. Having taken care of this, Leylin's brows furrowed as he hurried in another direction in which an even larger group had formed. How populous was the world of ice? Even if Leylin did all he could to intercept them, many still managed to break through, turning into powder at the icy castle. Such absolute control, it's a tragedy for the other races. Watching the scene, Leylin sighed a little. It was obvious that the bloodlines of the various races in this world of ice had originated from the Arctic Queen, so when she decided to take them back, they could not resist at all. The same situation would apply with the Snake Dowager. With her might and bloodline control, Leylin would probably be unable to rebel even if he was ordered to die. This was also what Leylin was trying his utmost to avoid. It looks like the Arctic Queen has some sort of restriction on her body, which was why she had to groom Arwen. She also had to groom the many races in this world of ice, and use regular blood sacrifices to obtain strength, life force, and lights flashed in Leylin's eyes. The previous incident obviously enraged her. She actually summoned all the races in this miniature icy world to their sacrificial deaths. Her aura is strengthening every day. At this thought, Leylin produced a few test tubes and flicked them out with his fingers. Streaks of purple splashed on the backs of a few gigantic rank 3 beasts, forming strange runes that sank in. Noticing Leylin wasn't blocking them anymore, they roared as they pressed forward towards the castle of ice. Leylin frowned and arrived at a temporary dwelling. He'd been doing such a thing every day, but could not determine the efficacy of such an act. AI. Chip, how's the simulation of the soul defense coming along? Beep. Soul defense spell pattern deduction at 97.6%. The AI. Chip loyally intoned. It projected a faint phantom of a spell model that was almost complete. Rank 4 spell Soul Guard. Summing up the bloodline models of the spirit warlocks, the information from the database on the soul has been used to deduce a spell to defend against soul invasions. Referenced material. Way of the Soul, a primer on spell models. There was a detailed introduction under this model, including the referenced materials which made up a long list. Leylin wanted to deal with the Arctic Queen's invasion into his soul. That she could actually break through his point mass to drag his true soul into an illusion had horrified him. The moment a Morning Star Magus true soul lost the protection of their point mass, it was extremely fragile. He had been lucky enough to escape the last time, or else with the opponent's ability at connecting her illusions with reality, he would have died in the real world if he died in the illusion. This was why he'd had the AI chip simulate a spell model urgently to protect his soul. With the opponent not able to move freely, Leylin had a good opportunity. However, with the terrifying summoning currently underway and the vast region within which she could absorb life force, Leylin had no choice but to plan his move quickly. He had considered using his Morning Star arcane art to destroy the castle, but he had no idea where the bloodline and remains of the Scorpion Man were. Furthermore, even the giant Chemoian serpent would be restricted by the opponent's main body, and wouldn't be able to destroy the place in a single move. An ancient bloodline creature's usage of soul force could not compare to that of a Morning Star Magus, and they were particularly vulnerable to such attacks. Based on the current progress, it should be completed by tomorrow. Leylin's eyes glowed with intelligence. A normal Morning Star Magus would have to spend decades, even centuries, to deduce a rank 4 spell. This was especially true for one that dealt with the mysteries of the soul, and it would take even more time. With the AI chip, it was merely a matter of how much processing power was allocated to the task. Once the model was done, it could directly be transmitted to Leylin's memory, and even the process of familiarizing himself with it could be done away with, saving him much time. A day later, above the castle of ice, creatures and other beings with bloodlines related to ice would approach this place with a dazed look in their eyes, turning to powder at the place. The region of the energy absorption had grown several-fold, and even the purple swamp had been weakened. It looks like the Arctic Queen's been working hard. Blue light shone from Leylin's eyes, and an energy beam struck down, opening up a pathway. Through continued observation and calculations, he'd long since learnt the details of this method of absorption. Finding an energy node based on the distribution was a simple task. Rank 4 Spell Soul Guard. A green luster appeared in Leylin's eyes, spreading throughout his body. Fine runic chains formed in his sea of consciousness, yielding an even tighter defensive layer around the point mass. Footsteps sounded in the pathway that had been created by the explosion. What was formerly only a basement currently had a number of roads and spaces below it. The surface was full of solid ice, forming intricate patterns and images on the top. Leylin took in a deep breath and stepped into the basement. Arctic Queen, I'm here. The path was long, and light was sparse, only some feeble jade green light leaking from the walls on both sides. The terrifying icy radiation even affected spacetime here, causing Leylin to feel a sense of disorder. A dense smell of rust spread throughout the channel as a multicolor light spread from the end. It was piercing to the eyes. Do not come, sinner. Deformed sounds were intermittently transmitted to Leylin's ears, the contents only faintly discernible. The soul force of the Arctic Queen spread out, attempting to break through Leylin's point mass and pull his true soul into another illusion. Prepared as he was, the green rays grew brighter on the surface of Leylin's body, creating an illusory layer that began to tremble vigorously. Large amounts of soul force were consumed as Leylin persevered under the Arctic Queen's relentless attack on his soul. Soul invasion detected. Soul guard has been engaged to resist. Beginning automatic adjustment of defensive structure. The AI chip's voice sounded continuously. With its precise calculations, Leylin's soul force consumption was suddenly reduced. The external layer of green light somewhat stabilized. You will regret it. You will regret it. As she noticed that she was unable to break through Leylin's defenses, the Arctic Queen's voice became piercing and seemed to hold within a poisonous curse. It then disappeared. I will only truly feel regret if I don't get what I want. Leylin sneered, eyes full of an intense resolution as he stepped onto the unknown path ahead. Boom. Large amounts of solid ice turned into powder, the jade green runes breaking apart and then revealing the exit. You even needed Arwen to help you set up the defensive spell pattern. Seems like your body can't move at all. Leylin sighed as he walked out. After leaving the pathway, everything suddenly seemed spacious. Leylin surveyed his surroundings. This seemed to be a natural underground cave. At the top was a tremendous slanting passageway. Deep imprints could be seen in it. At the heart of the cave was a large depression, rays of jade light flickering within like fine threads that formed an enormous network. Terrifying radiations were being emitted from within the depression, so dense they were practically tangible. Leylin advanced grimly, finding a terrifying corpse at the center of the depression. It was emitting morning star-ranked energy undulations. This was the real aura of an ancient bloodline, deep and lofty, bringing with it a sense of history that was filled with grandeur. Arwen seemed like a mere inferior product in comparison to the giant corpse in front of him, full of flaws. We meet again, Scorpion Man. Leylin could not help but recall the ancient memory fragments that he had acquired from the icy jade Scorpion Emperor's bloodline. Those fragmented pieces of information had originated from the morning star creature before him. Leylin glanced at the depression and then the trail at the top, a scene appearing in his mind. The void had shattered, and Scorpion Man had dropped into the crust of the earth like a meteor, forming a tremendous depression. The radiation from his body had altered the area, forming the world of ice, and the being that succeeded him had built the icy castle above the depression. Scorpion Man and Scorpion Woman, this is the source of everything. Leylin sighed. If not for the Scorpion Man dying here while carrying the bloodline of the female bronze giant, the entire world of ice would not have been formed. Hence, it wasn't too much of a stretch to call him this world's progenitor. Leylin's body floated up to the place and slowly descended, arriving at the floor of the hollowed-out area. After seeing the Scorpion Man in full view, his pupils suddenly narrowed. In front of him was reclined the corpse of an enormous creature, half human half scorpion. Streaks of icy blue connected to the Scorpion Man through his skin like a spider web, injecting great amounts of life force and icy energy into him. And on the back of the Scorpion Man, strange green blood wriggled as if it had a life of its own. It even covered the Scorpion Man's entire back, spreading in all directions. Green veins bulged all over the Scorpion Man's body, writhing around. They were like lifeless pupils, full of eeriness. The corrosion of the green blood and blood vessels had slightly transformed the Scorpion Man's appearance. Compared to the body in Leylin's memory, the scorpion man's now seemed thinner. Even its face had become more exquisite, appearing more feminine. Female characteristics were showing on its upper body as well. Oh, no no no. This isn't a corpse. Leylin was astonished. Only after drawing close had he realized that the scorpion man had a weak breath, his chest slowly throbbing. However, the small waves of life force seemed incomparably small when paired with the huge body, so small in fact that Leylin had neglected them at the start. This scorpion man is actually alive. Leylin stumbled a few steps back. At the same time, the scorpion man suddenly opened his eyes. You're here. A familiar soul force wave began to attack Leylin's defenses. You're not the scorpion man. You're the Arctic Queen. No, you're the guardian of the icy world, the female bronze giant. Leylin blurted out. Dense black scales covered his entire body, and a few test tubes containing potions exploded out, forming a huge screen of light. His earring was activated, in standby to attack. Even as he was currently, Leylin did not dare to take the risk of facing an ancient creature that comprehended laws. Although he had made a rough guess before, the truth coming out still dazed him slightly. As he saw this scene, all the events flashed across Leylin's mind rapidly, and he managed to establish a picture of what had happened quite quickly. The snake dowager had attacked the icy world, and the female bronze giant had died during the war. A drop of her blood fell on the scorpion man's body as he fell into a spatial crack, accompanying him as he arrived here by chance. The scorpion man had died on the spot, but the green blood on his back had survived. The female bronze giant was a terrifying creature that had crossed rank 7. She could even control certain laws and can reborn from a single drop of blood. Her bloodline inherited a part of her spiritual imprint. On top of that, even if the scorpion man's morning star strength faded, his body retained its vitality. The drop of such an ancient bloodline could obtain a new life here after separating from the main body. Yet, it was incomparably difficult to be reborn from a single drop of blood. Hence, it acted like a virus, seeking life to live off of, attempting to infect another party and transform it as required. And in Twilight Zone, was there any creature more suitable for this than the scorpion man? Without considering other factors, the mere problem of distance was enough to make a decision. Thus, the giant's bloodline began living off the scorpion man's corpse, even transforming it. This led to the emergence of female characteristics in his appearance. Such transformations not only required a large amount of time, but also a terrifying amount of life energy. Hence, the imprint of the giant formed a miniature icy world through icy radiation, even producing life in this world of ice. Soon after, she used a portion of the scorpion man's flesh to create a guardian for herself, Arwen. A guardian at the Morning Star realm was enough to suppress anything else in Twilight Zone. Hence, the giant hid behind the scenes while Arwen took charge of all the matters on the surface, regularly gathering icy creatures as blood sacrifices. This was to strengthen the scorpion man's life energy, so as to nourish the giant's blood. Initially, all of this was close to success. Once the transformation was successful, the giant would be reborn from the scorpion man's body and become a new life. That is, it would have if Leylin hadn't appeared. However, there are no ifs in life. Leylin's appearance, and especially Arwen's death, left the giant with no choice but to come forth personally and hasten the collection of flesh and life energy until this point. The scorpion man stared at Leylin and a calm soul force was transmitted from his body. No, I am only a part of the giant. The current me is a combination of a synthesized memory imprint and this scorpion man's body. Thus, I am indeed the Arctic Queen. Upon hearing that, Leylin heaved a deep sigh of relief. Even if the opponent had the blood of a creature that controlled laws, its body was still not done with the transformation. It could not be considered a full resurrection yet, only a bloodline imprint struggling at death's door. Hence, the current scorpion man could not move at all. Even speaking needed to be accomplished through soul force, never mind anything else. If it's like that, I still have a chance. A brilliant glow burst forth from Leylin's eyes. Even if the scorpion man was done with its body's transformation, it would only be a peak rank 4 at most, and by relying on the bloodline's strength be comparable to a rank 5 radiant moon magus. However, Leylin had many cards in his hands and could still put up a fight. The opponent's inability to move even gave him an advantage. Scorpion man, this is the creature's name? Leylin asked. Yes, but I don't like this appearance and need to modify him to draw him closer towards a scorpion woman. After all, the scorpion woman's illusory ability is well known in the entire icy world. Coincidentally, this innate skill matches with my bloodline as well. It's just that this process and the reincarnation both require a lot of time. The Arctic Queen began answering Leylin like she was obliged to, as if she had suddenly become a different person. No wonder, Leylin nodded, but his pupils reflected a mocking look. With a bang, the ground shook and something that seemed like a blue root emerged. Branches and leaves merged with the blue antennae on the scorpion man's body, forming a cage which sealed Leylin in it. Snow-white fog emerged from the scorpion man's pores continuously, merging with the blue antennae and even forming a natural frosty rune on the surface. But luckily you're here. With a human morning star's flesh, by using Were's sacrificial rites to offer your point mass to the Ice Sovereign, I believe I can speed up the transformation process, even take it till completion. The Arctic Queen's voice was cold. Since you've killed Arwen, use your flesh to pay back your debt. A blood-red light blade emerged on Leylin's palms, slashing the cage suddenly and causing a piercing boom. Many snow-white runes flickered, even forming a layer of hard blue ice. It froze the blade on the cage, and many more blue arms stretched towards Leylin. A 700-degree attack is also ineffective. Leylin dodged and retreated, analyzing the runes on the cage. Mere energy loops cannot have such an effect. Could it be these runes? Frost confinement runes from the ancient icy world, with a record of imprisoning even radiant moon magi. If you won't believe that, you can try it for yourself. The Arctic Queen began laughing hysterically. Did you think that I won't have the strength to strike back because I cannot move? I've said this before, you'll definitely regret coming in. Leylin was not bothered by her piercing laughter, instead minding his own business as he came to the edge of the cage. AI. Chip. Conduct a scan. Beep. Ancient frost confinement runes discovered. Effect. Enhances the firmness of the attached item by 5 levels, and frost resistance by 7. Provides reflective abilities to ice. Estimated strength. 890-1120. The AI. Chip quickly responded. I'm afraid, with such a level, I could only escape from this place by attacking a few times with full strength, using Chemoyan Serpent transformation. Leylin sighed. Only, is there a need to? He stretched out both his hands, revealing a purple radiance. The moment this purple radiance came into contact with the cage, something bizarre happened. Black spots began spreading across the cage, unstoppable even by the ancient confinement runes. The entire cage was like an old wooden frame. It began to corrode rapidly, and thousands of holes appeared on it. Leylin only exerted a slight force with his hands, and a huge hole opened up in the cage. He then walked out. Impossible. The Arctic Queen's piercing laughter immediately stopped. Nothing's impossible. You analyzed my potion in detail, even removing the poison, but how can a potion I created be so easy to defeat? Leylin laughed as a purple rune on his fingertip flickered irregularly. As if this rune triggered some sort of chain reaction, large amounts of purple dots appeared on the scorpion man's body, even sealing off the blood on his back. Through his previous setup at the Castle of Ice and the trick he'd played on the icy creatures, Leylin had turned the tables in an instant, gaining the power to take the initiative. HMPH. Mere poison. The Arctic Queen hummed coldly. I know. A bit of poison won't affect an ancient morning star creature, unable to even last a few minutes. However, I only need a few minutes anyway. Leylin averted his gaze from the scorpion man, watching the green blood on his back. You still don't know, right? I'm actually a warlock, even a bloodline descendant of the snake dowager that caused your death. And for us warlocks, separating blood and purifying genes are the simplest things ever. Successful planning. Leylin's voice held no enthusiasm as he mercilessly released thread-like rays of crimson light that pierced into the scorpion man's back. The green blood began to squirm as if it had just seen its worst enemy. Unfortunately, it was not just the blood of the female bronze giant that was affected by the poison. Even the voice of the Arctic Queen was turning sluggish. Leylin paid no attention to the fervent pleas and offers of the Arctic Queen, instead focusing on refining the bloodline in his hands. With his manipulations, the green blood from the scorpion man's back was slowly extracted, veins showing themselves one after the other. Ah, the snake dowager again. The Arctic Queen's voice calmed. Even if I'll die right away and be damned for eternity, I won't let the snake dowager prevail. The green blood began to boil and rumble, bursting into verdant flames. The toxins were removed ahead of time. As expected, the vitality of an ancient morning star creature is more powerful than that of one from the present. The potion's been counteracted. Leylin's brows furrowed, but he did not do anything to indicate he would give up. It was way too rare to acquire the chance to refine the bloodline of an ancient creature, especially one that could comprehend laws. Such a thing was almost never seen. Obviously, Leylin didn't want to give up just like this. HS's. A large phantom snake appeared, and space immediately froze. Great power burst forth from Leylin's body, locking onto the scorpion man and the blood. Plan B then. Leylin's voice was cold, his eyes without any emotion. Great amounts of blood-colored threads dug into the scorpion man's back, forming forbidden runes after mixing with the poison. It caused the Arctic Queen's movements to grow even more sluggish. Give up. I know everything already, and have come up with a method specifically to deal with you. Leylin's voice held no sympathy, he spoke the truth. After a period of external observation, he'd run over 10,000 simulations with the AI chip, preparing many contingency plans for this trip underground. He'd predicted this situation already, and prepared specific countermeasures against it. Leylin had stored tens of spell patterns to seal ancient bloodline in the AI chip's database. The Arctic Queen could not move about freely and had not finished her resurrection. In front of Leylin, who had made meticulous preparations, her various attacks were destroyed in practically a single blow. Her cries had transformed into mournful wails. Even her sorrowful cries grew softer and softer. Her soul was being suppressed and weakened. If your main body was around, you'd definitely be able to crush me like an ant, but it's a pity that you're only a droplet of her blood. You haven't even revived yourself completely. Leylin spoke calmly, eyes flashing with a peculiar light. There was no reply as the soul force from the other side died down, and then began to weaken at a terrifying rate. Large amounts of green blood withdrew and returned to the back of the scorpion man, and the green blood vessels rejoined with the blood. Green blood mixed together, decreasing in volume yet becoming brighter and more vibrant. It emitted a dark, bronze light. What's going on? Has she really given up? Suspicion flickered in Leylin's mind. He put his guard up, but still retained the same front. With the Arctic Queen's movements, the green blood that had been spread out gathered to form a single droplet of resplendent bronze blood. The original blood of the icy world's guardian. Leylin's eyes grew dazed, his voice full of emotion. This was the blood of an existence that controlled laws, an existence with rank 7 strength at the very least. It even held the imprint of its original owner, able to revive the being from this single drop. The effects of Leylin's purification began to show themselves as the blood condensed on the scorpion man's body. Yield. Leylin took out a notebook with a slightly yellow cover. He opened it up to reveal a slight luster from the title page. At the center of the page was a round sealing spell formation. Bloodline Sealing Tome. No. The Arctic Queen's originally feeble energy undulations suddenly reverberated once more, her voice distorting, becoming androgynous as it turned hoarse. The snake dowager and her blood, the icy world shall forever be your enemy. Her voice became masculine, awakening some sort of ancient memories and sending a malicious curse Leylin's way. As the Bronze Empress, the guardian of the icy world, I offer a sacrifice, SKMGKL. Leylin did not recognize who exactly she was making a sacrifice to. You may have had the upper hand today, but you could never have thought of laws. That is a strength that surpasses your understanding. I offer up all the laws I possess. Strength of SKMGKL, descend. The dark green flames crackled as their strength grew tenfold, and even the tremendous morning star body of the scorpion man was eaten into rapidly. Large amounts of runic chains cracked, and the poison withdrew. Even Leylin's bloodline extraction spell was forcefully interrupted. This is the power of laws. Unthinkable. It's only a single drop of blood. Leylin's face grew pale, suffering the backlash from a spell being interrupted. However, he did not have the time to think further. That droplet of blood which contained laws had already been offered. After breaking the seal, it turned into a shooting star as it charged towards Leylin. The energy defenses shattered layer by layer as the blood advanced, unimpeded even by the Chemoyan scales and the scarlet earring. The blood slammed into Leylin's chest, splattering all across his body. One could hear the hissing as it corroded him away. White fumes shot up as the Chemoyan scales on Leylin's chest fell apart visibly, piece by piece. A pool of green liquid had latched onto his chest, burning into it. The Chemoyan scales softened and fell off one after another with no end in sight, revealing charred flesh and bones. Beep. Host's chest has severe burns. Immediate treatment recommended. Beep. Detected corrosion of host by unknown energy. Expulsion procedures recommended. The AI Chip reported immediately. I've burned the power of the laws in my body as well as the remains of the Scorpion Man. The result is an explosive force that can kill even radiant moons. Let us be buried together in the ice and snow, you who contain the bloodline of the Snake Dowager. The Arctic Queen's voice grew lower and lower as it eventually disappeared. The terrifying green blood had spread from his torso to his limbs, verdant blood vessels crawling over Leylin's face. It caused him to look sinister and horrifying. Beep. Warning. Warning. Life and soul force of host is being consumed at a heavy rate. Immediate action required. Time until collapse of genes. 34s, the prompt box that the AI chip ejected had a very dense blood red color in the frame, displaying the danger of the situation. If he was not careful, he could lose his life. It's finally reached this point. Though half of Leylin's body was being corroded by the green blood as he laid on the ground, there was no trace of dismay on his ice-cold face. Instead, it seemed as if a scheme of his had succeeded. With 3,410 possible scenarios as well as 982 sudden occurrences, the opponent chose the method of mutual destruction. Not like that was a surprise. Even with preparations, the corrosion from the bloodline of a creature that comprehended laws caused Leylin to cough violently, large amounts of fresh blood seeping through his fingers. HS's, behind him, the tremendous figure of a giant Chemoian serpent came into view once more. Now, however, its energy was unstable. Tinted dark green, were burning on the body of the giant serpent. It was not just the figure behind him. Leylin felt even the giant Chemoian bloodline in his body being eaten into, expelled and even destroyed. Bloodline ignition. Blood-red light surged from Leylin's eyes as the purple blood of the Chemoian serpent was enriched several-fold, which was now filled with insanity and fury. A large amount of his own blood bubbled up, purple confronting green. Leylin rolled to his side and got up. Though using bloodline ignition to fight was like fixing thirst by drinking poison, he now had control over his own body again, albeit temporarily. The AI chip has already simulated this several times, and the rate of success is as high as at 90%. Leylin clenched his fists tightly. A 90% chance is enough for me to take the risk. A resolute look appeared on Leylin's face. If I can't climb to the top in this lifetime, I would rather die and rot as sludge. Son's child imprint. He abruptly took off the white glove on his right hand, the golden red bloodline imprint emitting dazzling light. Activating plan. Thoroughfare. Support and trajectory activated. The AI chip intoned. An enormous blazing light spread in this underground world, as if a sun had risen within. Everywhere the flaming light, be it soil, rocks, or spells of ice, everything was vaporized immediately, causing the underground cave to expand rapidly. The beings still in the world of ice could see a tremendous sun rising from the castle, imparting heat and light to this underground world. The ever-unchanging ice began to melt, mountains collapsing as doomsday seemed to have arrived. Ice melted into flowing water, which quickly evaporated itself. The white vapor spread everywhere, turning into a layer of fog in the surroundings. Quickly, the original dark brown soil was revealed once more. The range of this heat continued to expand, as if ready to transform the entire world of ice. Snake Emperor Sun Scorching Nirvana. Formed from the similarly ranked bloodline of the Sun's Child, this was a rank 6 spell that Leylin had spent a lot of effort to create. It had finally displayed its terrifying prowess. The last time it was used, not only had this spell caused the fall of a radiant moon magus, but it also caused near irreparable harm to Sky City. And now, the emergence of the golden sun was about to completely melt this world of ice. Here we go. Leylin's right palm was placed on his chest, terrifying rank 6 spell undulations flowing out berserkly like a stormy tide. The rank 6 spell this time was going to be used on himself. Boiling heat caused Leylin's body to immediately turn transparent as if turning him into a human-shaped light bulb. If not for his outstanding vitality and fireplume operating at full strength, Leylin would probably have turned into ashes in that instant. Perhaps it wouldn't even be ashes, his body and soul might just have been burned to nothingness. However, with his high resistance towards fire, the fact that he had experience using this spell, and fireplume, he could somewhat control the strength of the spell. With the immense control of the AI chip, golden energy flowed past Leylin's body, tangling with the greenish bronze blood. Energy of the sun, destroy the power of laws found in the bronze bloodline, Leylin howled maliciously, his facial muscles contorting. Rumble. Boiling golden flames vaporized the green blood. In the process, threads of energy that had been purified to the extreme began to emanate from the bronze blood, flowing into Leylin's limbs and bones. The giant Chemoian serpent bloodline that had been bubbling and boiling began to absorb this energy frantically, resulting in a strange transformation. The color of the blood grew deeper, and the phantom serpent grew silent as it was surrounded by a layer of greenish-gold flames. By now, the Chemoian bloodline was rid of the contamination of the purgatory worlds and its seals were unlocked. It operated and surged madly in Leylin's body like the bluster of a gigantic dragon. Beep. Host bloodline absorbing unknown energy. Evolution has begun, the AI chip loyally intoned, at the same time displaying a progress bar that rose quickly with help of that bronze blood. It's a success. Leylin's lips twitched, though the tremendous pressure on his body made even such a small action difficult. Indeed, this has been his original plan. Leylin had no better options regarding the bloodline shackles, and had been looking for a way to bypass them. Through the database he'd acquired at Sky City as well as the AI chip's terrifying calculation and simulation abilities, he'd acquired two methods to do it. One was to try changing his bloodline, though that would cause issues with the soul. With the AI chip as it was now, though, he had some confidence in achieving this. The second method was to dig deeper into the power of his own bloodline. Bloodline shackles restricted warlocks to the upper limit of their base bloodline. Practically everyone thought this was rank 4 in the case of Chemoian warlocks, but what if he could dig into the roots of the Chemoian's genes itself, evolving the bloodline further into the realms of rank 5 and above? That way, he could advance to Radiant Moon successfully. Of course, both these methods still had the same fundamental problem. They could not break the bloodline shackles themselves. Whether it be changing bloodlines or improving his own, it would only push the bar higher. The bloodline shackles would remain, waiting to present themselves at a higher rank. However, Leylin still had the method given to him by the wisdom tree. Although it was feasible, it was not something he could accomplish with his current strength. Thus, he was confident that once he possessed more strength, he could execute his other plans. This was why his main objective in this journey to the subterranean world was to strengthen his bloodline. Leylin's soul had already fused with that of the giant Chemoian serpent, so he would not be foolish enough to try and change his bloodline. Even if he could succeed somehow, it would still cause devastating damage to his fragile soul once he did it. Thus, digging deeper into the power of his own bloodline was the only method. Through Arwen's icy breath helping him resolve the problem of his emotional instability, the purity of his bloodline had reached an unprecedented level. Now, it had a chance to advance further. And the bronze giant's bloodline, it was just the kind of powerful force that could push this sort of advancement. With the sun's flames suppressing the world of ice, he had burned away the miscellaneous soul imprints, spirit imprints, and other such things out of the bronze blood, leaving behind only the primal strength of the bloodline itself. This was what allowed him to advance the power of the giant Chemoian serpent. This was the plan Leylin had come up with. For this reason, he had deliberately provoked the Arctic Queen. For this reason, he'd forced her to offer up the laws in her body in an attempt to deal him a fatal blow. Now, with no more free will, the bronze blood could no longer stand the burning of the sun's flames. Not only did it reduce in volume, even the bronze luster on its surface gradually died down. Beep. Host body igniting ancient bloodline. Giant Chemoian serpent bloodline in process of evolution. Progress. 80%, 95%, 99%, the AI chip loyally intoned. Rumble. At this moment, the bloodline imprint on Leylin's right hand completely dissipated, and the sun's flames grew to their greatest intensity. Terrifying golden flames fused with the bronze bloodline and the two suddenly exploded, destroying each other. A bloodline energy that seemed as vast as the starry sky burst forth from that explosion. Leylin cried out as this burst of strength pushed it over the edge. The AI chip showed that the progress bar had been completely filled. Beep. Host bloodline evolution complete. Searching for information. Determined to be Chemoian Serpent Emperor. Chemoian Serpent Emperor. A rare evolved form of the giant Chemoian serpent. Possess a great strength and magical ability. Having broken through their original limits to enter a higher level, these creatures rule colonies of Chemoian serpents. Rank 5. Attributes. Darkness, Fire. Supplementary abilities. 1. Control. The Chemoian Serpent Emperor possesses sovereignty over all giant Chemoian serpents and their descendants. 2. Devouring. The Chemoian Serpent Emperor can digest all energy not supported by laws to supplement its own life force. The AI chip's voice sounded once more, but Leylin was unaware of this all. The moment his bloodline evolution had succeeded, he felt dizzy, his body practically floating. Large amounts of images streaked past his eyes. In the boundlessly vast starry skies, numerous giant Chemoian serpent figures appeared, lowering their gigantic serpent heads to him as if welcoming their ruler. At the same time, a terrifying giant serpent that was over 100,000 meters long appeared behind him. It had beautiful scales and flowing, graceful curves. On the head, a few protruding bones formed something similar to a crown. The whole serpent was filled with an elegance and grandeur typical to a ruler, the original savage and terrifying aura having dulled. However, Leylin knew that this ruler of snakes was far more terrifying than before. This graceful demeanor was a facade, concealing the bloodthirst and insanity within. With but a slight though, Leylin could sense Freya, Gilbert, Emma, and the other Chemoian warlocks through their bloodlines. This terrifying control, truly worthy of the emperor of giant Chemoian serpents. Leylin smiled as he observed his true soul. His soul had gained the most through this evolution. Crimson light expanded rapidly. His true soul was now several times larger than before, half as large as the soul of a radiant moon magus. The light within it even surpassed that within the soul of a new moon magus. The soul had begun to expand, about to transform into a full moon. With the strength of my soul, I can probably be considered a rank 5 already. As long as I go back and settle things, it won't be a problem to break through. Leylin huffed roughly, but the elation was evident in his expression. He was currently not in very good shape. Though he had prepared ample defensive measures, it was still no easy task to let his body be a battlefield between the sun's flames and the bronze blood. Leylin laughed wryly as he scanned his body. The injuries to his chest were the most serious of all. Skin, blood and flesh had melted away, revealing internal organs that were pulsing slightly. An arm had disappeared, and the rest of his body was severely damaged as well. If this were a regular magus or warlock, such grave injuries would probably have long since resulted in their deaths. However, Leylin's heart was still throbbing powerfully, displaying his tenacious life force. Beep. Damage to host body at 45%. Recommendation. Immediate cryostasis in combination with the usage of bloodline force to recuperate. The AI chip loyally reminded him. That isn't urgent. Show me information on the 5th level of Chemoian's pupil. Leylin commanded. Immediately after, he was delighted to see that after attaining the bloodline of the Chemoian Serpent Emperor, the AI chip's deduction of Chemoian's pupil had proceeded successfully. The 5th layer of the meditation technique was completed. The last piece of the puzzle is in place, Leylin muttered. Having reached Morning Star, he had been thinking about how to break through to Radiant Moon. The bloodline shackles and meditation technique were the two biggest problems, and now that he'd evolved to an Emperor bloodline and the 5th level of Chemoian's pupil had been deduced, Leylin had spent much effort on them, and now, the 5th level of Chemoian's pupil had been deduced, there were no more problems in this aspect. It could be said that all his problems had disappeared. HS's. The phantom of an enormous Chemoian serpent emperor appeared behind Leylin, wrapping him in bloodline energy. Rank 5 in the snake dowager gigantic N. Graceful, the phantom of a Chemoian serpent emperor that held an elegance befitting a ruler appeared behind Leylin's back. Large amounts of blood-colored energy shrouded him. The serpent emperor snarled as a black hole appeared in front of it, sucking in the surrounding ice, earth, rocks, the remains and even the air. Once large amounts of materials disappeared into its mouth, Leylin felt a powerful life force begin to circulate within his body. His body buzzed as first the skeleton, then his internal organs, blood, flesh, and finally the skin was regenerated. With the help of a powerful life force, the injuries on his body recovered at a frightening rate. Could this be the rumored devouring ability of the Chemoian Serpent Emperor? Leylin had a thought. Immediately after, he felt his arm go numb, and the limb that had been broken off began to regenerate. In just 10 or so seconds, the grave injury was completely recovered. This speed left even Leylin in shock. With this rate of recovery, I can recover quickly even in a battle against a radiant moon. I could even endure a morning star arcane art with just my body, immediately restoring myself afterwards. If the devouring ability is already so terrifying, what about that of control? He wondered. The information about the Chemoian Serpent Emperor had been lost in ancient times, and a large portion of the information that was gathered had been derived by the AI chip from his bloodline memories. It was rather small, but just looking at the description he could tell that his control over Chemoian warlocks was great. Great enough, in fact, that if he commanded a Morning Star Chemoian warlock to die, the other party would not be able to resist at all. HS's asterisk though he had completely recovered, the giant Chemoian serpent figure at Leylin's back was still unsatisfied. It abruptly broke through the layer of soil and soared into the air. A terrifying suction force appeared, and everything, be it living or otherwise, was dragged towards the black hole that had appeared in the serpent's mouth. The force spread out farther than even the bounds of the castle, radiating into the surroundings. Leylin could see several powerful creatures, many at the crystal phase, dragged from the sky by force as they disappeared into the black hole. Practically every being in this world of ice automatically bowed their heads in respect and fear, trembling bodies paralyzed under the suppression of the Chemoian Serpent Emperor. The accumulated life force was enormous, eventually forming a cocoon that covered Leylin. The Chemoian Serpent Emperor at Leylin's back continued to snarl unceasingly, and only after almost devouring the entirety of the central icy plains did it pull back into the cocoon of light, satisfied. Leylin was undergoing a wondrous transformation within. Powerful bloodline energy fused with boundless life force, aiding Leylin in his bid to charge into rank 5. He was becoming a rank 5 warlock, a radiant moon. There were likely no more than 20 radiant moons in the entire central continent, second only to the Breaking Dawn monarchs. It was also precisely due to the radiant moons in the union that bloodline warlocks still survived to this day. On top of that, this event was even more significant for Leylin. He had finally moved past the bloodline shackles of the giant Chemoian serpent, and now had the wherewithal to try to become a rank 5. I already reached the peak of Morning Star after fusing Fireplume into my point mass, so I already meet the requirements for the advancement. And now that the bloodline and technique that were holding me back are solved, Leylin chuckled lightly. With the cooperation of the bloodline of the rank 5 Chemoian Serpent Emperor, his advancement was smooth. The 5th level of Chemoian's pupil that the AI chip had just deduced began to operate slowly. The point mass in his sea of consciousness buzzed as it revolved quickly, growing in density as the nebula surrounding it began another round of frantic expansion. Another layer of fine black runes emerged on top of it. With the probing of the soul through the AI chip, Leylin could see the true soul located at the heart of the point mass beginning to evolve. Probing through his AI chip, Leylin saw his true soul at the heart of his point mass breaking through its limits at the peak of Morning Star, expanding to form the shape of a moon. It was glittering with a fine radiance that filled it with a sense of perfection. Soul force was constantly poured in, causing the round moon to emanate a cool luster. Once that was completed, his soul that was a size larger than that of normal radiant moon magi had on it a layer of soul force that looked like a crescent moon that emitted an intense radiance. I don't have enough soul force to fill my true soul. In fact, I don't even have enough to fill half the volume. It seems like I'm a new moon. Leylin suddenly came to an understanding of how radiant moons trained. Ranks 4 to 6 involved the training of soul force. Morning stars were still fumbling around without direction. It was when one advanced to radiant moon that they began true training. The soul, which was in the shape of a moon, showed how much soul force one had with its radiance. Rank 5 magi had to train and fill it up. The different amounts of fullness represented the different stages of new moon, half moon, and full moon magi. Beep. Host soul force has been strengthened. Chip upgrade commencing. Time to completion, 4M24s. With the advancement of his soul, the AI chip was undergoing its upgrade immediately as well, having been fused into it. Perhaps it was because it had already gained quite a bit from Sky City, the advancement this time was quite rapid. In less than 5 minutes, it had completed its upgrade and rebooted. The sounds of the AI chip rang once more. Beep. Host's Chemoian's pupil meditation technique has reached the 5th level. Advancing to rank 5 warlock. Beep. Host has advanced to become a radiant moon warlock. All statistics have been significantly strengthened. Recalculating, the familiar robotic voice seemed to be accompanied with a changed interface, the screen projected in Leylin's mind even more solid than before. Looks like the AI chip has undergone a huge transformation. Leylin touched his chin. Data collection complete. Display. The AI chip launched another prompt. Leylin nodded as he voiced his approval. The AI chip immediately projected the refreshed numbers before Leylin's eyes. Leylin Farlier, rank 5 warlock. Bloodline, Chemoian Serpent Emperor. Strength, 75, Agility, 61, Vitality, 137.5, Spiritual Force, 1326.7, Magic Power, 1326. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force, 133, New Moon, it really deserves to be called the bloodline of the Chemoian Emperor. The numbers were raised to such a huge extent. Leylin's expression was filled with glee. Not only had his spiritual force broken through 1000, his strength and agility, which had not improved in a very long while, had increased as well. His vitality had been raised by over 30 points, which was just terrifying. I never expected that the growth of Chemoian warlocks would only become more frightful with time. Leylin read through his stats and could not help but sigh. He felt the soul energy in his body that was as cool as water. It was soul force that had reached rank 5, and was of a higher quality than that at Morning Star, therefore having better effects. However, there was no elation in Leylin's expression. The issue of the bloodline shackle still has not been dealt with. I've only pushed it back by a rank, and this time there's no such thing as raising the rank of my bloodline anymore. Leylin gazed at the prompt at the bottom of the stats frame and turned grim. Host's Chemoian bloodline has reached limits of genes. Unable to advance further. The AI chip was plainly telling Leylin that after reaching the Chemoian Serpent Emperor, he had reached the limits of his bloodline. At least Chemoian serpents had no way to advance to a higher realm. An ominous feeling, like his future path had been cut off, emerged in Leylin's mind. Boom. The cocoon of light in the world of ice burst apart, revealing Leylin within. Whatever it is, I've finally attained my goal in coming to the subterranean world this time. I just didn't expect the remains of the Scorpion Man to be burned up along with my opponent. It's slightly regretful that I didn't manage to obtain the coordinates to the icy world. Leylin sighed ruefully, turning into a black figure that disappeared into the void. The long majestic river that was the astral plane flowed on, many foreign worlds like the stars in the galaxy. They were a brightly colored array, twinkling with varying lusters. In one such world, full of flames and shadows, a boundless darkness formed a dense fog that completely covered the continent. Numerous ancient, terrifying serpents grew and multiplied in this place, terrifying auras at Morning Star advancements appearing everywhere. At the heart of the continent, the holy land of all snakes, Morning Star serpents could be seen everywhere. The closer one got to the center, the more horrifying they became, as rank 5 and even ran 6 snakes flashed by on occasion. In a gigantic spatial crack, a coiled ball of snake the size of a star revealed the alluring figure of the snake dowager. The moment Leylin reached rank 5, she opened a pair of misty eyes that seemed like water. I'd never thought that today, after the end of the ancient era, an emperor would awaken among the Chemoian race. The eyes of the snake dowager seemed to penetrate across multiple worlds and the astral plane, locking onto the Magus world and a young warlock. To her, a Morning Star was just a basic soldier. Rank 5s and 6s were worthy of attention, and such a thing as the Chemoian Serpent Emperor that could control the giant Chemoian serpents was even more worthy of interest. The power of destiny is guiding you here. The life and death of multiple worlds flashed across her beautiful eyes. 2 Mandara flowers, one bright and one dark, bloomed in them before dissipating. Destiny, seen through the eyes of the snake dowager. Tracking in the statue, the beautiful eyes of the snake dowager seemed to see into fragments of the future, penetrating the long river of destiny. After her prophecy, the snake dowager coiled back into the ball, seeming to sink back into a deep slumber. What's going on? I feel like somebody's watching me and I have an ominous feeling. The very instant the snake dowager's sight set into the Magus world, Leylin, who was in the midst of flying, felt his hair stand on end. An odd mixture of terror and reverence appeared in his mind. The snake dowager, Leylin felt a bitterness in his mouth. Never had he expected that once he had advanced into a rank 5 warlock, he would arouse her interest. But this is the Magus world. It isn't that easy for her to come over. Whether this sort of attention was good or bad, Leylin had no wish to form any sort of relationship with an existence at such a level. He'd always liked to operate after careful planning, and even if it was the snake dowager, he hoped to seek her out only after making his own preparations. That was better than being passive. And letting her find him. A radiant moon strength shouldn't be enough to arouse the interest of the snake dowager, unless, Leylin touched his chin, light flickering in his eyes. Could it be that my Chemoian Serpent Emperor bloodline is making her feel threatened? Leylin couldn't help but turn his attention back to the summary the AI chip had given him about his bloodline, specifically the row that detailed his control ability. Chemoian Serpent Emperors have a total dominance over giant Chemoian serpents and all their descendants. Could this result in some overlap and conflict with the snake dowager's own rule? Leylin suddenly had the urge to try it out. If he and the Snake Dowager were to give a Chemoyan warlock an order at the same time, what would they do? However, such an insane idea was quickly suppressed. With his current strength, challenging the Snake Dowager's authority is equivalent to death. The ability of the Chemoyan Serpent Emperor to rule over others was, in fact, a breakthrough for him to resist the Snake Dowager's control over himself. It was like a seedling that needed to be watered regularly until it bloomed and bore fruit. Before all this, he needed to keep a low profile, silently amassing strength and prepare to soar, waiting till he completely broke through the bloodline shackles and also broke free from the control of the Snake Dowager. I've found it. This is at Mount Asura. A few figures robed in black appeared over a volcano. Large amounts of lava spurted into the sky, but it bypassed their bodies without even so much as a ripple. Time recall. One of the black-robed figures looked solemn as he used a spell, dazzling light being generated at his fingertips. The translucent face of a mirror suddenly appeared before him, revealing a blurred scenery. After summoning this mirror, the black-robed figure seemed fatigued as he spoke to another magus behind him. Carol, it's up to you now, you're the most adept in this aspect, alright. While the magus behind him was wearing a black robe, her physique was evidently smaller than the others, and her voice was gentle and agreeable. Aura extraction. She stood before the screen, right arm as smooth and bright as jade as it went through the surface, grabbing hold of a black gas. Woo woo. After this stream of gas appeared, the magic equipment on the bodies of these people displayed a dazzling luster and made noises. The nose of the hound has reacted. Looks like he was here before, and not too long ago either. The leading magus spoke with conviction. A magus began to gnash his teeth. And here we were thinking he'd return to the south coast. Who'd have thought he'd escape into the underground like a mouse? Leylin's concealing techniques were far too complicated, and even magi who excelled in prophecies could do nothing against him. Things were even more complicated for these magi. However, the powerful organization backing them had gathered a lot of information, and through the method of elimination, they'd found a trace of Leylin's whereabouts. The magus who had spoken before evidently was very hostile towards Leylin, emanating a dangerous air. Warlocks have enhanced bodies, and their skin is the best raw material for art pieces. This Leylin skin will be a perfect addition to my study room. The female magus from before shrieked, Eugene, if you don't change that disgusting hobby, I'll break off all relations with you. Enough. Though the target is merely a morning star, it's publicly acknowledged that he possesses battle strength at the Radiant Moon realm. Don't underestimate him, the leader said, putting a stop to their conversation. Be more careful. He's taken a Radiant Moon down before. If you don't want your true soul to be thrown back into the astral plane, buck up and don't look down on your opponent. HMPH. I alone can take care of 2 Radiant Moons like Stuart. Eugene huffed disdainfully, but did not continue speaking after that. After all, he believed that he could defeat Stuart, but he had no methods that could cause the other party's death. Not even a peak Radiant Moon or Breaking Dawn Monarch dared guarantee that they could eliminate a Radiant Moon magus without letting their opponent escape. Leylin, who possessed the power to kill a Radiant Moon magus, was very outstanding. Though he made use of a bloodline imprint to kill Stuart, even I have to admit that he's a genius to be able to push the giant Chemoyan bloodline to the peak of Morning Star until it is comparable to Radiant Moons. He's a real genius. Even in ancient times, he would be one of the most dazzling stars. Carol's voice held a sigh within. A genius amongst warlocks. The leader spoke coldly, causing Carol to fall silent. The more geniuses the enemy has, the weaker we are. Leylin must be erased. His voice was icy cold, and Eugene and Carol nodded solemnly. Boss, I just don't understand. Even if Leylin's amazing now, he has the giant Chemoyan serpent bloodline. Chemoyan's pupil only has up to 4 levels, and the Morning Star realm is his limit. Why are we hunting him down so fervently? Even while we were chasing Golden Lion Wade when he was a Morning Star, we didn't operate on such a large scale. Carol's face was full of doubt, and Eugene's ears perked up. That's because you don't understand the terror that is the giant Chemoyan serpent, the leading magus answered coldly, but did not continue, leaving Carol and Eugene bewildered. I don't care what you think, but whatever it is, killing Leylin Farlier is the most important task sent down by our organization. It must be completed, even at the cost of our lives. The leader's expression was solemn. Carol and Eugene nodded coldly. Amongst magi, this was truly a rare sight. To be able to bind the ever-rational magi to this extent meant the organization backing them was exceptionally powerful. In addition, Leylin as he is right now is very difficult to deal with, especially with people from the Warlock Union meddling. They're rather protective of this younger generation. In spite of the warning, Eugene was full of confidence. Don't worry, boss. If the real bodies of those warlocks dare emerge from the Morning Star area, our monarch wouldn't let them off so easily. Based on the intel, the target had been a ruler of Twilight Zone for a period of time and must be extremely familiar with the situation there. We need to act very cautiously when we go down there. The leading magus continued to express his caution before 3 flickering rays of light pierced into the lava like sharp blades, following the lava pathway and sinking downwards. If even Morning Star Magi could pass through the barrier, there was no issue at all for Radiant Moons. In Twilight Zone, the headquarters of Nature's Alliance Academy. The academy had now regained its previous vibrance. Ever since Leylin's return, the humans of Twilight Zone broke away from the darkness of war, and even gained a glorious victory. All this would have been unimaginable in the past, but had been easily attained with Leylin's arrival. Leylin's gigantic black stone statue was still at the center of the bustling square in all its glory, but now there was another in the corner. This statue had a distorted human face, nose and eyes squeezed together due to extreme shock and terror. It seemed rather comical. Coupled with the assumed motion of the body, it looked like a clown, creating a stark contrast with Leylin's statue in the middle. Whenever a few of the official magi in the academy passed by the statue, their eyes filled with a trace of panic that did not dissipate for a long while. This clownish stone statue was naturally that banker from before. Though he was a rank 3 magus who was once regarded as the strongest human, he'd been killed by Leylin without any chance to retaliate. Even his body had become a stone figure, exhibited here for eternity to be sneered at by later generations. This method immediately resulted in incessant terror in the Magi's hearts. There were also some who were filled with reverence towards Leylin. What is it? Is there anything else? In the luxurious villa, Leylin reclined on the sofa, watching the magus that seemed to be short of time. It was obvious that this young man was extremely nervous. His eyes showed his admiration and apprehension at meeting his idol face to face. Lord Protector. Will's face was filled with emotion and uneasiness. If you knew my mother, would you know about my father? Jenny never told you. Leylin watched Will with interest. It had to be said that he was still somewhat similar to his father. No. Every time she talked about it, she got so sorrowful. Will hanged his head low. There are some things we don't know, and things we can't tell you even if we knew. Leylin laughed as he stroked Will's head. The only thing I can tell you is that I'd chosen to bring you into Nature's Alliance Academy. Of curses and dreams. Will walked out dejectedly. He had gained no further insight than Leylin's encouragement. Other than that, he felt that this father whom he had never seen before was shrouded in a layer of dense fog. What's wrong with Will? Celine had instantly noticed this anomaly as she walked into Leylin's villa carrying a silver plate. Freshly grounded coffee, personally made by me. On the silver plate, white mist floated above the beige can and mug. Nothing much. Just a youth's confusion. Leylin smiled, held up a cup of coffee and said, the taste is still as good as before. How long are you going to be staying this time? Celine bit her lips, watching Leylin with an evasive gaze. Compared to the previous time they met, Leylin now seemed like an ordinary man. There were no powerful energy waves being transmitted from his body anymore. And yet, she knew that this was only a sign of Leylin becoming more powerful. It seemed like he had gained many things during his journey to the icy cave. However, even if she'd known beforehand, Celine could only smile bitterly. One could only gain as much as their strength allowed them. Even if she knew about the existence of the world of ice before Leylin, any one of the giant icy creatures in there could kill her without even leaving her corpse behind. And now, Celine keenly sensed that Leylin had already gained what he wanted, which was why Twilight Zone no longer attracted him. This discovery immediately made her uneasy. It may be quite some time, but it won't be longer than a year. Leylin took a sip of the rich and mellow coffee. However, the words he said caused Celine's face to turn pale. For a magus, a year's time was too short. Regardless of what was being done, it was not nearly enough. Even an experiment required a lot more time than this. Seeing Celine's unwilling expression, Leylin secretly sighed, but he did not say anything else. The entire Twilight Zone was just too barren. This place where even a rank 3 magus could act like a tyrant and become a ruler was honestly too small. Only the larger central continent and the astral plane where there were endless profound mysteries were worthy of Leylin's residence, allowing him to travel as much as he wanted in the future. In that case, can you let me follow you to the central continent? Celine clenched her teeth. Of course you can, but I have to tell you a few things first. Leylin looked at Celine with a profound expression in his pupils. In the central continent, rank 2 magi are merely like ants, their sheer number inconceivable. With your current strength, you will only be in the lowest rung of society there. Also, I already have a wife. Are you going to be willing to give up everything in Twilight Zone and leave with me? After hearing Leylin speak honestly about him already having a wife, Celine stumbled a few steps back, obviously not expecting it. And upon hearing that she had to give up the entirety of Twilight Zone, her expression darkened even further. After a long silence, she finally made a decision. Smiling bitterly, she said, "All right. I cannot give up on Mentor's wish, nor on Twilight Zone. This is my home." Leylin smiled. "Perhaps I can make it up to you in other aspects. For example, didn't you want my bloodline very badly before?" This was a decision Leylin had made after long and careful deliberation. His current Chemoian's bloodline had already evolved to an extreme point, even reaching its genetic limits. There was no more room for improvement. Hence, the time was finally right to grow his family. A rank 5 warlock's bloodline would be sufficient to form a terrifying power in a short period of time. With the restriction of the bloodline and his own ability as emperor to control all giant Chemoian serpents, these bloodline descendants would become his most capable assistants in the future. Since he was prepared to grow the Farlier family after his return, there was no harm in leaving another child behind in Twilight Zone. Really? Celine's eyes sparkled, and her face even flushed red with excitement. The terrifying innate abilities Leylin had displayed was proof enough that his descendants definitely wouldn't turn out too bad. They might even inherit some powerful abilities from him. Such a bloodline was one that many female magi sought, but few could obtain. One Morning Star's family always had a great chance of producing another among their ranks, much greater than that of other Magus clans. Perhaps one of her own descendants would be a strong Morning Star as well. As she thought along this line, Celine's breathing could not help but gradually get heavier. Seeing Celine in such a state, Leylin could not help but burst out laughing. Although this woman had changed slightly, she was still that same old Celine in essence. However, he did not hold much hope for her at all. Even if she was willing to give up everything in Twilight Zone and return to the central continent with him, she would at most be another good friend for Freya. Furthermore, letting his bloodline grow in multiple places was also safer overall. Leylin stroked his chin. His decision to grow his bloodline in many different places was certainly not about something as simple as expanding his influence. Through his endless study on bloodline mutations and gene changing, he'd come to know that, with enough descendants, there was a chance that a genetic mutation would occur, allowing the individual's strength to rise further than normal. Although such odds were small enough to be disregarded, there was always hope. In fact, many Chemoian warlocks and other bloodline warlocks practiced this method. Whenever descendants of exceptionally rich bloodlines appeared, they would perceive it as fate's blessing. I have to go back once my Chemoian Serpent Emperor bloodline has fully matured and I develop my radiant moon strength. Leylin's pupils dimmed, the boiling lava boomed endlessly. Many fiery dragons splashed about, and rocks shattered to expose a passageway that led upwards. A few black figures rushed out of the place directly. Damned Leylin and damned Twilight Zone. Chief, don't you know that concentrated fire elemental particles are a great enemy for a female magus skin? My maintenance charges for this mission are going to increase. Carol pouted coquettishly, taking out a mirror and looking her skin over carefully. However, the leader and the magus called Eugene evidently did not care much. As long as this mission can be completed, no one would care even if you rested for 100 years, the leader snorted coldly. He ignored his subordinates' complaints, much more interested in this territory. Tisk. This underground, the elemental particles are already so barren, it's simply a desert for magi. On the other hand, Eugene also sighed while clicking his tongue, showing his disdain towards the barrenness of the Twilight Zone. Compared to the central continent, this place is indeed a desert. However, the darkness and earth elemental particle concentration is still passable, even if barely. Use spells of these two elements as much as possible to conserve your soul force. The chief's head tilted to one side, looking at Carol. Carol, found the opponent yet? Let me see. Carol took out a transparent crystal ball. In the core of this ball was a black wisp of air that swayed back and forth. This was Leylin's aura, collected from Mount Asura. Although Leylin had covered his traces very carefully, as long as such magi had the correct location and suitable spells, finding his tracks was only a matter of time. A black stream of air emerged on Carol's face. After pondering for a moment with her eyes closed, she pointed towards the north and spoke confidently. He's in that direction, I'm sure of it. Good. Now that we've discovered the opponent's position, won't 3 radiant moons like us be able to deal with a simple morning star? Eugene licked his lips. That rascal made me run about outside for such a long time. I want him. This leader nodded. We can. But the target is still as strong as a radiant moon himself, do not underestimate him. However, I have information that the target still has a weakness. Even if he has fighting strength at the radiant moon realm and powerful bloodline imprints, he is still a morning star at his core. The strength of his true soul is limited to the peak of morning star. If we cast curses or attack the soul, it'll be very safe. Carol nodded. Just nice, there's been some progress in my research on soul curses recently, just leave it to me. The 2 of us will assist. The leader looked at Eugene, and the latter agreed with a little reluctance, all right. You're the leader. Whatever you say goes. Evidently, he was a little depressed because he was unable to draw blood directly. Leylin, hurry to school, you're going to be late. A foreign yet familiar voice echoed in his ears, making Leylin a little confused. Where is this? AI. Chip. Around him was a road, cherry blossom trees in full bloom on both sides. Blossoms drifted down to the street one after the other. The ground was very clean, without any sorts of paper scraps. Leylin looked at his own hands, his skin that was milky white without much musculature was full of youth. There was no response from the AI. Chip, causing Leylin to fall into a deep silence. At this moment, a large chunk of memory entered his brain. I'm Leylin, Innocent Saints High School, Year 3 student. I also have an elder sister and a younger sister in my family. I'm supposed to go to the campus festival. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something important, and what is an AI? Chip, why did I remember it subconsciously? Looking at the checkered shirt on his body and the student name tag on his chest, Leylin became quiet in an instant. Hey Leylin, what's wrong with you? A blonde-haired student walked over, pulling Leylin's arm along with him. Surway, Leylin called out the students once he opened his mouth, which made him fall into greater confusion. I need to calm down, why do I know his name? Where exactly is this? What are you waiting for? We won't make it in time. Surway stopped a taxi, shoving Leylin into it before following closely behind. Driver, Innocent Saints High School. Have you lost your mind? The famous singer, Carol has a concert at the campus festival today. Carol. Leylin leaned back against the couch while feeling the familiar rumble of the engine, his mind fuzzy. Seems to be a very famous singer, said to be the idol of teenagers in the Furs Federation, also seems to be slightly related to me, but I don't remember anymore. Memories related to the other person immediately emerged in Leylin's brain, only, why do I keep feeling that something's wrong? This shouldn't be my life. My life. Leylin stretched out his right hand and a word suddenly emerged in his brain, fire. This was pronounced in the ancient Byron language, but tens of seconds passed and nothing happened. What's wrong with you Leylin? Devising new words. Why haven't I heard this before? Is this German or Spanish? Surway asked thoughtlessly as he looked at the scenery outside the window from time to time. Neither. I may have pronounced it wrongly. Leylin's face was slightly flushed, but his heart was stirring. What happened just now? Why did I have a premonition that something interesting would happen after reading that phone? No. Why do I remember this syllable? Skrrrrrr. Following the sound of sudden brakes, the taxi stopped in front of a beautiful institution. A large coniferous tree and a holly tree stood on both sides of a white marble statue. In front of the entrance was a banner Innocent Saints 57th Campus Festival. Below the banner, there was a row of tiny words written in black ink using felt-tip pens and spray paint welcoming the beautiful Miss Carol's arrival. We will support you forever. A smiley face was even drawn after it, and Leylin felt like laughing upon seeing it. This lad is a student of Innocent Saints High School. Work hard. The taxi driver waved his hand and disappeared into the road. Leylin secretly rolled his eyes at the hand that was stretched out of the car's window. After walking into the school, Leylin could see the bustle of a large crowd. Many teenage boys in shirts and teenage girls in dresses hovered around a colorful tent that was set up temporarily. From time to time, playful giggles also echoed from within. Colorful confetti fluttered gently while a sweet, symphonic music permeated the place. Brother. Why aren't you moving? You were the last one we were missing. A small girl came over and pulled Leylin by the hands, giving him a feeling of warmth. Leylin fell into a trance for a moment as chunks of memories emerged one after the other in his mind. This young lady was his younger sister Gale, currently in year 1. And yet, this familiar face seemed foreign as well, causing him to be somewhat dazed. Aren't I here now? He said in reply. Let's go. Let's go. Surway and Gale, one behind the other, brought Leylin to the side of a large open stage. Hurry and start work, oh debugging master. Surway pushed Leylin to a mechanical platform that was filled with joysticks and buttons, taking out a huge heart-shaped bouquet of roses from his back as if he was performing magic. He shifted his attention towards a tall girl in the dance team, a sight that caused Leylin to roll his eyes. What's the matter? Is there a problem? No. Miss Carroll will be here soon. Gale was looking at Leylin, who stood looking silly in front of the debugging platform. Thinking that the machine malfunctioned or something, she couldn't help but pace back and forth as a layer of tears appeared in her eyes. Seeing Gale like that, Leylin secretly heaved a sigh of relief and came before the debugging platform. Oh, it's fine, I was just thinking about something and my mind kind of wandered off. The moment he came in front of the platform, his hands moved to its surface, beginning to work subconsciously. Numerous lights lit up, and the curtains on the stage were slowly drawn back. Okay. The joysticks and sliding platforms are all normal, just do it according to the previous procedure and it'll be fine. Leylin rubbed his forehead, feeling that things had grown more unexpected. The knowledge of the debugging machine seemed to have been shoved into his brain all of a sudden, and although he felt extremely familiar with it, fear began to rise in his heart. Yay! My brother is the best, you're awesome. Gale jumped in glee. Seeing her like that, along with the gentle and kind memory of his elder sister, Leylin suddenly felt that such a life didn't seem all that bad. This thought seemed to have only come up for a moment, but it made his heart stir as if he discovered something incredible. Fragments of memories poured into his mind, as if he was watching some sort of movie. He'd seen an ignorant and underdeveloped world that was filled with a mysterious force called magic. He seemed to have been exploring that place. Is this what I dreamt of last night? Maybe I can use it as an idea for a novel or something. Leylin stroked his chin, but he still had the nagging feeling that things weren't so simple. While Leylin had sunk into deep thought, a loud, deafening clamor sounded out. Many people rushed out to gather at the front of the stage in a flood, breaking his train of thought. Look, Sister Carol is here. Gale shouted in excitement as well, squeezing forward on tiptoes. Isn't she just a celebrity? Just you wait, I'll get a few autographed photos and postcards for you later. Leylin snorted. Of course you can take as many photos of her as you want, but the current scenario is different. I'm so excited. Gale squeezed forward even more, but Leylin grew confused. Wait, what do you mean I can take as many as I want? Am I very close to her? But Gale had already disappeared into the crowd, making Leylin lose someone to question. Carol slowly walked to the center of the stage, accompanied by the hysterical shouts of the crowd. The many spotlights emitted a dazzling brilliance even in the day as colorful mist spread out and surrounded her. Carol, 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 we love you. Numerous teenagers screamed at the top of their lungs, almost to the point that Leylin could not help but cover his ears, feeling as if his eardrums had been destroyed. At the same time, his gaze shifted, attracted to the girl at the center of the stage. Carol wore a magnificent costume that wasn't the dazzling kind, with 2 plates hanging down gently from her hide. Her face was so exquisite she looked like a doll. Thank you. I love you all too. Carol looked at the fans below and smiled sweetly, causing many fanatical fans to cover her in another round of adulation. Her voice was very airy, melding well with her personality to form a unique aura. Even a few words from her generated an extraordinary attraction. Next, let's invite Miss Carol to perform her famous song First Flight. Because of Carol's presence, the 2 MCs were almost forgotten. Patiently waiting for their chance, they immediately announced the song. Okay, start the background music. Leylin wore his headphones, but Carol, who was on the stage, made a signal to stop. Wait, I have another piece of news here for everyone. Carol smiled, carrying a rare hint of excitement in her voice. My trip to Innocent Saints campus this time was on my boyfriend's invitation. Yes, I'm in love. The place instantly fell into a deathly silence. Carol, who was famous across the entirety of the Furs Federation and had always been lovely idol, was actually in love, and with a high school student. This storm immediately petrified the surrounding audience. Soon after, a howl echoed, livening the atmosphere at the scene. What? No. Carol, you're my goddess, how can you? Oh. No. How is that possible? Many teenage boys clenched their chests in pain and collapsed. Leylin even felt like he could hear the sound of their glass hearts shattering. But even more of the audience waved the fresh flowers, light sticks and other items in their hands and said, Carol, we support you. Thank you. Carol bowed at the audience below with reddened eyes. I'd like to invite my boyfriend up to sing Flight with me. To commemorate this day, upon hearing this, many of the students looked at one another, as if they were trying to identify Carol's boyfriend. Wahaha! This Carol's boyfriend is going to get unlucky. Leylin thought gloatingly. Then, aren't you going to hurry up there? Who knew since when? Surway and Gale had appeared beside Leylin again, pulling him onto the stage. Brother, Sister Carol has already mustered her courage like that, what are you still waiting for? Gale tugged on Leylin's sleeve, laughing like a small fox that had successfully stolen a chicken. What? It's me. Leylin pointed at his own nose. Carol's boyfriend is me. Suddenly, another memory appeared again. Leylin, remember our promise. Wearing a pretty ribbon on her head, Carol pulled Leylin's hand. Only at this moment did Leylin recall. It seemed, as if, should be, roughly, Carol had actually been his neighbor for 3 years, and it was at that time that the two had embarked on a romantic relationship. After being dragged onto the stage with Carol pulling his hand, facing the multiple spotlights and the fervent gazes of many geeks, Leylin's face was still a little stiff. Are you serious? This scenario just isn't right. Leylin felt slightly dizzy. At this moment, the gentle background music started playing, and an angelic voice echoed from beside him. Leylin looked slightly dazed as he watched this beautiful fairy-like girl beside him. Her voice was airy like no other, as clear as spring water. It seemed like even her spirit could cleanse him. It was extremely refreshing. This was especially true of her eyes. Those eyes were full of emotion as she sang, making it extremely difficult for him to part with her. An affluent life, and the admiration of a celebrity, all this is so wonderful, what am I still waiting for? Leylin could not help but question himself. But at the same time, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, a feeling that he would regret the wrong decision here for the rest of his life. That's right. My dreams, my goals, my original pursuits, what exactly are they? Leylin asked himself repeatedly. Fleeing and awakening, my goal. Leylin stood on the stage. Although he was the focus of attention of thousands of people, his mind still wandered off. Is it to live my life ordinarily and peacefully? Yes. With time, money, and a wife who loves you, what's there to hesitate? But why do I still feel a little indignant deep in my heart? Leylin touched his chest. If everyone is like that, then fine. But if there is a path leading to eternal life, and I don't try and pursue it, how could I face myself? Eternity. Yes, pursuing the ultimate of everything and obtaining eternal life, that is my pursuit. Leylin's pupils instantly grew resolute. Grabbing Carol's hand, he gently said, Sister Carol, sorry. Right at this moment, an intense rumbling explosion echoed, engulfing the place in crimson flames. The crowd screamed and dispersed as a black, armored car barged recklessly into the campus, stopping at the side of the stage. Numerous figures in steel armor jumped out in an orderly manner. Clearly, they were well trained. External armor, and nuclear-powered laser guns. As Leylin looked at the metal skeleton in their appearances and the oddly shaped gun barrels, he could not help but show a shocked expression, his pupils narrowing rapidly. Seize her. These armored men did not even notice the other students running about, as if all of them were ants in their eyes. They lunged towards the center of the stage directly with cold expressions in their eyes. This was the disregard one developed for life through years of bloody warfare. Carol. Their target is Carol. Leylin was surprised. Brother Leylin. The girl shrieked, holding Leylin's hand. Given that she was a celebrity, she naturally had a few bodyguards by her side, but they'd been burnt to ashes by the lasers before they could even pull out their weapons, becoming what seemed like piles of charcoal. In an instant, the screams of the crowd grew more intense. Those armed soldiers looked like steel mountains. All obstructions they encountered on their way, be it furniture or even human life, were ruthlessly destroyed. These people, they're definitely not normal soldiers or mercenaries. Leylin's pupils narrowed and every muscle on his body stiffened. And yet, the moment he looked at the pathetic Carol beside him, her face full of panic as she nearly fell limp to the floor, he suddenly started running. Go! He shrieked, pulling her along. Using the obstruction from the crowd, he successfully brought her off stage and headed in the direction of a teaching block. Seize her, we don't need that boy alive. A person who seemed like the leader of the soldiers commanded. Immediately, Leylin saw many laser guns aimed at him. Get down. He suddenly pressed Carol's head down, pinning her to the ground. A dazzling radiance shot out as laser blasts sounded everywhere. When they stopped, the stage behind him had already become flat ground. A broken, burnt arm fell in front of him. Leylin. Carol's eyes turned white, her fingernails tearing into Leylin's hand and causing it to bleed. I know. Go quickly. For some unknown reason, Leylin felt very used to such bloody scenes and did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. He was still able to think calmly in this situation. The opponent's target is Carol. At a crucial time, if I abandon her it'll give me the chance to survive. He then glanced at Carol. Still, we're neighbors and lovers after all. I'll escape with her for a while, but if we're unable to pull away from the enemy even with our best efforts, I can only give up. Although a bad thought stirred in his heart, a determined look emerged in Leylin's face as he grabbed Carol and ran. At a corner, he glanced at the entrance where many students had gathered in a crowd, no longer daring to look at the figures in black. It was like they were some sort of monsters. He caught a glimpse of Surway's eye-catching blonde hair and the small girl beside him. Surway and Gale are both there. I can't draw fire to the place. Immediately giving up on the entrance where the students were, he brought Carol along as he ran into another crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Large amounts of flesh flew into the sky. With Leylin and Carol drawing the enemy's firepower to this place, these people were instantly met with annihilation. With the bombardment of laser guns, these students grew more panicked in their frantic running. Under the bombardment of the laser guns, these students ran around in an even more panicky way, making it difficult for the enemy to recognize people. And with this as a cover, Leylin successfully brought Carol and escaped to the teaching block. Stay here. Don't run. Leylin shoved Carol into the changing room's cabinet as he chose another ventilation duct for himself and crawled in. There's another way out here. I should be able to escape through this duct if Carol gets caught. Leylin's eyes glowed from their depths. His relationship with Carol only consisted of fragmented memories. Although both Surway and Gale said that Carol was his girlfriend, Leylin still felt a strong sense of disconnect. The weight of these feelings in his heart had dissipated completely during their escape. Or, put in other words, this relationship was only worth so much to him. After this, she would have to rely on her own luck. If she faced the fate of being captured, Leylin would not rescue her, as in doubt as he was right now. Furthermore, the enemy evidently wanted to capture Carol alive and did not care about others' lives. Leylin would certainly not risk so much for her. Carol would still have a chance of survival after falling into the enemy's hands, but for him, it would be game over. Thus, he naturally knew his choice. Close this place off. I saw them escaping into the building and they never came out. A large boom echoed, accompanied by footsteps. They were heavy footsteps, every thud beating right into his heart like the steps of death itself. Search every room. Don't miss even a single corner, the enemy's cold voice echoed over again. Now, Leylin could only smile bitterly and pray. How could he and a small girl outrun such elites? It was only because of the cannon fodder that he'd managed to get here successfully. If he'd left the shelter of the building, he would be a sitting duck. Moreover, this was a school. With something like this happening, as long as they waited for a period of time there would definitely be some sort of response from the authorities. As the seconds ticked by, the rummaging sounds coming from the surroundings echoed out without end, drawing closer and closer to the changing room. It made Leylin feel a little suffocated. Damn it. The government is useless in this area, I'll never vote for them again. Leylin scolded hatefully. Right at this moment, the changing room's door was pushed open violently and numerous footsteps invaded the place violently. The rummaging sounds continued for a moment, followed by a girl's alarmed cry. Leylin's heart stopped, knowing that Carol had already been captured by the enemy. His body slowly moved backwards, already prepared to retreat at any time. And the other student, where has he gone to? A buff man asked. I'm not saying. Carol's stubborn yet airy voice echoed, but it made Leylin roll his eyes instead. Two crisp slaps sounded in reply to it. Not saying instead of not knowing, which means he's nearby. But we don't have any more time. Let's go. That hefty man waved his hand, taking Carol out with him. Through the blinds, Leylin saw a member of the troop throw a round metal object on the ground as they left, the thing shining with light. Leylin cursed. Damn it! A high-explosive magnetic grenade. His entire body suddenly moved backwards as he began crawling desperately. A blue glow suddenly swept across behind him, followed by many blazing flames. The sound wave caused even Leylin's ears and nose to bleed. A blind was kicked open with a bang, and Leylin suddenly fell down along with large amounts of dust and rubbish. Finally out, Leylin heaved deep breaths and patted his chest. However, when he looked at the surrounding scene, his expression changed. Dozens of soldiers in steel armored were walking over with a girl in tow, their faces growing dazed for a moment when they saw Leylin. Brother Leylin, I knew that you'd be back to rescue me. Carol, who was being escorted by them, began cheering instead. Leylin rolled his eyes speechlessly. It was like the saying went, man proposes, but God disposes. We meet again, you rascal. What a lucky life you have. A man wearing a steel skeletal mask came out, eyes shining with a vicious red radiance. Kill him. The opponent looked at Leylin as if he was looking at a piece of garbage. The dazed Carol then realized something and immediately began begging, no. Let Brother Leylin go. I'll go with you. However, she seemed unable to change these men's attitudes even slightly, and a dazzling white light shot out from a cannon. Leylin's vision went black. Suddenly, time seemed to stop at the moment, and a voice echoed out of nowhere, between Carol and yourself, who do you choose? Confusion emerged in Leylin's eyes. Of course I choose. Leylin glanced at Carol, whose face was frozen in a panicked expression. Neither, you idiot. A hint of calmness appeared in Leylin's eyes once more. I finally regained a portion of my memories, trying to trick me into signing a contract. The stagnated time shattered apart with a crash, as numerous lasers shot to him once more. Fire. Once again, Leylin read out a word from the ancient Byron language. Only this time, the moment the rune syllable was heard, space itself seemed to be mobilized. A large amount of an unknown energy gathered together, combining to result in an amazing transformation. Trial and Destruction. Magus created spells by using his spiritual force to draw the energy particles in the air. The current Leylin could cause a mysterious change with just a spoken rune syllable and the injection of spiritual force. A ball of flames formed in front of Leylin and a huge wall of fire spread out, blocking the white light. The figures that were armored in black could only see a huge amount of flames appearing out of thin air to collide with the laser. The teen himself was still safe and sound. Plop. An armored man loosened his grip and dropped his laser gun. A peculiar scene such as this was still a first for them despite their years of war experience and the gory training they'd undergone. Mutants. The leader cried. Mutants. Is this what your world calls people with mysterious powers? Leylin laughed and placed his hands behind his back, sizing up his surroundings with a sense of nostalgia. Is this a dream, or a world generated from my memories? Though there are many similarities to my previous world, there are still quite a few differences. Our target is her, you can leave. The leader said in a low voice. Being one of the few higher-ups that knew of the existence of mutants, how could he not be afraid of Leylin's abilities? Scram. But Leylin only looked at them apathetically as if he was looking at prey. You, the leader's face flushed with anger. He pulled out a glimmering ring from his waist. Magnetic Hybrid Storm Number 2. This is specially created to counter weapons created by mutants. If you are to leave now, we will treat it as nothing happened. Interesting. The ring disappeared from the leader's hand in an instant and showed up in Leylin's. Spatial power, or high-speed movement. Cold sweat gathered on the leader's forehead. How ignorant and stupid. Leylin looked at them sympathetically and color drained from the leader's face. This was a mutant who allowed him no chance of resistance and who could snatch the weapon from his hand in seconds. Leylin was definitely someone beyond what he could handle, and it was highly possible for his whole team would die here. We have to leave quickly. The leader shouted as a mini laser gun appeared in his hand. He aimed several fatal beams at Leylin. Phew. All the laser rays were blocked by a golden curtain before flames burst forth. The massive flames illuminated the surroundings with a fiery red glow, the last sight this leader would see before he left the world. Carol stood rooted to the ground, suddenly realizing that the Leylin in front of her was very much different from the Leylin she knew. He seemed a lot more confident and exuded a monstrous aura. Although she thought of things such as power and aura as a joke, she learned then that there was true power in this world. Just a mere flash of red light could turn those threatening enemies into ashes. If someone with such power wasn't greater than the rest, who was? You are Carol, right? In front of her stood the person she was familiar with speaking with a voice she was familiar with, but she couldn't help but move back. Who are you? Don't come near me. Where is Leylin? Tears gathered in the girl's eyes. She wanted to leave this person, but an invisible force brought her in front of him. Are you the focal point in this world? Leylin smiled gently at her and began to say things that made her mind spin. Through the allure of choices presented to me and tricking me into making decisions through emotions, my true soul will forever be confined in this makeshift world. Carol knew the meaning of each individual word Leylin was saying but was confused at their intended meaning. Seems like someone's been targeting me. Leylin touched his chin. AI. Chip. How do I get out? Beep. Host body affected by unknown radiation, true soul at a loss. Beep. Fog appeared in host sea of consciousness, affecting cognitive abilities. Beginning projection of guiding coordinates, the AI. Chip's reply came instantly this time, accompanied with numerous status updates. The AI. Chip was fused with Leylin's very soul. No matter where he went, his true soul's survival meant the AI. Chip's survival. Enemies stood a chance of intercepting this connection for a short while, but they couldn't break it. The AI. Chip was continuously trying to awaken Leylin's true soul. This was also why he was so quick to see through the hazy world so quickly. AI. Chip. Begin scan. The target is this entire world. Leylin commanded. Beep. Mission established. Scan beginning. With the update after his advancement to Radiant Moon, the changes were not merely cosmetic. The chip's various functions had been updated as well. Scanning 3D structure. Instability detected. Absence of plane curves. Concluded as unstable world. Curse detected. Concluded as dream curse. The AI. Chip responded quickly. As expected, someone dragged me into a trance with a curse. Leylin's face slowly warped as he read through the data. In order to break out of this trance, we have to start from the key of this world and then neutralize the counterattack. Leylin came to Carol. What do you want? Don't come near me. Carol moved backwards in fear, but Leylin maintained his poker face and pointed a finger at her forehead. Boom. The world shook, and Carol fell down. Though she had yet to die, Leylin could feel the connection between her and some form of entity weakening. Carol is only a shell. The counterattack should be coming soon after I'm done dealing with the key. Leylin said, floating in midair as the very space vibrated. Gale, look, that person over there, he looks like Leylin. Surway's jaw dropped. It really is him. Did he become a superhero? Gale ruffled her hair and seemed to be a little dizzy. Had her useless brother been pretending all along, hiding a secret life as a superhero? Was he one of those who secretly guarding the world's peace? A piercing anti-aircraft alarm sounded, and violet light filled the entire city. A large number of UFOs surrounded the area, armored men flying out from within. Complex energy circuits flashed from on their armors, that worn by the troops from before complete trash in comparison. These people with peculiar energy undulations should have been the mutants that the leader of those troops was talking about. They looked pretty advanced. UFOs, is this the extraterrestrial colonization fleet of the Federation? God. Many students and passers-by started screaming on the ground. The few figures in front especially made them feel like they were suffocating just by looking at them. Delusion and reality, illusion and mystery, things that only existed in conjectures, were all suddenly appearing front of everyone's eyes, giving them a strong sense of intangibility. A ray of blue light scanned over Leylin's body, and the scanned data flashed across the glasses of the person leading the troop. It was like he instantly knew Leylin's identity. Leylin, Year 3 student of Innocent Saints High School, how dare you use your powers carelessly in public as a mutant? Return with us to the headquarters to receive your punishment. Well, Leylin shook his head and sighed, why weren't you here before when we were being attacked? And now you come over with such speed when everything's solved. I protest. The mocking tone in Leylin's voice caused the person to furrow his brows. He decided to teach a good lesson to the arrogant young man in front of him. Who do you think you are? The headquarters only take actions against our own kind, humans are exempted. Prepare to be tried for your crimes. The troop leader waved his hand, and two figures ran towards Leylin. As expected, weakness is a sin no matter what world you're in. Leylin sighed, and frenzied energy undulations burst forth from his body. Whoosh! Huge clouds of smog wrapped around two mutants. The sound of blood dripping was heard, and when the smog cleared, a few damaged bones and metal components fell down. The two people were nowhere to be seen. Boom! The glasses of the leader's eyes exploded, the scratches from the shrapnel forming blood-red lines across his face. Yet, he didn't seem to care at all. only glaring at Leylin as he muttered in disbelief, Sylvan ranked. He is a Sylvan rank mutant. Many of them took a step back, as if realizing they'd been surrounding a monster all this while. Mutant of the Sylvan ranked is the highest of all the levels as of current times. They only existed in rumors, and were strong enough to cause energy probes to blow up. The thought of going against someone of this standard made many of the troop members shudder. If the situation is as such, Your Grace, shall we? The leader clenched his teeth and walked forward, but Leylin did not want to waste any more time on them. What a group of clowns. The countermeasures of this world are weak, so weak that I'm disappointed. A tiny black orb appeared on his finger, and he flicked it forward. You lot haven't seen real strength. The pitch-black orb absorbed all light, causing space itself to collapse. The terrifying turbulence enveloped all the UFOs and enemies. Dreamscape realm storms and turbulence wreaked havoc in the huge space, wiping out the entire troop within seconds. This terrifying scene rendered all onlookers speechless. Leylin is, actually so strong. Gale looked at Leylin's back view, a little confused. Large amounts of light started to leak out from the spatial crack, the scene within seeming like an entirely separate galaxy. First, it was the key, then it was the counterattack. I have to open up a path for myself next. Leylin muttered under his breath as a dazzling moon rose up behind him. Space stabilized as the translucent moonlight scattered and revealed a silver pathway. Come here. Before he left, Leylin waved his hand. Gale, who was on the floor, flew to him. Brother, the little lass called out hoarsely before she kept silent, realizing that Leylin was not the same person she knew. The power of destiny gave us a chance to meet in this world. Although I cannot be sure if this is reality or an illusion, let this be my present to you. Leylin chuckled lightly, and directed a spot of light into Gale's forehead before stepping through into the pathway. Twilight Zone, on top of an altar. The surface of the black altar was filled with runic circuits full of energy, and Carol was seated at the center. Opposite her was the crystal ball that had collected Leylin's aura, streams of black air circulating around it continuously. Eugene and the other Magus could only watch on. Suddenly, the crystal ball cracked and the black air dispersed. Carol screamed at the top of her lungs before fainting. What happened? The curse backfired. The leader of the Magi knitted his brows together, and a bright green weapon flashed before going into Carol's body and awakening her. What's going on? Didn't you say that your soul body spell has reached the state where you can enter any dreams and fool any morning star Magus? Eugene bellowed. We've been had. He's already reached the radiant moon realm. The true soul of a radiant moon is not something that a low-level dream manipulation could confuse. Carol looked a little out of focus. Furthermore, even though I couldn't perceive everything in the dream, I'm sure that Leylin is hiding a huge secret. That's obvious. How could someone who broke through to the radiant moon realm have no secrets? The leader's voice turned icy. Prepare for battle. He has definitely noticed us. Leylin was currently floating in the void, feeling weightless. He'd been in this state ever since he escaped from that dream world, only seeing a misty fog in front of him. There seemed to be no end to it. I can't let this continue. I need to get back quickly. Leylin pushed ahead, putting in all his strength. His soul exuded a cooling radiance under which the fog dissipated to reveal a small island. As he stepped foot onto the island, the steady feel of the ground gave him a sense of security. The place wasn't too big, at most 1,000 meters in diameter. At its center was a miniature fountain, a few lights moving about in the waters. Grr, grr, hi there. On top of a black palm tree, a single-eyed owl greeted Leylin happily. Hello, friend. Where am I? Leylin waved. Beep. Scan complete. No life force undulations detected. Heat and radiation levels are at 0. The AI chip reported in secret. This is the gap between Dreamscape and the real world. The last time someone visited was 572 years after you. That was a very pretty lass. Leylin grew confused by the owl. Wait, isn't this the dream world from the curse? How could someone from the future arrive before me? He asked. Dreamscape is a dimension created by the dreams of all intelligent creatures. It is everywhere, and unfathomable. Time and space are intangible here. The owl looked at Leylin. Your dream is, therefore, a part of Dreamscape. Is it? Leylin grew suspicious. He had heard about Dreamscape before. Even in the ancient era, it was a place that caused many magi to tremble. There had even been an invasion from Dreamscape once that caused great harm to the Magus world. There were a lot of demons in Dreamscape that were not weaker than rank 7 magi which wielded laws. Of course, There was a lot of instability in this world. Even the weakest worm could grow into a powerful demon the next day, and the strongest demon could disappear in the next moment. Due to this characteristic, the invasion of Dreamscape dissipated quickly, but to the magi of the ancient era, this was a taboo, not to be spoken of. Many magi from the ancient era have explored Dreamscape. I never thought I'd get this chance as well. Leylin touched his chin, not mentioning anything else. What would happen if I found the dream world of powerful magi, or even the dream of the ancient wisdom tree or the dream of the snake dowager? Wouldn't it be too strange? Then, sir, how does one return to the real world? And if I wish to come back here afterwards, how can I accomplish that? Leylin bowed to the owl on top of the tree. I like your courtesy, lad. The owl hooted again and shook its wings. A single gray feather fell into his hand. Leylin looked at this feather. It was very soft, but the tail region seemed to have a certain sort of power to it. It's easy to leave Dreamscape, all you have to do is wake up. As for coming back, that feather over there might be of some help. Now, I need to return, I have a dinner appointment with the past me. Have a nice dream, sir. As the owl disappeared from his sight, Leylin's grip around the feather tightened. Will it be alright as long as I wake up? He muttered to himself, looking a little perplexed. Boom. Leylin's muscles tightened as he felt as if he was falling, and he abruptly sat up. Dear, are you okay? Celine switched on the lights and came over in concern. This is Nature's Alliance Academy. Looking at the familiar yet strange ceiling and the surrounding decorations, Leylin's pupils dilated and he quickly sobered up. Are you alright? Celine looked worried. After all, for such a powerful magus to have nightmares was something beyond rare. I'm fine. Leylin raised his right hand, and a gray feather appeared in his left palm. Leylin muttered under his breath, Dreamscape. The strangest of planes, an ensemble of conscience in a messed up time and space. One day, I will reveal your secrets. AI. Chip. Show me my previous condition. Beep. Host body facing an unknown disturbance, true soul weakening. Various pieces of data showed that Leylin's experience just now wasn't merely superficial. Beep. Target coordinates found. In the last line, Leylin saw a position. This was the location the AI chip had traced back from the curse. It isn't too far. It looks like this sort of dream curse requires a certain amount of proximity. Leylin's face darkened, and he began radiating a murderous aura. Whoever you are that spied on me, die. An explosion sounded out as he turned into a phantom, disappearing from the room. Celine could only look into the space Leylin disappeared to, uncertainty filling her face. Quick. The curse has been countered, Leylin will find us. Carol seemed to wake up from her trance upon hearing the leader's reminder. What should we be scared of? He's just a newly advanced radiant moon. As long the three of us combine powers, we have nothing to be afraid of. Eugene said indignantly. Eugene makes sense. Prepare for battle. The leader sighed. Leader, why are you? Carol looked anxious at first, before growing shocked as she glanced at the sky not far away. A black tornado was whirring with energy as it headed for them in full force. It's not that we're choosing not to leave. He's already found us, the leader said bitterly. HS's. The person heading towards them at full speed was obviously angered by their provocation. The horrifying phantom of a Chemoian serpent emperor appeared behind his back. Concentrated black gases engulfed everything in their path, sweeping in their direction. Whoosh. The obstructions on the way, be they stones, mud or anything else, turned into nothing in a split second. Eugene's pupils constricted as he stared at the person charging at with the speed of light. Is that the giant Chemoian serpent? Why do I feel so repressed? It looks so different from the phantom in the data, and, his hand trembled, why does a newly advanced radiant moon have such a powerful aura? All of you, die. The phantom behind Leylin devoured everything even as he was shouting. Shit. We have to leave. Sparks of black fire flashed, and it seemed as though the serpent took a big bite of every place Leylin passed, loud snaps echoing again and again. This is not the giant Chemoian serpent, it's their ruler. It's the Chemoian serpent emperor. The leader seemed to have thought of something as he exclaimed, that rumor is actually real. Discovery in battle, legend. What legend? Carol wiped off the blood at the corner of her lips. Her true soul had been injured by the curse in the dream, and she was no longer in the best shape. I've heard the monarch mention that giant Chemoian serpent warlocks carry the bloodline of the snake dowager. Although very low, there is a chance of a rank 5 emperor appearing amongst them. The leader's voice was very low, and Carol and Eugene could even hear a tremble in it, and after the appearance of the Chemoian Emperor, the entire Chemoian race will unify under them to regain the glory of the bloodline warlocks. That's obviously just a prophecy. Who's going to believe that? Eugene pursed his lips in disdain. If it were merely another prophecy, nobody would believe it, but what if the person who had made it was the great astrologer, Magus Derek? And what if I told you he sacrificed his life to do it? The leader glanced at Eugene. Derek, that legendary radiant moon Magus who was the most likely prophet to reach breaking dawn. Carol exclaimed, her eyes now full of fear towards Leylin. That's why, even as we suppress the bloodline warlocks, we've been paying close attention to the Ouroboros clan. If we hadn't been afraid of turbulences of ill destiny appearing, which would cause them to join the dark side, we would long since have eliminated them. This Magus slowly revealed some confidential details. So Leylin is the hope of their bloodline. Carol's expression turned grim. Yes. No matter the cost, Leylin must die today. The Radiant Moon Magi used their soul force to open a communication channel, and made a decision in practically an instant. It was at this moment that a large black serpent attacked them. A crimson crescent of an energy blade shot out from the giant serpent phantom's stomach, heading straight for Carol. It's an attack from a piece of high-grade magic equipment. Their expressions changed, and Carol quickly retreated, her innate defensive spells flickering into existence. The undulations of energy from middle-grade magic equipment burst forth, fighting against the crimson blades of light. The crimson blades only dissipated after 3 pieces of middle-grade magic equipment exploded in quick succession, revealing a Carol who looked deathly pale. So you're the ones plotting against me from the shadows. The giant phantom serpent coiled up, and the devilishly handsome face of a Magus was revealed as Leylin stared at these 3 magi coldly. Just the sweep of his gaze caused these 3 radiant moon magi to feel their scalps go numb, as if they were being watched by some terrifying unmatched being. Indeed, the opponent had a very handsome face. Even if she'd videos and acquired information about him before, Carol had to admit that a high-ranked warlock like Leylin was someone who female magi would go crazy over. This unwitting charm he was giving off was very similar to a high-grade illusory attack. Who are you? Leylin watched the 3 magi, the gears in his mind turning. His greatest enemy in the central continent, Jupiter's lightning, only had 1 radiant moon Magus in Xianxia. However, none of these 3 was weaker than Xianxia, and were total strangers to him. Could they be from the monarch of the skies? Or is it someone else afraid of my development? Thoughts flashed quickly past Leylin's mind. At this moment, the AI chip had transmitted to his mind all the information it had gleaned. 2 peak new moons as well as a full moon Magus. If it were the past me, I wouldn't be able to kill them even if I used sun-scorching nirvana. These 3 radiant moon magi were obviously here to kill him, and Leylin's guard immediately went up. Who exactly are you? He spoke slowly while the AI chip scanned their auras and undulations in detail. There were only a few radiant moons in the central continents. He could search them up in the future, and he would eventually find out where they were from. Currently, Leylin only needed to vent the fury in his heart. It had to be said, that dream curse they'd used on him had enraged him to no end. The leader of the Magi watched Leylin, his eyes first flickering with terror but then glowing with a staunch resolve. Leylin Farlier, so you were able to break through the bloodline shackles of the giant Chemoian serpent and reach rank 5. You're the most powerful bloodline genius I've ever seen, but it's a pity that no matter how talented you are, you have to die here today. Radiant Moon Spell Formation, 3 souls in 1. The bright figure of a full moon appeared behind the leader's back, and full moon soul force burst forth, bringing with it a piercing chill. Eugene and Carol stepped into formation behind him, each of them at the 3 corners of a triangle with this leader at the head. The soul force from their true souls merged as well. 3 cold radiant souls unified, appearing in front of Leylin like lightning. A competition between true souls. The giant Chemoian serpent emperor roared, and crimson runes began to spread across Leylin's body. Even after reaching Radiant Moon and becoming a rank 5 warlock, his true soul was still weak in comparison to the combined true souls of his opponents. With their spell formation, they'd suppressed his to the maximum, to the point that even his domain was weakening. Though my soul force has been stimulated by my bloodline to reach the peak of New Moon, it's too strenuous to fight 3 magi at the same rank, let alone one with power at full moon. Leylin's brows furrowed, the image of a true soul similarly appearing behind him and soul force at rank 5 being released. Cold moonlight that brought with it a terrifying soul force competed with theirs. The danger of such a battle was far greater than one of the spells. Just a slight misstep could push any of them to a point of no return. The void was still, with no sound being emitted. A formless ripple was quickly spreading in all directions, and all beings in range of this battle between soul force, ordinary or otherwise, collapsed without a sound. This even included rank 3 beings. Terrifying soul undulations even spread as far as Nature's Alliance Academy, and even with the defensive formations Leylin had set up before, there were massive casualties. Pooh! Leylin abruptly staggered back as his blood flowed down from his eyes. In the battle between soul force, he had clearly been on the losing end. However, the Radiant Moon Magi weren't faring very well either, the huge loss of soul force causing their faces to turn pale. He's already reached peak new moon. The leader stared at Leylin in disbelief. He knew full well how difficult it was for Radiant Moon Magi to advance, and the opponent was a newly advanced warlock. In such a short period of time, he had pushed his soul force to peak new moon, and that was a huge shock for him. Traces of jealousy began to form in the depths of his heart, even nibbling at his spirit like a toxic serpent. Admit defeat. You're not our match when it comes to soul force. Injuries to soul force will reflect on your body, there's no way out for you. The Magus leader watched Leylin, whose blood was seeping from his skin, and hummed coldly. Is that so? Leylin sneered instead, giving his opponent a bad omen. Devour. The tremendous and elegant Chemoian serpent emperor figure appeared behind him, widening its huge mouth towards the 3 Radiant Moon Magi. A terrifying black hole was produced, causing everything within range, even light and space, to be sucked in. The powerful attractive force gave rise to a horrifying energy storm. Rumble. In an instant, the ground under the 3 Radiant Moon Magi turned nothing as an unending stream of life force flowed to all parts of Leylin's body, allowing his wounds to heal quickly. With the devouring innate skill, he was practically immortal, and could even mend his true soul using his body. No matter how grievous the injury, he could recover quickly. In a battle between magi, this was completely like a cheat move. Pooh! The opponents cooperated to deal another blow, soul blades carving out a huge wound on Leylin's chest. However, large amounts of life force were channeled instantly once more, and blood and flesh regenerated. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered. Leylin exchanged blows like a lunatic, injury for another injury, crimson energy blades flying everywhere and causing the 3 magi to find it difficult to keep up. This was especially so for the frail Carol. Due to the backlash from before, she was now on the verge of collapsing. This isn't working. His regenerative ability is just too terrifying. The leader of the Magi felt a chill in his heart. They had to fend against not just Leylin's attacks, but also the devouring force of the black hole. Leylin was contending with them with no qualms whatsoever, and he was finding this precarious situation difficult to manage. The opponent evidently regains life force through devouring matter. Let's go into a spatial rift. There shouldn't be much for him to absorb there. His eyes flickered as he found the way to get around this devouring ability, its weakness. If he were in a void, Leylin's devouring ability would definitely be affected. While he could devour space, the efficiency would definitely decrease, and the amount of life energy generated would be lessened. Trying to leave, crimson light flashed in Leylin's eyes. HSS. The terrifying amber slits of the Chemoian serpent emperor's eyes fixed onto the weakest member, Carol. A layer of ash-white stone began to emerge on her body. Boom, boom. Leylin let the opponent's attacks land on his back, scales and flesh flying as he charged into the center of their spell formation. Numerous black shadow claws appeared and forcefully grabbed Carol. Rank 5 snake transformation light burst forth as the spell formation that combined the power of 3 souls was broken through. Let's go. Eugene and the leader grasped this opportunity and quickly pulled Leylin into the spatial crack. The tremendous snarling figure of the giant serpent was still devouring the dust and space all around it, but the life energy being generated was obviously reduced. It was obvious at the slowed recovery of the injury on Leylin's back. Carol. At this moment, the opponents were gazing at Carol, who was in Leylin's control, and a trace of despair appeared on their expressions. Under the gaze of the Eye of Petrification, the female magus had turned into a limestone statue. Though there was a layer of soul energy resisting the corrosion from the petrification, Leylin currently possessed a serpent emperor's eyes, and the damage his innate spell could cause had risen greatly. Even Radiant Moon Magi would not be immune to such an attack. Carol, she's the magus who brought me into that dream. Very well. Leylin lifted the statue, the scarlet earring emanating dazzling rays of light. What are you going to do? If you dare to attack Carol, Our king won't let you off. Eugene exclaimed. Hee hee, at this stage, there's no need to discuss anything about letting people off. Don't treat me like a child. Trying to deceive me like this is an insult to my intelligence. Leylin's voice was light, but his tone was ice cold. What I want you to know now is the price of provoking me. Whoever you or your backers are, you will all perish. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Numerous fine rays of light streaked past, and the stone statue that was Carol burst into smithereens. In that moment, Eugene and the leader were caught in a daze. They had never expected Leylin to be so powerful, and for him to be so merciless. You dare, the Magus leader trembled, evidently completely infuriated. Did you think that's all I would do? Leylin suddenly snickered as he commanded in his mind, AI. Chip. Beep. Recorded opponent's soul undulations. Beginning search for corresponding coordinates. There were many methods to save one's life in the Magus world, clones being a popular one. This was especially true for Magi at Morning Star and above, all of whom had ways to prevent their fall. Carol naturally had a few Morning Star ranked clones, considered to be a last insurance, but she was facing a Radiant Moon Warlock. His true soul had already matured, and he had the ability to take care of all of his opponent's clones. Eugene and the other Magus, their leader, saw the true soul image on Leylin's back that was like a clear crescent moon turned blood red. A terrifying giant claw followed the path that Carol's true soul had taken after her fall and disappeared into the void, seeming to arrive at some area. A strange energy undulation was transmitted, and Eugene and the others' expressions changed. The astral plane. The astral plane opened up to receive her true soul. Was there really an issue in Carol's transfer to her clone? They could not help but gaze at Leylin with fear in their eyes. Boom, boom. In the central continent, at almost the very instant the giant claw had appeared, a Morning Star clone of Carol's collapsed onto the ground, eyes blank and void of any aura of life. Meanwhile, a spell rune emitting green light mysteriously broke in Carol's Magus tower, and the spirit genie's voice rang out with ear-piercing warnings, suffered unknown attack. Reserve clone has fallen. Magi only have one true soul. Regardless of how many clones there are, all life-preserving methods are useless once the true soul is damaged or sent into the astral universe. Of course, the transfer of true soul was a speedy process. Most Radiant Moon Magi seldom succeeded in killing others even with their soul force. However, given the help of the AI chip, Leylin did not find such a thing difficult. A notification wave flashed, and the leader stared at Leylin blankly. News from headquarters. Carol's clones in the spirit of the life regeneration pool have all fallen. When Carol was being killed by Leylin, the fury he had displayed in fact only half true, as he did not believe Leylin could do it. Now, however, seeing that Leylin had actually completely wiped out a similarly ranked Radiant Moon Magus, dread arose within his heart. You won't be able to leave today. In the spatial rift, surrounded by boundless starry rivers, Leylin had his hands behind his back, looking confident. Arcane Art Chemoian Serpent Transformation. HS's, a terrifying ancient might descended, and the two Radiant Magi had to retreat. A gigantic serpent that was over 100,000 meters long appeared, every scale on its body looking very vivid. The intelligence in its eyes made it seem grand and noble. Compared to the previous giant Chemoian serpent, Leylin had currently turned into a real rank 5 being. He was now the ruler of all giant Chemoian serpents, the Chemoian Serpent Emperor. With the serpent's gaze fixed on them, Eugene and the leading Magus started sweating bullets. The power of an ancient rank 5 existence far exceeded what most Radiant Moons could bring forth. A being like this, a ruler, possessed even more power, taking on the role of a predator. We're going all out. The leader and Eugene exchanged a glance, looks of determination rising in their eyes. Dazzling light converged at their bodies, and a terrifying and tremendous might burst forth. Ancient Rank 5 Arcane Art Seal of the Abyss. Ancient Rank 5 Arcane Art Spatial Grave. With the push from their soul force, the two Radiant Moons each had 5 innate spells fusing as a tremendous arcane art was used by their hand, surging towards the Chemoian Serpent Emperor. Eye of Petrification. Toxic Bile. Terrifying rays of petrifying light shot out of the Chemoian Serpent Emperor's eyes into the opposing black stream. A large amount of black gas fell as it turned to stone, but was shortly after replaced with more. A large brass seal charged out from within that abyss even as, under the other Magus directions, silver spatial turbulence converged to form an even more horrifying spatial storm that swept up the Chemoian Serpent Emperor. HS's, the Chemoian Serpent Emperor thundered, petrifying rays striking the gigantic seal. It instantly froze up, and with a swipe of the Emperor's tail, the entire abyss crumbled as the large brass seal vanished. The spatial storm caught up while Leylin was focused on dealing with the seal. The silver storm wreaked havoc, and piece by piece the Chemoian Serpent Emperor's scales fell off, revealing fresh, bloody wounds. Devour. The Chemoian Serpent Emperor opened its mouth while facing the spatial turbulence, and a terrifying black hole appeared. Large amounts of this silver spatial turbulence were unexpectedly swallowed, transformed rapidly into life energy that allowed the wounds on its body to heal. He can even devour spatial storms. He's a monster, a monster. Personally seeing even rank 5 arcane arts dealing negligible damage against Leylin, the two magi immediately sunk into depression. They exchanged a glance, making plans to escape. However, how could Leylin give them another chance like that? In practically the blink of an eye, the Chemoian Serpent Emperor swept through the region, submerging the figures of Eugene and the leader. In the spatial crack that was like a universe of its own, the tremendous giant Chemoian serpent snarled. Beside it, two bundles of various colored rays gradually grew dimmer, on the verge of disappearing. At this moment, the bundle that was the more radiant of the two suddenly shattered, revealing the figure of a man who was gravely injured. He glared poisonously at the Chemoian Serpent Emperor, and no longer daring to dawdle, turning into a multicolored streak as he left. A voice full of unwillingness resounded behind him, "You actually abandoned me." Eugene yelled furiously. However, the bundle of light that represented the strength of his own life dimmed even further, and then finally disappeared. When the last trace of light dissipated, the Chemoian Serpent Emperor's body turned into black gas that condensed to form Leylin's actual body once more. He stood in front of Eugene, who no longer had any aura of life, eyes emitting blue light. Opponent's appearance and undulations have been recorded. The AI, Chip loyally intoned. Though one ran away, such a result isn't half bad. Leylin muttered as he nodded. This time, not only had he killed 2 radiant moons, he had also caused a full moon magus to flee, seriously injured. Even a Breaking Dawn monarch would feel heartbroken about such a thing for a long while. It could be said that this was a critical counterattack on his part towards the opposing organization they were a part of. Furthermore, once news of him reaching Radiant Moon spread, the stream of magi who wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible should halt for a while. Of course, if they decided to proceed further, those coming after him wouldn't be mere radiant moons. At this point, boundless light filled the void. The astral plane opened up, and traces of starlight moved to take Eugene's corpse. The blue light in Leylin's eyes grew even more pronounced. After Eugene's body was brought into the astral world, Leylin could vaguely see that the ash-brown rocks that had gathered around Eugene's body had turned him into a bare isle. The isle seemed extremely sturdy but looked barren as it became to float in the astral plane. In the limitless void behind it were so many barren isles like this one. After Morning Star Magi die, their point mass will return to the astral universe. If Radiant Moon Magi fall and if the corpse isn't damaged, it'll turn into a barren isle. Fear suddenly arose in Leylin's heart. How many Radiant Moons had fallen in history? Someday in the future, would he turn into an isolated island like that? Even so, I must pursue eternal life. If I die while pursuing my dreams, I'll die with no regrets. I would have lived a marvelous life. Leylin's eyes emitted a boundless spirit. Shift and prophecy in the air above a region of Twilight Zone, countless distortions combined to form a spatial channel. Leylin, dressed in loose black robes, stepped out from the passageway. The battle between rank 5s had resulted in extensive damage even within a spatial crack. Had it been fought in Twilight Zone, perhaps most of it would have been destroyed. Even so, just the probing attacks from before had led to devastating harm to the land. Even if the affected area was not huge, the radiation and curses that remained would constantly corrode the land, even spreading out further. In a worst-case scenario, there might be the creation of malicious conscience or attracting different worlds' wills to descend here. Whatever may happen, it would result in nothing good for Twilight Zone. A battle amongst Radiant Moons is far too destructive. It's not just the direct damage, but the indirect pollution as well. Leylin watched the land that was in a terrible state and frowned. If a magus were to do this in the central continent, they would become a public enemy, even the AI. Chip had no quick methods to heal the land from such destructive damage, only waiting for nature to take its course or, at most, conducting some slow, suitable treatment. Leylin's gaze suddenly turned to another region in the sky. Now, onto the other guest who's been watching for a long time. Aren't you coming out to meet me? Not only could he sense the soul of a radiant moon in that direction, there was also the aura of a bloodline. Though it wasn't that of the giant Chemoian serpents, the person there was a sort of warlock. Hee, your highness has discovered me. Crimson light flashed, and a large blood-red bat emerged from that direction. On its abdomen was a young face. The human face on the abdomen of the bat laughed as it spoke, Your Highness. The last time we met was when you first explored the Morning Star area. I never expected you to catch up to us old things so quickly. After an attempt, Leylin quickly identified this person, such familiar undulations, you're the protector of the Morning Star area. This was the conscient he'd interacted with when he'd entered the Morning Star area. He had long since gotten the AI chip to record the aura of this rank 5 existence, there was no way he could be wrong. The Crimson Bat chuckled. Yes, I'm Jeffrey. I was afraid that they would harm your highness, but it looked like my worries were for naught. Whatever it is, I'm still thankful for your help. How should I address you, your highness? Leylin bowed slightly, and a look of puzzlement appeared on his expression. Our warlock union uses the same feudal system as your Ouroboros clan. Rank 4s are dukes, and rank 5 warlocks are addressed, your highness, we're basically archdukes, the blood-red bat explained. Leylin nodded. I see. Well then, what business do you have coming here, as a fellow archduke? Oh yes, I hereby extend a solemn invitation to your highness Leylin. We hope you'll come to the Bloodline Warlocks, final fort the Morning Star area. The human face on the bat's abdomen looked serious. Leylin agreed, indeed, I should go there. There seemed to be some big problems between the warlocks and magi in the central continent. In actuality, Leylin was feeling somewhat annoyed. Initially, the only mortal enemy that he had provoked was Jupiter's lightning. Though the organization of Sky City was hostile towards him, they wouldn't go so far as to send people to hunt him down and kill him. Hence, after attaining rank 5 and taking care of Xania, he was supposed to be able to do as he wished in this place. However, reality dealt Leylin a huge blow. The appearance of Carol and the others indicated that there was another organization that stood against warlocks, and even took up the task of hunting down and eliminating warlocks as their mission in life. As the most dazzling of bloodline warlocks with a meteoric rise, Leylin had unfortunately become their target. Luckily, I've already reached rank 5. With the bonus from the Chemoian Emperor and the aid from the AI chip, I'll still be able to escape even if I were to face a breaking dawn magus. That's enough. A cold glint flickered in Leylin's eyes. This sneak attack against him had thoroughly irked him. I don't care who you are and how large your organization is. Even if you have a breaking dawn monarch backing you, there will come a day that I, Leylin Farlier, will completely erase you from the central continent. I swear on it. Leylin was a very clear-cut person. He had little holding him back in Twilight Zone, and after sending Celine a simple message and mentioning what had happened, he immediately followed Jeffrey out and into the Morning Star area. Standing within the Morning Star area that had congealed, Leylin felt extremely emotional as he watched the shattered universe and gigantic stars within the space. Though he'd visited this place numerous times with his soul force, this was the first time he'd entered the place with his real body. Sending his soul force out, the auras of the many bloodline warlocks in the surroundings put Leylin's mind and body at ease. Your Highness, Leylin, it's nice to meet you again. Or should I say it's nice to meet you again? I'm so happy that you're joining us, our warlock union's might has risen once again. A warlock with the same face as that on the abdomen of the bat emerged beside Leylin, his long crimson hair untied, flying in the air. Your Highness, Jeffrey. It was obvious that this young man was a rank 5 warlock. This was the main body of the Morning Star area's protector, Jeffrey. Alright, I know you have many questions, but they'll be answered once we reach headquarters. Jeffrey enthusiastically brought Leylin all the way to the Warlocks' headquarters in the Morning Star area. In a gigantic receiving room, Leylin saw 2 other rank 5 Warlocks. One had a completely golden body, seemingly able to be likened to a god of battle. He was very familiar with this person, rank 5 Warlock, Golden Lion Wade. He'd had quite a few transactions with him before. Come, let me introduce you. You already know Wade, the person beside him is Alpha. Jeffrey smiled as he pointed to the warlock beside Wade. Leylin took the initiative and bowed, Your Highnesses. Leylin Farlier. Once a Chemoian Duke and now an Archduke. We've talked through imprints many times, but this is the first time we're meeting face to face. Wade's smile seemed to be bathed in sunshine, his body emanating a charismatic aura. Your Highness is truly a talent. With you joining us, I can be at ease. Cough cough. Alpha, who was beside Wade, was like an old man approaching death, his aura full of decay. It seemed like he was but a step from the grace, and yet Leylin wouldn't dare belittle him. From this coughing old man's body, he could feel soul force at the peak of Radiant Moon. Based on the previous rumors, the arrival of a few rank 5 warlocks deterred the Breaking Dawn monarchs from attacking, thus preserving the inheritance of warlocks. If my guesses aren't wrong, Warlock Alpha is one of them. Alright, let's sit. What is it? Are you astonished to see there being 3 rank 5 warlocks in the Morning Star area? Jeffrey laughed as he got Leylin and Wade to sit, beaming as he got the robot servant to serve refreshments. A little. Leylin nodded in admittance, from both his own perception as well as the scanning of the AI. Chip, these 3 warlocks were here in their main bodies. This meant the ones who were active in the Magus world were merely their clones. At this stage, Leylin knew just how much warlocks were feared. We're trapped here due to the suppression of the Central Continent's magi. We need to be on our guards against the Blazing Flame Monarch, Jeffrey said solemnly. Blazing Flame Monarch, the Breaking Dawn Magus. Leylin immediately recalled the fiery world that he'd found when probing through the astral plane before ruthlessly being expelled by the organization of the Blazing Flame Monarch. Yes. The other party has a terrible attitude, and even wants to attack us. Leylin touched his chin. Then, are there other organizations in the Central Continent that are on good terms with us warlocks? No, basically, all magi are worried about our rise, and there are people who are just waiting to watch us run out of luck. Still, there's only one organization who've been attacking us brazenly, hoping to completely exterminate us, and it's that of the Blazing Flame Monarch. Jeffrey and Wade exchanged a glance before Alpha spoke. I can tell you this. Those that attacked you, Carol, Eugene, and the rest, were subordinates of the Blazing Flame Monarch. At the beginning, it was also this Blazing Flame Monarch who wanted to end the inheritances of us warlocks. If not for Alpha and the other elders advancing in time and transforming the Morning Star area into a gigantic battle fort, we warlocks would probably have gone extinct due to him, Wade spoke in a low voice. Battle fort. Leylin thought of something else. Transforming a small world into a gigantic weapon in war to be manipulated by 3 rank 5 warlocks is something to be feared, even by Breaking Dawn magi. Well then, do you know why the Blazing Flame Monarch is hell-bent on killing us? Leylin asked gloomily. It could be because of some conflicts of interest and some old grudges. Jeffrey didn't seem quite sure about this either. Our intelligence officers have also discovered an interesting prophecy, clone creation. What prophecy? Leylin's spirits were lifted. In this century, before the waves of extreme weather returns, the king of bloodlines shall rise in splendor, crushing all the other thrones in the Central Continent. Jeffrey's body began to tremble with excitement. A monarch of bloodline warlocks. Leylin shook his head. How could there be something so easy? Wade's expression turned a little gloomy. However, once a rank 6 warlock does appear, they will surely exceed Breaking Dawn magi in strength. Perhaps the Blazing Flame Monarch intended to nip the danger in the bud. This is also why the other monarchs in the Central Continent are supporting it. That certainly makes sense as well. Leylin stroked his chin. And there are only a few candidates left that may fulfill the prophecy, one of them being Your Highness Leylin. Hence, for your safety and considering the futures of us warlocks, we request that Your Highness stays in the Morning Star area as much as possible. Even if you wish to go out, please use some sort of clone, Jeffrey said sincerely. Why? Do you think I can advance to the Breaking Dawn realm? Leylin's heart stirred, but his facial expression was that of stupefaction. Even if my bloodline evolved to become that of a Chemoian emperor, I am still limited to rank 5. Of course, we are aware of the difficulty of bloodline shackles, but even a rank 5 Chemoian emperor will be one of our greatest military strengths, Wade pointed out meaningfully. This attitude, could it be that they really found a bloodline warlock that can advance to rank 6? Seeing Wade's attitude, Leylin already had some ideas in his heart. I'm naturally bound to do my duty for the Warlock Union. But there's one problem. I still have to resolve the grudge between Jupiter's Lightning and my Ouroboros clan. Leylin's expression showed a hint of hesitation. There's no need for Your Highness to worry about that. Regarding this, there's no need for Your Highness to worry at all. According to our intelligence, the chief of Jupiter's Lightning, Knight Phantom Xianxia, is already dead. Jeffrey sneaked a glance at Alpha, before he made the report to Leylin. What? Xianxia has fallen. This news immediately caused Leylin's eyes to widen into full circles. He'd never expected that this enemy who'd caused him such tremendous stress before would just die so quietly. Although he was confident in killing the man on the spot with his current strength, his opponent meeting an end still left Leylin depressed. It was like he'd punched out with all his might just to hit cotton. How did he die? Morning stars normally had lifespans of over 1,000 years, and radiant moons usually lived to several thousand years old. Given how young Xianxia was, his death was definitely not due to old age. We don't have any news about that, sadly. But we did receive information that Jupiter's lightning was taken over by a female radiant moon magus after Xianxia's death. On top of that, they announced the end of all current diplomatic and military movements. This means your Ouroboros clan's emergency has been solved, female radiant moon magus. For some unknown reason, Leylin immediately thought of the power hiding behind Xianxia. During their previous fights, he had faintly sensed that Xianxia certainly had assistance from a magus who was more knowledgeable than him. This turn of events led to his instincts saying so even more. Was it really an accidental death, or was it man-made? Leylin's pupils twinkled in a myriad of colors. As for the two dukes, your wife, and any others, we can totally arrange for them to stay here to ensure their safety. Wayne guaranteed, seemingly worried that Leylin still had other considerations. Thank you so much, Your Highness, but let's wait until I finish everything on hand before visiting Freya and the others. Leylin nodded in gratitude. He'd had some suspicions and concerns about the Warlock headquarters at this Morning Star area, but now it just seemed like they really wanted to protect a promising bloodline. Although most of his suspicions had been eliminated, Leylin would still run his own inspections before he'd make a decision. Leylin now more or less understood the peak military strength of the Warlock Union. The Morning Star area was their base camp, and of the executives among them, Jeffrey, Wade, and Offa were all here. There was only one mysterious rank 5 warlock hiding in the outside world, the last card in their hands. It could be said that the current Leylin was already at the peak of bloodline warlocks, one of their 5 magnates. His position in this Morning Star area could no longer be described as just respected. He instead was a partial ruler. He'd even gotten access to some of the Union's resources, and the first thing he did was to enrich the AI chip's database with even more information. Morning Star area, in a castle specially built for Leylin. A few months had passed by in a flash. Now, Freya was putting the books in her hands down and stretched, caressing her stomach. Her face was brimming with joy and love. Passing through an astral gate, the two Chemoian dukes and Freya had seen Leylin in the Morning Star area. She couldn't believe that her husband had advanced to rank 5, even upgrading his bloodline to that of the terrifying Chemoian emperor. Rank 5. This was a painful topic for all Chemoian warlocks, but now the bloodline of the Chemoian emperor was already growing in her womb. Chemoian emperor, the ruler of all Chemoian warlocks, Freya mumbled with blurred vision as her eyes brimmed with joy. This was the right and proper ruling bloodline, one that had a guarantee of being able to advance to rank 5. Freya had a premonition that the Farlier family would become the royalty of the Ouroboros clan. All of the female Chemoian warlocks would go crazy in order to obtain Leylin's bloodline, even resorting to unscrupulous ways. With the injection of a rank 5 bloodline also has so many benefits for my blood serpent family. Forget falling, our bloodline will definitely rise in rank now. Thinking about how she'd successfully gained hold of these things that she wouldn't have even been able to beg for before, Freya was filled with rejoicement. And with that admiration came a further increase in her admiration and trust towards her husband. Thinking up to this point, Freya couldn't help but tilt her head to look in another direction. Outside the translucent glass, not far away from the master bedroom was a large laboratory for experiments on the astral plane as well as a breeding room for bloodlines. The two buildings stood tall like large monsters, even engulfing all the light in their surroundings as they made one feel stifled. Inside the bloodline experimentation lab, Leylin was looking at a body in the breeding pool, a thoughtful expression emerging on his face. Constructing the clone's body, estimated to be a perfect body of a morning star. The AI chip's scans and prompts were transmitted continuously. Leylin was currently trying to create a clone of himself. Generally speaking, such a clone would be a rank below that of the Magi who created it. In order to obtain a clone of a same rank as the main body like Wade's, one required not only time and large amounts of resources, but a certain amount of luck as well. Beginning copying of soul imprint. 2 bright beams of light shot out of Leylin's eyes and into the clone's. Half an hour later, the clone's eyelids suddenly raised, its eyes containing a slight vigor. Energy undulations at the peak of Morning Star began to spread out. Based on the heavenly astral's blueprint and flesh that has been added to my own body, This clone's battle prowess pretty decent in the Morning Star level. Leylin nodded in satisfaction. Truth be told, such a clone wasn't very useful. Although they worked when dealing with weak enemies, they were only bugs in front of radiant moons. However, its advantage lay in its simple structure. This type of clone was good cannon fodder that could handle some unimportant matters. Based on the main body's spiritual conditions, at most 3 imprints can be maintained at once, the AI chip's voice echoed once more. In other words, under normal circumstances, I can at most maintain 3 Morning Star ranked clones. Leylin stroked his chin. He had a certain understanding towards the situation with this kind of clone. Because true souls were inseparable, many magi had clones like this that only possessed a spiritual imprint. Its death would not have much impact on the main body, but on the main body's death, the true soul could shift into the clone and successfully revive itself. Still, this process had its dangers as well. For instance, Leylin had taken a Radiant Moon Magus clones out with them, causing a thorough death by killing the true soul itself. This kind of method is not very safe. Legends talk of a way during ancient times to break up one's true soul. A clone formed in that way unifies both sides, but they don't necessarily affect one another. Even if one dies, the other can live on without a hitch. That is true cloning. Leylin thought of some confidential information he'd acquired before. Only, because one is breaking up their true soul, such a cloning may result in different personalities because of the different environments and experiences. There could even be a situation wherein the clones turn against each other and become enemies. That's too dangerous. The technique he was using currently was like that of creating a photocopied substitute. Although it would not have any special abilities, it was better in terms of stability and safety. Of course, another reason for Leylin choosing this method was simply that he had no desire to break up his true soul. All such cloning required was a great amount of material resources and a piece of memory he could duplicate by using the AI chip. It could be considered a bargain. Thinking of this, Leylin could not help but take a look at his own status. Leylin Farlier rank 5 bloodline, Chemoyan Serpent Emperor complete body strength, 76, agility, 62, vitality, 138.9, spiritual force, 1329.7, magic power, 1329 magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force, soul force, 133 new moon.